Su Muqing, let us divorce. In this lifetime, I wish never to see you again. Gu Yan's frigid words pierced through Su Muqing's heart like a sharp dagger. She has been reborn, returning to the very day he proposed divorce. In her previous life, she was bewitched, betraying the profound love of her childhood friend Gu Yan. Only upon losing him did she realize the excruciating pain of heartbreak. Yet, Gu Yan has also been reborn, bearing the indelible scars of betrayal and abandonment. He yearns to distance himself from the woman who once shattered his heart, seeking solitude to heal. No, Gu Yan, I was wrong. I love you. I beg you, grant me one more chance, please. She knelt on the ground, tears cascading down like rain. Once a proud and willful childhood companion, she is now transformed into a lovesick little wife, employing coquetry, cuteness, and relentless persistence, even resorting to rekindling childhood memories to melt his frozen heart. He retreated step by step, while she remained resolute, as she utilized her rebirth to preemptively dissolve the misunderstandings and temptations of their past life, as she poured forth her tender affections, reclaiming the innocence of their childhood bond. When she shielded him from all tempests, Gu Yan finally realized that this woman had truly changed. But can the pain of the past truly be so easily erased? He gazed at her tear-streaked face, and the scar within him throbbed with renewed anguish. He pondered if he could ever love his first love once more. Chapter 1. Let's divorce. Let us divorce. The voice was cold, devoid of warmth, akin to a blade tempered in ice, piercing directly into Su Muqing's eardrum, reaching her heart. Pain, an acute pain that made her convulse suddenly. Su Muqing's eyelashes trembled violently as she struggled to open her eyes, only to be met with a familiar yet alien ceiling, and a man standing beside the bed, looking down at her. Gu Yan. He donned a tailored black suit, the shirt's buttons meticulously fastened to the top, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose, and behind the lenses lay eyes that once reflected the gentlest sea of stars she had ever seen, now reduced to a void of silence. Divorce. Those two words struck her like a spell, shattering her muddled thoughts. No, had they not already divorced? In her previous life, it was on this very day that he had coldly tossed the divorce agreement at her. And she, for the sake of her absurd pride and that man who did not love her, had signed without hesitation, believing it to be liberation, the dawn of a new life. But what came after? What followed was endless regret and a descent into hell. The love she once believed in was merely a meticulously orchestrated deception. The return of the white moonlight was not to rekindle their past, but to drain the last vestiges of value from the Su family. A shattered family, abandoned by all. She was cast aside like a joke, kicked to the streets by that man, reduced to a filthy, stray dog. And Gu Yan, the man she had pushed away with her own hands, yet unbeknownst to her, had shielded her from countless arrows of fate, quietly cleaning up the mess she had made. Until the final moment of her life, on that cold, rainy night, huddled beneath a bridge, burning with fever, consciousness fading. She saw him. She witnessed this man, who had always been meticulous, even obsessively clean, dash into the rain like a madman, disregarding the mud, holding her filthy form tightly in his embrace. His body trembled, shaking more violently than her near-death state. It was the first time she had seen him cry. The man who remained unfazed in the face of colossal business crises now wept like a child abandoned by the entire world. He repeatedly called her name, his voice imbued with despair and pain, as if it could tear his very soul apart. Muqing, Su Muqing, look at me. I was wrong. I should not have let go. Will you come back? Please. It turned out he loved her enough to forsake his life. But it was all too late. Her life had already reached its end, and she lacked the strength even to raise her hand and touch his face. In the final second before consciousness faded, her only thought was that if she could start over, how wonderful it would be. She would certainly never let go of his hand again. Su Muqing, did you hear me? Gu Yan's voice rang out once more, tinged with impatience and fatigue, pulling her from the suffocating memories. He presumed she was lost in thought again or contemplating some new scheme. Su Muqing's gaze gradually focused, landing on his handsome yet frigid face. This was not a dream. None of this was a dream. She had truly returned back to the very place where all tragedies began. Splash. It was the sound of her heart being infused with warm blood once more. The sound of a beam of sunlight piercing through the depths of despair. Tears flowed unbidden, without warning, cascading down. Not the silent, stifled tears of her past life, but ones filled with the ecstatic joy of survival and heart-wrenching regret, surging forth. Gu Yan. Her voice was hoarse, resembling a worn-out bellows, and, as she spoke, it carried the taste of blood. In the next moment, she threw off the covers, not even pausing to put on her shoes, and leapt barefoot from the bed. With a dull thud, she landed heavily. Su Muqing knelt heavily before him, the cold, hard wooden floor painfully pressing against her knees. Yet this minor pain was nothing compared to the agony of her heart, gnawed at by countless ants. She lifted her head, her tear-streaked face a mess, clutching tightly to the hem of his impeccably tailored trousers, as if grasping at the last lifeline. Guyen, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I did not want a divorce. Shall we not divorce, please? It was all my fault. I was bewitched. I was foolish. Grant me one more chance. I beg you, just one more chance. She cried, breathless, the unspoken regrets of her past life, the love buried deep within her heart, converging at this moment into the most humble of pleas. She desired nothing else. No more of her ridiculous pride. No more of that false love. She only wanted him. She only wanted her Guyen. Guyen was momentarily taken aback by her sudden action, his brow instinctively furrowing. He lowered his gaze, observing the woman kneeling on the ground, crying as if she might faint at any moment. Today, she seemed somewhat different. In the past, when she caused a scene, her eyes always bore a calculating and entitled glint. But now, within those swollen, tear-filled eyes, there was an expression he could not decipher. It was a sorrow so thick it could not be unwound, a regret that penetrated to the marrow, and also a desperate love that left his heart momentarily stilled. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment of astonishment. He was utterly exhausted. This 3-year marriage had long since drained him of all passion and expectation. Each concession he made only resulted in her escalating harm. Each instance of tolerance was regarded by her as a matter of course, a form of capital to be exploited. His heart, having been battered by countless disappointments, had become riddled with wounds, now reduced to a mere expanse of cold, ashen desolation. He had already extended too many chances. Su Muqing, Guyen began slowly, his voice devoid of any discernible emotion, resonating only with an exhaustion that penetrated to the marrow. Stop this nonsense. He reached out, intending to detach her hand from the hem of his trousers. His fingertips were icy as they made contact with her searing skin, both of them recoiling as if scalded, trembling slightly. I'm not causing a scene. Su Muqing cried out, gripping him tighter, her nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. Guyen, believe me, everything I say is true. I love you. I have always loved you. I was simply too foolish before, unaware. Enough. Guyen abruptly raised his voice, and a flicker of disdain finally escaped from beneath his glasses. Once again, it was the same old charade. Whenever he resolved to leave, she would resort to this tactic to retain him, feigning weakness, shedding tears, professing her love. Yet, the moment he softened and turned around, she would swiftly plunge the knife into his most vulnerable spot. He would not fall for it again, not even once. This is pointless. He exerted every ounce of strength to pry her fingers apart, as if he were not breaking her grip, but rather severing the last thread of their absurd connection. Su Muqing's fingers throbbed painfully under his force, but the anguish within her far surpassed that physical pain. She gazed into his eyes, where unmasked revulsion lay, that disdain washing over her like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flicker of hope she had just ignited. He did not trust her. Indeed, how could he, after the countless wrongs inflicted upon him by her in their past life? Despair surged like a tide, engulfing her once more. Guyen withdrew his leg and took a step back, as if she were a virus to be avoided at all costs. He straightened the hem of his trousers, which she had wrinkled, resuming his facade of indifference and detachment. On the table lies the divorce agreement, which I have already signed. As for the assets, the villa in the western part of the city and the car registered in your name will be yours. Additionally, I will provide you with a compensation of 50 million. His tone resembled that of someone discussing a business deal that bore no relation to him, calm and merciless. Su Muqing knelt on the ground, her entire being frozen, even forgetting to weep, merely staring blankly at him. She watched as he turned away, striding toward the door without a trace of lingering affection. 1 step, 2 steps. Each step felt as though it were crushing her heart, rendering it a bloody pulp. Don't go. Please. I beg you, don't leave. She screamed silently in her mind, her throat constricted, unable to utter a single sound, until his hand grasped the cold doorknob. 9 o'clock. He halted, without glancing back, leaving her with a resolute silhouette. I will wait for you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The door clicked open, then slammed shut. The world descended into silence in an instant. Alone, Su Muqing was left with the pervasive chill of the empty room. She maintained her kneeling position for a long while, before gradually lowering her head to gaze at her empty hands. On them lingered the sensation of the fabric from his trousers and the coldness of his fingertips. Yet he was gone. This time, just like in their past life, he had departed once more. The gaping wound in her heart began to howl, drawing in the frigid air. The pain curled her into a tight ball, rendering even the act of breathing a luxury. Rebirth had granted her a chance to begin anew, yet it had not provided her with a single reason to keep him. Chapter 2. He has returned. Silence. A silence so profound that it could crack human bones. Su Muqing was oblivious to how long she had been kneeling. Her knees had long since lost all sensation. It was not until a faint ray of morning light filtered through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing upon the floor, that she stirred, like a rusted marionette. With great effort, she pushed against the floor and rose to her feet, her legs trembling uncontrollably from the prolonged kneeling. Each step feeling as though she were treading on the sharpest of blades. Yet, she paid it no mind. At 9 o'clock, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, he was still waiting for her. No, he was not waiting for her, but for the divorce certificate that would sever their ties irrevocably. In her past life, she had gambled on a whim, adorned in finery, strutting into the Civil Affairs Bureau like a proud peacock, signing her name with an air of finality, believing she was free to soar. How foolish she had been. In this life, she would never sign that name again. Staggering into the cloakroom, she caught sight of her reflection in the mirror, a pale, haggard visage, with eyes swollen like overripe peaches and lips cracked, devoid of color. This ghastly appearance was something even she found repulsive. With little inclination to adorn herself, she hastily pulled on a plain long-sleeved t-shirt and jeans, neglecting to wash her face, and merely ran a comb through her tangled hair before dashing toward the entrance. The divorce agreement lay quietly on the table, the two flamboyant signatures of Gu Yin piercing her vision like daggers. Her gaze flitted over the document, landing on a nearby drawer. She opened it and retrieved 2 crimson booklets, the marriage certificate, gripping those 2 booklets tightly, as if clutching her very heart. She bolted out of the villa without a backward glance. The brisk morning wind slapped her face, awakening her muddled mind. Standing by the roadside, she belatedly realized she was penniless, without even her phone. Just then, a taxi happened to pass by, and without a second thought, she raised her hand to hail it. "Driver, to the Civil Affairs Bureau, please hurry." The driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror, taking in her disheveled state, and kindly inquired, "Miss, have you thought this through? Early in the morning, are you perhaps going for a divorce?" Su Muqing paused, then forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. "No, I'm going to reclaim someone." The driver, the youth of today, is truly adventurous. The taxi sped along, arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau promptly at 8:50. It was only when Su Muqing reached for her wallet that she remembered her predicament, awkwardly telling the driver, "Sir, I don't have any money. Please wait a moment while I contact my husband." She practically leaped from the car. Her eyes immediately spotted the figure standing at the foot of the steps. Gu Yin was not donned in a suit today, but rather a simple black overcoat that accentuated his tall, lean frame. He was looking down, seemingly engrossed in his phone, the morning light casting a delicate golden halo around him, rendering him an ethereal, distant figure. Young women passing by stole glances at him, their cheeks flushing crimson. This man, regardless of time or place, remained the most radiant presence in any crowd. And he was hers. Su Muqing took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness in her chest, and hurried over. Gu Yin. At the sound of her voice, Gu Yin lifted his gaze. When his eyes fell upon her, a flicker of astonishment crossed his otherwise inscrutable depths, a reaction he himself was unaware of. He had anticipated her, as in her past life, to present herself beautifully, cloaked in pride to mask her despair. But she did not. She appeared utterly disheveled, like a drenched stray cat, disheveled yet imbued with a defiant tenacity. "You are late." Gu Yin withdrew his gaze, his voice returning to its usual icy demeanor. "Did you bring the household registration book?" "I did." Su Muqing raised the 2 red booklets in her hand, waving them in front of him. Gu Yin frowned. "I asked you to bring the household registration book." "I know." Su Muqing met his eyes directly, enunciating each word, "but I believe we need this more." Gu Yin's patience was wearing thin. He had no desire to engage in further wordplay, extending his hand. "You've seen the agreement. If there are no issues, we can proceed to sign." Yet Su Muqing disregarded his outstretched hand, stepping closer instead. The distance between them diminished in an instant, and she could even scent the crisp pine fragrance that was uniquely his. This aroma had once been her nightly elixir for slumber. Gu Yin. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with unprecedented conviction. "I will not divorce you." Gu Yan's expression morphed into one of derision, the corners of his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Su Muqing, do you find it amusing to play the same trick twice?" "It is not a trick." "What then?" "The act of self-pity has concluded, and now we shift to a melodrama of enduring love." His tone suddenly turned frigid, each word like an icicle. "Your script, Miss Su, is indeed replete with variety." Su Muqing's heart was pierced by the scorn woven into his words, leaving her bleeding. She understood his disbelief. Were she in his shoes, she would feel the same. Yet, some things had irrevocably changed. Looking at him, she abruptly posed an unrelated question. "Gu Yin, do you hate me?" The mockery on Gu Yan's face faltered. He gazed at her, and within her swollen eyes, the usual calculation and pretense had vanished, leaving only a clarity that seemed to reflect the depths of his soul. Hate. That word felt too trivial. It was not merely hatred. He loathed her for calling out another man's name on their wedding night, for treating all his concessions and affection as mere capital for her reckless indulgence. He despised her for repeatedly pushing him away for that man, trampling on his sincerity. Even more, he loathed that cold, rainy night when he held her increasingly frigid body, helpless to do anything. He hated his own impotence, his own relinquishment. That hatred had long since seeped into his bones, inscribed into his very essence, gnawing at him day and night, leaving him in a state of unrest. Does this matter? Gu Yan averted his gaze, his voice hoarse. It does. Su Muqing fixed her gaze upon him. To me, it matters greatly. Gu Yan fell silent. Just when Su Muqing thought he would not respond, he suddenly laughed. That smile bore no warmth. Instead, it was laced with a chilling desolation that sent shivers down her spine. Su Muqing, when you stole the property deed of the Su family ancestral home to use as collateral for Lu Xiao, did you ever consider that it would lead to this day? Boom! In that instant, something exploded in Su Muqing's mind, leaving her dizzy, a frigid current coursing through her limbs. Su Muqing, that nickname, only those closest to her would dare use. Gu Yan had once called her that, with tender affection, but since their marriage, he had never uttered it again. And Lu Xiao, the man she had once loved madly, only to be thrust into the depths of despair by him. The theft of the deed had occurred after their divorce in her past life. It had been the spark that ignited the Su family's downfall. In this life, that event had not yet transpired. How could he possibly know? A thought so absurd it made her tremble surged through her mind. She widened her eyes, staring incredulously at the man before her lips trembling yet unable to utter a single word. Gu Yan observed her face, as pale as a ghost, and the hatred in his eyes could no longer be concealed, surging forth like a torrent that had breached its dam. What? Are you surprised? He advanced step by step, an overwhelming sense of pressure nearly suffocating Su Muqing. Surprised that I know of the good deeds you've done? His voice was soft, yet each word pierced the heart. Or are you astonished that I am aware you used my money to fill the financial gaps of your beloved's company? Or perhaps you are shocked that you severed ties with your parents for him, only to be discarded like trash in the end? Su Muqing, do you think everyone is as foolish as you, easily deceived by your clumsy theatrics time and again? No, it isn't so. Su Muqing's body swayed, nearly losing her balance. It turned out she was not alone. He had returned as well, burdened with the memories of their past lives. This realization was even more despairing than Gu Yan's declaration of divorce moments ago. No wonder the weariness and disdain in his eyes yesterday were so profound. It wasn't merely due to the marriage of 3 years, but rather the indelible scars and betrayals of a lifetime. He remembered everything, the chaos she had inflicted, the pain she had caused, and the wretched sight of her demise on that rainy night. Thus a broken sound escaped Su Muqing's throat, tears streaming uncontrollably once more. So, you're not just seeking a divorce, you're seeking an end to this entangled fate spanning 2 lifetimes. What else? Gu Yan scoffed, his eyes behind the glasses a void of desolation. Su Muqing, what do you expect from me? To avenge you after your death, as I did in our past life, and then spend my days by your tombstone? Dream on. The last 3 words were nearly ground out between clenched teeth, imbued with an unfathomable hatred, akin to an invisible knife that mercilessly dissected Su Muqing's very being. She finally understood why he was so resolute. Had she endured what he had, she would have likely harbored even greater loathing and a stronger desire to escape. To win him back? No, this was not a difficulty level. This was hell. Despair surged like icy waters from all directions, threatening to engulf her completely. Yet Su Muqing gazed into the depths of his pain, a jolt striking her heart. The extent of his hatred indicated the magnitude of his past love. In their previous life, she had crushed that love with her own hands. In this life, even if it cost her everything, she would piece it back together, bit by bit. At the end of despair ignited a fervor for battle. She wiped the tears from her face, her reddened eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. Gu Yan, you are right. She lifted her head to meet his icy gaze. The Su Muqing of the past was a complete scoundrel. She was foolish, blind, and unworthy of your love. She perished on that rainy night. It was her retribution. But her tone shifted, resonating with strength. The person standing before you now is not she. It is a completely new Su Muqing, one who only wishes to love you. Therefore, I will not divorce you. In this life, the next, and the one after that, you shall never escape from me. Chapter 3. I will not divorce. The wind at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau seemed to freeze at her declaration. Gu Yan's expression transitioned from icy mockery to shock, then to a bewildered absurdity akin to witnessing madness. He had seen Su Muqing throw tantrums, witnessed her weep, and observed her insincere attempts at affection. Yet he had never seen her assert herself so defiantly and shamelessly. What did she mean by the Su Muqing of the past being dead? What did she mean by a brand new Su Muqing? Did she think this was a marketplace where one could simply exchange goods when they became stale? Su Muqing, have you lost your mind? Gu Yan's voice brimmed with suppressed fury and a hint of irritation he was unaware of. This woman always had an uncanny ability to disrupt the calm he had painstakingly established. I am perfectly lucid. Su Muqing lifted Herchin, the flames of determination blazing in her swollen eyes. Gu Yan, let us reason together. Since we have both been reborn, it signifies that all from our past lives has been reset. You cannot carry over past debts to this life. It is unjust. Gu Yan found her twisted logic laughable. Unjust. You dare speak of fairness? He took a step closer, his towering figure enveloping her completely. Did you consider fairness when you used the Su family's wealth? My wealth, to support that pretty boy? Did you think of fairness when you left me alone at the restaurant on our anniversary, waiting for you all night? Did you think of fairness when you died beneath that bridge? The last sentence was nearly a roar, as the long-buried scar on his heart was brutally ripped open, exposing its raw agony. That rain seemed to fall once more, frigid and piercing, drenching the 2 lifetimes he had lived. Su Muqing's heart clenched painfully at the sound of his low growl, nearly rendering her breathless. She understood that this was the deepest pain within him, not her betrayal, nor her hurt, but her death. She reached out, yearning to touch his tightly clenched fist, but he violently swatted her hand away. Don't touch me. His voice carried an intense aversion and loathing. Su Muqing's hand froze midair, her fingertips icy. Gradually, she withdrew her hand, yet the fire in her eyes did not extinguish. Instead, it blazed even brighter. Very well, I shall not touch you. She inhaled deeply, as if making a momentous decision. I will take responsibility for the past. You may strike or scold me. I will bear it all. However, divorce is out of the question. With that, she tore the signed divorce agreement in front of Gu Yan, ripping it in half, then into quarters, then into eighths, until it became a heap of irreparable fragments. She released her grasp, allowing the white shreds to flutter down like a desperate snowfall between them. Gu Yan, I have stated it clearly. In this life, you shall never escape from me. Having accomplished this, she turned to leave, her back straight as a soldier marching into battle. But after just 2 steps, she pivoted back, extending her hand toward Gu Yan, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. Could you lend me 200 yuan for the taxi fare? Gu Yan, he felt his blood pressure rising. This woman, one moment declaring her unwavering commitment to their marriage, the next could nonchalantly ask him for money for a taxi? What was her audacity made of? Ultimately, Gu Yan withdrew 200 yuan notes from his wallet, nearly slamming them into her palm. Thank you, boss. Su Muqing's face instantly lit up with joy as she clutched the money and dashed toward the nearly dozing taxi driver by the roadside. Her retreating figure buoyant, as if she were a cat that had just stolen a fish. Gu Yan stood rooted to the spot, watching her vanish into the distance, then glanced down at the scattered remnants of the agreement on the ground, his temples throbbing. He had returned to this life, not to become entangled once more with this woman. He merely wished to extricate himself from her as swiftly as possible. And then what? He suddenly realized that aside from divorce, he could not conceive of a second course of action. In his past life, his existence had been consumed by vengeance and longing. In this life, his enemies had yet to inflict harm, while the one he yearned for was playfully defying him right before his eyes. A profound sense of helplessness, mingled with an ineffable irritation, engulfed him. He opened the car door, slid into the seat, and irritably tugged at his collar. His phone rang. It was Assistant Zhang Ming calling. Mr. Gu, the board meeting is at 9:30 this morning. It has been postponed. Gu Yan coldly interrupted him and started the car. At this moment, he needed solitude. Meanwhile, Su Muqing sat in a taxi, her mood far from the carefree facade she presented. Ripping up the agreement had provided momentary satisfaction, yet she was acutely aware that this was merely the first step of a long journey. Gu Yan's hatred and rejection were deeply ingrained within him. Gaining his acceptance again would be more challenging than climbing the highest peak. She needed a plan. Closing her eyes, she forced herself to calm down and began to sift through her past memories, searching for pivotal moments that could alter her fate. First and foremost was Lu Xiao. In her previous life, it was during this very week that Lu Xiao would return to the country as a celebrated overseas elite and proactively reach out to her. She, like a fool, had eagerly accepted the invitation, unwittingly stepping into his meticulously woven trap. This time around, she must not allow herself to be entangled with him in any way. Furthermore, she intended to make him pay for his past transgressions. Next was the Su family business. In her previous life, her father's company fell victim to Lu Xiao's snares, leading to a catastrophic rupture in the funding chain, which he subsequently acquired at a derisory price through underhanded means. Her father, unable to withstand the blow, succumbed to a heart attack, leaving her mother bedridden. She recalled that the fateful project was set to commence at the beginning of next month. She still had time and needed to devise a way to warn her father to steer clear of this perilous pitfall. Lastly, and most crucially, was Gu Yan. What could she do to make him believe in her? Merely uttering the words, "I love you," was evidently insufficient. In her past life, she had recited them too many times, rendering them nothing more than the cries of a boy who cried wolf. She needed to act. She needed to warm his heart, which had long been encased in ice, with a series of genuine gestures. The taxi arrived at the villa district. Su Muqing paid the fare, tucked the remaining change into her pocket, and gazed at the familiar house before her, her heart a tumult of emotions. This place, once her most detested prison, had now become her fortress to defend. Lacking a key, she could only ring the doorbell. After a lengthy wait, the door finally creaked open. The housekeeper, Aunt Wang, stood there, momentarily taken aback by her presence. "Madam, you're back?" Su Muqing understood the surprise that flickered across Aunt Wang's face. By this time, in her previous life, she had already moved out. "Yes, Aunt Wang. I am hungry. Is there anything to eat at home?" She forced a smile and stepped inside. The living room was deserted. The remnants of paper scraps had been cleared away, as though nothing had ever transpired. Aunt Wang prepared a bowl of noodles for her. Su Muqing was genuinely famished, having consumed not a morsel since the previous day. She cradled the bowl and devoured its contents, shedding the previous airs of a young lady of the Su family. Aunt Wang watched her, hesitating to speak. "Aunt Wang, if you have something to say, please do so," Su Muqing said without lifting her head. After a moment's hesitation, Aunt Wang finally spoke in a hushed tone. "Madam, when the sir returned this morning, he was in a foul mood and locked himself in the study, skipping lunch." Su Muqing posed mi vite. She set down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. "I understand." Rising, she ascended the stairs. The door to the study was firmly shut. She raised her hand to knock, but hesitated, her hand hovering in mid-air. If she went in now, he would surely refuse to see her. After contemplating for a moment, she turned and headed for the kitchen. Half an hour later, Su Muqing returned to the study door, carrying a tray. This time, without hesitation, she knocked on the door. "Go away," came Gu Yan's icy voice from within. "It's me," Su Muqing replied. "I brought you something to eat. You haven't had a meal since morning. Your stomach will be upset." There was silence on the other side. "Gu Yan, I know you don't want to see me. If you open the door, I'll leave the food inside and go without bothering you." She softened her tone. Still, there was no response. Taking a deep breath, Su Muqing began to play the stubborn card. "If you don't open the door, I'll keep knocking until you do. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, 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 knock." She truly began to knock, neither too soft nor too hard, with a rhythm reminiscent of an indefatigable woodpecker. Finally, under the relentless barrage of her knocks, the door swung open. Gu Yan stood there, his expression dark, as if ready to kill. "Su Muqing, what do you want?" "I brought you food," Su Muqing said innocently, raising the tray in her hands. On it sat a bowl of dark, unidentifiable concoction, accompanied by a glass of milk. Gu Yan's gaze fell upon the bowl of mysterious substance, and his lips twitched. "What is this?" "It's homemade, brown sugar ginger tea with boiled eggs," Su Muqing replied, her expression one of eager anticipation for praise. "I remembered that when your stomach wasn't too well, Grandma often made this for you. I specially learned it from Aunt Wang." Gu Yan's gaze froze. Grandma, the one who had loved him most dearly in the world, had passed away many years ago. His stomach troubles had indeed been nurtured by countless bowls of brown sugar ginger tea. It was a detail he had nearly forgotten. How could Su Muqing know? Seeing the dazed expression on his face, Su Muqing felt a surge of joy. This was promising. Seizing the moment, she thrust the tray into his arms. "Although it doesn't tea look appealing, the taste should be all right. Drink it while it's hot. I promise I'll disappear after you finish." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving no room for hesitation. Gu Yan stood there, holding the tray, watching her figure vanish at the staircase, his expression complex. He looked down at the bowl of what resembled poison, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself unable to discard it. He returned to the study, closed the door, and, after a long moment of hesitation, finally picked up a spoon and scooped a mouthful of the soup. It was excessively sweet, with an overwhelming ginger spiciness. Truly, it was horrid. He took another bite of the egg, which was as hard as a rock. Frowning, he nonetheless continued to consume the entire bowl of that abominably dreadful concoction and the hard-boiled egg, leaving not a single drop behind. Chapter 4. Lu Xiao. The following morning, Su Muqing arose early. She was set to implement the second step of her husband-chasing plan, a heartfelt breakfast. Although yesterday's debut of her brown sugar ginger tea had been nothing short of a disaster, she remained steadfast in her belief that as long as her resolve did not wane, solutions would always outweigh difficulties. She had busied herself in the kitchen for half the day, resulting in a scene reminiscent of a heist. The kitchen appeared utterly ransacked, and in her hands, she cradled a plate containing merely 2 slices of charred toast and a fried egg that resembled an abstract artwork. Well, it's the thought that counts. Su Muqing reassured herself. As Gu Yan descended the stairs, he was met with this peculiar tableau. Su Muqing, clad in a pink cartoon-themed pajama set, her hair a chaotic bun, a smudge of soot on her face, gazing at him with eager anticipation while holding forth that plate of culinary misfortune. "Good morning, darling." She beamed radiantly. The term darling caused Gu Yan to falter momentarily, his brows instinctively knitting together. He could scarcely recall the last time she had referred to him with such endearment. During their 3 years of marriage, she had either called him by his full name, Gu Yan, or mocked him with the title of President Gu. His gaze fell upon the plate she held, his disdain unmistakable. "Take it away," he uttered coldly, bypassing her as he made his way to the dining room. Aunt Wong had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, a delightful array of both Eastern and Western dishes. "Don't. I made this especially for you." Su Muqing refused to relent, following him and thrusting the plate toward him. "Look at this fried egg. Doesn't it resemble a heart that loves you?" Gu Yan cast a glance at the charred, uneven object with its singed edges and, maintaining a stoic expression, asked, "Is this how your heart looks?" "Su Muqing, this is not a discussion for today." Gu Yan chose to ignore her, seating himself and picking up a financial newspaper to peruse. Undeterred, Su Muqing placed her love-infused breakfast beside him, then served herself a bowl of porridge and sat opposite him, sipping while unabashedly gazing at him. Her gaze was ardent and direct, making it difficult for Gu Yan to disregard her. His movements of turning the pages grew increasingly agitated. "Have you finished staring?" he finally snapped, lifting his head from the paper to regard her coldly. "Not by a long shot," Su Muqing retorted defiantly. "My husband is so handsome. What's wrong with stealing a few more glances? It's perfectly legitimate." Gu Yan, he realized that the reborn Su Muqing had not only developed a thicker skin, but her persistence had also sharpened. He resolved to ignore her entirely and hastened his breakfast. Once finished, he stood to leave for the office. "I'll drive you." Su Muqing promptly set her bowl aside and trailed after him. "No need," Gu Yan quickened his pace. Yes. As a married couple, we should be this sweet." The vein at Gu Yan's temple throbbed. He abruptly halted, turning to face her from a height. "Su Muqing, what exactly are you trying to pull? Just say it outright. I don't have time to indulge in these tedious theatrics." "I'm not acting," Su Muqing replied, lifting her chin, her gaze clear. "Every word I say is genuine." Her eyes were so painfully earnest that Gu Yan found himself momentarily lost in them. For a fleeting instant, he saw the girl from many years ago, with her ponytail and white dress, looking at him in that same way. As she pressed a half-melted white rabbit candy into his hand, her innocent voice saying, "Brother Yin, this is for you. It's my favorite." At that moment, her eyes held an untainted light. When had that light extinguished, a subtle ache pierced his heart. Gu Yan's expression darkened. The momentary softness was replaced by a deeper chill. He would not fall for it again. He had witnessed how that light had shone for another man and how it ultimately faded, taking her life along with it. Boring, he averted his gaze. His voice colder than before. He retrieved his coat from the foyer and exited without a backward glance. The sound of the car engine soon faded into the distance. Su Muqing stood rooted to the spot, staring at the empty doorway, her smile gradually waning. She had anticipated this outcome. It takes more than a day to freeze 3 feet of ice. To thaw the iceberg in his heart, she had much work to do. Regaining her resolve, she ascended to change her clothes and soon departed. Since he wouldn't allow her to see him off, she would seek him out instead. At the Gu Group, in the top floor president's office, Assistant Zhang Ming was reporting on the day's agenda when he keenly sensed that his boss's mood seemed particularly tempestuous today. The oppressive atmosphere was more frigid than the Siberian chill. "President Gu, we secured the land in the southern city. The signing ceremony is scheduled for this afternoon. You have full authority." Gu Yan did not lift his head, swiftly scrawling his signature on the documents. "Understood. Also, the madam." Zhang Ming's tone wavered. "What about her?" Gu Yan's pen paused, leaving a glaring mark on the paper. "She's here. She's currently at the front desk, saying she's come to deliver you lunch." Zhang Ming said, steeling himself. This was nothing short of absurd. In 3 years of marriage, the president's wife had visited the company fewer times than he could count on one hand. Moreover, each visit had typically been to demand money or stir up trouble. It was never without chaos. Delivering lunch? The sun must be rising in the west. Tell her to leave. Gu Yan's tone was devoid of warmth. Understood. Zhang Ming wiped the cold sweat from his brow and prepared to exit. Wait. Gu Yan called after him. Zhang Ming halted, puzzled. Gu Yan remained silent for a few seconds before rising from his chair and moving to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. From here, he could see the scene unfolding at the company's entrance. A slender figure stood at the front desk, holding a thermal container, seemingly conversing with the receptionist. Today, she wore a cream-colored dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, appearing gentle and serene, so different from the boisterous woman etched in his memory. President Gu? Zhang Ming inquired. Confused, Gu Yan did not respond, merely continuing to gaze at the figure below. He observed the receptionist shake her head apologetically, and he saw her smile falter momentarily before she forced it back, seemingly striving for something. For reasons unknown, witnessing this scene only intensified the agitation brewing within him. Go down and bring her to my office, he finally commanded coldly. Zhang Ming was taken aback. The boss's actions were somewhat incomprehensible. Hadn't he just ordered her to leave? Why then was he summoning her? Despite his confusion, Zhang Ming promptly executed the order, hastening out. Minutes later, a knock sounded at the office door. Enter. Zhang Ming led Su Muqing inside. President, your wife is here. Su Muqing stood before the desk, clutching the thermal container, feeling somewhat awkward as she regarded the man seated in the imposing chair. His office was as cold and austere as he was, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. What do you want? Gu Yan leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, surveying her with a scrutinizing gaze. I've come to deliver your lunch, Su Muqing stated, placing the thermal container on the desk and lifting the lid. I've made your favorite mushroom chicken soup. It's simmered for 3 hours. The aroma of the chicken soup instantly filled the frigid office, a stark contrast to the cold atmosphere. Gu Yan's gaze fell upon the soup, its clarity radiant. The harmonious pairing of mushrooms and chicken utterly delightful, indeed a marked improvement over the morning's I love you dish, surpassing it by more than 100-fold. Who sent you here? He inquired. I came of my own volition, Su Muqing replied, serving him a bowl of soup and pushing it toward him. Give it a taste and see how it fares. Gu Yan remained motionless, merely observing her with eyes as sharp as a scalpel, as if he intended to dissect her entirely, inside and out. Su Muqing, cease the charade. Do you think that by preparing a few meals and uttering a few kind words, I would forget the transgressions of your past? His voice dripped with sarcasm. Your acting skills are truly wasted on anything less than an Oscar. Su Muqing's hand, holding the bowl, trembled slightly, her heart pricked with a sharp, dense pain. Yet, she did not cry, nor did she respond with the hysterical rebuttals of yore. Instead, she simply gazed at him quietly and gently nudged the bowl of soup closer to him. It will grow cold, she said. Her calmness rendered Gu Yan's arsenal of biting retorts lodged in his throat, unable to rise or fall. What he despised most was this demeanor of hers. As though no matter how he raged or harmed her, she remained impervious, forever regarding him with those inscrutable eyes. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a knock at the office door interrupted. Come in. Zhang Ming entered, his expression somewhat peculiar. Mr. Gu, Mr. Liu has arrived and insists on seeing you regarding an important matter. The name Mr. Liu, or rather Lu Xiao, sent an immediate chill through the office air. Su Muqing's complexion drained of color. How could he be here? Was he not supposed to contact her first? Why had he come directly to seek out Gu Yan? The trajectory of her past life was already diverging from its course. Chapter 5. Tokens of a Bygone Era. Lu Xiao's unexpected appearance was akin to a stone cast into a stagnant pond, rippling the surface of her thoughts for a prolonged duration. Su Muqing remained in the office for what felt like an eternity until Zhang Ming cautiously entered to gather the remnants of the scene, jolting her back to reality. The bowl of chicken soup she had simmered for 3 hours sat untouched on the table, now completely cold. She was utterly oblivious to where Gu Yan and Lu Xiao had gone or what they had discussed. The invisible forces that had disrupted the course of her past life left her in a state of disarray. She could not recall how she returned to the villa, her spirit feeling utterly lost. Aunt Wang, noticing her pallor, inquired with concern, but she merely shook her head. She locked herself in her room, taking a serious look around the place she had called home for 3 years. The room was spacious, adorned in a style she favored. Yet every corner exuded a profound chill. The walk-in closet was filled with designer clothes she had never truly appreciated, and her vanity was adorned with high-end skincare products she had discarded in her previous life. These were material gifts from Gu Yan, yet in her former understanding, they were nothing but heavy shackles. She aimlessly paced the room, her fingers gliding over the cold surfaces of the furniture, devoid of warmth. Upon reaching the bookshelf, she paused. This very shelf had been a whimsical choice of hers, yet it held only a scant few books, mostly fashion magazines, with a handful of untouched professional tomes, still encased in their plastic wrap. How shallow she had once been. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a dusty wooden box tucked away in the highest corner of the shelf. Furrowing her brow, she realized she couldn't recall placing a box there. She fetched a chair, stood upon it, and retrieved the inconspicuous box. It was worn, A simple cedar box devoid of a lock. Blowing away the dust, she opened the lid to find no jewels or trinkets. Only two items resting silently within: a yellowed photograph and two crudely carved wooden figures. The photograph depicted two children, around 7 or 8 years old. The little girl sported 2 braids and wore a floral dress, her carefree smile revealing a missing front tooth. The little boy, dressed in a pristine white shirt, wore a somewhat serious expression, yet the upward curve of his lips and bright eyes betrayed him. It was a picture of her and Guyen, taken by her grandfather when they were neighbors in the old Su residence. Su Muqing picked up the 2 wooden figures, one depicting a girl in a dress and the other a boy in a shirt. The craftsmanship was rudimentary, even somewhat crooked, yet it was evident that the carver had poured his entire heart into the clumsy endeavor. This was the gift Guyen had given her on her 10th birthday. She remembered that day vividly. She had thrown a tantrum because her parents were too busy to celebrate with her, retreating to cry beneath the old banyan tree in the backyard. It was Guyen who found her, pulling from his pocket the 2 wooden figures he had spent a week carving, awkwardly thrusting them into her hands as he muttered, "Su Muqing, stop crying. Happy birthday." Back then, he was her yin go, saving his pocket money to buy her favorite candies, rushing to defend her against bullies, and patiently tutoring her in math problems she struggled to grasp. In those days, they were the only light in each other's worlds. But then, the Su family moved, separating them for a long time. When they reunited, she had become a naive girl, enchanted by Lu Xiao, while he had transformed into the composed heir of the Gu family. She had forgotten the boy who called her Moo Moo and had completely lost sight of those wooden figures. How had they come to this villa? Su Muqing could not recall. Perhaps they had been inadvertently packed into a corner of a suitcase during one of her moves. Clutching the 2 wooden figures tightly, the sharp edges pressed painfully into her palms. It dawned on her that she was not entirely empty-handed. She had once possessed the finest treasures of this world, only to have lost them by her own doing. Tears fell unbidden, hot and heavy, soaking the weathered wooden figures. Her weeping was not for the regrets of her past life, nor the hardships of the present, but for that irretrievable, pure time of youth. Time passed, though she could not say how long, until the sound of an approaching car engine drew near. Guyen had returned. In an instant, all her sorrow seemed to evaporate. Her tears stilled abruptly. She hastily wiped her face and took a deep breath, clutching the wooden figures as she bolted from her room. Guyen had just changed his shoes when he looked up to see Su Muqing's figure flash past him, rushing down the stairs. Her eyes were red and puffy, clearly having just wept. Instantly, his irritation surged. Having just encountered Lu Xiao at the office, the man's hypocritical demeanor had already nauseated him. And now he was faced with her pitiful, tear-streaked visage. What now? Are your allowances insufficient this month? Or did you fail to snag a limited edition from a department store? His voice dripped with frost, each word piercing like a needle. Su Muqing ignored his derision. She rushed to him, eagerly opening her palm to present the 2 wooden figures before his eyes. Do you remember these? Guyen's gaze fell upon her hand. When he finally discerned the 2 crooked little wooden figures, his entire being froze in place. Within his perpetually frost-laden eyes, something surged violently, elusive and fleeting. How could he forget? This was the first and only instance in his life when he had taken it upon himself to craft something by hand. In the process of carving these diminutive figures, his hands bore several deep cuts from the carving knife, concealed in his pocket for days to prevent her from discovering them. As he presented them, anxiety gripped him, his palms slick with sweat, yet he feigned nonchalance. He assumed she had cast them aside long ago, just as she had discarded all remnants of their shared past, decisively and ruthlessly, without a hint of remorse. From which heap of refuse did she unearth them? Guyen's Adam's apple bobbed violently, yet the words he uttered were even colder and more piercing than before. Su Muqing, I warn you, cease these trivial antics. Employing the past to evoke sympathy will only render you more pitiable, more repulsive in my eyes. Each word he spoke was a dagger, striking precisely at her most vulnerable points. She should have anticipated such a reaction from him, yet her heart still twisted in pain. Nevertheless, she did not retreat. She had seen it, the fleeting tremor and anguish that had flickered in his eyes. That was sufficient. I'm not playing tricks. She raised her head, her eyes reddened and stubbornly locking onto his. I merely recalled the past. Remember when you called me not Su Muqing, nor Mrs. Gu, but simply Moo Moo? The name, uttered softly, resonated like an unshakable incantation, rendering Guyen's body rigid once more. How long had it been since he had uttered that name? So long that he was nearly on the verge of forgetting. This name, along with the image of the little girl in a floral dress, smiling at him with a missing tooth, had once been the repository of his most cherished secrets during his youth. Yet, that treasure had been shattered by her own hand. Shut your mouth, he bellowed, as if a forbidden taboo had been breached, his eyes swirling with repressed anguish and fury. "You do not deserve to utter that name." With a sudden sweep of his arm, he forcefully knocked her hand away. A sharp crack echoed as the two little wooden figures fell onto the cold, hard marble floor. The figure of the girl, with her dress, splintered into two pieces. Su Muqing's heart shattered alongside it. Gu Yan's chest heaved violently as he fixated on the broken figure on the ground, then glanced at Su Muqing's face, which had turned as pale as a ghost. The fury in his eyes diminished, replaced by a deeper, almost all-consuming self-loathing. He hadn't intended for this. He had merely lost control. He could no longer bear to gaze upon her face, for it reminded him of the more unbearable memories of betrayal. He turned away, retreating upstairs in a manner akin to flight. His footsteps hurried, and his silhouette disheveled. The living room was left with only Su Muqing. Slowly, she crouched down, trembling hands reaching for the shattered figures, yet her vision was obscured by tears that cascaded forth. She could not lift them, no matter how hard she tried. Ultimately, she sat down on the cold floor, drawing her knees to her chest, burying her face deeply into them, releasing muffled sobs that were suffused with despair and heartbreak. Her cries were a cacophony of desolation, fragmented, resonating with the tremors of being forsaken by the world. At the corner of the staircase, Gu Yan halted. He did not turn back, yet her helpless cries penetrated his ears like a chisel, grinding relentlessly against his heart. They were both sour and swollen, causing him to gasp for breath. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms, leaving crimson imprints. He loathed her, with a depth of hatred that was visceral. Yet, what he loathed more was himself. This self that, regardless of the passage of time or the wounds inflicted, still ached at the sound of her tears. Chapter 6. Mrs. Gu, is your tongue laced with poison? The incident with the broken wooden figures had rendered the atmosphere in the villa utterly frigid. Gu Yan began to spend nights away from home. No matter how she adjusted her biological clock to wake at 5 in the morning, Su Muqing could only face the empty, cold seat across from her at the dining table day after day. Her messages vanished into the void. The calls she placed were met with the perpetual busy signal. He had erected an impenetrable wall, using the coldest and most direct means to isolate her from his life. This time, Su Muqing did not resort to the hysterical entanglements of the past. She understood that the taut string could only snap if pulled any tighter. With meticulous care, she used special adhesive to mend the broken girl figure, placing it beside the other on her bedside table. Each night before sleep, she would gaze at them for an extended time. Those two crooked little figures seemed to silently remind her of her purpose for returning. She temporarily shifted her entire focus away from that man and redirected it toward a far more perilous battlefield. Financial news, the latest financial report from the Su Group, and policy trends in the overseas new material sector. Armed with the lessons of her past life, she pinpointed the project that would drag the Su family into the abyss, the Overseas New Materials Initiative. This was a perfect trap crafted by Lu Ziao for her father. The one responsible for delivering this gift to the Su family was a woman named Lin Wanner. Lin Vanya. The name struck her like a poisonous thorn, piercing through the memories of her 2 lifetimes. In her past life, she had been her closest friend, the chief witness to her foolish romance with Lu Ziao. Always so gentle and kind, she would rush to her side after a fierce argument with Gu Yan, soothing her with soft words before skillfully embellishing her misfortunes to Lu Ziao, even packaging them for the media. When the Su family fell, she transformed into Lu Ziao's radiant fiancé. Su Muqing had returned from her rebirth, waiting for this very person. She knew Lin Wanner would come, donning her innocent facade. The opportunity arrived precisely a week later. The Gu Group was hosting its annual charity gala, with invitations spread throughout the upper echelons. In her past life, Su Muqing had scorned such hypocritical events, stubbornly refusing to attend, thus granting Lin Wanner the perfect opportunity to debut as a returning violinist and approach Gu Yan. This time, she would not relinquish her rightful place. On the night of the gala, Su Muqing stood before the full-length mirror, shedding all ostentatious colors. Gone were the sequin dresses, replaced by an impeccably tailored champagne-colored gown. The dress's design was strikingly simple, adorned only with a line of shimmering diamonds at the waist, which flickered with her breaths, perfectly accentuating her delicate waist. Her long hair was loosely pinned up, revealing her pale, elegant neck, with only a hint of pearl glimmering at her earlobes. Her makeup was translucent, yet rendered her exquisite features even more captivating. Her brows and eyes emanating a serene beauty and detachment that she had never possessed in her past life. As she descended the spiral staircase in her high heels, Gu Yan, who was receiving a phone call at the entrance, instinctively paused, his voice faltering momentarily. He had not cast a glance at this woman for an entire week. At this moment, she appeared utterly transformed from the image etched in his memory, the one who would eagerly plaster herself with logos and wore makeup as bold as a palette. The aggressive restlessness that once enveloped her had vanished, replaced by composure and aura befitting a top-tier socialite, a quality he had never before witnessed in her. I understand. The meeting proceeds as usual. Guyen swiftly averted his gaze and coldly concluded the call, as though the momentary distraction had never transpired. Are you attending the banquet? Su Muqing stepped before him, her voice steady. It is of no concern to you, Guyen replied, picking up his suit jacket from the sofa without lifting his eyes. I am your wife, your legally recognized partner. How could it be of no concern? Su Muqing interjected, blocking his path. Guyen, I must accompany you tonight. Her tone bore no hint of pleading, nor did it reveal any trace of petulance. She was merely stating an undeniable fact. Guyen's brow furrowed, and the temperature around him seemed to plummet. Su Muqing, do not compel me to some insecurity. You may certainly attempt that. Su Muqing met his gaze unflinchingly. But consider tomorrow's headlines. Will it read Gu Corporation's president and his loving wife appear together, dispelling divorce rumors, or Mrs. Gu hauled from her own villa by security? Which narrative serves the interests of Gu Corporation's stock price better? She was threatening him, wielding his own esteemed reputation against him, employing the very tactics he despised. Guyen's jaw tightened, his eyes swirling with suppressed fury. He realized he was increasingly at a loss when it came to her. In the past, she had only used tears and self-harm as weapons, foolish and pitiable. Now, she had learned to wield his vulnerabilities as her armor. The two stood in silent confrontation, the air thick with tension. Ultimately, Guyen seemed to exhaust his last shred of patience and uttered two words through clenched teeth. Get in the car. A weight lifted from Su Muqing's heart. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was oppressively low, the driver barely daring to breathe. Su Muqing attempted to speak several times, but each time she caught sight of Guyen's sculpted, stoic profile and the tension etched in his brow reflected in the window, she swallowed her words. Perhaps it was best to let it be. There would be ample time ahead. Tonight's primary objective was to eliminate the impending nuisance. The banquet was held in the opulent ballroom of the city's premier hotel, where the crystal chandeliers cascaded like a galaxy, and the air was imbued with the scents of champagne and exquisite perfume. Guyen's arrival instantly drew the attention of the entire room. When the attendees beheld Su Muqing nestled in his arm, their expressions were rife with scrutiny, astonishment, and a hint of amusement, as if they were eager spectators at a show. Who was unaware of the facade that marked the marriage between Mr. and Mrs. Gu. Su Muqing's past attempts to pursue Lu Xiao had long since become fodder for gossip within their circle. Yet tonight, they stood side by side, he tall and imposing, she strikingly graceful, creating an oddly harmonious pairing. Su Muqing could keenly sense the malicious gazes directed at her, but she merely straightened her back and wore an impeccable smile. That air of calmness was something she had never been able to feign in her past life. Guyen, too, noticed her transformation as she walked beside him, adeptly engaging with the business elites and socialites who approached to converse. Her demeanor was impeccable, neither sycophantic nor rude, exhibiting a finesse that surpassed even the company's PR director. Was this truly the same Su Muqing who used to embroil him in trouble at social events? Just then, a woman in a white tulle dress, cradling a violin, hurriedly approached them. She seemed flustered, and in a moment of clumsiness, collided with a passing waiter. The wine in the waiter's tray sailed through the air in a perfect arc watch-out. The woman exclaimed. Su Muqing's gaze turned icy in an instant. This familiar script, the clumsy performance, mirrored the onset of a nightmare from her memory, down to the last detail. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. Lin Wanner exclaimed, her face a mask of impending tears as she fumbled for a tissue, clumsily attempting to dab at the glaring wine stain on Guyen's chest. Mr. Gu, I'm terribly sorry, she continued, her voice trembling, yet her eyes betrayed an unabashed admiration and a desperate yearning as they settled on Guyen's handsome, indifferent visage. Guyen's brow furrowed deeper, and he stepped back slightly, skillfully avoiding her outstretched hand. His well-known aversion to mess was common knowledge. It's all right, he replied, his tone devoid of emotion yet laden with distance. Just as Lin Wanner prepared to utter the classic line, let me take your suit for dry cleaning. Su Muqing suddenly let out a light laugh. The sound was soft yet crystal clear amidst the throng of elegantly dressed guests. She stepped forward, her arm effortlessly slipping through Guyen's, drawing him closer to her by a fraction, effectively severing any lingering ambiguity between him and Lin Wanner. Miss, Su Muqing addressed Lin Wanner with a radiant smile, her gaze akin to that of a spectator observing a jester. It seems you're quite unlucky today, having to apologize for colliding with someone and spilling wine. Lin Wanner's expression froze. She had envisioned countless scenarios. Yet she had never anticipated that the legendary dumb blonde Mrs. Gu would respond in this manner. Mrs. Gu, my husband's suit was handcrafted by the illustrious master Federico in Italy, a one-of-a-kind piece, and the fabric is exquisitely delicate. It cannot be dry cleaned, Su Muqing interrupted, her tone gentle yet laced with venom. However, it matters not. After all, my husband prefers not to wear the same outfit twice. She paused, tilting her head with an even sweeter smile, her words growing increasingly barbed. As for this stained piece, consider it a gift for you, Mississippi. After all, it's quite a bargain to discern a person's carelessness and deliberate intent through a single article of clothing. Wouldn't you agree? At this, the crowd around them, drawn to the unfolding drama, could no longer stifle their suppressed laughter. Everyone understood that Mrs. Gu was essentially accusing Lin Wanner of deliberately throwing herself at Gu Yan. Lin Wanner's face drained of color, trembling with indignation, her eyes welling with tears, appearing utterly pitiable. Mrs. Gu, how could you slander me so? I truly did not mean it. Oh, you did not mean to? Su Muqing arched an eyebrow, her tone innocent. Then perhaps you are simply unskilled in your craft. I personally suggest starting with water before progressing to red wine. The target is too conspicuous, and the stakes are high. Or perhaps you might try a more advanced script, like tripping on flat ground? That requires a higher level of skill and tests the conviction of the performer. At this, a few in the audience could no longer contain their laughter. Lin Wanner's face oscillated between crimson and pale, her embarrassment reaching a pinnacle as she cast a desperate glance towards Gu Yan, hoping he would speak up in her defense. However, Gu Yan merely regarded Su Muqing in silence. He observed her using the gentlest tone to deliver the sharpest barbs, akin to a cat revealing its claws to guard its territory, unflinchingly swiping away all that dared to approach. This sharp-witted demeanor was one he had never encountered before. It was surprisingly rather intriguing. He discovered that the irritation rising in his chest due to his soiled attire had been considerably alleviated by her performance. Let us go. Gu Yan finally spoke, his voice still low and resonant, but directed not at Lin Wanner, but rather at Su Muqing. Change your outfit. He removed his damp suit jacket, casually handing it to Zhang Ming, leaving only a white shirt that clung to his broad shoulders and firm chest, eliciting a chorus of suppressed gasps from those around him. Naturally, he wrapped his arm around Su Muqing's waist, guiding her through the throng towards the lounge, never once casting a glance at Lin Wanner. Left behind, Lin Wanner clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. As she watched the couple's departing figures, the softness and innocence in her eyes faded, leaving only a potent mix of jealousy and resentment. Su Muqing, we shall see. Chapter 7, Secrets. Upon exiting the lounge, Gu Yan donned his spare suit, and the banquet continued unabated. Su Muqing followed by his side, embodying the role of a dutiful Mrs. Gu, gracefully mingling among the guests. Yet this time, no one dared to regard her with disdainful eyes. The earlier scene of her tearing apart the delicate flower had spread like wildfire throughout the banquet hall. This so-called empty-headed Mrs. Gu appeared to possess quite the sharp claws. Gu Yan too sensed the shift in atmosphere. He had initially anticipated that bringing her along would spell disaster. Unexpectedly, she not only refrained from causing him trouble, but also deflected quite a bit of it. For instance, the greasy, wealthy businessman who sought to take advantage of toast was promptly silenced by her remark, "Mr. Wang, is your drinking capacity known to your sister-in-law?" The scene had been rather comical. He observed the woman beside him, engaged in lively conversation with a jewelry designer, discussing the latest cutting techniques. Her expertise and insight prompted frequent nods from her interlocutor. She seemed to possess a smattering of knowledge on various subjects, adeptly steering conversations without appearing to show off. Is this truly the Su Muqing who would be befuddled by a mere contract? As the banquet drew to a close, the atmosphere in the car on the way back was no longer as frigid as it had been upon arrival. "Thank you for today," Gu Yan suddenly spoke, his voice sounding somewhat stiff in the serene confines of the vehicle. Su Muqing, gazing out at the dazzling nightscape, was momentarily taken aback before realizing he was addressing her. She turned her head, the streetlight casting flickering shadows across his chiseled profile. "Thank me for what?" She feigned ignorance, a mischievous smile curving her lips. "For helping you fend off drinks, or for standing up for you?" Gu Yan fell silent, tacitly acknowledging her insinuation. "No need to thank me," Su Muqing replied, her smile deepening. "Protecting my husband is my duty as Mrs. Gu. Anyone who dares to have designs on you, be they man or woman, will find themselves in quite a predicament." Her words were delivered with an air of unapologetic audacity. Gu Yan's previously easing tension at his temples began to throb once more. He repressed the flicker of inexplicable emotion that had surged within him. This woman, indeed, could not be met with even a hint of kindness. Upon arriving at the villa, Su Muqing stepped out, humming a whimsical tune, clearly in high spirits. Gu Yan observed her retreating figure, his expression inscrutable. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Zhang Ming. Investigate Lin Wanner. Regardless of Su Muqing's intentions, the woman named Lin Wanner instilled in him a palpable sense of discomfort. In the ensuing days, Gu Yan surprisingly did not return home late. Although he continued to reside in the guest room and maintained a cool, distant demeanor towards Su Muqing, at the very least, he was home. This was already a significant improvement for Su Muqing. She continued to prepare elaborate meals for him daily, her culinary skills rapidly advancing under Aunt Wang's guidance. Gu Yan may not have voiced his appreciation, but the emptied bowls and plates served as undeniable proof. That evening, calculating Gu Yan's time spent in his study on business matters, Su Muqing refrained from interrupting him. Instead, she approached the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and dialed a non-existent number. She deliberately left the corridor door to the study ajar. "Hello, Lily? I have some gossip to share that will make you laugh." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly pitched to reach through the door's crack. "Remember that opulent place we visited last time? I heard that Mr. Lee's son from Hongfa Industries was cornered there a couple of days ago." Inside the study, Gu Yan halted his perusal of documents. "Hongfa Industries?" Su Muqing's voice continued, laced with exaggerated tone. "They say he owes a fortune, 3 million in gambling debts. The creditor even smashed his sports car. Apparently, Mr. Lee is nearly driven to a stroke by this prodigal son." Gu Yan's brow immediately furrowed. He rose and opened the study door, finding Su Muqing with her back turned, her shoulders shaking with laughter. "All right, enough of this. I can't keep you any longer. My husband is almost done, and I must prepare a late-night snack." As Su Muqing hung up the phone and turned around, she met Gu Yan's deep, probing gaze. Feigning surprise as she placed a hand on her chest. "You startled me. When did you get here?" Gu Yan's eyes bore into her face as he queried, each word deliberate. "Who did you hear this from?" "What?" Su Muqing blinked innocently. "Oh, just my friend Lily. She manages a club and is quite in the know. It's just a bit of entertainment regarding someone else's affairs." She waved her hand dismissively, as if merely sharing trivial gossip. "Are you hungry? Shall I make you some noodles?" With that, she hummed a disjointed melody and turned toward the kitchen, leaving no further words spoken. Gu Yan stood rooted in place, watching her spirited retreat while a tempest brewed within him. Hongfa Industries was one of Gu Corporation's most vital suppliers, a partnership spanning nearly a decade with Mr. Lee, known for his integrity and reliability. A coincidence? Yet this coincidence precariously treaded upon the linchpin of his commercial empire. He returned to the study, yet the words on the pages eluded him. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed Zhang Ming's number, his voice frigid as ice. "Immediately investigate whether Mr. Lee from Hongfa Industries is currently facing financial issues, particularly gambling debts. Utilize every connection. I require the most accurate information." After ending the call, Gu Yan approached the window. The warm lights of the kitchen below illuminated the figure busily at work. He realized that the long-frozen mountain of ice within him seemed to be cracking ever so slightly, pierced by her unfathomable methods. This realization stirred within him a potent mix of agitation and vigilance. This must certainly be her new tactic, more sophisticated than ever, more adept at psychological manipulation. He could not afford to fall for it again. The following morning, Zhang Ming's call came through, his tone unprecedentedly astonished. "Mr. Gu, how did you know? We have confirmed that Mr. Lee from Hongfa owes 30 million in gambling debts in Macau, and the creditor has threatened his life if he fails to repay. Moreover, we uncovered a deeper lead. The one orchestrating this scheme is connected to Lu Xiao." Gu Yan's grip on the phone tightened, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling traffic below, his eyes darkened by an unfathomable chill. It was indeed true. Lu Xiao's maneuver was swift and ruthless, a decisive move that could have spelled disaster. Had it not been for Su Muqing's gossip-laden phone call the previous night, by the time Hongfa was compelled to breach their contract and halt production, it would have been too late. At that juncture, Gu's would have faced immeasurable losses and a crisis of credibility. But how did Su Muqing come by this information? How could a woman preoccupied with shopping and beauty possess such clandestine business insights, and so accurately at that? Coincidence? There are not enough fortuitous coincidences in the world to save a life. A ludicrous thought surged uncontrollably within him once again. Could it be that she was no longer the person he once knew? He irritably tugged at his tie, seized his suit jacket, and strode purposefully out of the office. He needed to return. He must confront her immediately and ascertain the extent of the secrets she harbored. Chapter 8. You have no right to defile memories. Gu Yan's car roared back to the villa. He entered with an air of frigid fury, finding the living room devoid of life. Su Muqing, he bellowed, his voice tinged with barely contained rage. Startled, Su Muqing, who had been experimenting with a new soup recipe in the kitchen, hurriedly wiped her hands and rushed out. What's wrong? Is there a problem at the company? She felt a tightening in her chest at the stormy expression on his face. Guyan advanced step by step, his towering figure exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, his fathomless gaze locking onto her. How did you learn about Hongfa Industrial? His voice was cold and heavy, akin to that of an interrogator questioning a corporate spy. Su Muqing's heart skipped a beat. Had he uncovered it so quickly? Yet, she wore a mask of bewilderment, even tinged with a hint of unjust grievance. What Hongfa Industrial? I have no idea. You don't know? Guyan scoffed, the derision in his eyes threatening to overflow. That perfectly timed gossip call last night. Su Muqing, you played your role splendidly. He anticipated her to continue feigning ignorance. To his surprise, Su Muqing suddenly smiled. She fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes clear and unflinching. Yes, I intended for you to hear it. Her admission was so forthright that it left Guyan, who had prepared a barrage of accusations, momentarily speechless. What are you trying to accomplish? He forced out through clenched teeth, his vigilance at its zenith. What do you think I want? Su Muqing stepped closer, looking up at him. I want to protect you, to safeguard the Gu family. Guyan, I will not allow anyone to harm you again, not even Lu Xiao. Protect? The word, uttered from her lips, was an immense irony for Guyan. In a past life, who had stolen the land deed from his study for Lu Xiao, who had treated his business secrets as bedtime whispers, sharing them with that man. Spare me your nauseating rhetoric. The warmth in Guyan's eyes vanished entirely. I have no interest in knowing how you acquired this information. But remember, this is the last time. Do not test my limits with such tactics again. Once more, he trampled her sincerity beneath his feet. Su Muqing's heart pricked as if pierced by a needle, but she had grown accustomed to it. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly changed the subject, her voice laced with an almost imperceptible lightness. Let's go for a walk this weekend? Guyan frowned, perplexed by her sudden shift in thought. To that old-time cafe in the suburbs, do you remember? We loved going there as children. The tiramisu made by the proprietress was the best. Her voice was soft, imbued with a nostalgic warmth. The phrase old time struck Guyan like a rusty key, unexpectedly unlocking the sealed door of his heart. How could he forget? That quaint cafe harbored their most carefree memories of childhood. He had saved his pocket money for 2 months just to treat her to a slice of the tiramisu she had longed for on her birthday. Yet now, her mention of that place felt like a sacrilege. Su Muqing, his voice was icily frigid, capable of shattering ice. You have no right to mention that place. You certainly have no right to defile that memory. Each word was like a dagger, precisely piercing Su Muqing's heart. The color drained from her face, and her smile froze in place. Get out. Guyan could hardly bear to cast her another glance, turning sharply to ascend the stairs, his back resolute like an insurmountable iceberg. Su Muqing stood rooted in place for what felt like an eternity, until every ounce of strength was sapped from her. On the weekend, Guyan did not return home. Alone, Su Muqing drove to that old-time cafe. The cafe remained unchanged, vines climbing the walls, wind chimes ringing brightly beneath the eaves. Only the proprietress had been replaced by her daughter, a kind middle-aged woman. Su Muqing ordered a latte and a slice of tiramisu. She settled in her usual spot by the window, sunlight streaming in, warm enough to bring tears to her eyes. She took out her phone, capturing a photograph of the old locust tree outside, its branches lush and verdant. Then, she sent the photo to a number she had not saved, yet one that was etched in her very being. Below the photograph, she typed a single line. Do you remember? The scenery here is as beautiful as it was 20 years ago. Meanwhile, in the executive office of Gu's group, Guyan was listening to Zhang Ming's work report when his phone screen lit up. Instinctively, he glanced at it, just a fleeting glance. Yet it felt as though his blood had frozen in an instant. The familiar window view in the photograph, that tree he had once climbed to pluck flowers for her, struck him like a heavy blow to the heart. Zhang Ming's voice continued, but not a single word registered in Guyan's mind. His thoughts spiraled uncontrollably through countless images. The little girl with horned braids sitting by the window, swinging her legs, a mouthful of cream, smiling at him like a little fool. The little boy in a white shirt, solemnly wiping the cake crumbs from her mouth, his ears betraying a hint of crimson. Brother Yin, this tiramisu is so delicious. Shall we come here every year? Sure. That crisp, promise-laden sure still echoed in his ears. But what came after? Later, she had walked hand in hand with Lu Xiao, passing in front of that cafe, her smile radiant. He had sat in his car, watching her feed a piece of the tiramisu he had bought for her into another man's mouth, her laughter filling the air. The pain of that moment remained vividly etched in his memory. With a crash, Gu Yan slammed his phone face down onto the table, the sound reverberating through the room. Zhang Ming jumped in surprise. His report abruptly halted. Gu General? Get out. Gu Yan's voice was terrifyingly hoarse, his eyes glistening with an alarming red. He clenched his fists, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging. Memories and reality, sweetness and betrayal, like the sharpest of blades, repeatedly sliced through his heart, leaving a bloody mess. Su Muqing, why did you come back? Why must you remind me of how blissful I once was, only to reveal how foolish I have become? He seized a glass from the table, hurling it against the wall with all his might. With a resounding crash, fragments scattered, just like his heart, which she had shattered with her own hands, never to be pieced together again. Chapter 9. His stomach ached for her for 2 lifetimes. After the incident with the photographs, the atmosphere in the villa plummeted to a freezing point. Gu Yan returned home even less frequently. Even when he did, it was invariably in the dead of night, reeking of alcohol and exuding an aura that repelled all warmth. With doubled indifference and detachment, he feverishly rebuilt the crumbling wall between himself and Su Muqing. Su Muqing no longer took the initiative to crash against that wall. She understood that some wounds, if exposed too hastily, would only fester more grievously within. Instead, she silently prepared a bowl of hangover soup for him every late night he might return home, even though he had never once touched it. On this day, Gu Corporation was convening a critically important quarterly strategic meeting. Halfway through the meeting, Gu Yan's expression suddenly shifted, his already austere countenance now cloaked in an unusual pallor. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Discreetly, he raised his left hand, pressing his knuckles forcefully against his abdomen. A familiar, sharp cramp caused his vision to darken. Zhang Ming, seated beneath him, was the first to notice his distress. President Gu, are you unwell? Shall we take a break? He inquired, his voice lowered in concern. Continue. Gu Yan managed to squeeze out between clenched teeth, his gaze fixed intently on the data projected on the screen, although his eyes had begun to lose focus. This stomach ailment had plagued him for years. When had it begun? The memories surfaced. It was in his previous life, after Su Muqing eloped with Lu Xiao. During that period, he had worked ceaselessly, numbing himself with alcohol, often drinking to the point of unconsciousness. Finally, on a rainy night, he suffered acute gastric bleeding and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Since then, this gastric affliction had followed him throughout his life. To his astonishment, upon reincarnating, this young and healthy body had inherited that deeply ingrained pain, just as his hatred for Su Muqing lingered like a shadow. The meeting concluded under a stifling atmosphere. Gu Yan, barely holding onto his last breath, returned to his office. He collapsed onto the sofa, neglecting even to loosen his tie, curling up with his right hand pressed tightly against his abdomen, the pain causing his breaths to tremble. Zhang Ming hurried in with a glass of warm water, flustered. President Gu, let me take you to the hospital. No need. Gu Yan's voice emerged muffled from his arm. It's an old ailment. I won't die from it. He rummaged through his drawer for gastric medication, carelessly tossing a few pills into his mouth and swallowing them dry with warm water, then closed his eyes, immobile, as though he had exhausted all his strength. That night, Gu Yan unexpectedly returned to the villa before dark. Su Muqing was arranging flowers in the living room when she heard the door open and turned around in delight. You're back? Yet, when she saw Gu Yan's complexion, her smile froze in an instant. He appeared as though he had been washed in water, his face ashen, lips devoid of color, his steps unsteady. Su Muqing's heart tightened. This state, she was all too familiar with. In her previous life, every time he suffered gastric attack, he bore this same deathly pallor. She dropped the flowers and rushed over to steady his swaying form. Gu Yan, what happened? Is your stomach hurting again? She exclaimed, her tone laced with urgency and concern. Utterly unmasked, Gu Yan's body stiffened at her touch. He lifted his heavy eyelids, his unfocused gaze swirling with a sickly agitation and wariness. How do you know? His voice was soft, yet sharp with scrutiny. Su Muqing's heart skipped a beat as she realized she had let something slip. In this life, it was the first time Gu Yan's stomach ailment had manifested. She shouldn't have known so clearly. Her mind raced, and she quickly conjured an excuse. I guessed. Your complexion is so poor, and you're holding your stomach. What else could it be if not a stomachache? As she guided him towards the sofa, she chattered on, feigning annoyance. Haven't you eaten properly again? Have you been drinking? Do you not realize your stomach is weak, yet you continue to torment yourself? These words were ones she had spoken to him in her past life. But then, she had merely fulfilled the superficial obligations of a Mrs. Gu, her tone rife with apathy and impatience. Now, however, each word was soaked in 2 lifetimes worth of regret and heartache. Gu Yan was pressed onto the sofa, the cramping in his stomach rendering him too weak to push her away. He could only allow her to flit around him. She first poured him a glass of perfectly warm water and brought it to his lips. "Drink a bit of water first, warm yourself up." Then she dashed into the kitchen, quickly returning with a bowl of rice porridge. No, it wasn't just plain porridge. It was a meticulously cooked millet porridge, topped with finely chopped yam to soothe the stomach. Steam wafted up, carrying a gentle rice aroma. "I had Aunt Wong keep it warm for you. Hurry and drink it while it's hot. It'll settle your stomach." She offered him the bowl. Guyan did not take it. He simply raised his eyes to look at her, taking in her reddened eyes and her flustered yet earnest demeanor. His stomach had ached for her for 2 lifetimes. In the first, it was due to her betrayal and departure. In this life, it was from his hatred and the uncontrollable emotional turmoil stirred by her presence. How ironic. "Put away," he spoke, his voice hoarse yet still frigid. Su Muqing's hand, holding the bowl, trembled slightly. Yet she did not retreat. "Guyan, you can hate me. You can ignore me, but you mustn't take it out on your own body." She scooped a spoonful of porridge, blowing on it before bringing it to his lips. Her eyes red like a rabbit's. "Consider this my plea. Eat a little, will you?" Her voice carried an uncontainable quaver and desperation. That pitifully humble demeanor made Guyan's heart ache even more than his stomach. He abruptly turned his head, avoiding the spoonful of porridge. Scalding porridge spilled onto the back of Su Muqing's hand, instantly leaving a red mark. Yet she seemed impervious to the pain, stubbornly holding up the spoon. Thus, they remained locked in a standoff, one curled up on the sofa in pain, exerting all his strength to resist, while the other, heartbroken, could only implore in the clumsiest of ways. Ultimately, it was Guyan who succumbed first, not out of compassion, but because he truly lacked the strength to continue this battle with her. He snatched the bowl from her hands, tilting his head back and nearly pouring the warm millet porridge down his throat. Then, he slammed the empty bowl onto the coffee table, stood up, and without a backward glance, ascended the stairs and entered the guest room. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. In the living room, only Su Muqing remained. She gazed at her reddened hand, then at the now empty bowl. Tears finally fell without warning. He had eaten, even as he was on the brink of agony. He had still consumed the food she had prepared. That was enough. Chapter 10. A tapestry of bitterness and sweetness that night. Su Muqing scarcely found solace in slumber. She sat on the carpet outside the guest room, her back pressed against the cold wall, her ears straining against the door. The expansive villa lay shrouded in an oppressive silence, yet she could hear it, the muffled, intermittent groans that penetrated the thick door, echoing from the depths of his throat like an invisible, blunt hammer, striking her heart repeatedly. She knew that the gastric medications he routinely relied upon were of no avail against the chronic affliction that had plagued him for years. In her previous life, he had endured countless nights consumed by excruciating pain alone, until at last, an ancient herbalist prescription had gradually restored his nearly hollowed-out body. That formula was etched in her memory, not through deliberate effort, but as an indelible mark ingrained in her very essence. As dawn's first light barely illuminated the horizon, Su Muqing rose quietly. She retrieved paper and pen, and from memory, meticulously transcribed the intricate and elusive prescription without a single error. Her handwriting was neat, devoid of hesitation. After changing her attire, she clutched the prescription, resolutely departing from the opulent cage that had imprisoned her. She did not disturb the driver, nor did she venture to the luxurious boutiques she once frequented. Instead, she hailed a cab and traversed the city, visiting the most renowned traditional Chinese medicine halls. "Boss, I need the perilla stem cut long, with a dry texture and a yellow-white cross-section. And this white atractylodes must be of the cloud-headed crane neck variety, adorned with chrysanthemum patterns." The elderly proprietor of the apothecary regarded the young woman, who exuded an air of affluence yet displayed an impressive knowledge of herbal quality, with a discerning gaze. However, Su Muqing remained oblivious to the scrutiny, personally overseeing the measurement of each herb, ensuring that every ingredient she procured was of the finest quality. Upon her return to the villa, she discovered that Guyan had already departed. The bowl of millet porridge she had painstakingly prepared at 4 in the morning sat untouched at the dining table, cold and forlorn. A sharp pang pierced her heart. Yet she swiftly suppressed that fleeting disappointment and plunged into the kitchen. Washing, soaking, and placing the ingredients into the pot, she selected the most traditional clay pot. Adjusting the flame to the lowest setting, and with unwavering patience, she began to simmer. A rich aroma, mingling bitterness with the fragrant essence of herbs, soon pervaded every corner of the villa, dispelling the long-standing solitude that had lingered, a solitude belonging to one. In the evening, Guyan's car rolled into the courtyard. Having endured a sleepless night, his stomach felt as if it housed a smoldering ember, and an aura of melancholy enveloped him, rendering him unapproachable. Yet, upon entering, he was met with an unfamiliar and potent medicinal scent that invaded his nostrils. His brow furrowed as he spotted Su Muqing emerging from the kitchen, a tray in hand. On it rested a bowl of deep, inky concoction, steam wafting delicately upwards, accompanied by a small dish of crystal-clear rock sugar. "You're back." Su Muqing's eyes, which had been dulled throughout the day, suddenly sparkled. "Hurry, drink the medicine while it's hot." Guyan's expression darkened abruptly. "What on earth are you doing?" "This isn't a ghost. It's medicine," she replied, placing the tray on the coffee table with a tone as if presenting a treasure. "I consulted a remarkable herbalist who specifically crafted a stomach-nourishing formula for you. It's pure Chinese medicine, beneficial for your health." "An herbalist?" Guyan scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips, devoid of warmth. How could he possibly believe her fanciful words? "Su Muqing, do you think my condition isn't dire enough?" His voice was laced with ice, his gaze a blade that bore down on the dark bowl. "Who knows what life-threatening substances you've concocted in that black liquid?" Each word was a dagger to the heart. Su Muqing felt as though an invisible hand had grasped her heart tightly, the pain rendering her breathless for an instant. She understood his disbelief, yet she had not anticipated that he would perceive her as so malicious. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, quickly gathering at the corners but stubbornly held back, refusing to fall. Without uttering a word, she raised the still, steaming bowl and took a substantial gulp. The intense bitterness exploding in her mouth, searing down her throat and prompting a violent cough that bent her over. Tears of a physiological nature finally streamed down her cheeks. Guyan's pupils constricted sharply. His body instinctively leaned forward, yet his feet remained anchored in place, immobile. Su Muqing, her face flushed from coughing, eventually regained her breath. She pushed the remainder of the potion towards him, her voice hoarse from the cough, yet resolute. "Now, do you believe me?" She lifted her eyes, tinged red from tears, and bore into the depths of his gaze. "Guyan, Su Muqing would never again commit an act to harm you, even if it meant my demise." Guyan's stare bore into her, fixated on her lips, which were stained dark from the medicinal concoction, and on his own fist, which he realized had turned white from his clenched grip. He found himself unable to retort, for in that moment, he discerned a reflection of his own torment, an anguish abandoned by the world, in her eyes. An oppressive silence enveloped them. After what felt like an eternity, Guyan finally spoke, his voice thick with dryness. He attempted a sardonic smile, trying to mask the tremor of uncertainty that had begun to gnaw at him. "Mrs. Gu, is your medicine sweet? You seem so eager to drink it." Su Muqing found his remark amusing despite her tears lingering on her lashes, a smile breaking through her lips. "It's not sweet. It's excruciatingly bitter." As her words faded, she suddenly reached for a piece of rock sugar from the dish, unceremoniously placing it into Guyan's mouth before he could react. The unexpected sweetness melted in his bitter mouth, leaving him momentarily frozen. Her fingertips, warmed by the remnants of the medicine and slightly bitter, brushed against his lips, soft and cool, like a feather, delicately stirring the long dormant corners of his heart, evoking a tremor almost imperceptible. "Eat the sugar first, then drink the medicine. It won't be so bitter." Su Muqing observed his dazed expression, her spirits inexplicably lifting. Her voice infused with a tenderness she herself did not recognize. She nudged the half-full bowl of medicine towards him once more. "Drink it. Regardless of what the future holds for us, let's first take care of your health, shall we?" She no longer mentioned love or forgiveness, but solely focused on his well-being. This, paradoxically, became a vulnerability he could not reject. Guyan gazed at the inky potion and then at her eyes, filled with stubbornness and hope. Ultimately, as if succumbing to fate, he lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go. The bitterness was even harsher than he had anticipated. Yet, oddly enough, as the warmth coursed through his stomach, the relentless pain that had plagued him seemed to be gently soothed by a tender hand. The lingering sweetness on his lips stubbornly dispelled all traces of bitterness left by the potion. The bitter medicine and the melting sweetness intertwined within him, just as the enigmatic Su Muqing had become utterly incomprehensible to him. Chapter 11. The Emerald Bracelet, a Silent Testament. After consuming traditional Chinese medicine for 3 consecutive days, Guyan's gastric agony had finally subsided. Throughout these 3 days, the air in the villa remained frigid. Yet beneath the icy exterior, certain peculiar patterns began to emerge. No matter how late he returned, the living room was always illuminated by a dim yellow light left on for him. On the coffee table, a bowl of medicinal concoction, perfectly warmed, awaited him. Whether he drank it or not, come the following morning, it would vanish, replaced by a fresh bowl. Su Muqing no longer flitted around him like a panicked butterfly, nor did she bring up the past that only served to infuriate him. She simply went about her business quietly, like a silent plant determined to take root in his frozen domain. This unspoken infiltration troubled Gu Yin far more than any frenzied entanglement could. It was a weekend and also the anniversary of Gu Yan's mother's passing. On this very day, in his previous life, the final straw that broke their relationship had occurred. Gu Yan's mother had bequeathed a pair of imperial green jade bracelets to Su Muqing, lustrous and translucent, worth a fortune. A token passed down to the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. On that fateful day, Lu Xiao's company had faced a critical cash flow crisis. In a moment of impulsiveness, Su Muqing had secretly taken one of the bracelets to a pawn shop, exchanging it for money that she gave entirely to Lu Xiao. When the truth came to light, Gu Yan had been driven to madness. He had confronted her, yet she defiantly held her ground. It's just a bracelet. Is it more important than Xiao's future? Don't worry, I'll make sure he repays you tenfold. Each word had struck Gu Yan like a searing iron, leaving only charred remnants of the last warmth he had held for his mother. At this moment, Su Muqing stood in the upstairs dressing room. She opened the deep blue velvet jewelry box. Inside, the pair of bracelets lay quietly, their verdant luster gentle and subdued. Just as his mother had left her impression on her, she delicately picked up one. The jade's icy touch spread through her fingertips, causing her to shiver slightly, as if it still bore the weight of past sins. She could not allow the tragedy to repeat itself, yet merely refraining from pawning it was far from sufficient. She needed to fundamentally alter the imprint this incident had left on Gu Yan's heart. Dressed in an elegant black gown, with her softly curled hair loosely pinned at the back, she raised her hand to don the bracelets. As she descended the stairs, Gu Yan sat on the sofa, his back to the staircase, a black and white photograph of his mother resting on the coffee table before him. His silhouette was elongated, desolate, and solitary. The entire living room was suffused with an oppressive sorrow that felt stifling. Upon hearing her footsteps, he did not turn around, his voice cold and as unyielding as the inscription on a tombstone. You'd best behave today and not disturb me. Su Muqing did not respond. She simply walked quietly to sit across from him. Gu Yan frowned impatiently, about to scold her, but his gaze inadvertently swept over her. In that instant, his eyes froze. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the emerald bracelets, casting a ring of translucent, warm green light. That shade of green stung his eyes painfully, almost instantaneously. The vivid images of that fateful day in his past surged into his mind. Her betrayal, her unwavering justification, and his heart ground to dust. A torrent of fury and resentment roiled within him like molten lava, and he abruptly stood, his entire demeanor transforming into one of violence and danger. He loomed over her, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. What is this? Did you wear it just to show me? To remind me how much you're planning to pawn it for again, to pave the way for your true love? His voice was low, each word laced with ice. He expected her to panic, to shed tears as she had done countless times before. Yet, Su Muqing simply raised her head, meeting his bloodshot gaze with unwavering calm. Her eyes were clear and resolute, devoid of any hint of evasion. I wore it today because I want to accompany you to see your mother. She paused, her voice soft yet strikingly clear. I want to tell her that I have always treasured the things she left me. Her kindness is something I will remember for a lifetime. All the words Gu Yan had prepared to wound her were rendered impotent, lodged in his throat. He was utterly dumbstruck. To see my mother? You. His throat constricted violently before he managed to regain his voice, which was harsh and dry. What trick are you playing now? It's no trick. Su Muqing stood and walked towards him. She gazed up at his reddened eyes, her tone carrying a hint of unrecognized tenderness. Gu Yan, I know today is significant for you. I don't want you to be alone. She extended her hand, her fingertips cool from the jade bracelet, tentatively brushing against his. At the moment of contact with his heated skin, Gu Yan tensed, instinctively wanting to pull away. But this time, Su Muqing did not let go. Instead, she tightened her grip, her slender yet determined fingers enveloping his clenched fist, which was turning pale from the pressure. I know you don't trust me. She looked into his eyes, enunciating each word. Therefore, I do not require your trust. I only need you to give me a chance to prove myself through my actions. Her gaze fell upon the gentle green encircling her wrist, her voice imbued with solemnity. From today onward, I will wear these bracelets, until you believe. She added, if there comes a day when I remove them from my wrist, it will be because I am personally handing them to our future daughter-in-law. The phrase our future daughter-in-law struck him like a silent thunderclap, reverberating through his chaotic mind. Gu Yan stared at her, frantically searching her face for any trace of deceit. Yet he found nothing. All he saw reflected in her clear eyes was a version of himself, disheveled, obsessed, and ensnared by hatred. And in the deepest recesses of her gaze, lay a familiar ocean of profound love that he had once cherished, but had buried with his own hands. Suddenly, he felt like a foolish jester. He had wielded memories of his past life as a weapon, repeatedly judging and tormenting her. Yet she always managed to respond in ways that caught him off guard, outside the confines of his expectations. She did not argue, nor did she weep. Instead, in an almost clumsy manner, she attempted to piece together everything he had once destroyed with her own hands, bit by bit. Let us go. Su Muqing grasped his hand, leading him toward the door. Your mother must miss us. Guyan did not resist. His body was rigid, as though he had lost all will, and he followed her step by step out of the villa steeped in coldness and hatred. They stepped into the warm sunlight that he had not felt in a long time. In the car, he remained silent, gazing out at the swiftly retreating scenery. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles white from exertion. Doubt began to creep in. Doubts began to creep into her once unyielding hatred, as if cracks were forming within it. Chapter 12. Family Dinner. The bouquet of white chrysanthemums at Gu's mother's grave was placed there by Su Muqing herself. She spoke little, merely bowing 3 times respectfully before the tombstone. Then, she quietly retreated to stand behind Guyan, sharing his silence. Upon returning from the cemetery, the invisible wall of ice that had stood between them seemed to show the slightest signs of thawing. Though it had not crumbled, it was no longer impenetrable. However, this delicate tranquility was utterly shattered by a phone call. The caller ID displayed Su Muqing's mother, Zhao Wenpei. Qingqing, what on earth is going on between you and Xiaoyan? There are rumors swirling outside that you are planning to divorce. Zhao Wenpei's voice was thick with barely contained anxiety. Although the Su family company could not compare to the Gu Corporation, it still held a respectable status in the city. The notion of her daughter getting divorced was akin to a minor earthquake for the Su family. Su Muqing felt her heart plummet. The news had inevitably reached home. Mom, please don't panic. It's not as the outside world suggests. I don't want to hear your explanations. Zhao Wenpei's voice suddenly escalated, cutting her off. I don't care what petty quarrels you two are having. This weekend, you must bring Xiaoyan home for dinner. Clear things up in front of everyone. The call was abruptly disconnected, leaving no room for negotiation. Su Muqing gripped her burning phone, her temples throbbing. She turned to look at the man on the living room sofa, engrossed in a financial magazine. Guyan seemed to have overheard the conversation. His handsome face bore no expression, yet the air around him grew decidedly colder. What are you looking at me for? He did not even lift his gaze. His tone as frigid as ice. Go tell your parents that we have already signed the divorce agreement. We are merely waiting for the procedure at the Civil Affairs Bureau. No. Su Muqing nearly shouted the words. She quickly approached him and snatched the magazine from his hands. Guyan, I know you are impatient with my family, but right now we are in the same boat. Guyan finally met her gaze, his dark eyes filled with derision. What do you mean? You are well aware of my parents' personalities. If they find out we are truly getting a divorce, it will cause chaos at home. My father has a weak heart. He cannot withstand such a shock. Su Muqing's reasoning was terrifyingly clear. She did not plead nor resort to emotional appeals. Instead, she addressed the practical implications. She understood that discussing feelings with the current Guyan was a farce. However, discussing interests would certainly capture his attention. If this matter escalated, it would not bode well for the Gu Corporation's reputation or stock prices, would it? Indeed, Guyan's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly. He detested these tangled interpersonal relationships above all else. Although the Su family was not large, its deep ties with the Gu Corporation and the supply chain meant that a mishandled union could indeed lead to a cascade of unnecessary troubles. So, he leaned back against the sofa, crossing his arms and adopting a scrutinizing posture. So, let us make a deal. Su Muqing articulated her plan. We will perform a charade. This weekend, we will go home for dinner. You will play the role of my perfect son-in-law to allay their suspicions. In return, for the next 3 months, as long as it is not necessary, I promise not to appear before you or disturb your life. 1 night of performance in exchange for 3 months of tranquility. This transaction sounded exceedingly advantageous. Guyan scrutinized her. The Su Muqing before him was calm, rational, and akin to an unwavering opponent at the negotiating table, rather than the tearful woman he once knew. This unfamiliarity allowed a thread of tension in his heart to slacken slightly. You are certain it is merely acting? He verified at last. Of course. Su Muqing nodded, a faint, self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Could it be that President Gu fears I might take advantage of this performance? This statement successfully chilled Guyan's expression further. He let out a cold snort, a tacit agreement. Remember what you said today. The Su family villa was ablaze with light that weekend, yet the atmosphere was charged with tension. When Guyan's Maybach smoothly rolled into the courtyard, Zhao Wenpei and Su Jianhai immediately came out to greet them. The car door opened, and Guyen stepped out first. He did not approach his in-laws directly. Instead, he circled around the front of the car to the passenger side, personally opening the door for Su Muqing and extending his hand to her. An impeccably gentlemanly gesture. Su Muqing was momentarily taken aback. She gazed at that hand, so familiar and well-defined, which had held hers countless times before she finally comprehended. The act had already begun. She placed her hand in his palm. The instant he enveloped her with his broad, warm hand, a familiar current surged up her spine, causing her heart to race erratically. "Dad, Mom." Guyen wore a perfectly measured smile, his tone affable yet tinged with an unmistakable distance. "I've been busy at the company lately, and Haven T had time to visit. As long as you're back, that's all that matters." Zhao Wenpei felt a weight lift from her heart at the sight of their intimate demeanor, eagerly ushering them inside. Throughout the evening, Guyen played the part of the flawless son-in-law. He remembered Su Muqing's tastes, naturally serving her the squirrel fish she adored. When sauce inadvertently smudged the corner of her mouth, he would produce a tissue and gently wipe it away, his fingers delicately brushing against her skin through the tissue. When the elders joked about when they would have children, he would casually wrap his arm around her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace, his eyes sparkling with a tenderness that appeared almost indulgent to onlookers. Su Muqing felt as though she were drowning in this eerily convincing illusion. She stiffly went along with it, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. She could distinctly smell his crisp pine scent and feel the steady warmth radiating from his body through the thin fabric. She could see the shadows cast by his long eyelashes on his cheeks when he lowered his gaze. All of this meshed seamlessly with countless genuine moments of love from her past life. Yet she remained acutely aware that it was all a facade. Every gesture he made was precise and restrained, as if measured with a ruler, flawless, yet devoid of warmth. After dinner, Su Jianhai called Guyen into the study for a heart-to-heart, leaving only the two women in the living room. Zhao Wenpei grasped Su Muqing's hand, speaking earnestly, "Qingqing, every couple has their quarrels. Xiao Yin is a good boy. You must be more understanding of him and not always act petulantly." Su Muqing lowered her head, responding softly, "I understand, Mom." She did not argue back, for she knew that in her past life, she truly did not deserve the word understanding. Upon exiting the study, Guyen's expression was far from pleasant. Clearly, his father-in-law's gentle guidance had exhausted his patience. After bidding farewell to Su Muqing's parents, they both got into the car. Almost as soon as the door closed, the layer of false intimacy shattered, leaving an eerie silence in the vehicle. Guyen stared straight ahead, his profile as rigid as steel. Meanwhile, Su Muqing turned to gaze out the window, the jade bracelet on her wrist glimmering with a cold light in a vibrant night. "Thank you for today." She finally chose to break the silence. Guyen did not look at her, a cold laugh escaping his throat. "Su Muqing, do not mistake pleasantries for genuine feelings. I am merely fulfilling the agreement." "I understand." Su Muqing's voice was soft, yet still. "Thank you. Thank you for being willing to accompany me in this performance. Thank you for allowing me to once again experience the sensation of being protected in your embrace, even if it was only for a fleeting moment, even if it was fabricated." The car sped along the road, returning to the villa. Guyen parked the vehicle and, without uttering a word, passed by her, heading straight for the guest room. Just as they brushed past one another, his footsteps unexpectedly faltered for a brief moment. He turned his face slightly, speaking in a tone that only she could hear. "That dress has a neckline that is too low." With that, he did not linger, turning his back as he entered the guest room, the door clicking shut behind him. Su Muqing stood frozen in place, as though cast under a spell. It took her several seconds to digest the meaning of his words. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze to examine the French black gown she wore that day. The square neckline indeed revealed a small portion of her fair and delicate collarbone. So, when he held her at the dining table, that seemingly intimate gesture of protection was actually shielding her from the subtle gazes of the other male relatives at the table. An absurd yet fervent thought erupted from the depths of her heart, devoid of reason. On this cold night, Su Muqing's heart quietly blossomed a searing flower, ignited by those disjointed words. Chapter 13. The level of green tea is insufficient before her. Following the activation of the truce agreement with Guyen, Su Muqing indeed adhered to her word. She no longer awaited him daily with unwavering punctuality. She ceased to chase after him to deliver those meticulously crafted soups to his company. Furthermore, she no longer employed various clumsy or deliberate means to attempt to awaken his sealed memories. It was as if she had completely evaporated from his world. Su Muqing devoted all her energy to a more significant endeavor, laying down a path toward her own success. She understood better than anyone how fragile mere emotional reconciliation could be. Only by rising to her feet and becoming someone capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Guyen even shielding him from the storm? Could she be deemed worthy of discussing the long-awaited respect and love? Utilizing her memories from her past life, she began to research several industries poised for explosive growth in the coming years. She used her pre-marriage savings as startup capital to register a small investment consulting firm, quietly laying the groundwork. Her first target was that nondescript small enterprise, Apex Ventures, which she had encountered in her previous life, later soaring in the field of new energy. This was also the occasion when Lin Wanner had taken her photo. Meanwhile, life for Gu Yan had suddenly turned tranquil. His heart, however, was in disarray. He had once found the unpredictable flavor of the soup he returned home to every day utterly intolerable. He had also been irked by the figure that lingered in the living room like a ghost. Most of all, he had grown weary of her eyes, always filled with hope, yet shrinking back in fear. But when all of this vanished without warning, the vast emptiness of the villa left him feeling an almost suffocating silence. He told himself that this was the tranquility he had long desired. Yet the restlessness and emptiness within him grew like rampant vines, refusing to be cast aside. On this day, the Gu Corporation's anniversary gala took place. The banquet hall was filled with the fragrances of fine cuisine and the clinking of glasses. As the center of attention, Gu Yan remained in his usual distant demeanor, secluded in the shadows of a corner, his aura heavy with low pressure. Before long, a woman clad in a champagne-colored mermaid's skirt approached, swaying elegantly with a glass in hand. "Brother Yan, why are you sitting alone here?" It was Lin Wanner. Gu Yan's brow furrowed ever so slightly. His feelings for this childhood neighbor were neither fond nor hateful. In his past life, during the times he quarreled most fiercely with Su Muqing, she would always appear at just the right moment, offering him the gentlest words of comfort. Compared to Su Muqing's hysterical entanglements, he had once felt that Lin Wanner was the one who truly understood him. However, upon his rebirth, seeing that gentle, harmless face again filled him with an instinctive discomfort. "Is there something you need?" he asked, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Lin Wanner seemed completely oblivious to his aloofness, sitting down beside him and feigning concern as she lowered her voice. "I heard that Sister Muqing seems to be busy starting a company lately. Alas, she should be content as Mrs. Gu instead of venturing out." She paused, then shifted her tone, implying something more. "A few days ago, I even saw her meeting with a man in a cafe, sitting particularly close and chatting animatedly. Brother Yan, you really should advise her. The outside world can be treacherous, and as a young woman, she mustn't be deceived." Each word dripped with concern for Su Muqing, yet beneath it lay a subtle insinuation that she was unfaithful. In his previous life, she had employed this method of subtle manipulation to plant seeds of doubt in his heart. Gu Yan's grip on his wine glass tightened slightly. Yet, instead of feeling anger at betrayal, his mind flashed back to the email Su Muqing had sent him that day. FYI, preliminary contact with Mr. Wang from Apex Ventures seemed productive. The email was accompanied by detailed information about Apex Ventures and a market analysis report she had meticulously prepared, professional, thorough, and logically sound. He had not replied then, but he remembered the name Apex. At this moment, looking at Lin Wanner, who wore a facade of concern, he felt for the first time that her acting was utterly ridiculous. "Your matters are not for you to concern yourself with," Gu Yan said, setting down his wine glass, his tone suddenly turning cold. Lin Wanner's smile froze instantly, completely unprepared for such a frigid response. Just then, a bright female voice, laced with laughter, rang out from nearby. "Wanner, so this is where you are? I've been looking for you." Both turned to see Su Muqing striding toward them, clad in a sharply tailored white suit. Her long, dark hair was pulled back into a high ponytail, and she wore no jade bangles, instead sporting a minimalist woman's watch on her wrist, its face reflecting a calm and rational light under the chandelier. She exuded an air of competence and swagger, like a sword unsheathed, a stark contrast to the once humble woman who had been diminished by love. The moment she appeared, she captured everyone's attention. Gu Yan's pupils constricted at the sight. How long had it been since he had seen such a radiant and resplendent Su Muqing? "Sister Muqing?" Lin Wanner quickly adjusted her expression, standing up with feigned warmth. "What brings you here?" "The Gu family's gala. Why should I, as Mrs. Gu, not attend?" Su Muqing replied with a smile, her gaze shifting to Lin Wanner, a glimmer of knowing amusement in her eyes. "I believe I just heard you mention seeing me in a cafe with a man." Lin Wanner's heart sank, a wave of foreboding washing over her. "Yes, I was merely concerned for you." "Then I truly must thank you for your concern," Su Muqing interjected with a smile, her voice soft yet distinctly audible to the patrons at the surrounding tables. From her exquisite handbag, she retrieved a document, offering it to Gu Yan without even glancing at it. Her movements were fluid, yet her words were directed at the pale-faced Lin Wanner. "The gentleman you saw is Mr. Wang from Apex Venture Capital. We are discussing a collaborative project in the field of renewable energy. Oh, by the way, just this afternoon, we finalized a preliminary investment intention letter. At this point, she abruptly turned to Gu Yan, her smile radiant yet mischievous. Mr. Gu, this is the first project my company has secured. Although it may be a modest deal, it signifies a promising start. I look forward to your guidance in the future. This series of actions left Lin Wanner frozen in place. Her petty attempts at sowing discord were rendered utterly ludicrous in the face of Su Muqing's overt and strategic display. Not only did she fail to create a rift, but she inadvertently became the catalyst and witness for Su Muqing's announcement of the project and demonstration of her capabilities. The discerning gazes of the business elites around them shifted to carry a weighty significance, piercing Lin Wanner like needles. Her face fluctuated between crimson and pallid, her fingers gripping the wine glass, turning white from excessive tension, wishing to evaporate on the spot. Gu Yan held the thin intention letter, yet felt a searing warmth at his fingertips. He gazed at the radiant Su Muqing before him, once a woman he sheltered, yet who yearned to break free and soar away. Now, she was attempting to stand alongside him in a manner he had never envisioned. She was no longer the vine that clung to him. She was Su Muqing in her own right. Congratulations. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, and he finally managed to squeeze out those two words between clenched teeth. Su Muqing, receiving his acknowledgement, playfully winked at him. Her gaze unmistakably conveyed, "Look, your little paramour is simply outclassed." With that, she lifted a glass of champagne, elegantly turned, and effortlessly integrated herself into the circle of business magnates. She navigated the social environment with ease, exchanging business cards, exuding an undeniable aura of power and confidence. Gu Yan remained seated, his eyes fixated on the dazzling figure in white, unable to divert his gaze. He suddenly realized that the woman he had loathed for 2 lifetimes had transformed into a completely new and unfamiliar stranger, one he could no longer define merely through hatred. A dangerous stranger. Chapter 14. An escape named the chaotic fortress of the heart. The confrontation at the soiree that night became an unrelenting echo in Gu Yan's mind. Su Muqing's final wink, imbued with the cunning of a victor, replayed in his thoughts incessantly. He resorted to self-deception, labeling it as mere posturing, an attempt to garner attention. Yet, reason screamed at him about the investment intention letter she had placed in his hands, its logic pristine, its data irrefutable, no forgery possible. He shattered his own principles and instructed his assistant to delve deeper into Apex Venture Capital. The feedback he received aligned seamlessly with Su Muqing's report. His assistant even added an extra note. Mr. Wang, the founder of Apex, was notorious in the industry as a technological maverick, exceedingly difficult to negotiate with. Countless capital giants had faltered in his presence. How did Su Muqing manage to persuade him? This question became a persistent thorn, nagging painfully at his thoughts. He could not reconcile the woman before him with the memory of the girl who had once cried and pouted, even going so far as to steal property deeds for Lu Xiao. How could that woman possibly sit at the negotiation table and leverage commercial logic to sway a stubborn expert? He began to suffer from insomnia. The silence of his villa ceased to be a source of solace. It transformed into an emptiness that set his heart racing. The soothing concoctions he had grown accustomed to had vanished. The gaze that had always held a hint of fear, yet was steadfast, had also disappeared. Su Muqing had indeed kept her word and completely evaporated from his life. She had not returned to the villa since. Initially, it felt like liberation. Yet soon, a more tumultuous frustration engulfed him. He found himself subconsciously glancing towards the empty living room upon returning home late at night. He noticed that when his stomach ached, he inexplicably wandered into the kitchen, staring blankly at the cold countertop. He loathed this loss of control. Hatred had been his sole pillar of strength since his rebirth, the only armor against the painful memories of his past life. Now, however, Su Muqing had carved cracks into his armor, not with tears or love, but with the very weapons he was most familiar with, strength and intellect. This was far more challenging than any entanglement. He could no longer simplify her into the labels of a traitor or foolish woman. She was evolving into a complex individual, utterly foreign and uncontrollable. In an attempt to escape, Gu Yan resorted to the most primal of methods, work. He transformed himself into a perpetual motion machine, attending back-to-back meetings, drowning in mountains of paperwork, filling every crevice of his thoughts with extreme exhaustion. He forbade himself from contemplating anything regarding Su Muqing. That afternoon, following the conclusion of a multinational video conference, he wearily pressed against his throbbing temples. His assistant knocked and entered. "Mr. Gu, the legal department has forwarded a document from Ms. Su's company, Sunny Capital, that requires your attention." Sunny Capital. The very name exuded an unshielded ambition. Gu Yan felt a sharp throb at his temples. He grasped the document, initially intending to cast it aside, but the mention of the legal department quelled his irritation. He opened it, and upon just a glance, his pupils constricted in shock. A supplementary agreement on the independence of marital property and non-interference in commercial activities. The clauses were drafted by top-tier lawyers, impeccably precise. The crux contained but a singular tenet. She, Su Muqing, in her capacity as the legal representative of Sunny Capital, would engage in all commercial activities, irrespective of profit or loss, including any potential future debts, with no relation whatsoever to him, Gu Yan, or the Gu Group under his name. Conversely, the same applied to him. This was a severance in business. Not only had she cut ties in life, but now, she sought to erect a formidable barrier in her career as well. In his past life, she had fervently sought to draw sustenance from him to nourish Lu Xiao's wild ambitions. Now, she was determined to sever all connections with her own hands. Gu Yan clenched the pages, his knuckles turning white. A peculiar sensation seized him. Not anger, nor hatred, but a disorienting sense of abandonment. It was he who intended to divorce her, he who sought to push her away. Yet, as she commenced constructing her own world and erected a frigid legal barrier to isolate him entirely, he found himself engulfed by panic. He snatched his phone and dialed a number he knew by heart, but had not touched in a week. The ringing continued for what felt like an eternity. Long enough for him to believe it would never be answered, until finally the call connected. Background noise swirled, mingled with the crisp clatter of keyboard strokes. "Hello?" Su Muqing's voice emerged, distinctly impersonal, as if she had not even glanced at the caller ID. "I received the agreement." Gu Yan's voice was hoarse, barely audible. "What do you mean?" The voice on the other end of the line paused for 2 seconds before Su Muqing seemed to recognize his tone. "Did Mr. Gu fail to comprehend the legal text? The literal interpretation is clear." Her voice bore no hint of fluctuation. "This is the most responsible course of action for both parties. I do not wish for my future business decisions to pose any potential risks to Gu Corporation. Likewise, I aspire for my career to be solely my own." "Solely your own?" Gu Yan found himself seething with anger at her tone, a cold smile escaping his lips. "Was it not I who provided you with the initial funding?" "Indeed," Su Muqing acknowledged without hesitation, her tone suddenly turning as sharp as a blade. "Therefore, rest assured, Mr. Gu, I shall repay every single cent you lent me. With interest. Before that, this agreement resembles more of a unilateral risk avoidance guarantee from me, Su Muqing, to Gu Corporation. I do not wish, nor do I need, to hear anyone claim that I, Su Muqing, stand on my own only due to the charity of the Gu family." Her words sliced through his dark suspicions with surgical precision, exposing them to the harsh light of day, revealing their grotesque nature. Beep. The call was decisively severed. Gu Yan stood frozen, clutching his phone. For the first time, he realized that in this game of his own making, he was utterly defenseless. He abruptly rose and rushed to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. The city below teemed with life, vibrant and radiant. This empire he once dominated now failed to disperse the turmoil within him. He needed to leave. He sought a place devoid of any trace of Su Muqing, a sanctuary to reassemble his crumbling resentment. He seized the internal phone, his voice cold and warped with restraint. "Book the earliest flight to Zurich. All meetings for the next week will be held online." He had to escape, to flee this city, to escape the fortress of confusion that woman had built for him. Chapter 15, A Confession, a Covenant for the Future. As Gu Yan returned to the villa late at night with a simple suitcase, he was certain it would be like every other night of the past week. Only the chill and darkness of the room awaited him. However, as the car lights swept across the courtyard, a figure pierced his vision. The silhouette crouched on the cold steps of the villa. She was slender, clad in a thin beige trench coat, appearing particularly forlorn in the autumn night breeze. She hugged her knees, burying her head deep within her arms. Like a stray cat abandoned by the entire world. It was Su Muqing. Gu Yan's heart plummeted as if he had missed the last step of a staircase, followed by a surge of agitation. What was she doing here? Had she not already declared her disappearance with a written agreement? He turned off the engine and stepped out, his polished shoes crunching on the fallen leaves. Approaching her, his tall frame cast a shadow, completely enveloping her. His voice was colder than the night wind. "What are you doing here? The agreement states clearly that you are not to appear in my life." Su Muqing's body stiffened imperceptibly before she slowly raised her head. The night wind had drained her face of color, her nose frostbitten and red, her eyes laced with fine blood vessels, clearly having waited for a long time. When her gaze fell upon the suitcase in his hand, her pupils contracted slightly. "Are you leaving?" She leaned against the wall to stand, her body wobbling slightly from having crouched too long. Gu Yan remained silent, bypassing her to open the door, his impatience nearly spilling over. It's none of your business. It is my business. Su Muqing, however, followed him inside, shutting the door with a click, her frail form blocking his path. Her eyes no longer held the pleading or grievance of the past. Instead, they reflected a chilling, terrifying resolve. Gu Yan, I know you're avoiding me. Gu Yan halted his actions of unlocking the door. He turned, his eyes dark and heavy, exuding a palpable pressure. Su Muqing, do not test my limits. I'm not here to beg you or to entangle you. Su Muqing's chest rose and fell slightly as she steadied her breath, then met his fierce gaze, articulating each word with the clarity of ice. I am here to inform you of my plans. Your plans? Gu Yan reacted as if he had heard the most absurd joke of the century, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is your plan not to utilize the funds I provided to establish a shell company, indulging in a childish game of self-affirmation? No. Su Muqing shook her head. In that moment, her gaze shone with an astonishing brightness, embodying a determination that was all or nothing. My plan is to build Qing Tian Capital into a well-known entity within the industry over the course of 3 years. My plan is that when Gu Corporation faces the same supply chain crisis as before, my company will serve as an alternative option at your negotiation table, rather than leaving you to bear it all alone. My plan is that when I repay you every cent with interest, I can stand at the same level as you, not as Mrs. Gu, but as Su Muqing, and reevaluate our future together. Her voice softened suddenly, yet each word struck Gu Yan's heart like a hammer. Gu Yan, I love you. This is not an empty phrase, nor the shallow, selfish possession of the past. It is the resolve to become a better person for you and for our family after recognizing my own foolishness and frailty. She watched his startled expression and continued, I will no longer plead for your belief in me, for the past version of myself does not deserve it. Thus, my signing of that agreement is not a severance, but a means to grant you peace of mind, assuring you that each step I take is independent of the Gu family and solely reliant on myself. I came to stop you not to prevent your departure, but to personally deliver this covenant to you before you leave. From her trench coat pocket, she produced a document. It was not a cold legal manuscript, but a handwritten piece resembling a life plan. It detailed the 3-year development strategy of Qing Tian Capital, its objectives, and predictions for several key milestones. Penned in a graceful yet vigorous script. This is my letter of intent. She forcefully pressed the document, still warm from her touch, into Gu Yan's hands. You may leave. You may escape. You may continue to loathe me. But none of that will deter me from steadily progressing towards this goal. I will rebuild the security, trust, and the home that I single-handedly destroyed in our past, step by step. When that day comes, whether or not you wish to return is your choice. But until then, I will not let go. With her declaration, she resolutely stepped back, casting him one last deep glance. In her eyes lingered an unyielding love, heavy guilt, and a determination to burn bridges, with not a trace of retreat. Then, she turned, opened the door, and departed. The entire process was swift and decisive, leaving her to quickly vanish into the dense night. The villa fell into silence once more. Gu Yan stood rigidly at the entrance, still clutching that thin, yet weighty letter of intent. The inscriptions on the paper, each stroke and line, felt as if they were etched into his very heart with a chisel. What was this? A confession wagered upon the future? A marriage certificate secured by the promise of ambition? The memory of Su Muqing, who once clung to him in tears and tantrums, lay utterly shattered, reduced to ash. She neither wept nor protested, nor uttered a single plea for him to stay. Instead, she calmly and assertively proclaimed her vision of the future, one that firmly included him within its folds. He cast his gaze downward at the suitcase by his feet. What had once seemed an unwavering escape now appeared ludicrous and absurd. Was he truly fleeing from the person of Su Muqing, or the crumbling prison of hatred that she had begun to dismantle piece by piece? For the first time, he realized that harboring animosity towards someone required an immense expenditure of emotional energy. And when the object of that hatred no longer resembled the figure etched in memory, that hatred would lose its foundation, becoming hollow and farcical. That night, Gu Yan did not travel to Zurich. He sat alone in the desolate living room, illuminated only by a solitary lamp, poring over the handwritten plan throughout the night. It was not until the dawn's first light pierced the darkness that he picked up his phone and sent a message to his assistant. Cancel the flight. After a brief pause, he sent a second message. Additionally, have Manager Chun from the Venture Capital Department arrive at the office by 9. I require a meeting. Avoidance is the game of the week. He was determined to witness firsthand how this new Su Muqing intended to realize the audacious, yet beguiling future she had spoken of. Chapter 16. A crisis, the prelude to standing together. Gu Yan's return infused the entire Gu Corporation with a revitalizing vigor. This young and ruthless leader represented the steadfast anchor in the hearts of all employees. Yet, storms often brew beneath the calmest surfaces. As predicted by Su Muqing, a silent onslaught against the Gu Corporation was imminent. The most vital technology subsidiary under Gu's banner was developing a groundbreaking chip, whose lifeblood was choked by a unique rare earth composite material. The sole global supplier of this material was a South American company named Cordia Mining. A week prior, Cordia Mining unilaterally tore up the contract, citing an irresistible production accident in the mining area and indefinitely suspending all material supplies to Gu. The news leaked, causing the company's stock price to plummet. This was the harbinger of the catastrophic disaster that had befallen him in his past life. Gu Yan recalled every detail. At that time, he had been relentlessly battered by this sudden betrayal. Cordia refused all communication. The chip project stalled for nearly half a year, missing the golden window of opportunity, resulting in hundreds of billions in losses for the group. He later discovered that the so-called production accident was nothing but a fabrication, an elaborate trap orchestrated by the rival Hongfa Industries in collusion with Wall Street capital. In this life, he had already laid a meticulous web to ensnare Hongfa, yet this knife still struck at the same vulnerable spot in the same manner. In the president's office, the air was so thick it could be wrung out for moisture. Communication with Cordia remained futile. Emails vanished without a trace, and phone calls fell upon deaf ears, as if the entire company had evaporated from existence. Chun Jing, the director of the venture capital department, known for her astute and competent demeanor, now wore a furrowed brow, her voice tinged with a sense of helplessness. I have dispatched personnel to South America, but it is unlikely we will even catch a glimpse of their upper management. Gu Yan remained silent, his expression grim, his long fingers rhythmically tapping against the expensive wooden desk. The muffled sound resonated like a relentless drumbeat in the hearts of those present. He understood that this was not merely a case of commercial breach. It was a premeditated war. What are the alternative suppliers? He finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Chun Jing shook her head in despair, her complexion growing increasingly ashen. None. The patent for the purification technology of this composite material is wholly monopolized by Cordia, while our laboratory can replicate it. The costs are astronomical, making mass production utterly impossible. A heavy silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Those in attendance, all esteemed executives, now acutely realized a grim truth. The Gu Corporation was caught in a chokehold, utterly powerless. A familiar, sharp pang of agony surged from his stomach, causing Gu Yan's back to tense involuntarily. He masked his discomfort, yet his mind raced at an accelerated pace, calculating every possible avenue for resolution. However, the harrowing memories from his past life loomed like a vast, dark whirlpool, devouring every potential escape. This pathway was a dead end. Just then, his personal phone vibrated softly. On the screen appeared a message from an unfamiliar number. The contents were brief. The pepper pig stomach chicken at the alley mouth in the southern city warms the stomach. Additionally, the 112th academic journal from Japan's Nikkei Chemical last month may be worth a glance. Gu Yan's pupils constricted abruptly. The tone, the style, it was unmistakably Su Muqing. He instinctively overlooked the concern expressed in the first half of the message, but each word of the latter struck like thunder, violently cleaving through the fog of confusion in his mind. Nikkei Chemical? A company primarily focused on basic chemical materials, leagues away from cutting-edge chip materials. In his past life, he had never considered this company within his purview. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, directed towards Chun Jing. Immediately, fetch me the 112th academic journal published by Nikkei Chemical last month. All versions, digital and printed. Chun Jing was taken aback, unable to comprehend why her boss had suddenly fixated on a seemingly unrelated company. Yet, she dared not question him, merely nodding emphatically yes. I will take care of it right away. As he awaited her return, the pangs in his stomach intensified, and beads of cold sweat began to his forehead. He opened his drawer, reaching for the usual bottle of medication, only to find it empty. Just as he was about to send his assistant for medicine, a knock sounded at the office door. Coming. The person who entered was not his assistant, but a delivery person, carrying an exquisite thermos. Good day, is this Mr. Gu Yan? A Miss Su has ordered pepper pig stomach chicken soup for you, instructing us to ensure it is delivered piping hot within half an hour. In that instant, the room full of executives froze, exchanging incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting the absurdity of the situation. At such a critical moment, with the company's fate hanging in the balance, someone had delivered a pot of chicken soup. Gu Yan's heart was unexpectedly struck by a wave of warmth. He gestured for the delivery person to place the item down and leave, his gaze lingering on the thermos with a complex mix of emotions. He needed no guesses to know who had sent it. She had anticipated his stomachache, calculated that he would be without medication. Just how much did she know? He refrained from touching the soup, yet the faint, domineering aroma of pepper seemed to tenderly soothe the tumult within his aching belly. Moments later, Chun Jing rushed in, tablet in hand. "Mr. Gu, I found it." Her voice brimmed with a blend of excitement and astonishment. In the 112th issue of the quarterly journal from Nikkei Chemical, tucked away in the appendix on the final page, lies a rather unassuming technical paper authored by a researcher from one of their peripheral laboratories. The paper reveals an accidental discovery of a novel catalyst capable of efficiently purifying a specific type of industrial waste into a quasi-compound, with a molecular structure strikingly similar to the rare earth materials of Kodia. Chun Jing's breath quickened, her eyes igniting with astonishing brilliance. This paper, deemed overly audacious in its theoretical assertions and lacking commercial data to substantiate its claims, had been cast aside as academic detritus, overlooked by all. However, Mr. Gu, if this holds true, if the theory stands, it signifies that we could entirely circumvent Kodia and establish a brand new supply chain, potentially a lower cost. Boom! The entire office was instantaneously propelled from a state of frigid stillness to one of fervent excitement. All eyes converged upon Gu Yan, filled with awe and fervor, as if beholding a deity orchestrating grand strategies. Yet, only Gu Yan himself understood that this stroke of genius stemmed from a single text message. Su Muqing had offered him no answers, nor even mentioned Kodia. She acted like the most astute of chess players, delicately placing what appeared to be an inconsequential piece in the most remote corner of the board. Following the guidance of that piece, he glimpsed the sole path to navigate the deadlock. Unlike in her previous life, she had not foolishly attempted to steal commercial secrets, igniting a conflagration. Instead, she chose a more intelligent, discreet, and powerful approach, standing behind him and handing him the key to breaking the deadlock. This was not salvation, it was solidarity. Gu Yan slowly leaned back into the wide chair. The tension that had gripped his body throughout the day finally began to dissipate. He waved his hand, issuing orders to Chun Jing. Immediately, organized the technical department to validate the paper within 24 hours. Simultaneously, discreetly reach out to Nikkei Chemical and, at any cost, acquire this researcher along with his technical patents. Yes, Chun Jing acknowledged the command, departing the office with a group of invigorated executives, their steps brisk with renewed determination. The world fell silent once more. Gu Yan's gaze settled upon the pot of pepper pig stomach soup, still emitting wisps of steam. He approached, opened it, and served himself a bowl. The rich white broth slid down his throat, enveloping his cold stomach in a warm embrace. He took out his phone and, for the first time in his life, dialed that familiar number. The call was answered almost instantaneously. "Did you receive the soup?" Su Muqing's voice was calm, devoid of any ripple, as if she had anticipated his call. Gu Yan's throat tightened. "Thank you." The words emerged from his lips with great difficulty, yet were imbued with a sincerity that rendered him momentarily unrecognizable. On the other end, Su Muqing let out a soft laugh. That laughter, piercing through the static, carried a hint of understanding and a softness he could not decipher. "Gu Yan," she said, "this is merely the beginning. I have promised to be your foundation." Chapter 17, Silent Guardianship. The words, "I will be your foundation," from Su Muqing struck Gu Yan's heart like thunder, sending ripples across the stagnant lake of his emotions. Foundation. What an audacious term. Yet, how perilously tempting. In his previous life, she had been a blemish on his existence, a source of ridicule within the business realm. In this life, however, she claimed she would become his foundation. As the call ended, Gu Yan remained rooted in place. The bowl of pepper pig stomach soup long since cooled in his hands. The warmth in his stomach contrasted sharply with the tumultuous waves crashing in his heart, creating a nearly absurd disjunction. He admonished himself that this was merely her more sophisticated tactic. A web woven from gratitude is far more inescapable than a cage forged from love. He must remain vigilant. Yet, as he plunged back into work, attempting to drown his swirling thoughts in cold data, he found everything spiraling out of control. The lead from Nikkei Chemical struck like a precise bolt of lightning, cleaving through the monopolistic shroud enveloping Kodia mining. Gu's technical team labored tirelessly for 3 days and nights, ultimately confirming the paper's absolute feasibility with ecstatic fervor. The Gu family had acquired the trump card to overturn the table. However, a new crisis soon emerged. In the conference room, Chun Jing's face was grave. The flames of hope she had ignited seemingly doused by a bucket of ice water. "Mr. Gu, we have contacted the author of the paper, Professor Tanaka Nobu, but he has rejected our overtures." Rejected? Gu Yan's brows knitted tightly. Was it a matter of insufficient funds? Or had Hongfa gotten there first? Neither. Chun Jing shook her head, her expression perplexed. Professor Tanaka is an eccentric. He claims his research is an art form, a poetic tribute to chemistry. It must not be sullied by commercial interests. He further asserted that we, as businessmen, cannot comprehend the aesthetic within his theory. Aesthetic? One executive could not contain a derisive snort. Discussing aesthetics in the context of a multi-billion-dollar deal? That Japanese man must be mad. Yet Gu Yan's expression darkened. Those who cannot be swayed by money or power are the most formidable adversaries. They dwell within their own mental fortresses, and any worldly pressure will only compel them to fortify their defenses. Chun Jing's subsequent words confirmed his worst fears. Hongfa Industrial faced the same rebuff. However, they have not lost hope and are now attempting to exert pressure through high-ranking officials in the Japanese political and business sectors, aiming to force Nikia Chemical and Professor Tanaka to concede. I fear that if we delay, even if we manage to prevail, the cost will be astronomical. This was a race against time, not only to conquer the lofty peak of Professor Tanaka, but also to outpace the bloodthirsty wolf that is Hongfa. Gu Yan's stomach began to churn anew. Su Muqing's face flashed uncontrollably in his mind. The moment that thought emerged, he ruthlessly extinguished it. He could no longer depend on her. His rebirth was for vengeance, for mastery over all, and certainly not to be led by the same woman again. He resolved to personally fly to Japan. He could not believe there existed a door he, Gu Yan, could not open. However, just as his assistant booked the tickets, and he prepared to depart the following evening, a silent email slipped into Professor Tanaka's private inbox. The next morning, as Gu Yan stepped into the company, he was intercepted by Chun Jing at the office door. Her face was a whirlwind of elation and profound confusion. Mr. Gu, tremendous news. Chun Jing's voice trembled with excitement as she brandished a tablet before him. Professor Tanaka has agreed. He reached out to us, expressing his willingness to exclusively transfer the patent technology for the catalyst to the Gu family. Gu Yan's footsteps abruptly halted. His gaze pierced the screen. Displayed was an email from Tanaka Nobu, its tone humble, a complete reversal of attitude, imbued with an excitement that hinted at finding a kindred spirit. Why? Gu Yan's voice was alarmingly dry, his eyes fixated on Chun Jing. Why did he suddenly change his mind? That is the most baffling part. Chun Jing's eyes sparkled with disbelief. He received an anonymous email late last night. The message did not discuss money or collaboration, but instead elaborated, in a full 5,000 words, on the glazed color formation of the Song Dynasty Jian Kiln's transformative tea bowls, drawing parallels to his catalyst theory. Gu Yan's heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The Yao Bian Tian Mu tea bowl loomed in his memory. He recalled Su Muqing's grandfather, the reclusive elder of the Su family, whose lifelong obsession with ancient ceramics had profoundly influenced her understanding of such treasures from a young age, surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Chun Jing, still brimming with excitement, reported, Professor Tian Zhong mentioned that the sender of the email not only pinpointed a flaw in his theory that had never been made public, but also proposed an entirely new optimization direction derived from the serendipity of firing the Yao Bian Tian Mu tea bowl. He declared it to be the most insightful love letter he has ever received. He further stated that only a company capable of appreciating such artistry deserves to possess his technology. President Gu, you must tell us, which department has concealed this genius? It is akin to a divine intervention, transforming a business negotiation into a premier academic exchange. This single email holds more value than our entire negotiation team combined. Executives in the corridor turned, their gazes mixed with awe and curiosity. Everyone believed this was yet another of Gu Yan's enigmatic strategies. Only Gu Yan himself felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, frozen in place, unable to move. He understood. It was not him. He could scarcely pronounce the words, Yao Bian Tian Mu. That woman. Once again, she had cleared all obstacles from his path, unseen. No phone call, no message, no hint of seeking recognition, not even a trace left behind. She was like a phantom, infiltrating the most perilous battlefield, dismantling the most critical fuse, and silently retreating into the shadows. Despite having signed that non-interference agreement, every action she took was rewriting the very definition of that pact in bold strokes. It was not severance. It was a one-sided, silent guardianship, a jarring sense of abandonment, juxtaposed with an unwavering sense of security she provided, clashed violently within his chest, nearly shattering his reason into fragments. He abruptly turned and strode into his office, slamming the door shut, isolating himself from all prying eyes outside. He needed to regain composure. He fished out his phone, the number poised at his fingertips. Yet he found himself unable to press the buttons. What could he possibly say? Confront her? On what grounds? She, as an independent entity, engaged in academic discourse with a Japanese professor. What relevance did that have to him? Guyen expressed gratitude? The word thank you had already been uttered once. Repeating it would only render it more insipid. Moreover, his meager pride forbade him from repeatedly bowing to the very woman he had resolved to forsake. As this internal conflict raged, his assistant knocked and entered. President Gu. The legal department has successfully coordinated with Professor Tianzhong's lawyer. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The assistant's voice lowered cautiously as he presented a report. As per your instructions, we attempted to trace the source of that anonymous email. Guyen's breath caught for a second. The result? The opponent is a top-tier expert. Our team exerted tremendous effort to trace the original IP address, located at a private art gallery in the west of the city. The assistant's voice grew softer. We could not delve deeper, but we managed to decipher the sender signature. Guyen's gaze shot up, icy and penetrating. The assistant felt a chill run down his spine as he struggled to swallow. The signature bore but a single character, Mu. The utterance of Mu was silent, yet it detonated a nuclear explosion within Guyen's mind. He waved the assistant out. The office door closed gently, and the world fell into silence once more. Guyen slumped into his chair, staring at the pale ceiling, an unprecedented weariness enveloping him. It turned out that sustaining hatred was such an exhausting endeavor. And when the object of your animosity no longer resembled the loathsome figure etched in your memory, even beginning to clear the path for you, your hatred becomes a castle built upon shifting sands, destined to collapse in an instant. He had believed her establishment of Qing Tian capital was a desperate attempt to prove herself to him. It was only at this moment that he realized she was not constructing her own kingdom. She was quietly reinforcing his walls. Why? What does she truly seek? This question constricted his throat, rendering him breathless. For the first time, Guyen recognized that in this game of rebirth, which he thought he controlled, he had never truly held the script. Chapter 18, A Confession Named Repayment. The Kodia crisis concluded in an almost legendary fashion. The Gu group not only emerged unscathed, but, rather, turned adversity into fortune, acquiring core technologies that were both more cost-effective and efficient, liberating themselves from the constraints of the supply chain. The stock price soared, recovering all lost ground, and even reaching new heights in recent years. Guyen was once again elevated to the pedestal of reverence. At the celebration banquet, amid the clinking of glasses and fragrant attire, everyone surrounded him, showering him with compliments and praise. President Gu is truly a master strategist, orchestrating everything. Indeed, who could have predicted that a calamity could be transformed into a tremendous opportunity by President Gu? Hongfa Industrial had suffered a double loss this time, failing to achieve their objectives while incurring losses. Guyen held his glass with a composed expression, merely nodding in acknowledgement of the accolades. However, his gaze transcended the insincere smiles before him, peering into the vastness of the night beyond the window. Master strategist? Orchestrator? Only he knew that behind this resplendent victory stood a shadow he dared not confront. The woman who signed her name as Mu. After the banquet concluded, he declined all invitations for further gatherings, driving alone on the road back to his villa. It had been a week. Since that day, for a full week, Su Muqing had seemingly evaporated from existence. No calls, no texts, no comforting bowl of chicken soup. Not a single trace of her presence remained in any corner of his life. She had been meticulous, as if that world-altering email was merely the casual act of a stranger. Yet, the more she vanished, the more agitated Guyen became. He despised this feeling, a sense of unrepayable debt. In his previous life, she owed him much. He could hate her with righteous indignation, torment her, and seek vengeance. But now, the scales were tipping at an uncontrollable pace. The tires screeched against the pavement as he abruptly swerved, the car carving a sharp arc through the night, changing direction. He could not continue like this. He had to seek clarity. He needed to tear away her calm facade and discover what lay beneath her surface. The car sped onward, eventually halting beneath a skyscraper. Qing Tian capital. The four characters emanated a cold light in the darkness. Approaching midnight, yet a single light still burned in the corner of the top floor. Guyen's heart sank inexplicably. He turned off the engine, remaining in the car, quietly seated in the darkness, gazing at that solitary glow. He imagined what she looked like at that moment. Was she furrowing her brow over a pile of tedious data? Hunched over her desk? Still engaged in a video conference with his team, his voice was calm and resolute. This demeanor was a stark contrast to the woman who lingered in his memories, one who would nestle in his embrace, weeping for handbags and jewelry. Time slipped away unnoticed until at last the light extinguished. Moments later, a slender figure emerged from the revolving door of the building. It was Su Muqing. Clad in a sharp business suit, She was enveloped in a beige trench coat, a laptop bag in hand. The night breeze tousled her long hair, revealing a face that was plain yet etched with fatigue. She appeared even more slender than when they last met. Guyan's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. He pushed open the car door, striding towards her with long strides. The crisp sound of his leather shoes on the pavement echoed in the silent midnight, each step resonating with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Su Muqing heard the footsteps and turned her head warily. Upon recognizing Guyan, the flicker of surprise in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by a veneer of calm. "Mr. Gu?" Her voice was slightly hoarse from a long day at the office. Polite yet distant. "Is there something you need at this late hour?" Guyan stepped closer, his towering figure casting a shadow over her. He looked down at her, his fathomless black eyes swirling with suppressed tumult from the week past. "Get in the car." His command was devoid of warmth, a sheer exercise of authority. Su Muqing did not move, merely gazing at him with eyes clear as a deep pool under the streetlight. "If this is about Professor Tian, I believe we have nothing to discuss. That was merely a personal academic interest of mine, unrelated to you, Mr. Gu." She dismissed it entirely. Her cold, businesslike demeanor ignited a fuse deep within Guyan. He abruptly reached out, gripping her wrist. Her wrist was astonishingly delicate, her skin cool to the touch, devoid of any warmth. "Unrelated to me?" He nearly spat the words through clenched teeth, anger entwined with an unnameable panic. "Su Muqing, do you take me for a fool?" He roughly shoved her into the passenger seat, following suit and slamming the door shut behind him. The confined space instantly crackled with tension. "Why are you helping me?" Guyan's gaze bore into her like a cornered beast. "First it was Ria Chemical, then Professor Tian. You've gone to great lengths, leveraging the Su family's connections, burning the midnight oil over documents that even I can't comprehend. What are you truly after?" He pressed, seeking any hint of scheming or ulterior motive in her expression. "Do you wish to put me in your debt for leverage in the boardroom? Or to bind me with favors so that I might rescind that property agreement? Su Muqing, what do you truly want? Speak plainly." He would rather she had ulterior motives. He would prefer her to be the greedy, selfish woman of their past. For only then could he continue to harbor his justified hatred for her. However, Su Muqing's response once again defied his expectations. In the face of his towering wrath, she showed no fear, no retreat, not even a flicker of panic. She simply regarded him quietly, a veil of sorrow gradually rising in her weary eyes. "Guyan," she finally spoke, her voice soft yet each word weighed heavily upon his heart. "What I owe you from our past is not money, nor status, but peace of mind." Each of her words etched themselves distinctly into his ears. "I stole your business secrets for Lu Ziyao. I squandered your money for Lu Ziyao. Every time I stabbed you in the back, every time I made you a laughingstock, it was for another person. I turned you into a complete joke." Guyan's breath hitched sharply. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, knuckles whitening from the pressure. This was the deepest scar of his past life, the root of all his resentment since his rebirth. Yet at that moment, she calmly unveiled this bloody wound, laying it bare before them both. In this lifetime, Su Muqing's tears finally streamed down her cheeks, not to elicit sympathy, but as a profound act of contrition. "I help you not for your sake, nor for my own, but for us, for the trust in you, named Guyan, that I personally destroyed." Her voice trembled, yet remained resolute. "I do not seek repayment, nor gratitude, and certainly do not require you to revoke any agreements, for these are all debts I owe you. I'm merely repaying my debt." The phrase repaying a debt fell like two invisible mountains, crashing down and shattering all of Guyan's sharp inquiries and dark suspicions into fragments. He opened his mouth, yet found himself utterly speechless. Su Muqing raised her hand, wiping away her tears with the back of her hand. Her gaze pierced through the glimmer of tears, locking onto his with a determination akin to a point of no return. "I have helped you resolve the Kodia issue. I have dealt with Professor Tian, not to showcase my capabilities, nor to change your perception of me. I simply wish for you to know that from this moment onward, there is someone standing behind you. Someone who will never betray you again, no matter the circumstances. You need not express gratitude. You only need to grow accustomed to my presence." With that, she unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the door, and decisively turned away, disappearing into the heavy cloak of night without a backward glance. Guyan remained frozen in the driver's seat, as if paralyzed by an incantation. "You only need to grow accustomed." Those words struck harder than any declaration of love, more forceful and shocking. She was not pleading for his forgiveness. She was redefining their relationship in her own way. She aimed to become a familiar presence, a subconscious support, and an inseparable part of him. This was not merely repaying a debt. It was the most profound and assertive confession, written through actions. He slammed his fist against the steering wheel, producing a dull thud. The car's horn blared, piercing the silence of the night. He had lost. In this self-righteous interrogation, He had suffered a resounding defeat. Just as he was about to drive away, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was an unfamiliar number, but he recognized it as the phone of the steward beside the elder Su. He hesitated briefly before answering. On the other end, the steward's aged voice, tinged with concern, reached him. "Young Master Gu, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Zhangbo, is there something amiss?" Guyan inquired. The steward sighed. "Miss has been preoccupied lately, looking quite gaunt. Recently, she has been scouring every private museum and collector in the capital for a rare book on Song Dynasty kiln transformation techniques. That book is a unique rarity, and the collector is rather eccentric, granting no favors to anyone." Guyan's grip on the phone tightened abruptly, his knuckles cracking softly. In the end, Miss had no choice but to seek out the elder. As you know, he has withdrawn from the world for many years and no longer concerns himself with such matters. For that book, she stood at the elder's study door all night. The old gentleman, feeling a deep affection for his granddaughter, ultimately had to step in personally, invoking his most cherished favors to secure the borrowing of the book. "Young Master Gu, I must interject. Is there some discord between you and the young lady? Why is she exerting herself so fervently?" With a resounding realization, Guyan's mind exploded with clarity. It was not merely a sleepless night or a simple email. Behind it lay her relentless efforts traversing the entire city, her heartfelt pleas as she stood before her grandfather all night, and her invocation of the most precious favors from the Su family. It was an immense sacrifice that he could scarcely fathom. Yet, she had not uttered a single word about it. He thought he had grasped the depth of her devotion, but in truth, he had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Guyan ended the call and parked the car by the roadside, leaning his elbow against the steering wheel, his palm pressed against his face in anguish. For the first time, he felt acutely aware that the woman he had once despised in his past life was, in a manner he could not resist, inch by inch, re-establishing her place in his heart. And he found himself with no avenue of escape. Chapter 19, A Retaliation Named Protection. Su Muqing's debt-repaying confession was akin to a deep-sea bomb dropped into the lake of Guyan's heart, its ripples still resonating. He began to suffer from insomnia more acutely than ever before. When he closed his eyes, the cold, resolute face of her betrayal from his past flickered and faded, replaced by her tear-filled, yet astonishingly bright eyes illuminated by the streetlights in the dead of night. "You only need to get accustomed to it." Those 5 words became a new nightmare, haunting him day and night. His hatred began to dissolve, replaced by an emotion he desperately resisted, yet could not deny, growing wildly from the ruins beneath. He found himself uncontrollably fixated on Qing Tian Capital. The daily reports from his assistant regarding public sentiment and project progress were now prioritized above all else. He observed her leading that small startup team through the treacherous jungle of capital, each step arduous yet resolutely taken. The project she secured bore the unmistakable mark of Su Muqing, precise, ruthless, leaving no room for retreat. In the dead of night, he would drive to her company's building, an addiction he could not shake. He concealed his car in the shadows, like a clandestine voyeur, merely to catch a glimpse of that familiar window, still aglow. He loathed this version of himself, a failure swayed by a woman, devoid of principles. Yet he could not help it. This conflicting turmoil lowered the atmospheric pressure around him to a degree that could freeze a person. Yet some individuals, like Lin Wanner, simply could not grasp the nuances of his demeanor. To her, the crisis at Gu's had been resolved, and it was her moment to shine as the delicate flower of understanding. As for Su Muqing, merely a foolish woman focused solely on sabotaging the company, long since discarded by Guyan. At the commercial banquet led by Gu, Lin Wanner adorned herself captivatingly, champagne in hand, gracefully approaching the adulated Guyan. "Brother Yin." Her voice was sweet enough to draw tears, perfectly interrupting his conversation with several dignitaries. "I see you've been busy. You must be exhausted. Have a drink to soothe your throat." The dignitaries exchanged knowing glances, tactfully seeking excuses to depart. Guyan accepted the wine glass, his expression devoid of emotion. A single syllable, as cold as a stranger. Yet Lin Wanner appeared oblivious, leaning closer, lowering her voice, her tone brimming with concern and admiration. "Brother Yin, I was so worried when the company was in such peril. Thankfully, you were so capable, resolving everything on your own." She observed Guyan's expression closely, and upon seeing no rebuttal, her confidence grew bolder. Unlike some, she sighed pointedly, her voice laced with disdain, as a wife. "She only busies herself with her company when you need her most, neglecting you entirely. I truly don't understand what you saw in such a selfish woman." She was certain her words would strike a chord with Guyan, just as they had in their previous life, when he had been moved by her understanding nature. However, this time, She was met not with agreement, but with a gaze capable of freezing one's very soul. Gu Yin turned his head, his eyes, deep and unfathomable, lacking any warmth, replaced instead with an unmistakable, blade-like disdain. Miss Lin. The three words struck Lin Wanner's heart like three nails. He addressed her as Miss Lin. Her smile faltered instantly. Brother Yinyu, my family matters are not for you, an outsider, to comment on. Gu Yan's voice was low yet charged with an oppressive intensity that tightened the air around them. Lin Wanner's complexion drained of color. Gu Yan did not pause. He stepped closer, his gaze sharp and incisive, peeling away her facade of hypocrisy. And how do you know she has been neglectful? His voice descended further, heavy with a cruel inquiry. On what grounds do you presume that I could resolve all issues without her contribution? Lin Wanner's mind buzzed, blanking out. What did he mean? That foolish Su Muqing had truly assisted him? No, that was impossible. Observing her stunned expression, Gu Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile, more piercing than the chill of a winter night. He leaned in slowly, whispering into her ear, his tone deliberate, delivering his final judgment. In my past life, I believed your deceitful words and remained a fool. In this life, do you think I'm still a fool? A thunderclap. A revelation erupted in her mind. Past life? He too had been reborn. This realization frightened her more than any humiliation. It shattered her. All her schemes, all her performances, in his eyes, had merely been the antics of a foolish clown. Gu Yan straightened up, no longer casting a glance in her direction, as if any further sight of her would tarnish his vision. He slammed the wine glass down on the table with a resounding crash, sending liquid splattering. Then he turned and walked away. The hall fell in his silence, leaving Lin Wanner frozen in place, her complexion as pale as paper, pinned to the pillar of shame under the gazes of pity, disdain, and curiosity surrounding her. Upon exiting the banquet hall and settling into his car, Gu Yan did not immediately start the engine, publicly defending Su Muqing, thoroughly tearing apart Lin Wanner's pretense, instilled within him a long-lost sense of relief, as if he had shed a heavy shackle that had bound him from his past life to this one. He was no longer the fool blinded by hatred. He was finally beginning to live for this life. He pulled out his phone, his fingertips hovering over the number he knew by heart, yet he hesitated to press it. What would he say? To tell her that he had just stood up for her, berating Lin Wanner, like a schoolboy wagging his tail in hopes of praise? Absurd. Ultimately, he set his phone down and started the car. As the traffic flowed, he found himself inexplicably drawn to stop once more beneath the building of Qing Tian Capital. He could not even count how many times this had happened, like a devout follower paying homage to his sacred place. He lifted his gaze. The window remained aglow, illuminating the darkness. She was still there. This realization instantly grounded his restless heart, which had been anxious throughout the night. He neither ascended the stairs nor made a phone call. He extinguished the headlights, allowing himself to merge completely with the shadows. He gazed at that fragment of light, as if it were his sole anchor. Perhaps it was a form of guardianship, protecting the light that shone because of him, yet not for him. Or perhaps it was an act of atonement for the past self who had extinguished all her brightness with his own hands. As the midnight chimes resounded, the light extinguished. That familiar figure emerged from the building, entered a rideshare vehicle, and vanished into the depths of the night. He awoke as if from a long dream, starting the engine in preparation to depart. At that moment, his phone emitted a soft chime, a text message from an unfamiliar, encrypted number. His heart skipped a beat. He opened it. The screen displayed nothing but a photograph. The perspective captured was from the window of the office at Qing Tian Capital, looking down. The subject of the photograph was his black Bentley, resembling a silent and loyal beast, quietly lurking in the shadows by the roadside. Beneath the image lay a single line of text. No signature, no greeting. Just a simple phrase. It's cold. Go home early. Don't catch a cold. Gu Yan's grip on the phone tightened abruptly. A surge of electricity coursed through his fingertips, instantaneously numbing his limbs. She knew. She had always known he was there. He believed himself to be the guardian lurking in the shadows, yet unbeknownst to him, his every move had long been under the watchful eye of his prey. He thought he was the one gazing into the abyss, unaware that he had already become a part of it. Who was guarding whom? Who was watching whom? At that moment, the boundaries dissolved. Gu Yan slowly raised his head, casting his gaze towards the now completely darkened window, his face for the first time, displaying a bitter smile that he could not control, a mixture of shock, frustration, helplessness, yet tinged with a hint of warmth. In this game, called Pursuit, he had lost from the very beginning, and it seemed he no longer wished to win. Chapter 20. He laid a trap, yet she embraced it as a royal flush. That phrase, it's cold. Go home early, pierced through the hard shell of hatred and vigilance that Gu Yan had constructed around himself, like an invisible needle. What followed was not warmth. but a surge of irritation and chaos. He had become the passive party. The woman he once toyed with had now become the master of the game. She was in the shadows, while he was in the light. She discerned his every move, while he remained oblivious to her true intentions. This sensation was more debilitating than the betrayal he endured in his past life. He could not continue like this. He must reclaim the initiative. Seated in his office, Gu Yan's fingers unconsciously tapped on the cold surface of the desk, producing a dull rhythm. He needed an opportunity, one that would allow him to see through Su Muqing once more, a test. Soon, the opportunity presented itself. Assistant Qin Jing placed an urgent report on his desk, her expression grave. President Gu, the final assessment from the technology department regarding Xingxing Technology has come through. Gu Yan's gaze lifted slightly. Xingxing Technology was a startup specializing in drone AI algorithms, cutting-edge yet incredibly costly, with a severed funding chain. The founder, Professor Zhou, demanded an exorbitant price and insisted on retaining absolute control, making negotiations extremely challenging. Qin Jing flipped to the last page of the report, pointing to a highlighted section. Most critically, the technology department discovered an irreparable fatal flaw in their core algorithm during the code review. Once deployed for large-scale commercial use, the entire system will collapse instantaneously. Our conclusion is that this is a beautifully packaged scam, rated at the highest risk, and we recommend permanent abandonment. Gu Yan's fingers stilled. He picked up the report, his gaze lingering on the words fatal flaw, unmoving for an extended moment. A project that appeared to be cutting-edge and full of promise concealed a deadly trap within. Just then, Qin Jing added, "By the way, President Gu, we've just received news that Qing Tian Capital has also been frequently engaging with Xingxing Technology. It seems that President Su is quite interested in this project." Gu Yan's heart clenched at those words. Su Muqing. She was about to step into this trap. A thought instinctively surged from the depths of his heart. Warn her. He could not allow her to suffer the same fate as those investors she had betrayed in her past life, losing everything. Yet, a darker voice roared within his mind. Why warn her? Isn't this the perfect opportunity? An opportunity for her true self to be revealed. If she faltered and fell into despair, he would finally see everything clearly. He would discern whether she possessed genuine talent or was merely exploiting memories from her previous life. He would understand if, in her moment of desperation, she would turn to him for help or reveal the selfish nature she had shown in her past life. This thought filled him with self-loathing. Yet, he could not resist the temptation. He needed an answer to end the incessant turmoil within him. Regarding the Xingxing Technology project, Gu Yan's voice was hoarse and dry. Seal and destroy all traces of contact and assessment reports from our project database. Qin Jing was taken aback. President Gu, if anyone inquires, say we have never assessed this project. Gu Yan commanded without emotion. He gazed out the window, the city skyline sharply delineated against the cold. Su Muqing, this is your final opportunity. Whether you soar or falter, do not disappoint me. At Qing Tian Capital, the atmosphere in the conference room was vibrant. President Su, the founder of Xingxing Technology, Professor Zhou, is willing to meet with us. The project manager's face was alight with excitement. Securing this would catapult Qing Tian Capital into the forefront of the AI realm. Indeed, I've heard several major players are interested, but negotiations have faltered. The project itself is undoubtedly a prime catch. Su Muqing distenet kuyutli, her silenge unyavering. Before her lay a costly assessment report purchased from a top consulting firm. The conclusions of the report aligned almost perfectly with her team's judgment. Top-tier technology, limitless prospects. Everything appeared flawless, too flawless. Yet, fragments of long-buried memories flickered in Su Muqing's mind. In her previous life, long after her demise, Gu Yan had ruthlessly targeted an AI company, obliterating it entirely. That company was Xingxing Technology. At the time, financial reports flooded the media, labeling it the most extravagant tech bubble in history. With its underlying algorithms' fatal flaw leading several top investment institutions to bankruptcy. Had her memory erred? Or had the trajectory of this life shifted? Su Muqing composedly closed the report, her cold gaze sweeping over each exuberant employee present. Regarding stellar technology, I require the most fundamental and original code review report. It must be meticulously detailed. Engage 3 distinct top-tier technical teams for an anonymous cross-examination. I expect to see the results within 48 hours. The project manager hesitated momentarily. Ms. Su, this approach incurs excessive costs, and the timeline is too tight. The consulting report already contains a technical assessment. That report is intended for the investors. Su Muqing's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. What I wish to see is a report for the programmers. Execute it. After the meeting, Su Muqing remained alone in the now desolate conference room. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling traffic beneath. The overly polished consulting report had awakened a familiar scent in her. Is it Guyan? This thought caused her heart to constrict slightly. With his capabilities, it was impossible for him to overlook the vulnerabilities within stellar technology. He must be aware, yet chose not to alert her. He is observing, waiting, utilizing the situation to test her. Su Muqing had signed that agreement. She had vowed to be his strength, not his burden. In this game, she must rely solely on herself and shatter it with dignity. She stowed away her phone, the last trace of hesitation fading from her eyes, leaving only a resolute glimmer akin to cold stars. 2 days later, 3 code review reports from different channels were placed simultaneously on her desk. The conclusions of these reports were astonishingly unanimous. In line 7834 of the algorithm model, an irreparable recursive logic flaw was discovered. At the report's conclusion, a renowned technical expert provided a shocking assessment in red font. This is not a technology. It is a meticulously orchestrated deception. Su Muqing leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. Indeed, slowly opening them, she picked up her phone and dialed her assistant. Please arrange a meeting with Professor Zhou. Mention it pertains to his daughter's application to Stanford. Perhaps I can be of assistance. The assistant, somewhat perplexed, promptly complied. After hanging up, a cold and sharp smile curved at the corners of Su Muqing's lips. Guyan, do you believe this is a trap? No. To me, this is merely prey awaiting disassembly. The game you laid out, I have accepted, but how it unfolds will be determined by me. Chapter 21. A graceful counterattack. In the lounge of the industry summit, a tapestry of elegance and mingling laughter filled the air. Guyan held a glass of whiskey, the warmth of his fingertips failing to penetrate the chilled liquid within. He traversed among the multitude of enthusiastic business cards and smiling faces, yet his thoughts had already fled. At the far end of his gaze, in a secluded corner, sat Su Muqing. Today, she donned a sharply tailored white suit, her long hair meticulously pinned back, revealing a gracefully arched and strikingly cool neck. Unlike other female entrepreneurs engrossed in socializing, she quietly conversed with a somewhat awkward middle-aged man. Guyan recognized him. Professor Zhou, the founder of stellar technology. 3 days had elapsed. The chess game he had meticulously orchestrated remained eerily silent. Qingtian Capital had neither made a grand announcement of investment nor exhibited any signs of withdrawal. It was as though a stone had been cast into the deep sea, with not a single ripple to betray its entry. What was Su Muqing up to? Had she discovered the trap? Or had she already fallen deep into its snare? Struggling under the astronomical weight of the investment, Guyan found himself utterly unable to discern. This long-forgotten sense of losing control tightened his grip on the glass, his knuckles paling with the strain. At that moment, the summit's host took the stage, announcing the next segment, the showcase of innovative technology projects. The first to present was none other than Professor Zhou. Guyan's brow furrowed sharply. Professor Zhou, evidently unaccustomed to such a setting, nervously introduced the extravagantly packaged AI algorithm of stellar technology. The investors in the audience displayed aloof expressions of understanding yet disinterest. This project was no secret within the circle. The technical concepts sounded impressive, yet the founder's pricing and terms were enough to deter any rational investor. As the unremarkable presentation neared its conclusion, the host cheerfully took the microphone. Thank you, Professor Zhou, for your insightful presentation. Are there any investors present who might be interested in the stellar technology project? If not, wait a moment. A cool, resonant female voice sliced through the air, crystal clear in every corner of the venue. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to its owner. Su Muqing rose, gracefully making her way to the stage. She took the microphone from Professor Zhou, offering a slight nod to the audience, exuding the poise of one stepping onto her own stage. Guyan felt as though his throat had been constricted, his breath caught in his chest. What was she planning? Announcing an investment in public? Has she lost her mind? Good afternoon, everyone. I am Su Muqing from Qingtian Capital. Her voice was calm and powerful, imbued with a soothing assurance. What Professor Zhou just presented is Stellar Technologies Plan A, an ambitious blueprint aimed at creating a comprehensive drone scheduling system. However, today, I wish to introduce to you Stellar Technologies Plan B. Plan B? A wave of murmurs erupted from the audience, a cacophony of whispers filling the air. Even Professor Zhou appeared bewildered, staring at her in shock. Guyan felt those 2 words pierce his eardrums like needles. Su Muqing paid no heed to the astonishment surrounding her. She pressed the remote control in her hand, and the large screen behind her shifted. No longer showcasing the impressive drone swarms, it unveiled an intricate cascade of code flowing like a waterfall. This represented the foundational architecture of Stellar Technologies' core algorithm. Su Muqing's gaze swept across the audience, finally settling for a brief moment on Gu Yan's face, light as a feather yet as precise as a blade. The grandeur of plan was predicated upon this very architecture. Regrettably, following 48 hours of uninterrupted examination by our 3 independent technical teams, it has been conclusively verified that this architecture harbors a critical flaw, rendering it incapable of supporting the commercialization of Plan A. Boom. Her statement detonated the room into an uproar. What? There's a flaw? I knew this project was unreliable. Is Qing Tian Capital being duped into sabotaging the event? Professor Zhou's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he rushed forward, attempting to seize the microphone, but Su Muqing's cold yet composed gaze pinned him to the spot. Gu Yan sat among the crowd, feeling as though his blood had reversed its flow at that moment. She knew. Not only did she know, but she had also chosen to unleash this revelation in the most intense, public, and unrelenting manner possible. However, Su Muqing pivoted hertone, capturing everyone's attention once more. A failed structure does not imply that each of its individual components lacks value. She pressed the remote again. On the large screen, a small segment of the vast code stream was highlighted, shining like the solitary star in the night. This segment details Professor Zhou's inadvertent creation of a subsidiary module while developing the main algorithm, a sub-algorithm focused on dynamic image capture and edge detection. This sub-algorithm is nothing short of perfection, exquisitely crafted, akin to a cold masterpiece. While it cannot support the drone scheduling system, if extracted independently, it could be applied in the realm of early cancer cell screening in medical imaging. Its precision and identification would surpass the current leading technologies on the market by at least 30%. A profound silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of pin dropping. Everyone was rendered speechless by the blueprint she had vividly illustrated. The notion of applying a drone algorithm across disciplines to medical imaging was a flight of imagination unmatched. What remarkable acumen for business. Gu Yan sat frozen in his seat. All preconceived narratives in his mind shattered in an instant. He had envisioned countless outcomes. Perhaps she would confront him in anger or silently withdraw, allowing him to witness a self-indulgent farce. Yet, he had never anticipated that she would wield a scalpel, deftly extracting the singular, most resplendent diamond from what he deemed a heap of commercial detritus. She had evaded his trap and transformed it, along with the entire domain, into her own spoils. At last, Su Muqing's gaze fixed steadily upon Gu Yan. There was no hatred, no resentment, not even the slightest trace of provocation. Instead, there was a pure, almost compassionate calm belonging to a victor. Thus, Qing Tian Capital formally announced. She raised the microphone, her voice reverberating throughout the venue. We shall relinquish the comprehensive acquisition of Hing Technologies Plan A and instead opt to establish a new medical technology company in partnership with Professor Zhou, focusing on the commercial transformation of this sub-algorithm. We do not need to squander billions in pursuit of an elusive dream. Her voice paused, imbued with an unprecedented sense of power. We shall invest merely 1/10 of the cost to seize a future capable of genuinely saving countless lives. Upon concluding her remarks, she bowed deeply to the audience. In the next instant, thunderous applause erupted, echoing through the hall, a testament to her extraordinary business acumen, an earnest tribute. Gu Yan found himself adrift in a sea of applause, yet felt like an isolated island, cut off from the world, with only the drumming of his heart in his ears. He had lost, utterly and completely. His meticulously crafted stratagem had not only failed to expose any vulnerabilities, but had instead become the stepping stone for a meteoric rise to glory. As the summit concluded and the crowd dispersed, Gu Yan remained motionless, seated in silence, gazing at the now empty stage, lost in thought. Su Muqing approached and took a seat beside him. The vast venue now contained only the two of them. That consulting report was commissioned by you, wasn't it? She began, her tone as calm as if stating a fact. Gu Yan's throat constricted, swallowing hard, but he offered no denial. Why? She inquired, tilting her head, her clear eyes scrutinizing him. Were you testing me? Gu Yan remained silent for an extended period, the dust motes dancing in the light around them. Finally, he managed to utter a few dry words. I need an answer. Now, have you obtained it? Gu Yan did not respond. Had he truly obtained it? What he had received was a version of Su Muqing that filled him with trepidation and unfamiliarity, a Su Muqing he could not control. One he even needed to look up to. Observing the storm in his eyes, Su Muqing suddenly smiled gently. That smile bore a hint of relief and a trace of weariness, as if shedding a burden. Gu Yan, do you remember the Lego castle we built together as children? She asked abruptly. Gu Yan was taken aback. How could he forget? It was their unique dream, constructed over an entire summer. I always thought it was you who knocked it down. Su Muqing's voice was soft, almost a sigh, but now I understand. It was I who buried a bomb beneath the castle's foundation. Everything I did today was not to prove anything to you. She stood up, looking down at him. I am merely dismantling the bomb I buried myself. She paused, seemingly allowing him time to digest her words. The patent for that sub-algorithm from Hing Technology is registered in the old tech park in the west of the city. I'll be handling the transfer procedures tomorrow. She looked at him, her eyes devoid of the heavy sense of indebtedness they once held, now carrying a hint of a tentative invitation. It's quite near our old middle school. Would you like to join me? Chapter 22. The Prelude to Reconciliation. Would you like to join me? This question was not a mere hook, but a probe, piercing through Gu Yan's seemingly impenetrable defenses. It calmly punctured all his facades. Following his catastrophic defeat in a business ambush, Su Muqing offered him no mockery or interrogation. Instead, she extended a calm, equal invitation from the stance of a victor. To go there meant conceding his loss, acknowledging that this woman he once felt he could easily manipulate now stood at his side, even deserving of his admiration. To decline would brand him a coward unable to bear defeat. Pride and an unwarranted fluttering of emotion stirred a tempest within his chest. After a long pause, Gu Yan heard himself utter a nearly unfamiliar, crushed whisper. All right. The next afternoon, at the old tech park in the west of the city. This place was once a dream of the city, the cradle of high-tech industry, now reduced to walls overgrown with vines and desolate roads, silently lamenting its abandonment by time. Gu Yan's car halted before an unremarkable office building. Su Muqing had already arrived. She was conversing with her assistant Chun, she, and Professor Zhou's lawyer at the entrance. She had exchanged her sharp, knife-like white suit from the previous day for a soft beige cashmere sweater and washed denim jeans, her long hair cascading loosely, radiating warmth reminiscent of bygone days. As Gu Yan stepped out of the car, her usually serene eyes momentarily widened in surprise, a slight contraction of her pupils revealing her astonishment at his arrival. Su Muqing whispered something to those beside her, instructing them to enter first. Before walking over to Gu Yan, I thought you were merely speaking idly, she said, standing before him, her tone devoid of emotion. The president of Gu Corporation does not utter empty words. Gu Yan's voice remained cold and hard. Though he alone understood the tension in his grip on the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white from exertion. Between them lay an unusual silence. The air was infused with the distinctive scent of moss from the old building, mingling with the languid aroma of the afternoon sun. The procedures will take a while. Su Muqing broke the silence. Shall we take a walk? Gu Yan swallowed, responding with a faint, almost imperceptible hum. They walked side by side along the long avenue of sycamores in the technology park. Sunlight fragmented into golden flecks, filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on the ground. Countless times, they had traversed this path in their blue and white school uniforms, debating an unsolvable math problem or deciding which newly opened arcade to visit on the weekend. Do you remember that internet cafe? Su Muqing suddenly lifted her hand, pointing to a shop on the corner that had long since changed its sign, where we first skipped class. Gu Yan's steps momentarily faltered. How could he forget? That day, she had been scolded by her father and ran out of the house in tears. He had searched frantically throughout the city, ultimately finding her curled up in a corner of the smoke-filled internet cafe, crying while playing a mindless game. He hadn't uttered a harsh word. He simply sat down and accompanied her for the entire afternoon. Later, he spent half a year's worth of pocket money to buy her the most expensive pair of virtual wings in the game. In his memory, she had smiled through her tears, clinging to his arm and sweetly calling him Brother Yan. Those images, forcibly buried beneath layers of resentment, now surged forth like a tidal wave. You were so foolish back then. Gu Yan's voice was as rough as sandpaper. He could even cry over a simple game of matching tiles. He masked his inner turmoil with biting remarks. Yet, Su Muqing tilted her head to look at him, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Yes, back then, it always felt like, no matter what, you would be there to shield me from the falling sky. This seemingly light-hearted statement pierced Gu Yan's heart like a heated needle. Indeed, once upon a time, he had been her entire world. Later, she had pierced that very world with a gaping wound. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Su Muqing realized her slip of the tongue, biting her lip as she awkwardly changed the subject. Up ahead is our middle school. It has changed so much. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the entrance of their former alma mater. The school gate had been renovated to exude grandeur, adorned with a gold embossed plaque proclaiming it a provincial model high school. Behind the iron railings, boys and girls donned new-style uniforms, their youthful exuberance echoing across the playground. Everything had changed, yet, in a way, everything remained the same. You used to wait for me here every day. Su Muqing gazed at the school gate, her voice soft, unwavering through wind and rain. Guyan's gaze fell upon a boy in a white shirt shooting hoops on the playground, memories and reality intertwining. He recalled leaning against the wall by the entrance, feigning impatience as he checked the time, while his eyes desperately searched the throngs of students for that familiar ponytail. When she bounced towards him, the satisfaction in his heart at that moment was incomparable, even surpassing the signing of billion-dollar contracts later in life. It was because Guyan heard himself speak in a tone almost tinged with self-deprecation, remarking that someone was directionally challenged and could wander from the west of the city to the north without guidance. Su Muqing was amused by his long-lost teasing, her eyes curving with laughter, like a crescent moon reappearing in the night sky. Yes, she instinctively replied, which is why I need to follow you forever. The words hung in the air. Both of them froze simultaneously. At that moment, it felt like the most absurd prophecy. The smile on Su Muqing's face slowly faded, and the air once again became thick with tension. Just then, bang, a basketball slipped from someone's hands on the playground, soaring in a high arc, hurtling directly towards the back of Su Muqing's head. Watch out! The warning barely escaped his throat before Guyan's body reacted faster than his mind. Without a moment's hesitation or deliberation, he yanked Su Muqing into his embrace, shielding her with his back while extending his right hand. The movement was as swift as lightning. The basketball, propelled by a gust of wind, was halted mid-air by his single hand. The world fell silent. Su Muqing's nose collided firmly with his solid back. Her nostrils instantly filled with the overpowering yet familiar scent of cedar. It was his essence. Her heartbeat stilled. The boy who had caused the mishap rushed over, panic-stricken, calling out from behind the railing, "Senior, I'm so sorry." It seemed Guyan only then returned to his senses. He released his hold on Su Muqing, tossing the basketball back with a voice as cold as ice. "Be more careful next time." He turned away, meeting Su Muqing's gaze, which was filled with lingering shock and a hint of confusion. Their eyes locked. He noticed her fair cheeks flushing with a subtle pink. Meanwhile, his own heart was pounding furiously in his chest, as if trying to break free from its confines. It turned out that after years of hatred and resentment, when danger struck, the instinct to protect her remained etched in his very bones. You. They both spoke simultaneously, then fell silent. Guyan's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and he awkwardly averted his gaze, using a frigid tone to shatter the almost suffocating tension. Your assistant called. He gestured toward her phone, which had been vibrating in her pocket. Su Muqing, as if awakening from a dream, hastily pulled out her phone. It was Chun Shi, saying the paperwork was complete. I should go back, she stammered. Guyan said nothing more, turning to leave, his stature upright yet betraying a hint of urgency. As if he were fleeing, Su Muqing stood frozen in place, watching his car vanish into the distance before belatedly raising her hand to touch her flushed cheeks. She knew something had changed. The wall she had painstakingly built over 7 years, fortified with resentment and wariness, had just been breached in that fleeting moment, allowing a beam of light to seep through. Chapter 23. The Warmth Within Cracks. Su Muqing stood beneath the sycamore trees of the old technology park. Guyan's car merged into the traffic, disappearing from view. The urgency with which he had turned away left an odd mark on her heart, like a blunt knife tracing a peculiar line. It did not hurt. Rather, it resonated with a dull, echoing tremor. She raised her hand, her fingertips gently brushing against her still flushed cheeks, where the imprint of his solid back lingered. The powerful scent of cedar still clung to her nostrils. In the instant the basketball had come hurtling towards her, her mind had gone blank. Yet he had instinctively pulled her into his embrace without a moment's hesitation. That instinct was deeper than the 7 years of animosity. The high wall he had erected with his own hands had been forcefully cracked open by him. Light had indeed penetrated. In this moment, Su Muqing ceased to dwell on past regrets and no longer calculated the gains and losses of this life. She simply allowed herself to quietly embrace the familiar warmth that had been reignited within her heart. Mumu, are you all right? Chun Shi's concerned voice drifted from a distance. Su Muqing snapped back to reality, shaking her head at Chun Shi, a faint smile gracing her lips. This smile lacked the shrewdness of recent days, instead radiating a hint of youthful purity. On the way back to the company, Su Muqing recalled Guyan's teasing remark about her being directionally challenged, the fleeting nostalgia in his eyes, and the warmth he had concealed behind his sharp words. She had once believed that love was a grand sacrifice. Now, she understood that love was also about truly seeing one another. As he was enveloped by layers of resentment, his weary heart continued to beat for her. The transition of stellar technology was astonishingly smooth. Professor Hung gazed at Su Muqing with gratitude as he signed the agreement. Qing Tian Capital not only alleviated the company's plight, but also provided a scholarship for his daughter studying far away at Stanford. This timely assistance truly won the old professor's heart. The new medical technology company was aptly named Spark by Su Muqing, symbolizing the hope ignited from the ashes. Late at night, Su Muqing returned to the villa, weary. In the garage, she found Gu Yan's car. He had returned. The living room was silent, likely because he was in the study. She glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock. His stomach condition could not endure such relentless work without rest. Entering the kitchen, she opened the refrigerator. No longer concocting those culinary experiments that tested the limits of human taste, she skillfully rinsed rice and began to prepare millet porridge. She added a few slices of yam to nourish the stomach and a handful of red dates. Simmering it gently, the warm, inviting aroma gradually filled the kitchen. She quickly steamed a delicate base and stir-fried some seasonal vegetables, all of which were among the few edible things he had mentioned during his stomach ailments. Once the dishes were ready, she carried them to the study door. The door was slightly ajar, with only the crisp sound of typing emanating from within. Knock, knock. She softly tapped twice. Come in, Gu Yan's voice, laced with fatigue, replied. Su Muqing pushed the door open. He was focused on the computer screen, his brow furrowed. Midnight snack, she announced, placing the tray on the corner of his expansive desk. Gu Yan looked up, and upon seeing her, his fingers hesitated for half a second, a fleeting emotion passing through his eyes. No need, I'm not hungry, he replied, his tone as cold as ever, though his gaze lingered momentarily on the food. Su Muqing chose not to argue. Instead, she gently nudged the warm bowl of porridge closer to him. Eat something light if your stomach is upset. Don't stay up all night. She turned to leave, but paused, retrieving a small glass vial from her pocket and placing it beside him. Stomach-nourishing tea, brewed daily. Gu Yan's gaze fell upon the elegant bottle, filled with dried herbs exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. He said nothing, returning his attention to the keyboard. Su Muqing understood his temperament and did not press further. She simply fulfilled her role, leaving the space and choice to him. As she closed the study door quietly behind her, Gu Yan's fingers halted in midair. The air was rich with the subtle fragrance of porridge and the fresh scent of fish, enticingly delicate yet maddeningly appealing. He picked up the small vial and opened it. Indeed, the herbs were for nourishing the stomach. Stomach-nourishing tea, he murmured, but in his mind, her clear, pristine eyes surfaced. He did not eat, or so he believed. The following morning, Su Muqing awoke to the delightful aroma of food. On the dining table lay a simple yet exquisite breakfast, 2 lightly toasted whole wheat toasts, a perfectly cooked sunny-side-up egg, and a warm glass of milk. It was prepared by Gu Yan. She was momentarily stunned. In their past life, he made her breakfast during their happiest times, but that had ceased altogether. Something within her chest began to warm, slowly, yet surely. Awake? Gu Yan's voice came from behind, as he descended the stairs clad in casual attire. Su Muqing turned to meet his deep gaze. The milk is warm. Eat up, he remarked flatly, as if it were an inconsequential matter. Su Muqing sat down and picked up her knife and fork. The toast was crisp, the egg was tender, and the milk was perfectly warm. Each bite was infused with his unspoken tenderness. Did you eat the porridge last night? She could not help but ask. Gu Yan lifted his coffee cup, his back to her, pausing momentarily. Just a single syllable. Yet, Su Muqing's lips involuntarily curved into a slight smile. As long as you ate. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere in the villa underwent a subtle transformation. Gu Yan remained taciturn and aloof, but the icy barrier between them was undeniably thawing. One day, while Su Muqing was handling documents for the Spar project, her fingertip was inadvertently sliced by the sharp edge of a paper, causing a droplet of blood to well up. Ouch, she gasped softly. Gu Yan, who was passing by, halted. He lowered his gaze to her bleeding fingertip without uttering a word. In the next moment, he retrieved a Band-Aid from his suit pocket and offered it to her. Su Muqing was completely taken aback, staring at the Band-Aid held delicately between his long fingers. Her heart felt as if it had been tightly grasped, a mix of sweetness and bitterness flooding her senses. In their past life, she had wounded him deeply. In this life, he was offering her a Band-Aid for her minor injury. Thank you, she managed, her voice slightly hoarse. Gu Yan did not respond, but withdrew his hand and walked straight ahead, his posture still upright and indifferent. Yet, Su Muqing felt that the towering wall between them had, perhaps, been chipped away at a corner by his own hand. She understood that he still harbored resentment towards her, but within that animosity, something else seemed to be seeping in, habits ingrained in the body, an uncontrollable concern, and those long-buried fragments of tenderness that were uniquely his. Chapter 24. A reunion with an old friend, memories resurface. At the top of the Gu Corporation, the dazzling lights of the city sprawled beneath him like a silent river of stars. Gu Yan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, the coffee in his fingers long cold and untouched. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Dude, the usual place, 9 o'clock tonight. Don't be late. The sender was Shunzai. The name momentarily halted Gu Yan's gaze. Shunzai, his best friend from university, had witnessed all his past with Su Muqing. In their previous life, he had urged Su Muqing to turn back more than once, only to watch helplessly as they fell apart. After his rebirth, Gu Yan had deliberately distanced himself from everyone, including Shunzai, unwilling to drag anyone into the mess of his and Su Muqing's entanglement. His finger hovered over the screen for a long moment before he ultimately replied with a single word. Okay. He knew Shunzai well. If he didn't show up, that man would wait until dawn. At 9 o'clock that evening, in a quaint bar named Old Times, the air was thick with the rich aroma of whiskey and the scent of aged wood, as if time itself had slowed. Upon seeing him, Shunzai broke into a broad grin, revealing a set of white teeth, and patted the barstool next to him energetically. A rare guest, the illustrious CEO Gu. I thought you'd risen to the top and forgotten about me. Busy, Gu Yan replied succinctly as he took a seat. Even the busiest among us needs to catch their breath. Shunzai countered, sliding a glass of whiskey with ice towards him, the amber liquid swirling gently within the glass. I have heard whispers that you orchestrated quite a spectacle at the business summit, nearly grinding that stellar technology's visage into the ground. There was a teasing note in Shunzai's voice. Furthermore, you personally elevated Su Muqing from Qing Tian capital to that esteemed position. Gu Yan lifted his glass, the ice clinking against the crystal, producing a crisp sound. He tilted his head back and took a sip, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat without betraying his composure. Shunzai observed his taciturn demeanor with a smirk. What is this? Are you displeased by my praise of your wife? What kind of performance are you two putting on? You've signed a divorce agreement, yet here you are, playing this poignant game of I help you, but I want to say it aloud in the realm of business? Shunzai leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Mr. Gu, your strategy is more intricate than any of your acquisition deals. Gu Yan set his glass down, the base colliding with the table to produce a muffled thud. He raised his gaze, his eyes as frigid as ice. Don't speak nonsense. Nonsense? Shunzai let out a derisive laugh, tinged with resignation. Yinggu, how many years have we known each other? Your little schemes cannot escape my notice. Do you genuinely believe that by sealing and destroying the confidential report that could topple Stellar, Su Muqing will remain an oblivious fool, incapable of discovering the truth? Do you truly think that by donning this perpetually disgruntled expression, as if the world owes you 8 million, you can deceive everyone, including yourself? Shinsha shined heavily, his expression finally turning somber. Yinggu, what exactly has transpired between you and Muqing? I've heard that both of you have changed. She is no longer that little girl who hid behind you. Rather, the wall in your heart has grown even taller. Gu Yan remained silent, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the chill of the glass. The truth? How could he articulate it? To say that Su Muqing had been reborn, returned to atone for her past? It was too absurd. In truth, I did not seek you out today to delve into your troubles. Shunzai's gaze suddenly grew complex. Muqing came to see me a few days ago. Gu Yan's grip on the glass tightened abruptly. He lifted his head, something tumultuous swirling within his dark eyes. She did not specify the nature of your relationship. Shunzai continued cautiously. She merely inquired about your childhood and your past together. She asked me if you truly hate her. Shunzai's eyes locked onto Gu Yan, each word falling with clarity. Hate to the extent of not granting even the slightest chance for reconciliation. Gu Yan's chest felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand. His breath momentarily stifled. He recalled Su Muqing at the Civil Affairs Bureau, tearfully tearing the agreement to shreds. He remembered her vehemently denouncing his former self, questioning whether he despised her. She has truly changed, Yinggu. Shunzai's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable conviction. The former, Su Muqing, sheltered beneath your wings, was innocent and carefree, and to be frank, a bit oblivious to the struggles of the world. But now, her eyes reflect both light and an edge. Yet more than that, there exists a weariness that tugs at one's heart. She expressed a desire to reclaim everything she once lost, piece by piece. She declared her intention to stand alongside you as your equal, not as a burden. Each of Shunzai's words seared into Gu Yan's heart like a hot iron. Yinggu, I am uncertain of the monumental misunderstanding that has arisen between you, but I have watched you two grow up together, and I know better than anyone that your fates are entwined. Shunzai's gaze drifted, lost in memories. Do you recall? During the 5th grade spring outing, on the bus, Muqing insisted on sitting next to you. She ended up carsick and vomited all over you. Your expression was as dark as a pot bottom, scolding her for being a fool. Yet in the end, did you not take off your jacket to cover her, frowning as you fanned her and offered her water? That image surged into Gu Yan's mind. A small girl, pale-faced, leaning against his shoulder. The unpleasant odor filling the air, his own irritation bubbling within him, yet his hands moved with an unexpected tenderness. And then there was that year in middle school. You fell from a high tree while attempting to retrieve the kite that she had hung there, breaking your leg in the process. She was terrified, crying more than you, the one with the broken leg, and insisted on staying by your side in the hospital, refusing to leave even a step. Shunzei's voice was tinged with a smile, yet it concealed a sigh. Back then, everyone knew that Guyan was Su Muqing's guardian angel. And Su Muqing was the little tail that Guyan couldn't shake off. Yingo, I do not know what transpired later to bring you to this point, but everyone is prone to mistakes, are they not? Muqing is striving. She is changing through her actions. Are you truly resolved to remain cold and not even glance her way? Shunzei's words transformed from mere persuasion into a key that forcibly pried open the door to Gu Yin's sealed memories. Those past grievances, buried beneath a mountain of hatred, those once sweet recollections surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming him in an instant. He recalled the first time she called him Yingo. Her bright, sparkling eyes. He remembered her burning the midnight oil to catch up with him, her tranquil profile resting on the desk as she dozed off. He had loved her so fiercely, willing to present the entire world at her feet. But then, it was she who had sliced open his heart, blurring the beauty and trust he had once held dear amidst the chaos. He hated her. He despised her betrayal, her heartlessness. Yet now, as she stood before him, her stubborn yet weary gaze declaring her desire to start anew, the towering wall built from his hatred began to tremble violently. Yan Yi, I do not advocate for your forgiveness. Shunzei perceived his inner turmoil and softened his tone. I simply wish to remind you. Some people, some relationships, if missed, may never return. Do not wait until everything is irretrievably lost to feel regret. Guyan remained silent. He simply gazed at the melting ice in his glass, as if watching his own heart disintegrate. Images of Su Muqing standing on stage, confidently introducing the Spark Project, filled his mind. In her eyes, there was a radiance and ambition he had never witnessed before. She was no longer the little tail that followed him. She was transforming into a woman capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him. This new Su Muqing bewildered him, yet stirred feelings within him that he could not control. He suddenly stood, downing the remaining liquor in one swift motion. The strong alcohol scorched his throat, yet it could not quell the tumultuous bitterness churning within him. I'm leaving. Watching his almost frantic departure, Shunzei raised his own glass, gently clinking it against the air. He understood. The fortress of Guyan's heart, frozen for years, had begun to fracture. Chapter 25. Nightmares intertwined, heartstrings quivering. Returning to the villa from the lounge, it was already deep into the night. The alcohol failed to dull his nerves. Instead, every word Shunzei had uttered seared through Guyan's mind. He ascended to the second floor and pushed open the bedroom door. The room was engulfed in darkness, with only the moonlight seeping in to outline the cold contours of the furniture. He did not turn on the lights, but walked directly to the window, gazing at the dazzling lights of the city below. Yet that splendor could not penetrate even a fragment of his heart. I am merely disarming the very bomb I buried with my own hands. Su Muqing's words unexpectedly pierced through his ears. He once believed that the explosive was intended for Lu Xiao, aimed at him, Guyan. Yet now, everything had unraveled. Exhaustion seeped into his limbs and bones. After completing his evening routine, Guyan collapsed onto his bed, forcing himself to shut his eyes. The man who had once succumbed to sleep in mere seconds now found his mind taut like a drawn bowstring, resisting any form of slumber. He was unaware of how long he lingered in a haze before plunging into a bizarre dream. The dream began with his wedding to her. Su Muqing donned a pure white wedding gown, entwining her arm with his, her eyes brimming with scattered starlight and utter reliance. She tilted her head back, repeatedly calling him brother, yet in a voice only he could hear. It was the most complete moment of his life. Yet in the next instant, the scene shattered abruptly. He beheld her whispering intimately with Lu Xiao in a corner, witnessing her hand over the deed to the Gu family estate to him. A look of resolute determination on her face that he had never comprehended. Those images he had thought long buried beneath hatred resurfaced with cruel clarity, replaying in his mind in the most merciless manner. Following that, the heart-wrenching plea at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau erupted like thunder. Guyan, I beg you, do not divorce me. In the dream, she knelt before him in disarray, her tears smudging her makeup as she clung desperately to his legs. The icy tears seemed to seep through his pants, penetrating his skin. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I was simply too foolish. Her cries were sharp, imbued with a childlike helplessness. He wished to break free, to escape this suffocating scene. Yet her grip felt like shackles searing into his flesh, impossible to escape. I hate you. He heard himself roar, his voice trembling with pain. I hate you for being so foolish. Before he could finish, the scene shifted once more. She stood atop a skyscraper before a vast floor-to-ceiling window. Dressed in white, her gown danced wildly in the wind. Her expression bore an unsettling calm, one that extinguished every glimmer of hope, sending shivers down his spine. Su Muqing. He screamed her name in terror, rushing towards her like a man possessed. But she appeared isolated in another realm, indifferent to his presence. Then, she spread her arms wide and leaned back, like a wounded white butterfly resolutely plunging into the abyss. No! Guyan shot up from his bed, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. The room remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the cold light of the moon. He raised a hand to his forehead, feeling the sticky cold sweat coating his skin. The rhythm of his heartbeat thundered against his eardrums. That dream had been so vivid it left him chilled to the bone. He could still feel the sensation of weightlessness as his heart seemed to be hollowed out during her fall. Betrayal from a past life, entanglements in this one. Did he hate her? Yes, he hated her ruthlessness of yore, hated how she had dragged him into hell. Yet her desperate cries in the dream, along with her final, unhesitating leap, transformed into an invisible dagger, piercing through the armor forged from his hatred. That pain was no longer the indignation of betrayal, but a more primal, profound fear of loss itself. He recalled her defiance when she tore up the divorce agreement. He remembered the light in her eyes during the summit when she introduced the Spark Project, a light he had never witnessed before. He remembered her preparing nourishing kanji for him and the complicated expression on her face as she offered him a band-aid. She had truly changed. She had become strong, independent, and unfamiliar to him. He had once thought that by cornering her, by forcing her to repeat the mistakes of their past, he would gain ultimate liberation. Yet now, the trap he had laid was met with her triumphant acceptance. The pit he believed he had created had become her treasure trove. The tests he thought he devised were met with a beautiful counterattack that had him outmaneuvered. The hatred that had sustained him was crumbling inch by inch. Could he truly let go of Su Muqing? That little shadow who had followed him since childhood, the woman who had once turned his life upside down, now reborn from the ashes. Could he truly remain indifferent to her? That dream had pried open the box in his heart he most dreaded to confront. Love and hatred intertwined within him, indistinguishable from one another. Yet he was acutely aware of one undeniable truth. He could no longer hate her with the same purity as before, nor could he treat her with cold indifference. Her existence had long since etched itself into his very being, impossible to extricate. Guyan rolled out of bed and approached the window. At the horizon, a faint glimmer of dawn sought to pierce through the darkness before daybreak. He needed an answer, a true resolution that could put an end to this ceaseless internal conflict. And perhaps only she could provide that answer. Or maybe it was something he must discover for himself. Chapter 26. The Awakening of Dreams, the Return of Old Love. Guyan jolted awake, his chest rising and falling erratically as he gasped for air. The room remained cloaked in darkness, the moonlight cold and distant. He raised his hand to his forehead, feeling the sticky cold sweat coating his skin. The rhythm of his heartbeat thundered against his eardrums. The dream had been so real it left him shivering. He could still feel the sensation of weightlessness as his heart seemed to be hollowed out during her fall. Su Muqing, he murmured softly, his voice tinged with an unrecognized hoarseness. Betrayal from a past life. Entanglements in this one. Love and hatred twisted together in a tumultuous knot within him, indistinguishable from each other. That dream had pried open the box in his heart he most dreaded to confront. He could no longer hate her with the same purity as before, nor treat her with cold indifference. Her existence had long since etched itself into his very being, impossible to extricate. He recalled Shunzai's words from the previous night. She has truly changed, Brother Yin. She wants to be someone who can stand beside you, your strength, not your burden. Those words struck him like a dull knife, repeatedly cutting into his heart. He had once thought that by cornering her, by forcing her to repeat the mistakes of their past, he would gain ultimate liberation. Yet now, the trap he had laid was met with her triumphant acceptance. The pit he believed he had created had become her treasure trove. The tests he thought he devised were met with a beautiful counterattack that outmaneuvered him. The hatred that had sustained him was crumbling inch by inch. Could he truly let go of Su Muqing? That little shadow who had followed him since childhood, the woman who had once turned his life upside down, now reborn from the ashes. Could he truly remain indifferent to her? Guyan rolled out of bed, his bare feet touching the icy floor. He did not turn on the lights, but allowed the moonlight to outline his tall figure. He left the bedroom, his steps heavy, pausing before Su Muqing's door. The gap in the door revealed no light. Inside, there was silence. He knew she was asleep. He did not knock, but stood quietly, as if he could hear her breathing through the door. Was she really there? A powerful impulse surged within Gu Yan, compelling him to push open the door, to confirm her existence with his own eyes. This impulse, both unfamiliar and fearsome, enveloped him. He dreaded the joy that had returned. Even more so, the possibility that it might be nothing more than his own delusion. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply in an attempt to quell the tumultuous emotions churning within his chest. After a prolonged moment, he finally turned and descended the stairs with deliberate stealth. In the living room, the dining table was still set with the breakfast Su Muqing had prepared for him: 2 slices of slightly charred whole grain toast, a perfectly cooked sunny-side-up egg, and a cup of warm milk. He approached, his fingertips lightly grazing the cup's edge, the temperature just right. "Did you eat the porridge from last night?" Her somewhat hoarse voice seemed to linger in his ears. He had replied with a mere syllable. In truth, he had not only consumed that bowl of porridge, but had also polished off the steamed sea base and stir-fried vegetables. His stomach felt warm, yet his heart remained desolate. He recalled the complex gaze she had cast upon him when she handed him the Band-Aid, and the fragrant aroma that wafted from the kitchen as she prepared the porridge. These fragmented acts of care seeped into the fortress of resentment he had constructed, gradually dismantling the most steadfast barriers of his heart. He seated himself and picked up the knife and fork. The toast was crisp, the egg tender, and the milk at an ideal warmth. Each bite carried the unspoken tenderness he harbored within. Suddenly, he found the situation somewhat amusing. He had been in relentless pursuit of her, yearning for her to pay for the betrayals of their past lives. Yet now, he realized he was the one being pursued, cornered by her actions. With no escape in sight, "I need an answer," he murmured to himself, a genuine resolution that could put an end to this unceasing internal conflict. Perhaps only she could provide it. Or perhaps it was a quest he must undertake alone. After finishing breakfast, Gu Yan drove to the Gu group. Throughout the journey, his mind remained in turmoil, repeatedly conjuring images of Su Muqing presenting the SPAR project at the summit with spirited enthusiasm. In her eyes, he saw a brilliance and ambition he had never witnessed before. She was no longer the timid shadow trailing behind him. She was evolving into a woman capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him. This new version of Su Muqing left him feeling disoriented and uncontrollably stirred his heart. He acknowledged that he was indeed smitten. This infatuation tinged with the pains of their past and the confusions of the present, yet undeniably genuine. At the summit of the Gu group, Gu Yan sat behind his expansive desk, yet found himself unable to concentrate on work. He rubbed his temples in frustration and, almost unconsciously, opened WeChat on his phone. Su Muqing's avatar lay quietly there, devoid of new messages. He stared at that icon, his fingers hovering indecisively before he ultimately restrained himself from tapping it. Meanwhile, in the old tech park on the west side of the city, in the offices of SPAR Capital, Su Muqing faced her computer screen, a hint of fatigue evident in her features, though it could not conceal the brilliance in her eyes. She was diligently reviewing the latest progress report for the SPAR project. Since the incident with Stellar Technology, the project's visibility and recognition had surged significantly. Her team had also expanded, each member brimming with enthusiasm. "President Mu, here's the schedule for next week," her assistant, Chun Shi, announced as she knocked and entered the office, handing her a document. Just place it there," Su Muqing replied, accepting the file and casually setting it on the corner of her desk. "By the way, President Mu, you look a bit pale. Did you not rest well last night?" Chun Shi inquired with concern. Su Muqing smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. Just been working late on several projects." Yet internally, she mused that it was not merely the workload. It was the recurring dream from the previous night. In that dream, Gu Yan's resentment had engulfed her like a tidal wave, and once again, she found herself thrust into the abyss by Lu Ziao. Such dreams made it impossible for her to entirely escape the shadows of her former life, even in this rebirth. Ding! At that moment, Su Muqing's phone vibrated. She picked it up to find an unfamiliar number displayed on the screen. After a moment of hesitation, she answered. "Hello, Mumu, long time no see." The familiar voice on the other end sent a chill coursing through her veins, laced with an irreverent chuckle. Su Muqing's fingers trembled involuntarily, nearly dropping the phone. Lu Ziao. That name struck her like a thunderclap, reverberating violently in her mind. The shadows of her past surged forth like an insidious tide, ensnaring her limbs. Her breath hitched abruptly. Lu Ziao seemed to revel in her silence, chuckling softly, his tone laden with malicious provocation. "What's wrong? Are you so overwhelmed by hearing my voice that you've lost your tongue? Or perhaps Gu Yan has you so tightly bound that you can't even take a call from an old friend?" His tone was flippant, each word a poison dart. Su Muqing forced down the rising nausea, her voice icy as she retorted, "Lu Ziao, what do you want? Don't be so tense." I merely wish to invite you for a cup of coffee to reminisce, Lu Xiao replied, his voice carrying an undeniable undertone of coercion, masked by feigned civility. After all, we have quite a few old scores to settle. He emphasized the words old scores, his tone dripping with provocation and veiled threats. Su Muqing clenched her phone tightly, her knuckles whitening. She knew that Lu Xiao's appearance was not merely for idle conversation. The betrayals of their past and the entanglements of this life loomed ominously. She glanced out the window. The sunlight was blinding, yet could not dispel the chill that gripped her heart. Chapter 27. Confrontation on a narrow path, undercurrents roiling. After hanging up on Lu Xiao, the office fell into a heavy silence. She stared at the unfamiliar number displayed on her phone screen, her stomach churning. Lu Xiao, his name alone embodied all the betrayals, wounds, and despair of her past life. She had believed that by avoiding him in this new life, she could set everything right. Yet it appeared that some fates were inescapable. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady the tumult within her. She was no longer the foolish, naive Su Muqing of her previous life. She would not be seduced by Lu Xiao as honeyed words and duplicitous facade. What she needed to do was confront him directly, severing all ties that bound them. President Mu, are you all right? She observed her pallor and inquired with concern. Su Muqing shook her head, a cold smile playing on her lips. I'm fine. I just encountered a rather bothersome fly. A fly? She asked, puzzled. Yes. A fly that will soon be swatted. Su Muqing's gaze sharpened. She understood that Lu Xiao's invitation was not merely for old-time sake. He had undoubtedly caught wind of something, seeking to extract benefits from her or exploit her once again. But this time she would not allow it. Checking the time, she noted that Lu Xiao had suggested an afternoon team meeting. Perfect. It would give her ample time to prepare. She opened her computer and began researching Lu Xiao and Hongfa Industry's recent activities. In her past life, Lu Xiao had utilized Hongfa Industry as a springboard, gradually encroaching upon the Gu Group, ultimately leading to its crisis. In this life, she would ensure he was denied that opportunity. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Muqing arrived punctually at the cafe where Lu Xiao had arranged to meet. In an exquisitely adorned cafe, nestled in a serene environment, perfect for discussing matters best kept from the light of day, she stepped through the door and immediately spotted Lu Xiao seated by the window. Clad in a meticulously tailored suit with his hair impeccably styled, he wore a gentle smile that still exuded the charm of a refined scion of a wealthy family. Yet, in Su Muqing's eyes, that smile was insidiously nauseating. Mu, you've arrived, Lu Xiao said, rising to extend a gentlemanly gesture, inviting her to take a seat. His tone feigned a familiarity that suggested their relationship had never been marred by discord. Su Muqing, however, offered no response, instead taking her place opposite him with a cold demeanor, her gaze piercing and devoid of emotion. What is this? After such a long absence, you can't even muster a greeting? Lu Xiao chuckled lightly, lifting his coffee cup to take a delicate sip. Or perhaps, now that you become the president of Xingho, you've forgotten your former friends? Lu Xiao, we are not friends, Su Muqing stated bluntly, her voice frigid. Please, be direct about your intentions. For a fleeting moment, Lu Xiao's smile faltered, a hint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. He set his coffee cup down, leaning slightly forward, his tone imbued with a suggestive weight. Mu, why must you distance yourself so? I've heard you've recently established Xingho, and it seems to be flourishing. However, the business world is a battlefield, and one cannot venture forth alone without encountering numerous challenges. He paused, his gaze winding around her like a serpent. Hongfa Industries is currently in pursuit of new collaborative projects, particularly in the realm of medical technology. If you're inclined, I could spare me, Su Muqing interrupted with a cold laugh, decisively cutting him off. Lu Xiao, I am no longer that naive fool of the past. I cannot afford your assistance. Her eyes glinted like daggers, piercing deep into Lu Xiao's core. Every step I take is to rectify the mistakes I have made, while you remain forever the one who seeks to exploit me. Lu Xiao's expression soured. Yet he quickly resumed his facade of false congeniality. He attempted to evoke Su Muqing's guilt, even alluding to Gu Yan's animosity. Why must you be so resolute in your words, Mu? We do share considerable history. Furthermore, can Gu Yan truly forgive you? His hatred runs deep, and you know this better than anyone. His tone softened, laced with a hint of coaxing. Su Muqing's body stiffened momentarily, yet she swiftly regained her composure. She recognized Lu Xiao's intention to sow discord and make her falter. I will bear my mistakes alone. They do not involve you. She interrupted firmly, her voice steely. Gu Yan's feelings of love and hate are not your leverage to manipulate. Suddenly, she rose, her gaze sweeping over Lu Xiao's increasingly pallid face. I am here simply to inform you that I wish for you to cease your interruptions. Our past has been irrevocably concluded. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving no room for sentiment. Lu Xiao watched her retreating figure, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. He murmured, Guyan does not share your sentiment. His hatred for you is profound. Su Muqing paused for an instant, but did not turn back. She understood that Lu Xiao's words were merely an attempt to plant seeds of doubt in her mind. Yet, she would not be deceived again. Outside the cafe, Guyan's assistant, Lin, sat in a car, holding a phone and quietly reporting to Guyan. Mr. Gu, Miss Su has exited the cafe. Lu Xiao remains inside. In his office, Guyan listened intently to Lin's report, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the desk. He did not inquire about the conversation between Su Muqing and Lu Xiao. He merely instructed, continue monitoring, but do not let her notice. After hanging up, his gaze fell outside the window. Lu Xiao's emergence was akin to a venomous serpent, once again placing her relationship with Gu Yan in jeopardy. He was acutely aware that Su Muqing was striving to effect change through her actions. Yet deep within, the fear of loss lingered, refusing to dissipate. He needed to become quicker and stronger to safeguard himself and Su Muqing. As Su Muqing departed the cafe, alarm bells rang within her heart. Lu Xiao's appearance served as a stark reminder that the grievances of her past were far from resolved. She needed to become more formidable to protect herself, safeguard Xinghe, and defend Guyan. She lifted her gaze to the sky. The sun blazed brightly. It could not dispel the shadows lurking within her heart. Chapter 28. The commercial game, Crisis emerges. The coffee had long since lost its warmth. Mirroring Lu Xiao's current mood, he fixated on the direction in which Su Muqing had vanished, his eyes clouded with an unyielding darkness. Su Muqing, you have truly changed, he murmured to himself, a blend of resentment and a perverse excitement lacing his voice. You become far more intriguing. Yet, do you truly believe you can escape me? How naive. He picked up his phone and dialed a number, his voice icy as he commanded, initiate Plan B. The following day, a storm brewed. The headlines of business media were monopolized by the announcement of a strategic partnership between Hongfa Industries and a company named Tianji Technology. The press release was laden with hyperbole, boldly proclaiming that the two companies would jointly venture into the realm of AI medical imaging. They even unveiled a so-called revolutionary early cancer cell screening technology. The intention was transparently evident, to launch a suffocating assault on Xinghe, just as it began to emerge in the competitive landscape. Under Lu Xiao's covert machinations, Tianji Technology's stock skyrocketed, inundated with a plethora of fabricated positive news that ensnared unsuspecting retail investors and small investment firms. At Xinghe Capital, Su Muqing's office was in disarray. President Mu, we have a situation. You need to see the news. Chen Shi burst in, clutching a tablet, her face etched with unprecedented gravitas. Su Muqing took the tablet, her eyes swiftly scanning the screen. Instead of panic, a cold, resolute battle spirit ignited within her. Lu Xiao, you are still so impatient. But President Mu, the news is sensational, claiming their technology surpasses ours in both advancement and cost efficiency, with Hongfa Industries backing them. Chen Shi's voice trembled with suppressed anxiety. Should we issue a statement to counteract this? Unease began to spread through Xinghe like a contagion, as several newly onboard investors had already called, subtly expressing their apprehension towards Tianji Technology. Su Muqing set the tablet down, silently walking to the whiteboard. Grabbing a marker, her entire demeanor sharpened. What is there to panic about? She began, her voice measured yet commanding, instantly silencing the office. Lu Xiao's tactics are still so cliched. The louder he shouts, the more it reveals his insecurity. Chen Shi, notify all project team leaders. We will convene an emergency meeting in half an hour. In the conference room, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Su Muqing's gaze swept over each anxious face. I am well acquainted with Tianji Technology's capabilities, she stated directly, her words steadying the troops. Their so-called revolutionary technology relies on a critical flaw. Their image recognition algorithms yield alarmingly high false positive and negative rates when handling complex human images. Such technology in the medical field is not a remedy. It is a death sentence. Moreover, the financial chain of Hongfa Industries is far from as pristine as it appears. She gestured towards several data points on the whiteboard, information she had discreetly gathered through the memories of her past life. Lu Xiao's intent this time was merely to leverage the winds of public opinion to swindle a sum of money to fill his own financial abyss. Thus, we shall not retaliate. Su Muqing's gaze was as sharp as a scalpel, meticulously dissecting the battlefield. A direct confrontation would only play into his hands, aiding his sensationalism. What we must do is to undermine him from beneath. Her voice was resolute and clear, each word striking the hearts of those present. Firstly, we must present a united front to the outside world, emphasizing only the stability and safety of Xingho technology, while mentioning our competitors not at all. Secondly, we shall release whispers of our new technological breakthroughs, obscuring key information to pique the market's appetite, drawing all eyes upon us. Thirdly, we will immediately contact the most authoritative medical institutions to arrange for clinical validation of our technology. We shall let data speak for itself and facts deliver a resounding rebuttal. Fourthly, Chunxi, reach out to the media. Within 3 days, I wish to hold a technology launch conference. A launch conference? Chunxi was taken aback. Yes, a launch conference. The corners of Su Muqing's lips finally lifted in a confident and radiant arc. I will demonstrate to the entire market that the prowess of Xingho is never merely a matter of idle boasting. At the Gu Group's executive office, the news headline on the screen pierced through Guyan's vision like a needle. Lu Xiao's actions were swifter and more malicious than he had anticipated. President Gu, there are indeed anomalies in the recent cash flow of Hongfa Industries. Assistant Lin placed a confidential report on the table, revealing that their investigation had uncovered possible high-risk illegal fundraising activities. Guyan picked up the report, skimming through it with remarkable speed. Yet in his mind, he envisioned Su Muqing, spirited and resolute at the summit, and her emphatic declaration, "I will be your backbone." He could not allow her to face this murky water alone. Dig deeper. I want a thorough investigation of all financial ties associated with Hongfa Industries. Guyan's voice was devoid of warmth. Furthermore, have someone reach out to those medical institutions touted by Tianji Technology as publicity stunts, and inform them that the Gu Group is willing to upgrade their equipment free of charge. Understood, President Gu. After Assistant Lin departed, Guyan leaned back in his chair, his long fingers unconsciously tapping rhythmically on the surface of the table. He recognized that Su Muqing was no longer a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yet, he was all too aware of the despicable methods employed by Lu Xiao, that rat lurking in the gutter. Anyone who dared to touch him must be prepared for ruin. 3 days later, the Xingho Technology Launch Conference commenced as scheduled. When Su Muqing stood beneath the spotlight, displaying images of early-stage lesions accurately identified by the Xingho algorithm, ones even seasoned physicians might overlook, the venue erupted with uncontrollable gasps. This was not mere concepts on a PowerPoint, but undeniable facts. Within an hour of the conference's conclusion, public opinion had completely reversed. The market was inundated with doubts regarding Tianji Technology's so-called disruptive technology, leading to a plummet in its stock price, leaving previously trapped investors lamenting their losses. In Lu Xiao's office, he glared at the radiant photo of Su Muqing from the conference on his phone screen, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. That woman, with her confident smile and piercing gaze, radiated a light he had never witnessed before. Su Muqing, he bellowed, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he hurled his phone against the wall, the screen shattering into countless pieces. He had lost the first round. He had underestimated her. But this war had merely begun. Chapter 29, Revisiting the Past, Unraveling the Heart's Knots. Outside a cafe, Guyan's assistant, Lin, sat in the car, reporting in hushed tones. President Gu, Misu has just exited. Lu Xiao is still inside. At the upper echelons of the Gu Group, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the city, its lights twinkling beneath. Guyan listened to the report, his fingertips drumming absently on the smooth table, producing a dull sound. He did not inquire about their conversation. It was unnecessary. Keep watching and ensure she does not notice. After ending the call, Guyan's gaze pierced through the glass, surveying the endless night. Lu Xiao's presence was akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. He understood that Su Muqing was striving, using her actions to validate her transformation. Yet deep within, the fear rooted in the destruction of his past life still clutched at his heart. He had to act faster, become stronger. This was not only to protect himself, but also to safeguard her. As Su Muqing stepped out of the cafe, the evening breeze could not dissipate the alarm bells ringing in her heart. Lu Xiao's emergence was like a thorn embedded in her flesh, a constant reminder that the enmity from her past life was far from resolved. She had to become faster, stronger, for herself, for Xingho, and for the one she owed her entire life. She lifted her gaze towards the Gu building, which stood tall against the night sky. A true contest had only just begun. Inside the cafe, Lu Xiao observed Su Muqing's resolute silhouette with a malice so intense it almost materialized. He refrained from smashing his phone again. Such rage was the mark of the weak. Now, he merely wished to relish the sight of his prey struggling in the trap. He leisurely lifted the now-cold coffee to his lips, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Su Muqing, do you think this is the end? He murmured to himself, his tone laced with amusement. Your deepest pain shall forever be Gu Yan's hatred. As long as Gu Yan does not trust you, does not forgive you, you shall remain ensnared in the shadows of your past life, eternally unable to rise. He picked up another mobile phone and dialed a number, his voice cold as ice. Advance the plan. I intend to bring her and Gu Yan back to square one. Gu Yan received the anonymous email in the evening. There was no sender, only a shocking subject line. President, do you truly know your wife? He did not even raise an eyebrow. He had witnessed such crude media tactics far too often. Yet, as he prepared to delete it with a flick of his finger, an inexplicable compulsion led him to open the attachment. A yellowed photograph suddenly filled his vision. In it, Su Muqing beamed with joy, nestled intimately in the embrace of a young man. That man was Lu Xiao. The backdrop was a vacation resort on an island, bathed in sunlight, with sandy beaches and a gentle sea breeze. Everything appeared so beautiful, yet painfully blinding. Gu Yan's heart seized abruptly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. He could almost smell the tobacco lingering on his sofa from a past life, belonging to another man. He could feel the cold paper of the divorce agreement brushing against his fingertips. He could hear the rush of wind as she fell from the high rise, and the deafening silence as his heart was instantaneously hollowed. He instantly recognized this as Lu Xiao's scheme. But so what? The evidence, the images were all undeniably real. He fought against the nausea churning in his stomach and opened other attachments. One after another, photos, explicit chat records, and bank transaction details unfolded before him. Some images even depicted Su Muqing and Lu Xiao together in their marital villa while he was away on business. In the chat records, her care for Lu Xiao overflowed with affection, almost spilling off the screen. The bank transfer details revealed a staggering flow of funds from the Gu family to Lu Xiao's personal account, an amount so immense it was shocking. Gu Yan's complexion shifted from pallid to a deep shade of ashen gray, ultimately settling into an eerie silence. All the hatred he had forcefully suppressed, all the betrayals he had deliberately chosen to forget, erupted within him at that moment like a volcanic eruption, incinerating the flickers of doubt and warmth he had recently harbored for Su Muqing. He had believed she had changed. He had thought she was genuinely remorseful. He had even permitted himself to entertain renewed hopes for her. But these feelings acted like a blunt knife, poisoned and dull, repeatedly slicing through his already battered heart. Su Muqing. He forced her name through clenched teeth, each syllable laced with bitterness. Her defiance in tearing up the divorce agreement, her tenderness while preparing kanji for him, her radiant presence at the press conference, and the soft way she called him Brother Yin by his bedside. All of it was a facade, an intricate web of lies she had spun, a performance of unparalleled mastery. He sprang to his feet, seizing his phone and car keys, not bothering to utter a word to Assistant Lin as he stormed out of the office. The villa was ablaze with light. Su Muqing, wearing delicate-rimmed glasses, sat on the sofa, her brow slightly furrowed in concentration over documents. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up, and, upon seeing Gu Yan, a weary smile blossomed on her face. You're back. Just in time. Her words were abruptly cut short as a phone, propelled by a gust of wind, was violently slammed onto the coffee table before her. The resounding thud caused her heart to skip a beat. She gazed up in astonishment, meeting a pair of cold, bloodshot eyes that seemed ready to devour her whole. What do you have to say for this? His voice was low and terrifying, each word crawling from the depths of hell. Su Muqing's gaze fell upon the phone screen. The intimate photograph of her with Lu Xiao on the island struck her like a slap, rendering her smile rigid. The color drained from her face in an instant. Trembling, she picked up the phone, flipping through the images, photos, chat records, transfer details, each one a dagger, precisely piercing the most tender part of her heart. This was her past life, filled with folly, shame, and grave sins. Lu Xiao had struck. He had indeed unveiled her bloody scars in the most vicious manner, presenting them before Gu Yan. Su Muqing set down the phone, lifting her gaze to meet Gu Yan's, her eyes brimming with boundless guilt and agony, yet devoid of any evasion. Gu Yan, these. Her voice trembled, yet it rang with an unusual clarity. They are all true. They are all foolish things I did in my past life. Gu Yan's body trembled violently. He had envisioned her denying it, arguing, or weeping as she accused someone of framing her. He had even prepared 1,000 biting retorts to hurl back at her. But she did not. She confessed, her honesty dousing his raging fury with a cascade of icy water, leaving behind only an unbearable ache and bitterness. I admit it, in my past life, I was blinded by Lu Xiao, foolish beyond redemption. Su Muqing's voice grew softer, as if she were judging her former self. I betrayed you, I hurt you, and I misappropriated funds from Gu S for him. Tears fell silently, only to be defiantly wiped away. She raised her head once more, her expression anguished yet resolute. I will not shirk responsibility, Guyen. I have returned to atone, to rectify all the harm I caused you. I know you hate me, perhaps even wish for my demise. Su Muqing gazed into his bloodshot eyes, her voice hoarse. But I beg you, grant me another chance to prove that the current Su Muqing is not the same as that wretched person from the past. Guyen stared at her intently. Her contrition, her suffering felt so achingly real. Yet the betrayal captured in the photographs, the greed laid bare in the transfer records, were equally undeniable. Love and hate, trust and suspicion, hope and despair. Two forces clashed violently within him, threatening to tear him apart. He could not discern whether this woman before him was an actress at the pinnacle of her craft or genuinely bearing her soul. A sharp pain twisted in his chest, making it hard to breathe. He could not confront such a Su Muqing, nor could he face the disarray and despair within himself. You. He opened his mouth, his voice raspy and unrecognizable. Let me be alone for a moment. He uttered this line and, without daring to glance at her again, turned and stumbled out of the living room, escaping the suffocating confines of the villa. The door slammed shut behind him. Su Muqing watched his resolute departure, collapsing under the weight of her emotions as tears streamed down her face. Lu Xiao had succeeded. He had effortlessly ripped open the wounds Gu Yan had only just begun to heal, and she, with no other options available, could only endure. This path of atonement was 1,000 times more arduous than she had envisioned. Chapter 30. Unexpected injury, tenderness reemerges. As night descended, the villa stood empty enough to echo with sound. Guyan's decisive retreat forever etched in Su Muqing's mind, shattering the flicker of hope in her heart. She knew Lu Xiao had triumphed. The sins of her past life were indelibly imprinted in her very being. Even rebirth could not easily erase them. She did not pursue him. At that moment, he was a volcano on the brink of eruption, and any approach would result in incineration. She could only wait for him to regain his composure. Su Muqing bent down, carefully gathering the glaring photographs and documents from the coffee table, one by one. She would not evade this. These were her sins, and she must bury them herself. The following morning, she forcibly suppressed all emotions and channeled her energy into the Starfire project. With Lu Xiao's Skyline Technology press conference having met with utter failure, she knew that retribution would come swiftly and mercilessly. Indeed, in the morning, a call from Chun Shi came, her voice tinged with unprecedented panic. President Mu, it's bad. The laboratory in the west of the city was broken into, and all the equipment was destroyed. Su Muqing's blood ran cold instantly. Lu Xiao. She didn't even need to think to know who was responsible. Grabbing her car keys, she sped towards the old technology park in the west of the city. Inside the laboratory, chaos reigned. Several core image processors imported from Germany lay cracked, their screens shattered, and countless data cables severed the roots. What pained her the most were the volumes filled with her team's hard work, torn to shreds and soaked in water. Security personnel were on site collecting evidence. But the perpetrators were evidently professionals, leaving behind almost no valuable clues. President Mu, Chun Shi's eyes were red, her voice trembling. "Em fine." Su Muqing shook her head, forcing herself to remain calm. Anger would solve nothing. The priority now was to mitigate the damage. Donning sterile gloves, she bent down to inspect the ruined equipment herself. The hard drive compartment of this server was independent. Perhaps the data could still be salvaged. Su Muqing pointed to a deformed cabinet, attempting to extract the hard drive. At the very moment she exerted herself, a sound akin to twisted metal echoed from above. It was the ventilation duct in the ceiling. During the previous violent destruction, its supporting brackets had long since loosened. At this instant, a massive metal panel tore through the suspended ceiling, accompanied by a howling gust of wind, and plummeted directly toward her head. "Miss Mu, be careful." Chun Shi scream elongated infinitely. Su Muqing instinctively turned to the side, shielding her head with her arm. Bang! A deafening crash resounded as the metal sheet struck her left arm with tremendous force, causing her to lose her balance and crash heavily onto the cold floor. A heart-wrenching pain radiated from her left arm. Su Muqing let out a muffled groan as beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on her forehead. Glancing downward, she saw that her left sleeve had been torn by the sharp metal edge, blood gushing forth, rapidly staining her white shirt. "Quick, call an ambulance. Get her to the hospital." Chun Shi's voice was tinged with a sob. En route to the hospital, Chun Shi's hands trembled so violently she could barely hold her phone, dialing the only number that came to her mind. In the upper conference room of the Gu group, the atmosphere was stifling. Gu Yan listened expressionlessly to the report, but his vacant gaze betrayed the fact that he had not slept all night. Su Muqing's words rang true, piercing his heart like a venomous thorn, making each breath a dull ache. Suddenly, his phone vibrated sharply. It was Chunxi. Instinctively, he reached to hang up, his finger hovering over the red button. Yet he ultimately pressed the green one. President Gu, something terrible has happened. Chunxi's cries on the other end of the line pierced his eardrum like a jolt of electricity. Miss Mu is injured in the lab. She's bleeding profusely. What did you say? Gu Yin sprang to his feet, the high-back chair behind him tumbling to the floor with a resounding crash. In the conference room, all the executives stared at him in horror. His eyes were suddenly filled with a terrifying crimson streak, and the atmospheric pressure around him became suffocating. Which hospital? He roared into the phone, his voice laced with rage and chaos, a fury he was not even aware of himself. After acquiring the address, he hung up abruptly, not even glancing at the people in the conference room, seizing his car keys and rushing out. Pause the meeting, he commanded Lin, his assistant, who had hurried after him, each word laced with ice. Investigate. Turn the West City Technology Park upside down. I want the person who destroyed the lab brought to me alive. The car roared to life, shooting out like an arrow. Red light. Another red light. Gu Yin pressed the accelerator, racing through the blaring horns. When he stormed into the emergency room, he immediately spotted Su Muqing seated on the hospital bed. Her left arm was suspended in thick bandages, her complexion as pale as a sheet of paper, her lips devoid of color, rendering her appearance so fragile it seemed she might shatter with the slightest touch. Gu Yan's heart felt as though it were being crushed by an invisible hand, the suffocating pain causing his vision to darken. Lu Xiao, the name ground against his teeth. Laden with bloody hatred, he strode to the bedside, his gaze fixed on the bandages encasing her arm, his voice hoarse and almost unrecognizable. Doctor, how is she? The doctor, startled by his menacing aura, quickly replied, Mr. Gu, rest assured, she has an open fracture in her left arm. Fortunately, the main nerves were not damaged. It's been treated, but she will need to be hospitalized for observation. Fracture. Gu Yin repeated the word, his taut jawline revealing the effort he was exerting to suppress a torrent of emotions. Without uttering another word, he turned and completed the hospitalization procedures, requesting a full VIP suite on the top floor. Back in the room, he looked at the weakened Su Muqing lying in bed. The agitation and fury within him had nowhere to go. He picked up a water jug, poured a glass of warm water, and awkwardly offered it to her lips. Thank you. Su Muqing's voice was faint, laced with surprise. He had no time to be angry, nor did he pose a single question. Gu Yin ignored her gratitude, silently observing her drink, then reached for the medication left by the nurse. Yet, as he attempted to break a tablet, he applied too much force, nearly crushing it. His movements were clumsy and unrefined, wholly at odds with his usual demeanor. Watching his tense profile and the slight tremor in his hands, a hardened corner of Su Muqing's heart unexpectedly softened. The gory wounds inflicted by Lu Xiao seemed, at that moment, to be gently soothed by his awkward tenderness. Compelled by some unseen force, she softly called out, Brother Yin. Gu Yan's tall figure jolted. The hand holding the medication froze midair. That title was like a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of memory. He recalled many years ago, when a little girl trailing behind him had scraped her knee, tearfully calling out to him as Brother Yin. Then, he would clumsily blow on her wound and give her a piece of candy. Gu Yin swallowed hard, ultimately saying nothing. He merely extended the tablet to her lips, then took a towel from the side, soaked it in hot water, and awkwardly pressed it against her cold forehead. It was as though this act could suppress the surging memories and tangled emotions all at once. As the night deepened, Gu Yin did not leave, opting instead to sit in the chair beside her bed. He watched her peaceful sleeping profile, her breathing gentle, yet her brows were slightly furrowed, suggesting unease even in dreams. He reached out, wanting to smooth the wrinkles from her forehead. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against her skin, he abruptly halted, slowly retracting his hand and clenching it into a fist. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. He feared waking her. More so, he dreaded that this uncontrolled tenderness would become another source of mockery come dawn. Chapter 31. Wounds unhealed, trouble approaches. In the early morning, Gu Yin awoke from the sofa in the hospital room. He had not closed his eyes all night. Raising his gaze, he saw Su Muqing's face appeared pallid. Her left arm was bandaged heavily. A dull ache surged in Gu Yan's chest. Su Muqing's declaration from the previous night echoed repetitively in his mind. She looked so fragile now, a stark contrast to the betrayal that lingered in his memory, tightening his heart. A soft sound came from the door. Assistant Lin hurriedly entered, holding a document. President Gu, he said softly, handing over the file. We have results from the West City laboratory. Gu Yin took the document without a word. He opened the report, scanning the text. The photographs displayed the damaged equipment, alongside some torn records. The on-site investigation suggested that the perpetrator's methods were highly professional. We've identified signs of deliberate sabotage, and we have found some clues pointing to a small team under Lu Xiao, Assistant Lin continued. Listening to Lin's report, Guyan's fingers turned white as they gripped the document tightly. Lu Xiao's ruthless tactics had once again altered his perception. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. President Gu, what do you think? Lin inquired. Guyan withdrew his gaze, placing the report on the table. Continue the investigation, he instructed, his voice heavy. Keep a close watch on everyone connected to Lu Xiao. Understood, Assistant Lin replied. On the bed, Su Muqing's eyelashes fluttered gently. She slowly opened her eyes. She beheld Gu Yin seated at the edge of the bed, while Assistant Lin stood nearby. You're awake, Gu Yin remarked. Su Muqing shifted her left arm, a twinge of pain causing her to furrow her brow. She gazed at Gu Yin, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. What has happened in the laboratory? Su Muqing inquired softly, her voice tinged with weakness. She refrained from asking about her injuries. Gu Yin's tone bore a certain rigidity. Everything has been arranged and managed. He replied, the equipment is undergoing emergency repairs and a damage assessment is in progress. He paused momentarily before earnestly warning Su Muqing in future endeavors. Do not place yourself in peril. Su Muqing remained silent, merely observing him. Gu Yan's eyes conveyed weariness, interlaced with a hint of vigilance. Noticing the atmosphere, Assistant Lin gently cleared his throat. Mr. Gu, I will attend to subsequent matters, he stated. Gu Yan nodded, and Assistant Lin promptly exited. After a while, a nurse wheeled in a food cart, which bore a breakfast tray. Miss Su, your breakfast, the nurse announced. Gu Yan accepted the meal, carefully scooping a spoonful of porridge and bringing it to Su Muqing's lips. His movements were cautious, yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of detachment. Su Muqing opened her mouth and drank the porridge, her gaze lingering on Gu Yan's face. The fatigue in his eyes and the lingering weariness stirred a pang within her heart. This fleeting moment of tenderness felt akin to a candle flickering in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Thank you, Su Muqing whispered. Gu Yan remained silent, continuing to feed her. The only sound in the ward was the soft clinking of the spoon against the bowl. After a few bites, Su Muqing shook her head. I'm full, she declared. Gu Yan set down the bowl and reached for a wet wipe, gently cleaning the corner of Su Muqing's mouth. His touch, though tender, lacked warmth. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Lu Xiao, who held a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. His face displayed a facade of feigned concern. Mu, I heard you were injured. Lu Xiao said as he entered, I came to see you. His gaze fell upon Gu Yan, a smirk curling at his lips. Mr. Gu is here too. It seems that Mu's injury has garnered your attention. Gu Yan ignored Lu Xiao, his eyes fixed intently on him. What brings you here, Lu Xiao? Su Muqing's voice dripped with coldness. Lu Xiao did not meet her gaze. Isn't it normal for an old friend to visit? He replied, turning his attention back to Gu Yan. Mr. Gu, please don't blame Mu. She is just too kind-hearted. Approaching the bedside, Lu Xiao placed the white chrysanthemums on the nightstand. Mu, do you remember? He said, his tone laced with sarcasm. You were never like this with me in the past. He then glanced at Gu Yan. Mr. Gu, you might not be aware, but Mu has done many foolish things for my sake. He deliberately emphasized the word foolish. She even went so far as, before he could finish, Gu Yan abruptly rose from his chair, anger blazing in his eyes. Assistant Lin, Gu Yan barked. Assistant Lin rushed in immediately. Mr. Gu, I'm here, he said. Call security. Gu Yan commanded, pointing at Lu Xiao. Throw this man out. Lu Xiao's expression shifted. Gu Yan, what do you mean by this? He protested. I merely came to visit a friend. My hospital does not welcome scum like you. Gu Yan retorted, his voice laced with menace. Mr. Gu, please don't act impulsively. Lu Xiao urged, don't you want to hear what Mu has done for me in the past? Gu Yan did not grant him the opportunity to continue. Security, he shouted once more. Several security personnel rushed in, seizing Lu Xiao's arms. Let go of me. Lu Xiao struggled. Su Muqing. Are you really going to watch Gu Yan treat me this way? The security dragged him out, his protests fading into the distance. Gu Yan turned back to Su Muqing, his eyes reflecting restrained fury and profound disappointment. Lu Xiao's presence served as a cruel reminder of her past betrayal. Without uttering another word, Gu Yan turned on his heel, pushed open the door to the ward, and strode out forcefully, slamming the door behind him. The ward fell into silence, leaving Su Muqing alone. On the nightstand, the bouquet of white chrysanthemums appeared particularly jarring. Su Muqing stared at the flowers, her heart aching intensely. She understood that each of Lu Xiao's appearances was a brutal assault on the fragile trust that had just begun to blossom between them. Chapter 32. Confrontation in the ward. Doubts resurface. Gu Yan stormed out of the ward, the door slamming behind him with a thunderous crash. The intrusive, white chrysanthemums felt akin to offerings laid upon a grave. Searing his eyes, Lu Xiao's venomous words acted like an invisible chisel, carving a new fissure into his recently healed heart, allowing a chilling wind to seep in. Leaning against the cold corridor wall, his chest heaved violently, each breath laced with burning pain. The exhaustion from a sleepless night mingled with a tidal wave of fury and disappointment, threatening to engulf him. Inside the ward, Su Muqing fixated on the closed door, as if the entire world had fallen silent. Lu Xiao's entrance was akin to a precision strike, shattering the glimmer of hope that had been painstakingly forged through blood and suffering between her and Gu Yan. The pain from her left arm intensified, accompanied by a wave of dizziness coursing through her head. She chose not to pursue him. She knew that Gu Yan was now a cornered beast, enraged by the echoes of past memories and the sting of betrayal. Any attempt at explanation would only stoke the flames further. Gripping her phone tightly, her fingertips turning white from the pressure, she dialed Chun-Shi's number. "Chun-Shi, what is the situation in the laboratory?" Her voice emerged raspy, as though sandpaper had scraped it raw. On the other end, Chun-Shi's voice was urgent. "Mu, the damage is severe. The core image processing server has been completely destroyed. All data cables have been severed, and many original manuscripts and records have been torn to shreds." Su Muqing shut her eyes, swallowing back the metallic taste rising in her throat. "List the damaged equipment immediately. I will find a solution. Get whatever can be salvaged sent for repairs at once. All data cables must be reconfigured. For the torn records, we will reconstruct as much as possible from memory." Her voice regained its composure, devoid of any tremor, as if she were addressing a matter of no personal consequence. Chun-Shi's heart sank as he listened. "Mu, you're still injured. Leave these matters to me. You need to rest." "Absolutely not," Su Muqing replied with resolute finality. "We cannot afford to lose momentum. Lu Xiao will not grant us a moment's respite." She paused, articulating each word with precision. "I need to know, how quickly can we recover?" After a brief silence, Chun-Shi calculated. "If the parts can arrive promptly, basic functionality can be restored in 3 days at the soonest. However, there are several custom superconducting chips that are unavailable domestically. Importing them could take over half a month. I will personally contact the suppliers for the custom chips." Su Muqing declared. "On your end, activate every possible protocol immediately. Furthermore, elevate the security level to its utmost. I refuse to endure a second incident." "Understood, President Mu." The call ended. At the far end of the corridor, Gu Yan had not moved an inch. Through the crack of the door, Su Muqing's frail yet remarkably clear voice resonated in his ears, articulating her discussions about the defunct servers, directing the severed data lines, and calmly orchestrating every subsequent step for the Xingho project. Not a single lament escaped her lips, nor a hint of complaint. She did not even mention her bleeding, injured arm. Gu Yan's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, constricting inch by inch. He had anticipated her to weep, to show vulnerability, to seize this opportunity to seek comfort and protection from him. Yet, she did none of that. She resembled a tireless, insensate machine, perpetually goal-oriented, perpetually aware of her desires. This steely resolve instilled within him a sense of unfamiliar panic, even a tinge of existential despair. It seemed as though she had no need for him at all. Gu Yan pushed open the door and returned to the hospital room. Su Muqing had just set down her phone, her brows furrowed, her already pale face now as white as a sheet. The blood-soaked bandage on her left arm was a shocking sight. He approached her bedside, his pent-up fury finally erupting. "Is there nothing in your mind besides work? Just look at yourself." Su Muqing lifted her gaze to meet his blazing eyes. Though her voice was weak, it carried an undeniable stubbornness. "Gu Yan, Xingho is my labor of love, my everything. I cannot allow it to be destroyed so easily." "Labor of love? Everything?" Gu Yan felt a sharp pang in his chest at those words, pointing at her bandaged arm, his voice trembling. "And this is how you choose to protect your labor of love? By rendering yourself half dead? Is this what you wish to prove?" Su Muqing did not flinch from his gaze. Her eyes were filled with an unyielding obstinacy. "I have no choice. As long as Lu Xiao is around, he will not spare Xingho." She paused, each word seeming to be forced out from between clenched teeth. "I must be independent. I must stand firm on my own strength. I can no longer rely on anyone." "Independent? Relying on no one?" Gu Yan's expression instantly turned frigid. Those words struck him like poisonous needles, piercing his most painful scars from a past life. It was precisely this phrase. In her previous life, she had said the same to him for Lu Xiao. He detected in her words an echo of the same resoluteness, a cold indifference that excluded him entirely. "Is your so-called independence merely a means to end up battered and bruised? Disappointment nearly overflowed in his voice. Do you really think that I will believe you because of this? Su Muqing's complexion grew even paler. She opened her mouth but found any defense to be absurd. A wave of overwhelming grievance and bitterness surged within her, constricting her breath. Gu Yin turned away from her, abruptly striding toward the window. He felt the flicker of tenderness he had just begun to rekindle, once again crushed beneath her own hands. The appearance of Lu Xiao was merely a prelude. What truly despaired him was her current attitude, indistinguishable from her past self. Just then, his phone vibrated ominously in his pocket. Gu Yin pulled it out. An anonymous email. The sender was listed as a concerned friend of President Gu. His heart sank. He opened the email. Inside was a meticulously edited financing plan for the initial stages of the Xingho project. Every section involving the utilization of Gu's group's resources and connections was highlighted in bold red. At the end of the email, a piercing remark was appended. President Gu, what you perceive as independence is merely a more sophisticated form of parasitism. What she has always desired is your resources, not you as a person. Buzz. Gu Yan's mind momentarily blanked. The glow of the phone screen reflected in his suddenly constricted pupils, casting an ominous shadow. This email, these words, were like a key that instantly unlocked the Pandora's box of his past life's memories. He envisioned his former self, deceived by her and Lu Xiao, gradually hollowed out, ultimately left with nothing. It was not merely doubt, it was confirmation, a profound dread of history repeating itself, and a tempest of rage at having been deceived. Clutching the phone, he stepped forward, inching back to the bedside like a vengeful spirit emerging from hell. He did not roar. His voice was dangerously low, each word as if pulled from the depths of an ice cellar. Is this your so-called independence? Is this what you call proving yourself? He thrust the phone screen before Su Muqing's eyes, as if presenting irrefutable evidence. Su Muqing's gaze fell upon screen. The plan, distorted beyond recognition, bore those exaggerated, twisted phrases. Lu Xiao. He had once again driven her onto the cross of betrayal in the most insidious and cruel manner. And Gu Yan, she looked into his eyes. Now devoid of warmth, only cold judgment remained. He believed it. He believed it once more. Su Muqing offered no defense, nor did she shed tears. In that moment, all her grievances and helplessness transformed into a chilling, piercing clarity. She slowly extended her uninjured right hand to accept the phone. Her fingertips trembled slightly, yet she grasped the cold metal casing with unwavering resolve. She looked at him, the last flicker of hope in her eyes extinguished entirely. In its place surged an almost destructive, resolute sharpness. She understood. Relying on Gu Yan's trust had been the most foolish luxury of her life. From this moment forth, the only one she could trust was herself. She would retaliate. She would make Lu Xiao pay a bloody price. She would ensure Gu Yan witnessed the blaze of Xingho as it spread. Chapter 33. Wounds unhealed, retaliation imminent. Su Muqing took Gu Yan's phone. A dull ache surged from her injured left arm, yet her right hand remained astonishingly steady. On the screen, the altered financing plan bore each bolded word like a bloodstain drawn by Lu Xiao between her and Gu Yan. His icy gaze, his judgmental posture, constricted her chest. Once again, Gu Yan chose to trust someone else. Su Muqing refrained from wasting her breath in argument. That was the most impotent course of action. Her fingertips lightly tapped the screen, slow yet imbued with an undeniable precision. The air in the hospital room felt suffocating. Gu Yan, finally, Su Muqing spoke. Her voice hoarse from weakness, but clear in every syllable. My phone contains the original, unedited financing plan for the Xingho project, along with detailed records of every fund's flow. She raised her eyes, meeting his scrutinizing gaze with calm resolve. Gu Yan remained still, silent, the pressure in the room sinking even lower. Su Muqing did not look at him again. She directly opened an encrypted folder and handed her phone to him. The version you received was meticulously edited by Lu Xiao. He deliberately exaggerated the portion of Gu's investment as the initial capital while completely omitting my subsequent detailed profit repayment plan and risk hedging agreement. Her finger gestured towards several key areas on the screen. Here lies the pledge agreement for the project's dividend rights. Should Xingho fail to generate profit within the agreed time frame, Gu will obtain a permanent 30% share of the project's dividends. And here is the collateral pertaining to my personal assets. All financial transactions are overseen by a third-party law firm, ensuring that every move is legal and compliant. Gu Yan's pupils slightly constricted. He took the phone, the screen dense with data and terms, colliding violently with the content of the email in his mind, tearing at him. Lu Xiao's email was a distortion of facts, even falsifying data. In contrast, Su Muqing's presentation was logically coherent, with a complete chain of evidence. He had been made a fool by Lu Xiao, a mere tool wielded like the sharpest of knives. This revelation sent a chilling wave of inexplicable fury coursing through Gu Yan's limbs. Su Muqing leaned weakly against the headboard, her complexion pale as parchment. I accepted Gu's investment to seize a market opportunity. I never intended to take advantage of you. She met his gaze directly, her eyes clear and candid, rendering him defenseless. You may not believe me. Su Muqing's voice was soft yet resolute, but the data will not lie. Gu Yan gripped both phones, his palms ablaze with heat. One was Lu Xiao's conspiracy, the other Su Muqing's transparency. Just then, the hospital room door was flung open. Assistant Lin, having forgotten to knock, strode in briskly, his expression grave. President Gu, the preliminary investigation by the legal department on Hongfa Industries has yielded results. He handed a document to Gu Yan. Gu Yan set down his phone and took the document, scanning its contents. Hongfa Industries exhibited substantial financial anomalies in the Tianji technology project, suspected of illegal fundraising and commercial fraud. Assistant Lin's report struck Gu Yan's heart like a heavy hammer. They had forged transactions, fabricated collaborative methods, mirroring the logic of the anonymous email sent to you. The icy veneer in Gu Yan's eyes shattered piece by piece, replaced by an inferno of rage. He finally understood. Lu Xiao's target had never been merely Su Muqing, but rather himself, Gu Yan. Lu Xiao was exploiting the hatred from his past life, transforming him into a jealous, irrational lunatic, a weapon aimed at Su Muqing. This was mockery, provocation, and above all, humiliation. Gu Yan's fingers tightened around the report, his knuckles blanching. He remained silent for a full half-minute, the air in the room seemingly drained. Then, before Su Muqing, he picked up his phone. Assistant Lin. His voice was frigid, void of any emotion. Notify the legal, financial, and risk control departments to initiate the highest level of assault against Hongfa Industries. I want Lu Xiao, along with the Hongfa behind him, to vanish from this world within 3 days. Understood, President Gu. Assistant Lin bowed and left without a moment's hesitation. The room fell into a deathly silence. Gu Yan stood rigidly in place, his back straight. He did not turn around, yet he could distinctly feel Su Muqing's gaze upon him. That gaze held no mockery, no resentment, only a quiet observation. This was more painful than any accusation. After a long moment, he finally turned. His expression was complex as his eyes swept over her pale face, ultimately settling on her left arm, wrapped in thick bandages. A fleeting pain, one he had not even recognized, flickered through his eyes. He approached the bedside, filled a cup with warm water, and silently offered it to her. No apologies, no explanations. Yet this gesture was in itself a silent capitulation. Su Muqing looked at him, extending her right hand to accept the cup. The touch of their fingertips was light, yet it seemed to carry an electric charge. Thank you, she whispered softly. Gu Yan swallowed hard, offering no response, merely turning to gaze out the window. His thoughts had already woven into an intricate web, ensnaring Lu Xiao. He would make that man pay dearly for his foolishness and malice. As Su Muqing sipped the water, the warm liquid slid down her throat, seemingly warming her cold heart. She observed Gu Yan's hardened profile, aware that the storm within him had been irrevocably ignited. This time, the blade was finally directed at the true enemy. This was sufficient. The pain in her arm seemed to lessen somewhat. She knew this was merely the beginning. What she sought was never his guilt, but rather the qualification to stand alongside him. Gu Yan abruptly withdrew his gaze, looking back at her. His expression was deep, imbued with inquiry, tinged with a hint of vulnerability he was reluctant to acknowledge. Rest well. He uttered this sentence before turning to sit on the sofa in the hospital room, his tall figure shrouded in shadow. He did not leave. Su Muqing watched as the screen of his phone illuminated, knowing that although this man remained silent, the war within him had only just begun, and she too needed to heal swiftly, for Lu Xiao's retaliation would soon arrive. Chapter 34. His apology? What she wanted was Lu Xiao's life. Gu Yan sat on the hospital sofa, the light from his phone screen casting an icy pallor across his face. He did not glance at the contents displayed. Those words, Lu Xiao's email, Assistant Lin's report, had transformed into 2 poison blades, incessantly slicing at his heart, revealing his own folly. The silence in the hospital room was haunting. Su Muqing reclined against the headboard, the wound on her left arm throbbing with a dull ache, as if a nerve were being repeatedly tightened. She gazed at the tall figure on the sofa, engulfed in shadow, like a mountain on the brink of collapse. She understood that the tempest within him was far more painful than her arm's injury. At last, Gu Yan moved. He rose, gathering several documents from the coffee table, and made his way to her bedside. He said nothing, simply placing the documents before her on the bedside table. This action was a silent test. Su Muqing met his gaze, extending her uninjured right hand to grasp the report. She did not inquire why. She knew he wished to see how she would respond. Or perhaps he wanted to witness who the woman was that he had harmed with his own hands. As she opened the report, a flurry of dense numbers and analyses flooded her vision. With each turn of the page, her left arm's wound tugged at her nerves, sharp pain causing beads of cold sweat to form on her brow. She bit down hard on her lip, suppressing any sound. Guyan's gaze remained fixed on her pale face, watching the subtle tremors as she endured the pain, his throat tightening. Su Muqing did not lift her head. Her eyes, like the most precise of surgical instruments, dissected the layers of deception surrounding Hongfa Industries. The deadlock of the financial chain, the lies of technological barriers, were laid bare before her. The financial chain of Hongfa is fabricated. Her voice, hoarse from the injury, remained clear and resolute. She pointed her right index finger precisely at a data chart in the report. The funding gap here is at least 3 times what the report estimates. They are orchestrating a colossal Ponzi scheme, wagering on the venture of skyward technology. Guyan's gaze abruptly sharpened, fixating on the point where her fingertip rested. The core algorithm of skyward technology harbors a fatal flaw. Su Muqing turned to the next page, her tone growing ever colder. Their so-called disruptive breakthrough is not a product at all, merely an empty concept designed to swindle money. Guyan's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. The conclusions he had painstakingly uncovered at great expense were laid bare before her, merely by a single report. Su Muqing finally set the report aside. She raised her head, her eyes, once perceived by him as merely gentle, now blazed with a sharp and lucid intensity that pierced directly into the depths of Guyan's soul. We cannot afford to wait. A reckless man like Lu Xiao will not grant us 3 days. Guyan observed her, noting the almost frenzied calmness in her eyes. My intention is to leave him no opportunity for retaliation. Su Muqing enunciated deliberately to erase him and his Hongfa Industries from the commercial landscape in one fell swoop. How do we erase him? Guyan instinctively inquired, his voice betraying an unrecognized dryness. He had not anticipated that her choice of words was not to strike or to target, but to obliterate. 3 steps. Su Muqing extended her finger. First, using the destruction of the Xingho laboratory as justification, the Gu legal department will promptly initiate criminal proceedings against him for willful destruction of commercial property, binding him legally first. Second, rather than direct assault, we shall employ a strategy of nurturing destruction. The Gu Public Relations Department will engage all collaborating financial media to elevate skyward technology to lofty heights, questioning why such a magnificent project has such mysterious funding sources and why technical details remain undisclosed, igniting the market's greed and suspicion. Third, and most lethal of all, Su Muqing fixed her gaze on Guyan, reaching out to the National Information Security Technology Association, requesting, in Gu's name, a public and impartial authoritative certification of skyward technology. Guyan's breath stilled for a moment. This plan is not merely ruthless, it is venomous, nurturing public opinion to incite market doubts, ultimately executed by the most authoritative institution as a death sentence. Each step intricately linked, every move fatal, leaving Lu Xiao no room for breath. Once the cap of technological fraud is firmly affixed, the stock price of Hongfa Industries will evaporate in an instant. A cold smile curved at the corners of Su Muqing's lips. Those deceived investors would tear him apart like rabid dogs. We have evidence of Hongfa's fabricated cash flow. Guyan quickly added, his mind fully aligned with her tempo, ready to anonymously provide it to the media and the association as a catalyst. A glimmer of approval flashed in Su Muqing's eyes. Excellent, he is keeping pace. Commercial fraud, illegal fundraising, willful destruction. She softly enumerated Lu Xiao's charges, each word like a nail, collectively sufficient to ensure he spends a lifetime in prison. Guyan fell into complete silence. He gazed at the pale, injured woman before him. Though she appeared frail enough to collapse at any moment, her mind was sharp as a blade, calmly designing a grave for their adversary. In that instant, the pitiful pride he held as a powerful individual was shattered to smithereens. In its place arose a complex emotion he had never experienced before, a blend of shock, disarray, and a hint of fervent admiration. He finally comprehended the extent of his previous misjudgment. He had thought her a delicate flower in a greenhouse, unaware that she was, in truth, a fierce wolf of the snowy plains. Guyan abruptly seized his phone, dialing Assistant Lin's number. Come immediately. His voice was steady, yet imbued with an uncontainable tempest. Assistant Lin nearly burst into the room, taking in the tense yet strangely harmonious atmosphere of the ward. His eyes filled with inquiry. Guyan offered no explanation, issuing commands directly. Execute Miss Su's plan immediately. Assistant Lin's pupils constricted sharply, astonished as he glanced between Su Muqing and Guyan. Legal Department, criminal proceedings. Public Relations Department, contact the media. Risk Control Department. Prepare the evidence chain for Hongfa's finances to present to the association. Guyan's orders were clear, resolute, devoid of any hesitation. I want Liu Xiao to witness the beginning of the collapse of his empire before dawn. Yes, President Gu. Assistant Lin bowed deeply, turning away, casting a new gaze of reverence towards the bedridden Su Muqing. The door closed. The ward fell silent once more. Guyan stood still, not turning back. He could sense the gaze behind him, quietly resting upon him. He understood that the command of this counterattack had silently passed into her hands, and he willingly became her sharpest blade. Su Muqing slowly closed her eyes, conserving her strength. Liu Xiao's counterattack would be quite frenzied. Chapter 35. The first round of confrontation, lurking peril. Morning. Guyan's directives coursed through the Gu group like a precise current, instantly permeating every corner. The legal department had worked through the night to compile the lawsuit materials, stacked high, awaiting a single command. The public relations department, akin to seasoned hunters, discreetly cast bait regarding the irregularities in the financial chain of Hongfa Industries and Skyward Technology to major financial media outlets. The moment the signal was released, Hongfa Industries' stock price plummeted, a vivid green that was alarming to behold. The market was in a state of lament. In Liu Xiao's office, he hurled a crystal ashtray against the wall, shattering it into countless pieces. Guyan's counterattack had come swifter than he had anticipated, each thrust striking at the vital artery. With bloodshot eyes, he summoned his team, unleashing the prepared public relations smear campaign. He intended to drag Guyan and Su Muqing into the mire using the blunt yet damaging weapon of public opinion. By noon, the narrative online shifted dramatically. Headlines such as capital monopolies stifling innovative technology and the scorned heiress's malicious revenge spread like a virus across the internet. The hired trolls and collaborating media employed by Liu Xiao deliberately obfuscated the destruction of the Xinghe laboratory, insinuating that it was a self-directed act of martyrdom by Su Muqing. Within the ward, the atmosphere was tranquil. Su Muqing scrolled through her phone screen, the glaring phrases seemingly reigniting the dull ache in her left arm. She handed the phone to Guyan, her gaze as tranquil as the depths of the ocean. He intends to muddy the waters. Guyan took the phone. The words self-directed martyrdom pricked his pupils like needles. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and the air temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees. Su Muqing paid no heed to his fury, merely gesturing for him to raise the hospital bed. With her functioning right hand, she took a pen and began to write on a blank sheet of paper. He is quite clever, entirely sidestepping the core issues of illegal fundraising and technological fraud. Su Muqing's voice was soft, yet each word resonated clearly. He is attacking our motives, attempting to incite the public's inherent aversion to capital hegemony. She pointed her pen at the paper, circling several keywords. We cannot follow his rhythm and fall into the quagmire of self-justification. Su Muqing raised her eyes to Guyan. We must let the facts speak for themselves. Guyan gazed at her pale face, the fire of rationality burning in her eyes, evoking both strangeness and an alluring spark of renewed attraction. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Contact the SGS appraisal team I asked you to reach out to earlier. Have them come immediately. He had long since prepared a contingency plan for Liu Xiao's shameless antics. In the afternoon, an elite team of international laboratory incident assessment experts arrived at the Xinghe laboratory in the western part of the city. The preliminary on-site investigation report was relayed back by evening. The report unequivocally indicated that the destruction of the laboratory was the result of a highly professional external infiltration, with methods strikingly similar to those of a commercial sabotage team that had previously surfaced in Europe. The critical traces extracted from the scene pointed directly towards individuals in Liu Xiao's circle. Guyan placed the printed report on Su Muqing's bedside. As her gaze swept over the conclusions, a knowing smile graced her lips. Guyan handed her a glass of warm water. Drink some water, he urged, his voice instinctively lowering as his eyes lingered for a moment on her arm, wrapped in gauze. Su Muqing accepted the cup. The soothing warmth eased her taut nerves. Since he sought to wage a war of public opinion, Su Muqing set down the report, her eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Let us offer him a grander and more transparent battlefield. She proposed a new plan, to hold a press conference, uniting Gu Corporation and Xinghe. Gu Corporation would unveil the evidence chain of Hongfa Industrial's illegal fundraising, while Xinghe would demonstrate our technological achievements on-site and announce clinical cooperation agreements with top-tier hospitals. She fixed her gaze on Guyan, her eyes ablaze. Let technology and data speak for themselves, shifting the focus from the sordid mudslinging back to genuine value, effectively sealing off all avenues for his slander. Nguyen paused for a moment before picking up his phone and dialing Assistant Lin directly. Prepare for the press conference, he commanded decisively. Time, 10 a.m. tomorrow. Location, Gu Corporation International Conference Center. After hanging up, he turned to Su Muqing. I will personally support you at the press conference. Nguyen enunciated each word with clarity. Simultaneously, he announced the establishment of a medical technology venture capital fund worth billions to support truly valuable innovations. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Muqing's eyes, quickly replaced by calm. She understood that Nguyen's pledge of support meant he would endorse her and Xingho with the entire reputation of Gu Corporation. She did not utter a word of thanks, merely nodding gently. In her bright eyes, it seemed as if starlight had been rekindled. Nguyen moved to the window, where the city lights began to twinkle. He knew that tomorrow's press conference would sound the clarion call for a decisive battle. The following morning, at the Gu Corporation International Conference Center, major media outlets stood ready. Their cameras poised like a battalion of soldiers, the flashes coalescing into a sea of silver. When Nguyen and Su Muqing appeared together, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. The gauze on Su Muqing's left arm stood out conspicuously against her tailored professional attire. It did not diminish her composure and professionalism in the slightest. Nguyen walked alongside her, his tall frame naturally shielding her from the throngs of potential chaos. Together, they formed an undeniable spectacle. As the press conference commenced, Nguyen was the first to approach the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice, though not loud, swiftly drowned out the murmurs in the room. We are not here to argue, but to reveal the truth. Nguyen's gaze swept across the audience, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Hongfa Industrial has exhibited significant financial anomalies in the Tianji technology project, suspected of illegal fundraising and commercial fraud. He wasted no breath. Behind him, the large screen displayed a series of bank statements, forged cooperation agreements, and fictitious investment return promises, each document a dagger aimed at Lu Xiao's heart. All evidence has been submitted to the relevant authorities by Gu Corporation's legal department. An audible gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. Nguyen raised his hand, signaling for silence. Next, I would like to invite the project leader of Xingho, Ms. Su Muqing, to the stage. He stepped aside, granting her the center stage. Su Muqing approached the forefront, facing a sea of flashing lights. Hello everyone, I am Su Muqing. Her voice was clear and resolute. The sole objective of Xingho is to achieve high-precision screening of early-stage cancer cells, granting time back to life. As the screen behind her transitioned, a complex lung CT image appeared. Please observe this minuscule nodule, less than 2 millimeters in diameter, which is nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Su Muqing pointed to a spot highlighted by the system in red. However, the Xingho system can identify and mark it with 99.7 accuracy within 0.3 seconds. The live demonstration of data, along with the scrolling clinical cooperation agreements with prestigious institutions such as Huaxi Hospital and Union Hospital, spoke more persuasively than any words could. We believe in the power of technology, rather than in a facade of false prosperity. Finally, she addressed the destruction of the laboratory. The report from the International SGS assessment team indicates this was a professional and malicious act of commercial sabotage. Su Muqing's voice remained calm, but carried the weight of conviction. The critical evidence extracted from the scene has been submitted to the police. We reserve the right to pursue all legal responsibilities. The atmosphere exploded with fervent discourse. Journalists frantically clicked their shutters, their lenses trained on the unassailable evidence. The lies of Hongfa Industrial were shattered in the face of undeniable facts. Under the spotlight, Su Muqing stood tall, embodying poise, professionalism, and resilience, radiating an allure that captivated every gaze. Nguyen observed her from the sidelines, witnessing the woman he had once propelled forward, now reclaiming her place at the pinnacle of the world through her own strength. For the first time, he realized that behind the veil of hatred lay a profound admiration and stirring affection. As the press conference concluded, reporters surged forward. Nguyen swiftly reached Su Muqing's side, creating a protective barrier with his presence. You did exceptionally well, he murmured, his tone imbued with a tenderness he had not consciously registered. Su Muqing offered no reply, merely noting the firm arm that shielded her amidst the crowd. Concurrently, in Lu Xiao's office, he did not shatter anything. He simply gazed silently at the live broadcast of Nguyen and Su Muqing departing together. The sight was blindingly infuriating, igniting a desire to obliterate everything. All his meticulous planning was so easily trampled underfoot by them. Su Muqing, Nguyen, Lu Xiao whispered the names, a cruel smile gradually forming on his lips. He picked up an encrypted phone and dialed a number. As the call connected, his voice, devoid of any emotion, uttered Plan B. I don't care what method you use, car accident, or something else. His fingers lightly tapped on the table, as if tolling a death knell for someone. I want them both to pay the price for today's press conference. Chapter 36. The press conference takes a dramatic turn, a risky endeavor. The GU Corporation International Conference Center was filled to capacity. The flashes of magnesium lights illuminated the venue as bright as day. Gu Yan, dressed in a sharp suit, stood tall and resolute, akin to a steadfast pine tree at the side of the podium. His gaze was steady, occasionally drifting towards Su Muqing, imbued with a subtle curiosity and contemplation. Su Muqing donned a meticulously tailored beige professional suit, accentuating her graceful figure to perfection. Although her left arm was still bound in thick bandages, it in no way diminished her elegance. Her demeanor was serene and professional, with a steadfast conviction for the Xingho project burning in her eyes. She approached the podium first, her clear and resolute voice resonating through the microphone, reaching every corner of the venue. Hello everyone, I am Su Muqing. The sole objective of Xingho is to achieve high-precision screening of early-stage cancer cells, to fight for time for life. The large screen behind her transitioned to reveal a complex lung CT image. Please observe this minute nodule, less than 2 millimeters in diameter. It is nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. Su Muqing pointed to it marked in red by the system on the screen. Her voice exuded an undeniable confidence. However, the Xingho system can identify and mark it with 99.7 accuracy in just 0.3 seconds. The data presented live, coupled with the scrolling clinical cooperation agreements from top institutions such as Huaxi Hospital and Xia Hospital, proved more persuasive than any words. The reporters' pens danced swiftly across their notebooks, and the flash of cameras became increasingly frequent. Su Muqing refrained from unnecessary theatrics, instead showcasing the value of Xingho through the most professional terminology and the most intuitive data. When she mentioned the destruction of a laboratory, her tone was calm, yet imbued with gravity. The report from the International SGS assessment team indicates that this was a professional and malicious act of commercial sabotage. The critical evidence collected on-site has been handed over to the police. We reserve the right to pursue all legal responsibilities. Subsequently, a representative from GU's legal department presented preliminary evidence of abnormal funding at Hongfa Industries, implicating illegal fundraising. Bank statements, forged partnership agreements, and fabricated investment return promises were clearly displayed. Each document was a blade aimed at Lu Ziyao's heart. A collective gasp echoed through the venue. Reporters eagerly raised their hands to question, and the tide of public opinion began to turn. Lu Ziyao's lies were shattered in the face of absolute facts. Gu Yan raised his hand, signaling for silence. He prepared to take the microphone and publicly disclose Gu's plan to strike at Hongfa Industries. However, just as his fingertips grazed the microphone, a loud bang erupted. The lights in the venue abruptly went out, plunging the large screen into darkness. Enveloping silence and darkness instantly consumed the entire space. Soon after, startled gasps and the jarring sounds of chairs scraping filled the air. Several individuals disguised as reporters, clad in black, surged toward the podium like phantoms. Their target was clear, the laptop in front of Su Muqing. Be careful. Gu Yan's bellow pierced the darkness as he instinctively pulled Su Muqing into his embrace, striving to buy her time with his own body. Yet, the black-clad assailants moved with lightning speed. One shoved Gu Yan aside with such force that he stumbled back a few steps. Another brandished a pre-prepared iron rod, whistling through the air as it swung down towards Su Muqing. Quick to react in the darkness, Su Muqing clutched the laptop tightly to her chest. The iron rod descended with a menacing force, threatening to strike her. Muqing, Gu Yan shouted in a fit of adrenaline, ignoring the shove from behind. He fought against the metallic taste rising in his throat, pivoting sharply to shield Su Muqing with his body. Bang! The iron rod struck Gu Yan's back with a sickening thud, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. He let out a muffled groan as his body trembled. Yet he did not release his hold on Su Muqing. Rather, he tightened his protective embrace. The venue erupted into chaos, screams echoing all around. Security personnel grappled with the assailants in the darkness, the sounds of fists and feet clashing resonating continuously. Gu Yan suppressed the excruciating pain, shielding Su Muqing and the laptop beneath him, erecting a wall of flesh and blood around her. Su Muqing disregarded Gu Yan behind her. She clung fiercely to the laptop, her determination unwavering. Within it resided not only the fruits of Xingho's labor, but also her final bargaining chip to prove herself to Gu Yan. She spotted one of the black-clad figures attempting to unplug the power cord by the dim light of a cell phone screen. That slender line connected to the very essence of Xingho. Without hesitation, she extended her injured left hand and pressed down firmly on the power port. her fingertips paling from the exertion. A faint crackle echoed in the darkness. The sound of electricity made acutely clear. The assailant seemed taken aback by her audacity to use her injured hand to resist, momentarily thwarted. In that critical moment, the venue's power surged back, the lights flickering back to life. The blinding brightness compelled everyone to instinctively close their eyes. Assistant Lin, accompanied by several uniformed SWAT officers, burst into the venue. Freeze! Police! The officers, highly trained, swiftly regained control of the situation. The assailants were subdued, cold handcuffs clamping onto their wrists. Gu Yan rose from the ground, disregarding the searing pain in his back, and immediately turned to Su Muqing. Her pallid face, the fine beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead, and the fresh blood seeping from her left arm sent a pang of anguish through his heart. His gaze fell upon the laptop she clutched tightly. He reached out, gently taking the computer from her grasp, inspecting it closely. The screen glowed, the data intact. She had protected everything with her injured arm. Gu Yan's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, torn between guilt and concern. He turned around, accepting the microphone handed to him by his assistant. His voice, deep and powerful, cut through the lingering chaos of the venue. Lu Xiao? The name reverberated like thunder, silencing the crowd. Your conspiracy will never thwart the arrival of justice. He announced that Gu would file multiple lawsuits against Hongfa Industries and Lu Xiao himself, calling for police intervention in the attack during the press conference. Reporters scrambled to capture the moment. Lu Xiao's image utterly shattered. Gu Yan turned to Su Muqing, who leaned weakly against him yet offered a reassuring smile. That smile bore the relief of having survived a near catastrophe, intertwined with gratitude for his unhesitating defense. The press conference concluded hastily, and Su Muqing was urgently transported to the hospital. Gu Yan remained steadfastly by her side, watching as the doctor meticulously tended to her wounds. As the blood-soaked bandages were cut away, Gu Yan's heart tightened in tandem. The pain in his back paled in comparison to the guilt weighing on him. He understood the insidiousness of Lu Xiao's tactics, yet still allowed Su Muqing to put herself at risk. He reached out, gently grasping her uninjured right hand. The warmth of her fingertips offered him a flicker of solace and further solidified a burgeoning sentiment within him. Su Muqing did not pull away. Her hand felt cold, yet was enveloped in the warmth of his palm. She merely closed her eyes in exhaustion, as if all her strength had been expended in the recent peril. Lu Xiao's assault had completely transformed Gu Yan's animosity into a protective instinct. Gazing at her pale visage in slumber, he silently vowed, Lu Xiao, I will make you pay a price more excruciating than life itself. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xiao was secretly orchestrating a more devastating plan. A financial storm targeting Gu and Su Muqing was on the verge of sweeping in. Chapter 37. Stripping Away the Foundation. A technological coup de grâce. The night following the abatement of the financial tempest lay shrouded in an eerie silence. The stock prices of the Gu Corporation stabilized, and Lu Xiao's financial assault was repelled with unyielding force. Yet, Su Muqing, confined to her hospital bed, could not savor even a fragment of victory. The pervasive scent of antiseptic infiltrated her senses, while the plaster encasing her left arm felt like a mute instrument of punishment, inflicting a dull ache with every breath. She understood fully that a person like Lu Xiao would never relent as long as he drew breath. Having suffered defeat on the financial front, what would be his next move? An intangible tension tightened within her chest, banishing all remnants of drowsiness. With determination, Su Muqing propped herself up and retrieved the laptop from her bedside. The cold glow of the screen illuminated her pallid visage. She adeptly accessed the back-end surveillance system of the Xingho laboratory. Lines of green data flowed seamlessly across the screen, tranquil as a stagnant pond. Just as she was about to log off, her gaze abruptly froze. At the very bottom of the system logs, a login record, almost flawlessly disguised, appeared like a subtle scratch etched into jade, imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. Time: 3 minutes ago. Target: Core Algorithm Database. Status: Access denied. A chill coursed from her tailbone to the crown of her head. This was not an attack. It was a probe, an almost surgical and nearly imperceptible test. Aside from her, it was unlikely that anyone else within the Gu Corporation would notice this minute incursion. Lu Xiao. He had arrived. This time, he sought not monetary gain, but the very essence of Xingho. Su Muqing grasped her phone, her icy fingertips dialing a number. The call was answered almost instantaneously. What's wrong? Is the wound painful? Gu Yan's voice, still warm from a meeting, conveyed concern that resonated against her ear, suppressing the dryness in her throat. Her voice emerged hoarse from a sleepless night, yet it bore a metallic edge of composure. He has come. Silence enveloped the other end of the line for a fleeting moment. That instant of stillness bore a weight heavier than any roar could convey. Targeting the core technology of Xingho, she added, "Understood." Guyan's voice turned frigid enough to crystallize ice. "Stay in the hospital. You're not to go anywhere. I will handle the rest." "No." Su Muqing interrupted him, each word crystal clear. "That is my battlefield. I must return." She did not afford Guyan another opportunity to respond, abruptly terminating the call and throwing back the covers to rise from the bed. The movement tugged at her injury, cold sweat beading at her brow, but she remained oblivious to the pain. Doctors and nurses rushed in, flustered. "Miss Su, your body is far too weak. The wound requires tranquility. You absolutely must not overexert yourself." Su Muqing paid them no heed. With her still functional right hand, she donned her clothes piece by piece. As she pushed open the door to her hospital room, Guyan emerged from the elevator, his impeccably tailored suit chilled by the late night air. The moment he beheld her pallid complexion, concern ignited into fury. "Su Muqing, have you lost your mind? Return." He stepped forward, reaching out to restrain her. Su Muqing merely sidestepped, raising her gaze to meet his. "Guyan, you cannot stop me. Xingho is my labor of love and my only bargaining chip. If our technology is stolen, we will truly possess nothing." Her final statement was spoken softly, yet struck Guyan's heart like a heavy hammer. His outstretched hand froze midair. He gazed into her eyes, where he found not madness, but a clarity born of desperation, and a trust so profound it was unprecedented. Ultimately, it was he who faltered first. "Get in the car." He gritted his teeth, forcing the words from his throat. The black Bentley carved a silent trajectory down the midnight streets. Inside the Xingho laboratory, the lights blazed brightly. Upon seeing Su Muqing, Chun Shi and several core technicians were momentarily stunned. "Presidensu, what are you?" "Initiate the highest level of defense. Upgrade the firewall." Su Muqing approached the control panel, her complexion even paler than the overhead lights. "Chun Shi, activate the hive system." "Yes." The entire team's nerves tautened, springing into action. Guyan refrained from entering. Standing outside behind a thick soundproof glass, observing the slender, yet resolute figure within, she struck the keyboard with one hand, issuing commands with clarity, calmness, and no trace of hesitation. She resembled a queen defending her fortress, directing her legions. The foremost network security experts of Gu Corporation were on standby. Yet he did not permit their intervention. He knew this was her domain. What he could do was safeguard everything beyond the castle walls for her. "Assistant Lin," he dialed, his voice devoid of emotion. "Keep a close watch on Hongfa Industrial's technology department. I want to know the gender of any fly that dares to enter." As the night deepened, a war without gunpowder quietly commenced within the virtual realm. "They're here," a technician whispered. Countless disguised IP addresses surged toward Xingho's firewall like locusts, converging from all directions. "Maintain the first line of defense. Do not panic." Su Muqing's voice, though soft, anchored the resolve of everyone present. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, moving so swiftly they left only after images. "Create an opening. Let a line through." She commanded with icy calmness. "Presidensu?" Chun Shi exclaimed, panic lacing his tone. "That is far too dangerous. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tigeress den." Su Muqing's gaze remained fixed on the screen, a cold smirk curving her lips. "What I seek is not merely to defend against him, but to ensnare him." She had devised a trap, a labyrinth woven from a multitude of genuine and counterfeit core data. Should the adversary venture within, they would be meticulously marked by the hive system, unable to conceal their movements henceforth. Time ticked away. The laboratory echoed only with the crisp keystrokes and the low hum of servers. Guyan stood outside, listening intently to Su Muqing's every directive through the encrypted line. The bait has been released. The opponent has taken the hook and is currently downloading the counterfeit data packet A03. Excellent. Chun Shi, utilize the redundant data stream B07 to slow their progress. And by me, 3 more minutes. Her voice was calm, professional, infused with a deadly allure. Guyan found himself captivated by her command. Just how many facets of her remained unknown to him? At 3 in the morning, just as the opponent was poised to complete the download and withdraw, a glint of cold light ignited in Su Muqing's eyes. Reel them in. On the screen, a colossal data web tightened instantaneously. A blinking red dot firmly anchored on the electronic map. "Locked on," Chun Shi exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. IP physical address successfully traced in reverse. It's located in Hongfa Industrial's headquarters, 17th floor, technology department. "We did it." Su Muqing stot nerves momentarily relaxed. She dispatched the location information to Guyan. Almost simultaneously, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, the flowing code morphing into a void of darkness. The world, along with all sound, plunged into oblivion. The last thing she heard was the terrified screams of her team members. Presidensu. Regaining consciousness once more, she was greeted by the familiar, acrid scent of disinfectant. Sharp and penetrating. With great effort, she pried her eyes open, only to be met by the stark, pallid ceiling of the hospital. The wound on her left arm clamored in agony. As she stirred, she realized that her right hand was firmly grasped by a warm, large hand. Turning her head, she found Gu Yin seated beside her. Stubble had begun to sprout on his chin, and his expensive suit was rumpled beyond recognition. Dark circles under his eyes betraying his fatigue. He stared at her quietly, as if he had been waiting for an eternity. Upon witnessing her wakefulness, the tension in his eyes shattered, transforming into a profound sorrow that seemed unfathomable. "How do you feel?" he asked, his voice hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper. Su Muqing shook her head, intending to say she was fine, but her throat was too parched to utter even a syllable. Gu Yin immediately rose, poured a cup of warm water, and gently moistened her lips with a cotton swab before carefully helping her sip it. The water soothed her parched throat, almost as if it were healing her utterly fatigued heart. "What about Lu Xiao?" she inquired softly. Caught. Gu Yin tightened his grip on her hand, as if wishing to transfer all his strength to her. Caught red-handed. This time, he cannot escape. A weak smile, tinged with relief, finally broke across Su Muqing's face. That fleeting smile pierced Gu Yan's heart like a needle. Guilt and fear threatened to engulf him entirely. Each of Lu Xiao's attacks had resulted in victories paid for by this woman's blood and health, while he had repeatedly placed her in such perilous situations. He could no longer numb himself with hatred, nor could he continue to ignore her. "Su Muqing," he murmured, lowering his head to rest his forehead against her warm hand. His voice trembling with an emotion he himself had not realized. "From now on, you must not do this again. Do not use your body to secure these victories, because I cannot afford to lose." Little did he know, Lu Xiao, driven to desperation, would not seek revenge through business or technology next time. Instead, he would wield a most vicious knife, aiming straight for the fragile emotional rift that had only just begun to heal between them. On the day of her discharge, the sun shone brightly. Su Muqing sat in the car, her left arm encased in a cumbersome white cast, a constant reminder of the harrowing events of that night. Gu Yin sat beside her. The car was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by their steady breaths. Upon returning to the villa, the familiar scent of disinfectant was diluted by the sunlight, momentarily causing her to lose her focus. The days that followed seemed to unfold in slow motion. Gu Yin had changed. He was no longer the CEO, cloaked in indifference and hatred. At the breakfast table each morning, there would always be a bowl of perfectly warm millet porridge accompanied by several light dishes he had prepared himself. He would watch her take her medication, his demeanor not entirely gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He even appeared in the Starfire laboratory, standing tall in the corner under the guise of inspection. Yet his gaze would invariably fixate on her. This clumsy, belated concern made Su Muqing's heart race, yet she dared not draw closer, fearing that it might merely be a stolen illusion. In moments when he occasionally lost focus, she could detect a fleeting shadow of gloom, especially when she inadvertently mentioned Lu Xiao. The warmth that had just begun to blossom around him would abruptly chill, as if the budding affection had swiftly turned to ice. The blood-red chasm that lay between them had never truly vanished. It was merely concealed by a temporary calm. That afternoon, as Su Muqing was busy handling the follow-up agreements for Starfire in her study, Gu Yin pushed the door open. His complexion was ashen, the stillness before storm. Emotions roiling in his eyes, suppressed, nearly on the verge of eruption. Su Muqing's heart skipped a beat. "Come here," he commanded, his voice cold and hard, like ice scraping against stone. She set down her documents and followed him into the living room. He slammed a tablet onto the cold marble coffee table with a sharp crack that reverberated painfully in her ears. The screen illuminated, silently playing a video. The figure within was her former self, smiling in a dimly lit bar, her expression one of infatuation and foolishness directed at the man just outside the camera's view. That man was Lu Xiao. The video had been maliciously edited, magnifying every adoring gaze, every unintentional proximity. More damning still, the audio had been manipulated to capture her in a nauseatingly affectionate tone, declaring to Lu Xiao, "I would do anything to help you." Below the video were several forged chat records, the explicit words coiling around her heart like cold serpents, rendering her breathless. Finally, the screen froze on a bold annotation, her term of endearment for Lu Xiao, Brother Yin. This had once been her exclusive title for Gu Yin. Lu Xiao had wielded it as a razor-sharp knife, plunging it straight into Gu Yan's heart. Su Muqing's fingertips turned icy, and she instantly recognized the hand behind this malicious act. "Lu Xiao, Having lost in business and technology, he sought to obliterate her emotionally. He intended to use her past self to slay her present self. Explain. Guyan's voice crashed down from above, each word icy. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated on her with a rage that was palpable disappointment and the pain of betrayal cutting deep. Su Muqing slowly lifted hergaze. She looked into the crimson in his eyes and the trembling of his fingers, her heart constricting painfully as if gripped by an invisible hand. Yet she did not weep. She did not, as in her past life, panic and plead for understanding. Instead, she gazed at him calmly, at the man she had loved for 2 lifetimes. This was the past me, but it is not the present me. Her voice was soft, yet remarkably clear, like a stone cast into his tumultuous heart. Guyan, which version do you choose to believe? There were no explanations, no arguments. She laid the choice bare before him, bloody and raw. Guyan's body jolted. He had imagined her tears, her denials, her frantic pleas. Never had he anticipated her calmness. So serene it felt almost cruel. To him, this composure seemed a masterful manipulation. A provocation laced with certainty. Rage ignited within him, incinerating the last vestiges of his reason. Fine. He spat the word through clenched teeth, as if he had shattered his own mouth full of blood. Su Muqing, you are remarkable. He abruptly turned, striding toward the study, slamming the door with a resounding crash. The echo reverberated through the empty villa, shattering the flickering light of hope that had just ignited in Su Muqing's heart. In the living room, only an oppressive silence remained. On the tablet screen, her past self, smiling foolishly and pathetically, continued to mock her in silence. The wound on her left arm began to throb anew. Yet no pain could compare to the fresh fissure he had carved into her heart with his own hands. She believed they had traversed the darkest of tunnels. Yet, it turned out that Lu Xiao merely needed a hint of past shadows to instantaneously revert her to her original form. Su Muqing did not linger in that spot for long. Silently, she retreated to her room, closing the door behind her, effectively isolating herself from that frigid world. Her eyes stung, tears welled up, yet she forcibly suppressed them. Crying was the most futile act in this world. She picked up her phone, the cold light of the screen casting a pallor upon her bloodless face. She dialed the number for Qingtian Capital. Please investigate Lu Xiao. I want to know all financial transactions and records of private meetings from the past week. Yes, everything, since he relished the shadows. She would unveil every concealed card he held, one by one. In the study, Guyan leaned against the doorframe, his body sliding helplessly to the floor. The voice from the video calling him brother Yin echoed in his mind like a haunting incantation. Those 3 words, once his unique sweetness, had transformed into nails piercing his temples. Pain, jealousy, and rage threatened to tear him apart. Yet, another image intrusively invaded his thoughts. At the press conference, she resolutely shielded the computer with her injured arm. In the laboratory, she calmly commanded operations with one hand on the keyboard, steadfastly protecting the spark of hope for him. When she collapsed into his arms, struck by a metal rod, her weak yet reassuring smile lingered in his memory. Which one of these was the true her? Hatred and that damned heartbeat clashed violently within him. Driven to madness, he roared, delivering a powerful punch to the wooden bookshelf beside him. The sharp pain in his knuckles momentarily cleared his muddled thoughts. He grabbed his phone and called Assistant Lin, his voice hoarse. Investigate. Trace the source of that video. Looking at everyone Lu Xiao has interacted with recently, especially the media and tech teams. Dig deep until you uncover the truth. He demanded a revelation. No matter how brutal that truth might be, he needed it. The following morning, Su Muqing had spent the night in restless turmoil. As she descended the stairs, Guyan was already seated at the dining table. No breakfast adorned the table. The air was as frigid as a tomb. Su Muqing did not meet his gaze, but walked straight past him, placing a thin folder in front of him. Guyan looked up, the dark circles under her eyes painfully striking his vision. Silently, he opened the folder. Inside were several sheets of paper. The first was a record of Lu Xiao's recent meetings, one name belonging to the head of a public relations video team. The second was a bank transfer record. The day before the video was released, Lu Xiao had transferred a 7-figure consulting fee from an overseas account to that individual's private account. The evidence was irrefutable. Guyan clutched the papers, his fingertips turning pale. Slowly, he raised his gaze to Su Muqing. She stood there, clad in a thin loungewear, her face ashen, yet her eyes burned with an astonishing tenacity, weary yet resilient. She had spent an entire night providing him with answers. Yet he, in return, had wounded her with doubt. A wave of profound regret and fury engulfed Guyan. He was enraged at how easily Lu Xiao had manipulated him, and even more so at himself for hurting her once again. The words "I'm sorry" felt woefully inadequate in that moment. He simply picked up his phone and, in her presence, dialed a number. When the call connected, he uttered a single sentence, his voice icy enough to freeze. Notify the legal department to prepare all materials. I want Lu Ziao and his Hongfa Industries to vanish completely. After hanging up, he turned to Su Muqing. He understood that the rift of trust between them would require time to mend. But before that could happen, the source of the chaos must first be eradicated. Meanwhile, Lu Ziao, out on bail, glanced at a new message on his phone, revealing a cruel smile. The message was simple. Boss, Su Muqing's parents have been brought to the location we arranged as planned. Chapter 39, The Achilles Heel. The 48 hours following Lu Ziao's arrest felt like a prolonged and surreal fever dream. The intense confrontation of high fever had subsided, leaving only a sense of lethargy and unreality. Su Muqing lay in the hospital, the scent of antiseptic invading her nostrils, a constant reminder of that harrowing night. Guyan remained by her side, mostly silent, occasionally peeling an apple. His skills were rusty, the peel uneven, yet he managed to cut the flesh in neat little pieces, skewering them with toothpicks and placing them by her side. His patience was uncharacteristic of him. This oppressive silence felt alien to Su Muqing. As hatred receded, an invisible wall seemed to rise between them, allowing glimpses of each other as silhouettes, but preventing the touch of genuine emotions. She was acutely aware that this was merely a lull before the storm. A person like Lu Ziao would inevitably reveal his fangs again from the darkest corners as long as he drew breath. Indeed, the calm was shattered on the third day by a phone call. It was her mother. The moment the call connected, her mother choked. Suppressed scream pierced through her eardrum. Ching Ching, something's happened. You must come back. Your father. They're going to take him away. Su Muqing's heart lurched, and the recently healed wound on her left arm throbbed painfully. Mom, please don't panic. Speak slowly. What exactly is happening? The tax bureau is here. They say our company has evaded taxes, and there are unexplained financial transactions. Ching Ching, your father and I can't understand those documents. They're all stamped in red. They said they're going to arrest someone. Su Muqing's fingertips turned icy with every word. Tax evasion? Unexplained funds? Lu Ziao. It could only be him. Unable to best her in business, he resorted to the dirtiest, most shameful tactics. He had precisely identified her one vulnerable spot, her family. I'll be back immediately. She hung up, threw off the covers, and attempted to rise. Guyan pressed his hand firmly on her shoulder, his brow furrowed. Where do you think you're going? I have to go home. Her voice was soft yet unnaturally calm. Guyan gazed at her pallid face, the depth of her anxious eyes causing him pain. Swallowing hard, he finally uttered two words. I'll take you. The journey was silent. The black Bentley sped through the traffic. The cabin filled only with the rhythm of Su Muqing's increasingly chaotic heartbeat. The Su family villa had long lost its warmth. Su Muqing's mother sat, sobbing on the sofa, while her father paced the living room, chain-smoking, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and despair. Upon seeing Su Muqing, her mother clutched her hand as if she were a lifeline. Ching Ching, you're finally back. What are we going to do? Mom, Dad, don't panic. Su Muqing grasped her mother's cold hand, forcing herself to remain composed. Give me all the documents. On the coffee table lay a thick stack of investigation notices and so-called evidence. Su Muqing sat down and began to peruse each page. With every turn of the paper, her heart sank deeper into a chilling abyss. Lu Ziao's methods were more insidious and sophisticated than she had anticipated. He did not crudely forge documents. Instead, he skillfully employed trusted confidants already embedded within the Su family's subsidiary to orchestrate a series of authentic yet meticulously crafted shadow contracts and financial flows. Each transaction interlinked seamlessly. Every contract bore the signature of her father. It was a flawless facade. This was a deadlock, a trap from which the Su family could never recover. A wave of intense vertigo washed over Su Muqing, as if her left arm's wound had been savagely torn open, causing her vision to darken. She never felt so powerless. This was not mere commercial rivalry, where one could retaliate with skill and intellect. It was a torment that used her most cherished ones to mercilessly pierce her heart. Guyan stood at the threshold, never stepping into the living room. He remained there, like a cold, unfeeling statue, his gaze firmly fixed on the woman who feigned calmness before her parents, yet trembled slightly under the weight of despair. His chest felt constricted, as if a massive stone lodged itself within, suffocating him. He watched her press her functioning right hand firmly against her injured left arm, her knuckles turning pale from the excessive pressure. Taking out his phone, he turned and stepped outside, dialing Assistant Lynn's number. Engage our finest legal and tax teams. He spoke in a hushed tone, each word laced with ice. Investigate all accounts of the Su Group's subsidiaries for the past 3 years. I want to know the whereabouts of every single penny. Conduct this discreetly, without alerting anyone. His eyes remained fixed on the door, a sense of dread weighing heavily upon him. Why? Why could the Su family compel her to exhibit such a desperate expression, vulnerable yet fiercely resilient? A surge of unnameable anger, mingled with bitterness, tightened around his throat. Su Muqing sat in the living room, motionless through the night. Financial statements, tax records, and bank statements were strewn across the floor, and she knelt amidst them, meticulously comparing and analyzing each detail on her tablet. Her parents, unable to endure any longer, had been persuaded back to their room. In the vast expanse of the living room, she was left alone, surrounded by despair. At 4 a.m, her mind was clouded, and her eyes ached to the point of tears. Just as hopelessness threatened to engulf her, the tablet screen flickered to life. An encrypted email lay silently there. The sender anonymous. The message contained but a single line. Investigate the third-party payment platform Sunjia of Hongfa Industrial Holdings. Specifically the public transfer records from 4:15 p.m. to 4:20 p.m. on March 7th of last year. Su Muqing's body jolted, all fatigue instantly dissipating. That time frame was precisely when one of the largest sums of illicit money was deposited. It must be Gu Yan. It had to be him. Without a moment to spare, she utilized her privileges to access the internal resources of Qing Tian Capital, forcefully connecting to the back-end database of Sunjia. An avalanche of data surged across the screen, and Su Muqing's eyes remained unblinking, like a high-precision scanner searching for a needle in the ocean. At last, she found it. Within that 5-minute window, the system of Sunjia recorded a mere 0. 3 seconds of system maintenance, and the massive funds transferred to the Su family subsidiary were time-stamped precisely within those 0.3 seconds. This was a flaw so minuscule that an ordinary person or even a top accountant would fail to detect it. This indicated that the transfer record had been forcibly implanted during an abnormal system state. It was a forgery. This loophole was sufficient to dismantle the entire chain of evidence. I found it, Su Muqing murmured to herself, her taut nerves finally relaxing after a day and night of tension. She leaned back against the sofa, tears unexpectedly streaming down her face. At dawn, she submitted this critical evidence, along with supplementary materials anonymously provided by Gu's legal team, to the tax department. The evidence was irrefutable. The crisis for the Su family was averted. In the evening, Su Muqing returned to the villa. Gu Yan sat on the sofa in the living room, the lights dimmed. Outside the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, the city sparkled with countless lights. He saw her enter, noticed the profound relief etched on her weary face, and the immense weight that had been pressing against his heart for a day and a night finally fell away. He stood up, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to her. As Su Muqing accepted it, the warmth spread from her fingertips to the depths of her heart. She gazed at him, her voice soft and hoarse from the ordeal. "Thank you, Gu Yan." Gu Yan did not respond. He turned his gaze away, staring out at the dazzling nightscape, the city's neon lights fracturing into a mesmerizing glow within his pupils. He could not deceive himself. His heart would ache for her, would be disordered for her, would disregard everything for her. That hatred had long been consumed by an even more fervent, uncontrollable emotion. Su Muqing sipped the warm water, observing his silent profile, yet her heart was clear. Lu Xiao's assault using the Su family was vicious, yet it also laid bare his desperation. A madman driven to the brink. What would he do next? He had already attacked her career, targeted her family. Who would his blade strike next? Su Muqing's gaze fell upon Gu Yan's upright silhouette. Her heart tightened inexplicably. Chapter 30. Never Let Go. In the days following the resolution of the Su family's crisis, the villa was eerily tranquil. It was a silence unique to the aftermath of a storm. The air still carried the damp scent of earth, and while the sky appeared clear, heavy clouds loomed low, making each breath feel burdensome. Lu Xiao lurked like a coiled viper. Everyone knew he was alive, merely hiding in the shadows, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. Gu Yan had nearly brazenly increased security measures around the villa and along the route to her company. Su Muqing often caught sight of a black sedan trailing her at a discreet distance. That was his doing. Su Muqing did not protest. She understood that this was not surveillance, but rather a clumsy yet resolute form of protection unique to Gu Yan. That evening, she sat on the sofa handling follow-up documents for the Xingho project, her left arm still throbbing with pain. Gu Yan sat across from her in an armchair, holding a financial newspaper that he had yet to turn a single page of. His gaze repeatedly strayed to the glaring bandage on her arm, an unbidden agitation swirling within him, one he was unaware of. What would his next move be? Gu Yan finally discarded the well-worn newspaper, his voice low. Su Muqing looked up, meeting his fathomless gaze. He will strike where you are most vulnerable and least expected. Her words pierced him like an icy needle, stirring an unspoken chill in his eyes. The most vulnerable place. Gu Yan's throat constricted violently, leaving him speechless. The air in the villa was thick as mercury. This silence was shattered by the abrupt ring of a phone, sharp and urgent. It was Gu Yan's personal phone. He answered with a simple hello. On the other end of the line, the words spoken shattered Gu Yan's facade of nonchalance into a million pieces. Su Muqing observed his fingers tightening around the phone, the knuckles turning a ghastly shade of pale, as if he were suffocating. He suddenly sat upright, the muscles in his shoulders tensing violently, stretching the fine fabric of his expensive shirt to its limits, forming a taut arc. The address. He stated in a voice so low it seemed to grind against his teeth, imbued with a metallic resonance. After ending the call, he rose and strode purposefully toward the exit, the gust of wind he stirred carrying an icy chill that gnawed at the bones. What had transpired? Su Muqing's heart lurched, and she too rose to her feet. Gu Yan paused momentarily, yet did not glance back, leaving behind a silhouette as unyielding as iron. Assistant Lin, a car accident. In that instant, a deafening buzz filled Su Muqing's ears, rendering the world around her silent. Assistant Lin, the man who had always stood steadfastly behind Gu Yan, calm, reliable, and seemingly omnipotent. Lu Xiao, he had truly taken action. I'm going with you. There was no hesitation as she seized the coat draped over the sofa. Gu Yan's figure stiffened for a moment, yet ultimately, he did not refuse. At the hospital, the acrid scent of antiseptic invaded their nostrils. The lengthy corridor echoed with hurried footsteps and muffled sobs. Assistant Lin lay in the emergency room, his fate hanging in the balance. Gu Yan stood outside the closed door, resembling a statue nailed to the ground. He remained silent, motionless, yet Su Muqing could feel the overwhelming fury radiating from him, silently scorching the air around them, causing anyone who drew near to experience a prickling sensation on their skin. He had harmed someone dear to him. Lu Xiao had dared to touch his absolute Achilles heel. A nurse approached, clutching several photographs and a report, her voice trembling in fear at the sight of Gu Yan's grim visage. Mr. Gu, these are the photographs taken by the police at the scene. Su Muqing extended her hand to receive them. The images depicted Assistant Lin's vehicle, grotesquely contorted, having breached the mountain road's guardrail, with half the car precariously dangling over the cliff's edge. The brake marks, the point of impact, the tire tracks, all appeared deceptively normal. However, upon merely glancing at the photographs, the warmth drained from her fingertips. She presented the images to Gu Yan, her voice devoid of any tremor. This was no accident. It was murder. She pointed to a detail in one of the photographs. The angle of impact was too precise. It was right within the driver's blind spot. The force calculated just enough to cause the vehicle to lose control, yet insufficient to be instantly fatal. The assailant had calculated that this stretch of the mountain road lacked surveillance, and had timed it perfectly with Assistant Lin's departure. She raised her gaze, locking eyes with Gu Yan, whose orbs burned with a desire for annihilation. They intend to use the lives of those close to you to coerce you, to force you into making a choice, to compel you to abandon Starfire, or... Su Muqing left the sentence unfinished, but the unspoken word hung like an invisible blade between them. Or perhaps, to compel him to forsake her, to use the blood of others to torment his resolve, plunging him into a hellish dilemma. How malicious! Gu Yan's fist clenched, the joints cracking under the pressure. He fixed his gaze on Su Muqing, observing her eyes, unfaltering, devoid of fear, radiating clarity and tenacity beneath the harsh fluorescent lights. Those eyes shone like a precise beam piercing the abyss, momentarily anchoring the tempest of rage and darkness swirling within him. He abruptly turned away, dialing a number. Initiate the highest level counterattack protocol. His voice regained its customary calm, yet it bore an oppressive weight that suggested it could crush anything in its path. I want every connection of Lu Xiao exposed to the light of day from this moment forth. Additionally, ensure the safety of every core personnel in the company. I do not wish for any further incidents. The voice on the other end, Assistant Lin's deputy, responded with urgent respect. Yes, Mr. Gu. After hanging up, Gu Yan pivoted, his gaze firmly fixed on Su Muqing's face. The red light of the emergency room cast a sanguine reflection deep within his pupils. He spoke each word with the gravity of an oath. I will not abandon anyone, nor will I ever let go of your hand. Su Muqing's heart was violently jolted by his simple declaration. A torrent of warmth surged from the depths of her being, instantly dispelling the chill that had enveloped her. She met his gaze and nodded emphatically. This battle, they would fight together. 2 hours later, the lights of the emergency room finally extinguished. The doctor reported that, fortunately, The bodyguards Guyen had arranged had followed closely, enabling timely rescue. Although Assistant Lin had sustained multiple fractures, his life was no longer in jeopardy. The oppressive weight that had lingered in Guyen's heart was finally alleviated by half. In the ensuing 24 hours, Gu Group and Qing Tian Capital transformed into a high-speed war machine. Su Muqing established a temporary command center in the VIP lounge of the hospital. She integrated the fragmented clues from the police, real-time information from Gu Group's security department, and the vast data streams from the city's traffic system into a terrifying model designed for Starfire. An avalanche of data scrolled rapidly across the screen, being dissected, analyzed, and reassembled with precision. Guyen sat beside her, making call after call. His directives were brief, precise, and lethal. Trace this financial flow. I want its ultimate receiving account. Identify this individual and unearth all his call records from the past 3 years. Send this evidence directly to Captain Wang of the Economic Investigation Unit. Though they exchanged little dialogue, an unspoken synergy existed between them. She would extract a thread from the chaotic sea of data, and he would immediately follow that thread to unveil the bloody web hidden behind it. At last, in the early hours of the following day, Su Muqing pressed the final enter key on the keyboard. On the screen, a blood-red web diagram suddenly materialized. All clues pointed to a handful of fugitives involved in clandestine financial dealings with Hongfa Industries. We found them, Su Muqing murmured softly. Guyen promptly packaged all evidence and sent it anonymously to the police. As dawn broke, the news arrived. All individuals implicated had been apprehended. Another pawn in Lu Xiao's game had been uprooted entirely. As Guyen gazed at the pale, yet stable face of Assistant Lin on the hospital bed, the tempest of murderous intent within him gradually subsided. Late at night, upon returning to the villa, both were burdened with exhaustion. Su Muqing sank into the sofa in the living room, unwilling to move. Guyen approached her side, the lights off, merely illuminated by the city's neon lights filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows, quietly watching her profile. He reached out, gently grasping her right hand. The warmth and dryness of his touch radiated from his palm. Su Muqing lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. In the darkness, his silhouette appeared both deep and distinct, his voice tinged with an unusual confusion. Su Muqing, what do you think Lu Xiao's ultimate objective is? He has set numerous traps, only to have them unraveled time and again. Why would he resort to the most despicable methods to attack your family and harm his subordinates? Is it merely for revenge? Guyen could not believe it. Su Muqing gazed into his profound eyes and softly replied, he seeks to destroy you, to obliterate everything you hold dear, your career, your pride, your confidant. Their gaze fell upon the hand he held tightly in his own, and upon me. He intends to render you as destitute as he is. Guyen fell silent, acutely aware of the truth in her words. This conflict was far more intricate and brutal than he had ever envisioned. At that moment, his phone vibrated softly. It was an encrypted email from his deputy, detailing a thorough investigation into the backgrounds of those apprehended. Guyen opened the email and skimmed through it rapidly. As his eyes reached the conclusion of the message, his fingertips lingered momentarily on the screen. A line of small text pierced his vision like a cold needle. One of the principal offenders' overseas accounts has had a minor transaction with a mysterious organization known as the Ouroboros. Information regarding this organization has been classified as a top secret by Interpol. Ouroboros? A name he had never encountered before. Guyen's heart sank heavily. He realized that Lu Xiao might not merely be a cornered mad dog. Lurking behind him seemed to be a far more formidable and terrifying shadow. A true tempest was perhaps only just revealing the tip of its iceberg. Chapter 31, Ouroboros. Ouroboros. Su Muqing's eyes fixated on the 3 words displayed on Guyen's phone screen, a chill inexplicably creeping over her fingertips. The name itself exuded an unsettling aura of self-consumption. The haze from the previous night's pursuit and counterstrike had yet to dissipate. The air in the villa still bore the lingering scent of caffeine and the anxiety of a sleepless night. Lu Xiao's piece had been removed from the board. Yet the invisible hand behind him cast an even larger, more chilling shadow through this email. The top secret of Interpol. Guyen's voice was heavy, imbued with a dangerous grit. He switched off his phone. The room was left with only the low hum of the server units. His gaze fell upon the gray skyline of the city beyond the window. Yet Su Muqing could keenly sense that every muscle in his body was taut, poised for an imminent attack. This was not the end. It was merely the beginning. I'll investigate. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Muqing turned toward the supercomputing system designed for Spark. Her left arm throbbed faintly from the injury, yet her right hand struck the keyboard with such speed that it seemed to leave afterimages in the air. A torrent of data cascaded across the screen. The name Ouroboros was like a specter, leaving no trace in any public network. However, Su Muqing understood that the accounts of those desperate individuals like filthy tendrils would inevitably leave imperceptible disturbances in the depths of data. She inputted all information regarding Assistant Lin's car accident case, the police reports, the trajectory of the vehicle, the background of the suspects, into Spark's AI analysis model. What she sought was not merely a name, she sought a pathway. Guyan stood a short distance behind her, silent, merely observing the slender, yet resolute silhouette before him. He watched as she gradually pieced together a chaotic array of fragments into the outline of a devil. Time flowed in silence. Finally, the model emitted a crisp alert. A complex flowchart of funds began to materialize on the screen. Among them, an inconspicuous red line connected one of the suspect's overseas accounts to an international logistics company known as Shadow. Found it. Su Muqing's voice was hoarse from fatigue. This Shadow company appeared impeccably clean, with all procedures beyond reproach, operating as a perfectly ordinary multinational enterprise. Cross-reference it with the data from Hongfa Industries and Tianji Technology. Guyan's command was brief and frigid. Su Muqing's fingertips danced across the keyboard once more. When a new data model began rendering on the screen, her breath momentarily caught in her throat. It was a densely woven, shocking web of financial transactions. Over the past year, Shadow Logistics had funneled astronomical sums into Lu Xiao's Tianji Technology through hundreds of seemingly unrelated shell company accounts, all under the guise of investment. Those funds, having circled through the glitzy AI project at Tianji Technology, traversed through even more complex and covert financial derivatives, dispersing across the globe, becoming remarkably clean. Money laundering. An international money laundering operation of staggering scale. Lu Xiao was far from a business prodigy. He was merely a puppet thrust into the limelight. From its inception, Tianji Technology had functioned as a colossal laundering machine for illicit funds. A cold sweat broke out along Su Muqing's back. She finally comprehended why Lu Xiao had risen so swiftly and why, even after being targeted, he could continuously reveal his trump cards. Behind him lay not a commercial empire, but a cold, vast, and inhumane criminal organization entrenched in the world's dark corners. They were no longer facing a vengeful lunatic, but a true behemoth of the abyss. Guyan's expression had darkened to an extreme. The chill emanating from him seemed almost capable of freezing the very air within a room. He too finally understood why Lu Xiao's methods were so ruthless and devoid of limits. To that organization, both the Su family and Assistant Lin were merely ants to be crushed underfoot when obstacles needed removal. I will meet them. In the suffocating silence, Su Muqing suddenly spoke. Guyan turned sharply, his eyes ablaze with fury, locking onto her. What did you say? Lu Xiao had fallen, and the washing machine that was Tianji Technology was on the verge of halting. They desperately required a new channel or a partner capable of reviving Tianji Technology. Su Muqing met his fierce gaze with calm analysis. Qingtian Capital is currently the brightest new star in the entire venture capital circle. If I go, they have no reason to refuse an audience. Absolutely not. Guyan blurted out, his tone resolute and impervious to debate. Do you have any idea what you're saying? They are a band of desperate renegades. The mere thought of her facing such peril alone sent pangs of anguish through his heart, and his breath became erratic. I am aware. Su Muqing stood, approaching him, looking up into his eyes. Though her complexion was pale from sleeplessness, her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. This is the fastest method. By the time the police conduct their investigation methodically, they will have long since vanished without a trace. She paused, softening her voice, tinged with a hint of dependency she had not yet realized. Will you not protect me? Those words shattered all of Guyan's defenses in an instant. He gazed at her, at the trust and brave resolve in her eyes, at the scar on her arm that had yet to fully heal. The words of refusal lodged in his throat, searing him with their intensity. He recognized that she was no longer the frightened girl who had once hidden behind him. She possessed the strength to stand alongside him at the eye of the storm. And he, shamefully, felt a surge of fervent pride in that realization. After a lengthy silence, he finally managed to utter two words through clenched teeth. I will accompany you. No. Su Muqing shook her head. You cannot go. The Gu Corporation's ambitions are too vast. Your presence will only alert them. You must remain in the shadows, serving as my eyes and my support. Guyan's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the turmoil and fury in his gaze had transformed into an unfathomable abyss of calm. Very well. In the ensuing days, Su Muqing, in her capacity as the founder of Qingtian Capital, seamlessly engaged with the head of Shadow Company in the Asia-Pacific region at an upscale business gala. He was a gentleman of refined demeanor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his conversation laced with wit, as flawless as a soulless automaton. Su Muqing exchanged pleasantries with him, discussing global macroeconomics and the future of the AI industry. Her expertise, her ambition, and her keen acumen for profit piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Gu Yan deployed the most elite security team and information specialists from the Gu family, weaving an invisible web of protection around Su Muqing. Each meeting was enveloped by his operatives within a kilometer radius. The brooch that Su Muqing wore was a miniature listening device. The tablet she carried was equipped with the most advanced data-sniffing software in existence. During their third negotiation, seizing the opportunity to showcase Qing Tian Capital's investment portfolio, Su Muqing connected her tablet to the internal presentation network of her counterpart. In the brief span of mere seconds during the data exchange, the disguised sniffer, masquerading as an ordinary file, silently infiltrated the core server of Shadow Company. All of this transpired under Gu Yan's vigilant remote surveillance. As Su Muqing safely exited the building, Gu Yan, seated before the monitoring screen, suddenly realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. In the late hours of the night, within the study of the villa, a vast array of encrypted data continuously streamed back from the servers of Shadow Company. Su Muqing sat before her computer, tirelessly engaged in deciphering and analyzing the information. The shocking data unveiled a sprawling criminal network that spanned the globe, its magnitude and intricacy far surpassing their wildest imaginings. Lu Xiao was merely a discarded pawn cast forth by the Ouroboros. When the final, comprehensive evidence chain regarding the money laundering pathways was meticulously compiled, Su Muqing felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from her. She leaned back in her chair, wearily closing her eyes. A warm, dry hand gently covered her cold right hand, which rested upon the mouse. Su Muqing opened her eyes to meet Gu Yan's profound and intricate gaze. The frigid and malevolent data on the screen reflected in his jet-black pupils, swirling with tempestuous waves. He observed her pale visage, the bloodshot veins beneath her eyes, and the intelligence and courage she had devoted to this endeavor. The fearsome hatred that once gripped him had, at some point, been replaced by a more fervent and seething emotion. It was admiration. It was heartache. It was the euphoric yet terrifying sensation of having regained something precious. He swallowed hard, and ultimately, all the tumultuous emotions coalesced into a hoarse whisper. "Thank you, Mumu." Su Muqing's body instantly froze. In that moment, her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, abruptly ceasing its rhythm. Mumu. He called her Mumu, not a drunken murmur, nor a dreamlike whisper. It was now, so vividly conscious, uttered in a voice both husky and tender, invoking a name long sealed away. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously. A tempest, long brewing, was finally upon them. The awakened beast, known as the Ouroboros, was slowly opening its blood-red eyes. Chapter 32. Mumu. Mumu. He called her Mumu. These two syllables pierced her eardrums like a searing wedge, embedding themselves in the silence of her heart, which had lain dormant for years. Not a drunken fantasy, nor an echo of hallucination. It was now. This man, with a voice deep, hoarse, and tinged with a tremor, called forth that name. Su Muqing's body became utterly rigid. Her heart skipped a beat, only to be followed by a thunderous pulse that reverberated in her ears. She slowly lifted her gaze, colliding with Gu Yan's fathomless eyes. The cold stream of incriminating data on the screen flickered in his gaze, reflecting a dim, flickering light akin to a sea rendered silent after a storm. At the center of that silence, she discerned something both familiar and foreign. It was regret. It was fear. It was an overwhelming affection that could no longer be concealed, nearly bursting forth from his very being. The hatred that once chilled her to the bone had, unbeknownst to her, been entirely melted away by this fervor. Su Muqing's lips moved, but her throat felt constricted, producing no sound. She merely withdrew her hand from his grasp, her fingertips still tinged with the lingering warmth of his palm. She forced herself to redirect her attention back to the colossal, suffocating web of financial entanglements. She reminded herself that this was not the time for reckoning. The thunder outside had escalated from a distant rumble to a deafening roar overhead. The true storm had arrived. The beast known as the Ouroboros had been thoroughly roused. "I will cast the net." Gu Yan's voice shattered the momentary tension, regaining its metallic coldness and sharpness. His gaze shifted from her face to grasp the encrypted phone on the table. "Activate dust." His voice was low yet imbued with an intensity that made the very air feel heavy with pressure. "The evidence is to be dispatched in 3 directions. To the International Criminal Police's Anti-Money Laundering Division, to the Swiss Financial Market Supervisory Authority, and to Alan Smith at the Wall Street Journal. Before dawn, I want every living soul ensnared in this net." It was a command. Su Muqing listened quietly. observing the sharply defined contours of his profile. The light cast deep shadows on his face, his commanding presence instilling within her a sense of unfamiliar reassurance. This time, she was no longer the troublesome burden he wished to cast aside. She was his blade, his sole accomplice. With the call concluded, an invisible net encompassing the globe had been cast. In the study, the only sound remaining was the low hum of the server units. Just then, Su Muqing's phone screen erupted with blinding red light, the alarm blaring sharply enough to pierce the eardrum. Warning: high-intensity, multi-source violent intrusion detected. Risk of core database leakage. The Ouroboros was striking back. Almost simultaneously, a loud crash echoed from downstairs, not the shatter of glass, but the dull explosion of some heavy object breaching the door. The entire villa trembled in response. Su Muqing's blood ran cold. Gu Yan's reflexes were razor-sharp. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his arm, pulling her from her chair, shielding her behind him. "They are coming for me," he said in a low voice, each word laced with ice. "They intend to destroy the evidence and take my life." He held Su Muqing tightly behind him, his other hand pressing down on a hidden compartment beneath the desk. The entire wall of the study slid open soundlessly, revealing an elevator door gleaming with metallic coldness. "Get in." He nearly thrust Su Muqing inside, following closely behind. The elevator doors closed behind them, descending swiftly and silently, isolating them from the cacophony of the outside world. When the doors opened again, they emerged into a fortress replete with the chill of advanced technology. In the heart of the room, a colossal surveillance wall displayed dozens of feeds, broadcasting real-time scenes from both inside and outside the villa. A cadre of men clad in black had infiltrated the premises, executing their maneuvers with professional precision and equipped with advanced weaponry. As they advanced in tactical formation toward the study on the second floor, their intent was to obliterate any evidence. Su Muqing gazed at the frantically scrolling intrusion codes on the control panel, her voice taut with anxiety. "A delusion," Gu Yan sneered, pressing her down into her chair before striding to the control panel, his fingers dancing across another keyboard with such speed that they left only a blur in their wake. He personally crafted the firewall, adding 3 layers of locks to Su Muqing's system, which now loomed like a silent behemoth, devouring all incoming data streams. Concurrently, he donned a headset and issued a succinct command into the microphone. "Team A, clear the area. Team B, leave no survivors." In the surveillance footage, another squad of even more fearsome operatives emerged from the villa shadows, silently encircling their target. The sound of gunfire was completely muffled by the heavy security doors. Yet that silent confrontation was far more harrowing than any cacophony. Minutes later, all intruders in the feeds lay defeated. In the next instant, every surveillance monitor extinguished simultaneously, not due to destruction, but by Gu Yan's deliberate act of severance. He wished to shield her from the ensuing bloody spectacle. Inside the safe house, silence reclaimed its dominion. A chill crawled up Su Muqing's spine. Gu Yan's expression, however, remained unchanged as he switched on the international news channel. Time flowed, second by second, each tick resembling a form of torment. At last, a crimson emergency alert scrolled across the screen. The International Criminal Police Organization has simultaneously launched Operation Dust in Geneva, London, and Hong Kong, sealing off Shadow Company and its numerous affiliated enterprises. Several senior executives of Hongfa Industries have been detained domestically, with the company suspected of massive illegal money laundering and all overseas assets frozen. Breaking news: Hongfa Industries president, Liu Xiao, was intercepted and arrested while attempting to board a private jet at Pudong International Airport. As the television displayed Liu Xiao, his hands cuffed behind his back by 2 police officers, Su Muqing's already taut nerves finally snapped. The camera zoomed in on him, and the once proud expression had morphed into one of desperation and resentment. His gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, fixing upon them with a hunger that threatened to consume them whole. Su Muqing's body trembled involuntarily. A warm hand enveloped her gently, and she did not resist. Leaning against Gu Yan's broad, solid chest, through the thin fabric, she felt the steady, reassuring rhythm of his heartbeat, each pulse dispelling the last remnants of her chill. In that moment, all fear and tension dissipated, leaving her with an unprecedented sense of tranquility. "It is over," Gu Yan's voice resonated above her, laced with an almost imperceptible weariness. Su Muqing murmured softly, inhaling the crisp, comforting scent that clung to him. She watched as Liu Xiao was escorted to a police car, and the intertwined animosities, anguish, and hatred of 2 lifetimes were severed at last. The safe house was enveloped in silence, filled only with their breathing and heartbeats. Gu Yan understood that the remnants of the Ouroboros cult lingered, and danger was far from eradicated. Yet in this moment, he longed only to embrace the treasure he had lost for so long, nearly forever. He lowered his head, taking in her pale visage and the redness of her eyes from sleeplessness. Mumu, we have triumphed. We, not I, nor you, but we. Su Muqing slowly raised her gaze to meet his fathomless eyes, which had once been filled with seething hatred but now brimmed only with an unbreakable affection. She realized that she had finally reclaimed him. Just as warmth enveloped them after the storm, and amidst the tender silence, his phone vibrated insistently, disrupting the moment. Once, then again, it rang with an urgent persistence. Guyan's brow furrowed slightly as he released her and retrieved his phone. A single glance rendered the tranquility around him as icy as a winter's night. The coldness he felt now was far deeper and more complex than that which he had faced with the Ouroboros cult. Su Muqing, keenly aware of the shift, noted how his knuckles whitened from the pressure of his grip. The phone's light illuminated the taut line of his jaw, and without uttering a word, he turned the screen toward her. Sender, Assistant Lin. Mr. Gu, Miss Lin Wanner has arrived in Yunqing. She insists on discussing matters regarding your mother as past in person. The name Lin Wanner struck Su Muqing like a rusted dagger, cruelly reopening a wound that had only just begun to heal. The warmth that had just begun to permeate the atmosphere evaporated instantly. Chapter 33. Old scars unveiled, new wounds. The phone's vibrations pierced the suffocating silence of the safe house. Sharp as an alarm bell. Once and again, it rang insistently, shattering the fragile warmth that had begun to bloom after their ordeal. Su Muqing leaned against Guyan, acutely aware of the tremors reverberating through his chest, a portent of something ominous, sending chills through her recently warmed body. Guyan's embrace faltered momentarily. He released her, retrieving his phone. A mere glance stripped away the last vestiges of warmth from his face. This was not the cold indifference he had shown toward the Ouroboros cult, nor the fierce intensity directed at Lu Ziao. This was a chilling numbness, born from profound pain, loathing, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The knuckles gripping the phone stood out starkly, pale and tense, veins bulging like coiled serpents beneath his skin. He said nothing, merely turned the screen toward her. Sender, Assistant Lin. Mr. Gu, Miss Lin Wanner has arrived in Yunqing. She insists on discussing matters regarding your mother as past in person. The name Lin Wanner pierced Su Muqing's heart with the precision of a poisoned ice pick, reopening wounds that had just begun to scab over, blood flowing anew. The cold light of the screen illuminated Guyan's taut jawline, his once handsome visage now shrouded in a forbidding gloom that seemed to push her away. Turning her gaze from the words on the screen, she sought his eyes, but the warmth that had just flourished was replaced by a restless fury. A familiar pain and self-imposed isolation rooted in their shared past. A wall, an invisible yet insurmountable barrier, rose suddenly between them. Lu Ziao's downfall should have heralded a new beginning for them, yet Lin Wanner's arrival had become an incongruous dissonance in their symphony. Guyan abruptly snatched his phone back, his movements swift and stirring a gust of air. He did not glance back at Su Muqing, nor did he offer her a single explanatory look. Instead, he pivoted and strode resolutely toward the exit of the safe house, his back a portrait of determination, as if he were preparing to engage in a battle that was destined for defeat. The tall figure encapsulated a torrent of suppressed rage and a fragility that had been forcefully concealed. The metallic door slid open silently, only to close behind him, effectively severing the two worlds. Su Muqing remained motionless, offering no words of entreaty. She stood in silence until she confirmed that Guyan had departed, then slowly approached the control panel. Her fingertips danced lightly across the keyboard, bringing forth the surveillance footage from the villa's living room. She understood Guyan. She knew him better than anyone else in this world. The death of his mother was a taboo engraved deep within his soul, an unhealable wound. And Lin Wanner was the one most adept at exposing the scar, feigning to mend it. In their previous life, she had systematically breached his defenses. In this life, she would not succeed. As the screen illuminated, everything in the living room became vividly apparent. Lin Wanner was already seated there, clad in a pristine white gown that appeared untouched by dust, rendering her akin to a fragile white rose. Her makeup was subtle, yet perfectly accentuated her pallor. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she had been waiting in silence for an eternity, her heart restless in anticipation of their impending reunion. On the coffee table lay a bouquet of white lilies, poised to bloom. The fragrance seemed to transcend the screen, infiltrating Su Muqing's senses with a disingenuous purity. One meticulously calculated flower of eloquence. A cold smile curled at the corners of Su Muqing's lips. In the surveillance footage, Guyan's silhouette emerged. Upon hearing footsteps, Lin Wanner trembled slightly and abruptly looked up. The moment her gaze fell upon Guyan, Her eyes brimmed with tears, as if she were on the verge of weeping. Yet she held back, her expression a masterful portrayal of grievance, longing, and vulnerability. "Brother Yin," she uttered, her voice soft enough to draw water, imbued with a deliberate huskiness and tremor. This appellation, intimate yet ambiguous, silently proclaimed the uniqueness of their relationship. Guyan stood a few paces away, refraining from closing the distance. The chill emanating from him could almost frost the surveillance footage. It was a palpable disdain and wariness. Lin Wanner appeared oblivious to his detachment, continuing with her performance. "I have always wanted to clarify the matter regarding my mother," she began, her glistening eyes subtly sweeping over an inconspicuous surveillance camera nestled in the corner of the living room. The glance was so swift it could easily be missed. Yet Su Muqing caught it, detecting a hint of veiled provocation. She seemed to convey to Su Muqing, "I know you are watching. But so what? Only I can touch this man's deepest pain." Su Muqing's grip on the mouse tightened abruptly. The show had begun. Guyan's gaze was akin to two surgical blades, coldly dissecting every nuance of Lin Wanner's expression. His voice emerged from between clenched teeth, deep and hoarse, each word laced with frost. "What do you want?" A familiar sense of unease began to burgeon within him. He recognized that Lin Wanner was never one to seek clarity. She was here to disrupt, to drag him back into the abyss of darkness concerning his mother from which he had fought so hard to escape. A fleeting smirk passed through Lin Wanner's eyes before it was swiftly enveloped by a heavier sorrow. She raised her misty gaze to meet Guyan's, her voice trembling more vehemently as if summoning all her courage. "Brother Yin, there is more to my mother's past than you know. I have uncovered certain truths regarding the kind of medication she truly ingested." Her words faltered at the crucial moment, lingering in the air, poised yet unspoken. This was Lin Wanner's greatest skill. She never made her intentions explicit, merely casting out irresistible bait, like an invisible thread tugging at Guyan's reason, drawing him deeper into her meticulously crafted trap. Guyan's expression darkened, a storm brewing beneath what appeared to be a tranquil surface. The familiar pang in his chest made it difficult for him to breathe. Medication? He stood there, his towering form casting a distorted shadow in the resplendent light of the living room. He felt like a wild beast trapped in a cage, fully aware of the impending trap, yet compelled to step forward due to the name that haunted him. In the safe house, Su Muqing watched Guyan's anguished and struggling visage on the surveillance screen, her heart tightening in sympathy. She understood that Lin Wanner's true purpose was never about uncovering the so-called truth. She was here to seize Guyan, wielding his mother's death as the sharpest weapon. Chapter 34. The Intricate Web of Old Acquaintances. The air in the villa's living room was rendered thin and stagnant by Lin Wanner's unfinished words. The fragrance of the white lilies grew so overwhelming it became nauseating, sweetly decayed. Guyan's gaze bore no emotion, a void as dark as a starless night. Yet the tension in his jaw and the whiteness of his knuckles betrayed the storm brewing beneath his seemingly calm exterior. He remained silent, not even urging her to speak. He was waiting, anticipating Lin Wanner to unveil the truth she had brought, one that could potentially pierce both him and Su Muqing with its toxic edge. Lin Wanner seemed to summon every ounce of strength to raise her tear-filled eyes. Each word she uttered was delivered with the utmost delicacy, yet struck Guyan with startling clarity. "Brother Yin, I have always known about the circumstances surrounding my mother." She paused, allowing a pregnant silence to suspend everyone's heartbeat in the air. "I simply did not dare to speak of it, for the individuals involved are ones I fear you cannot accept." Her gaze flitted momentarily toward the staircase leading to the second floor, a fleeting glance laden with unspoken implications, before she hastily returned her focus to Guyan, as though that brief look had been an uncontrollable accident, a subtle hint, a precise entrapment. While my mother's depression was undoubtedly influenced by the upheaval in Uncle Gu's company, the more devastating betrayal came from someone she trusted most. Lin Wanner's voice dropped lower, each syllable becoming a poisoned dart aimed at Guyan's most vulnerable nerves, a dual suffocation of spirit and emotion. She gazed at Guyan with a semblance of pity, yet her eyes sparkled with vengeful delight. She had cherished that individual as her own, nurturing her with love, teaching her etiquette, and paving her way into high society. Yet that very person had exploited her mother's condition as leverage, disclosing secrets to Uncle Gu's business rivals. Lin Wanner refrained from naming names. A cunning hunter never directly reveals its target. Instead, it weaves a web of words, ensnaring the prey into the trap, exhausting them in their panic. Each word she spoke resonated with the bloody evidence from Guyan's memories of his past life. Guyan's breath caught sharply in his throat, the air in his chest vanishing instantaneously. The past life. In a secluded corner of the banquet, Su Muqing and Lu Xiao engaged in hushed conversation. A crucial overseas acquisition deal for the Gu Group had been precisely sabotaged by competitors on the eve of signing. With every detail laid bare, in the dead of night, his mother clutched his hand, murmuring, "There's a traitor within the family. Xiao Yin, you must tread carefully." Each incident replayed in his mind. The hatred he believed to be buried with his rebirth was rekindled by Lin Wanner's words, like molten lava coursing through his veins, incinerating his waning sanity. Yet, an uncontrollable image flashed in his mind. Su Muqing, in his presence, tearing apart the divorce agreement he cherished, her gaze resolute. In the hospital, her abdomen seeping blood, her complexion pale as parchment, yet she persisted in reviewing documents, her brow furrowed. For the project, named Xingho, she had fiercely debated with a group of old men in the conference room, her eyes shining with an astonishing light that nearly blinded him. Two starkly contrasting versions of Su Muqing emerged, one insidious, treacherous, and ruthless, the other resilient, composed, and radiating brilliance. They tore at his mind, inducing an unbearable headache. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the staircase. Su Muqing appeared, clad only in a silk nightgown, her inky hair cascading softly over her shoulders, barefoot. She treaded silently down the cold, hard marble steps, like a cat stealthily navigating the night, elegant and perilous. There was no hint of fatigue on her face, her beautiful eyes alert, calm, and even carrying a hint of condescension. She stood quietly in the shadows of the staircase, the light casting her into a duality of brightness and darkness, rendering her enigmatic and elusive. She resembled an outsider, coldly observing the farcical solo act unfolding in the living room. Lin Wanner's body momentarily stiffened, her tear-filled eyes flashing with fleeting resentment that was quickly masked by panic and innocence. She recoiled instinctively toward Gu Yan, her lips pale from being bitten, a picture of fragile vulnerability, as if she wished to speak yet dared not. "Look, she has arrived." She heard it. "I no longer dare to speak." All the unuttered accusations transformed into a heavy indictment, striking Gu Yan's heart with force. He abruptly turned his head, and the moment he beheld Su Muqing, a myriad of complex emotions washed over him. Old wounds stirred, tumultuous suspicions inflamed, but more prominently, a sense of solace he had not even realized he craved. The heart, previously thrown into chaos by Lin Wanner's words, strangely found a pivot upon her arrival. He sought to discern a flicker of panic, a trace of embarrassment from her exposed secret upon her face, yet all he found was an unsettling calm, an eerie stillness. This tranquility incited both an inexplicable irritation and an odd comfort within him. Su Muqing did not cast a glance at Lin Wanner, as though that person were but a wisp of speaking air. She descended the stairs barefoot, step by step, moving directly to Gu Yan's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Though a fist's distance separated them, no contact was made, yet it felt as if an insurmountable wall had instantaneously erected itself, isolating Lin Wanner from their world. Her voice was soft, yet it struck like ice shards upon the ground, clear and frigid. "Have you finished?" she inquired of Lin Wanner. Before a response could be uttered, she turned to Gu Yan. Her profile, illuminated by the light, formed a perfect arc, chin slightly raised, exuding an innate pride. A tinge of mockery colored her tone. "Gu Yan, how much of what she said do you believe?" This was not a plea for defense, nor a rebuttal. It was an interrogation, a compulsion. She thrust the power of choice into Gu Yan's hands like a searing blade. Lin Wanner's expression finally shifted. The meticulously maintained facade of sorrow cracked, her eyes betraying a flash of triumph, now washed over by anger. Su Muqing was not adhering to the expected script. She wasn't meant to panic and defend herself or respond with bluster. How dare she directly challenge Gu Yan? Lin Wanner quickly turned to Gu Yan, tears finally spilling. One drop cascaded down her flawless cheek, like a meticulously crafted period. "Brother Yan, are you truly going to believe her?" The moment her words began, she abruptly swallowed them back, shaking her head in anguish, her voice breaking as if an immense grievance remained unspoken, leaving her to bear it in silence. Gu Yan's heart was gripped by this voiceless accusation, an overwhelming weariness engulfing him. He felt ensnared. On one side lay the grim truth of his mother's tragic death, a nightmare from which he could never awaken. On the other stood Su Muqing, increasingly enigmatic yet impossible to avert his gaze from. And Lin Wanner was the one tightening the noose, ensnaring him in place, weaving a prison named the past with her tears and deceit. Su Muqing regarded Lin Wanner's tear-streaked face, her lips curling into a chilling smile. She understood Lin Wanner's tactics all too well, suggestive yet withholding, donning the most innocent expressions while uttering the most venomous words. She recognized that Lin Wanner's true weapon was never the so-called truth, but rather the fragile, nascent trust burgeoning between her and Gu Yan. Lin Wanner sought to obliterate their present and future. The real performance was only just beginning. Chapter 35. Undercurrents in the Workplace. At the top floor of the Gu Group, in the president's office, vast floor-to-ceiling windows fragmented the myriad lights of Cloud City in a silent flex, scattered yet reluctant to cast any warmth. The interplay of light and shadow reflected in Gu Yan's eyes, unfathomable depths swirling within. Lin Wanner's lamentations and Su Muqing's inquiries clashed repeatedly in his mind, igniting an insatiable restlessness that burned through him. Click! The steel pen between his fingers emitted a faint, crisp sound. Another click. Though the noise was slight, it stubbornly struck at his fraying nerves, one after another. His gaze ultimately settled upon the open document before him, a market analysis report. In the report, Qing Tian Capital and the Xingho project were brutally circled in red, accompanied by handwritten annotations. Recently faced with ambiguous public criticism, some investors have adopted a wait-and-see approach. This was no mere coincidence. Lin Wanner's return had never been about rekindling old ties. Knock, knock. The office door was gently rapped upon, and Assistant Lin entered, his footsteps tinged with urgency, his expression betraying an undeniable gravity. President Gu, he began, we have discovered that someone within the company is assisting Miss Lin Wanner. Assistant Lin darted a quick glance at Gu Yan's face, his speech involuntarily quickening. Recently, highly sensitive information pertaining to the SPAR project, including undisclosed financial forecasting models and certain core technological details, has been leaked to several financial media outlets. The intent behind this public discourse is unmistakably aimed at undermining the valuation of Spark. The atmosphere in the office has plummeted to an icy chill. Gu Yan's gaze suddenly constricted, and the pen in his fingers emitted a mournful creak under the weight of his grip, contorted beyond recognition. Investigate. He extricated the word from his throat, devoid of emotion, yet far more chilling than any tempestuous wrath. Root out this parasite for me. I care not for the process, only for the outcome. Yes. Assistant Lin was shaken to his core and immediately took his leave. After many years of working alongside Gu Yan, he understood all too well that the CEO was genuinely enraged. This tempest had long surpassed the bounds of mere commercial rivalry. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit conference room of Clear Sky Capital, Su Muqing stood before a massive smartboard, its surface cluttered with dense data charts and analyses of public sentiment, resembling an intricately woven net. Though her visage bore the signs of a sleepless night, her eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Lin Wanner's intentions were crystal clear. Su Muqing's voice, calm and devoid of any tremor, resonated through the ears of everyone present, imbued with an undeniable authority. Delaying Spark's public offering, suppressing its valuation, and instigating panic in the secondary market were all part of paving the way for the capital behind her to acquire it at a bargain price. Without a word of superfluous dialogue, her cold gaze swept across the assembly, directly issuing commands. First, the Public Relations Department must immediately initiate a Class A crisis response plan, contacting the editor-in-chief of Financial Frontier for an in-depth interview. With the most authoritative voice, we shall obliterate all unfounded rumors. Second, the Technology Department is to expedite the release of our Phase 2 clinical report originally scheduled for next quarter. I want the market to witness the true value of Spark, which no amount of slander can tarnish. Third, the Legal Department. Her gaze landed precisely on the legal director carrying a metallic quality. Compile all evidence, trace the source, and send a legal notice. We shall pursue them to bankruptcy, one and all. I want every individual who harbors malicious intentions against Clear Sky Capital to weigh their worthiness before attempting to strike. Her directives were issued one after another, precise, resolute, and devoid of any hesitation. The calmness and efficiency she exuded instantly dispelled the gloom that loomed over the conference room. There were no complaints, no anger, only absolute rationality and a counterattack of remarkable efficacy. She understood all too well that when dealing with a hidden viper like Lin Wanner, any display of emotion would merely serve as ammunition for the adversary's assault. Her objective was to employ the utmost professionalism and unwavering resolve to crush all of Lin Wanner's machinations in their infancy. Gu Yan almost instinctively obtained Su Muqing's comprehensive countermeasure plan from Assistant Lin. The encrypted email's attachment laid out each detail with clarity. He observed in silence. Deep within, something stirred, alien and fervent. He had previously perceived Su Muqing as a parasitic vine, relying upon him for survival, a woman who merely brought him trouble and required his protection. Yet now, the crisis management plan displayed on the screen, a veritable textbook example, along with her demonstrated business acumen and decisive prowess, methodically dismantled his past, ludicrously arrogant perceptions. He made no attempt to contact Su Muqing, nor did he adopt any patronizing stance of support. Instead, he simply picked up the internal phone on his desk and dialed the director of the public relations department. Reallocate our annual strategic partnership resources with several mainstream financial media outlets in favor of the SPAR project. The astonished response from the director on the other end of the line did not elicit a question from Gu Yan. His voice was low and commanding. Remember, execute it discreetly. I do not wish for anyone to know this matter pertains to Gu Corporation. He recognized that Su Muqing no longer required his protection. What he needed to provide was the unwavering confidence that she would never have to worry about. A steadfast, unyielding support as she charged into battle. Days later, Lin Warner reappeared on a high-end financial interview program, clad in a pristine white gown, her makeup flawless, her smile warm and poised. In her smile lay an imperceptible hint of triumph, as if victory were within reach. Gu Corporation has been actively exploring collaborations with top-tier international technology companies, such as the recently acclaimed Tianji Technology. She seemingly casually introduced a new name, skillfully attempting to divert the market's focus from Spark. The technology of Tianji Technology in the field of medical imaging AI is revolutionary. I believe that the strong alliance between Gu Corporation and Tianji Technology represents the future of the industry. Each word subtly elevated Tianji Technology while simultaneously diminishing Spark's stature. She smiled charmingly at the camera, her composure and confidence suggesting she was the rightful future matriarch of Gu Corporation, proclaiming the forthcoming commercial landscape on Gu Yan's behalf. The light from the television screen flickered across Gu Yan's face, casting shadows that danced unpredictably. He observed Lin Warner's audacious visage, the depths of his gaze a tranquil but icy sea, unperturbed yet chilling to the bone. The game had only just begun. He seized his phone and called Assistant Lin. Investigate Tianji Technology. I want all information from its inception to the present. The corners of Gu Yan's lips curled into a frigid arc, devoid of warmth. Especially, ascertain the origins of their core technology patents. Lin Warner, do you truly believe I would fall for your deception a second time? Chapter 36, The Relic Enigma. The night was dense, akin to spilled ink, shrouding the floor-to-ceiling windows of Gu Corporation's executive office without leaving a single crevice. Gu Yan stood alone before the window. The myriad lights of the city fractured in his obsidian eyes, failing to coalesce, mirroring the turmoil of his current thoughts. The investigative report brought by Assistant Lin lay spread across the expansive desk behind him, detailing Tianji Technology. Each word on the report silently chastised him for his past folly. The company that Lin Warner had exalted and he had regarded as a lifeline had murky records of core technology patent applications, and the backgrounds of its founders read like a meticulously scripted play, utterly implausible upon scrutiny. They resembled nothing more than elegantly crafted puppets thrust into the limelight by capital. On the final page of the report, names of several venture capital funds active in Europe were glaringly listed. The connections of those funds bore a bizarre resemblance to the laundering network of the Ouroboros snake from earlier times. Lu Xiao had fallen, yet the shadow cast by that viper had never truly dissipated. Who then was Lin Warner? What role did she play in this vast web? Just as his mind churned with confusion, his phone screen suddenly illuminated. It was Lin Warner. Brother Yin, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to meet you at the Jingxin Tea House. There are some of Annie's relics that I believe it's time to hand over to you. The words Jingxin Tea House pierced Gu Yan's heart like a searing needle, unwelcome and sudden. It was the place his mother cherished most during her lifetime. The white tea there was crisp, and the Su-style pastries were exquisite. It had been one of the few sources of solace during her years of suffering from illness and depression. After his mother resolutely leapt from the top floor, he could never set foot in that place again. Her belongings? Gu Yan's fingers tightened, the pressure almost enough to shatter the expensive phone in his grasp. He recognized this as a trap, a snare meticulously woven from his mother's warmth and memories, yet infused with lethal venom. Yet he was determined to step into it. Everything concerning his mother had once been a shackle that bound him, his most vulnerable weakness. But now, he intended to forge that weakness into armor. He was eager to discover what so-called relics Lin Warner could present to substantiate all her past lies. Gu Yan's gaze instinctively drifted towards the closed door of the study. Behind that door was Su Muqing. In recent days, she had functioned like a finely tuned war machine, calmly diffusing the public relations crisis. By day, they were allies with a common goal. By night, they were strangers under the same roof. The invisible wall erected by Lin Warner still stood firm between them, cold, impenetrable. He withdrew his gaze, his fingertips tapping a single word on the screen. Good. The following day, at the Jingxin Tea House. In a quaint, antique private room, the air was suffused with the elegant fragrance of sandalwood. Gu Yin sat on a pearwood chair, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, his aura of coldness starkly contrasting with the warmth of the room. Lin Wan sat opposite him, adorned in a simple white gown, her makeup translucent and pure, reminiscent of an untouched lily. Before her lay a deep blue velvet box, meticulously placed. "Brother Yin, you've lost weight again," she spoke softly, her eyes shimmering with just the right amount of concern and sympathy. "I know your mother's passing has always weighed heavily on your heart. It has on mine as well." Gu Yin remained silent, his gaze like a shard of ice, fixed on that box. Lin Wan appeared unfazed by his indifference, as she slowly opened the box with an almost reverent demeanor. Inside lay a jade pendant of sheep fat white jade, its warm hue and exquisite cloud pattern carving unmistakably marking it as a treasured antique. "This is Auntie's jade pendant." Lin Wan's voice trembled with a hint of tears, her eyes glistening with impending sorrow. It was her most cherished possession, seldom parted from her side. "Just days before her passing, she called me to her hospital room and entrusted this pendant to me." Gu Yin's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized the pendant. His mother had held it in high esteem, for it had been passed down from her mother. Auntie held my hand then and said, "The person I regret the most in this life is you, Gu Yin." Her voice shattered, each word drenched in sorrow. She lamented how she had misplaced her trust, giving her heart to the wrong person, only to be used as a pawn, driven to despair. She wished for me to take care of you in her stead. This pendant was her last wish, and I must give it to you only when you truly find happiness. Each of Lin Wan's words cut like the sharpest blade, dissecting the scars of his memories. Fragments of past lives surged forth. Su Muqing's cold betrayal, the despair in his mother's eyes as she fell from the height, the creditors surrounding the Gu building. All of it intertwined with Lin Wan's current words, forming an irrefutable testament. It was you who misplaced your trust. It was you who loved the wrong person. Thus, your mother's death stemmed from your beloved's betrayal. A searing pain erupted from the depths of his mind, his vision darkening at the edges, the familiar, suffocating ache in his chest returning as if gripped by a vice. He could scarcely breathe. Lin Wan watched him in agony, her lowered eyelids concealing a fleeting triumph. This was the effect she desired. She aimed to use Gu Yin's mother's death as the final nail in the coffin between him and Su Muqing, ensuring he could never rise again. At that moment, the bamboo curtain of the private room was gently lifted by a pale hand. Su Muqing entered. Unlike Lin Wan, she wore no elaborate makeup, merely a neatly tailored beige trench coat, her long hair casually tied back. Her unadorned face glowed with a cool radiance under the tea house's soft lighting. Her bright eyes calmly swept over the jade pendant on the table before finally resting on Gu Yin's face, which had drained of color from pain. On his way to the tea house, he had received her text message. Just 3 words. "Where are you?" Almost instinctively, he replied with the address. In that moment, he could not discern whether he hoped for her arrival or wished to avoid it. Upon seeing Su Muqing, Lin Wan's sorrowful expression froze for a second before transforming into a deeper, pitiable demeanor, as if her territory had been invaded. Like a startled rabbit, she instinctively pulled the velvet box closer to herself, her eyes brimming with accusation and grievance. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" Her voice trembled, as if Su Muqing's mere presence was a desecration of the deceased. Su Muqing did not spare her glance. She walked straight to Gu Yin's side, standing silently, not taking a seat. Her gaze moved from Gu Yin's anguished profile to Lin Wan's innocent visage, devoid of warmth. Lin Wan felt a chill under Su Muqing's scrutiny, but forced herself to maintain composure, raising her voice deliberately, as if speaking for Gu Yin while simultaneously judging Su Muqing. "Auntie cherished you dearly, yet she confessed before her passing that her greatest regret was letting in a wolf. Miss Su, how disappointed she must have been in you." Her words were venomous and brutal. The challenge in her gaze pierced through to Su Muqing like a poisoned dart. Gu Yin's body stiffened, akin to a statue. Hearing Lin Wan's words, he struggled to raise his bloodshot eyes towards Su Muqing, hoping to detect even a trace of guilt or remorse on her face. But he saw nothing. Su Muqing's expression remained tranquil, like a deep, still pond, unruffled by the storm around her. She slowly extended her hand, reaching over Gu Yin's shoulder, and in Lin Wan's astonished gaze, she picked up the sheet fat white jade pendant. Her fingertips felt icy, yet her movements were tender, as if dusting off a rare treasure. She cradled the pendant in her palm, bending down to examine it with a focus that suggested the world had shrunk to just her and the pendant. The room fell into profound silence. Gu Yin could distinctly hear the drumbeat of his heart echoing within his chest. After what felt like an eternity, Su Muqing finally lifted her head. Her cool gaze pierced through the curling tea smoke, returning to Gu Yin's face. Her voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. This jade pendant was Annie's favorite. It symbolizes protection. She paused, her eyes like drawn swords suddenly turning towards Lin Wan's pallid face. Her lips curling into a cold smile. But she never gifted it to anyone. As light as a snowflake, it fell into the silent private room, igniting an avalanche. Lin Wan's complexion drained of color in an instant. The carefully brimming tears in her eyes revealed, for the first time, a genuine and unmasked panic. She clenched her fists, her exquisitely manicured nails digging deeply into her palm, the piercing pain barely preventing her from losing composure. "You're talking nonsense." Her voice rose sharply, shattering the facade of previous gentleness. "This was clearly given to me by my aunt. What right do you have?" "What right?" Su Muqing interrupted her. The cold curve of her lips now devoid of warmth. She raised the jade pendant in her hand, her ivory-white fingertips gliding gently over a particularly concealed engraving on its side. That movement carried an undeniable authority. "My aunt once said that this jade pendant was a relic left to her by my grandmother. Jade possesses a spirit, bound to its owner for life. Unless she passes away, it shall never leave her side, much less be given to another." Her gaze shifted from the imitation jade pendant to Gu Yin, her voice losing some of its icy edge, becoming calm and clear, as if revealing a secret known only to the two of them. "Do you remember?" Gu Yin sat rigidly, every muscle in his body tense from the excruciating pain. He listened to Su Muqing's words, his mind a cacophony. His aunt had a slight obsession with cleanliness. She would polish her jewelry daily with a special soft cloth. Su Muqing's voice was unhurried, each word striking precisely at the depths of Gu Yin's memory. Between the 9th and 10th cloud patterns on this jade pendant, there existed a faint scratch, finer than a hair, left inadvertently during its carving. Her voice paused, providing Gu Yin ample time to recollect. Due to frequent polishing, the edges of that scratch were slightly more rounded than elsewhere. She held the jade pendant before Gu Yin's eyes. In that moment, the warm jade appeared to him as a searing iron. Her fingertip was poised over the nearly imperceptible flaw. Gu Yin's breath hitched. Deep within his mind, a long-sealed door to memory burst open. He recalled a sun-drenched afternoon from his childhood, when his mother sat by the window polishing this very jade pendant. Curiously, he leaned closer, pointing at the tiny imperfection. "Mom, this is broken." His mother had laughed then, gently ruffling his hair and placing the pendant in his small hand. "Yin, this isn't broken. It's its unique mark. Just like each of us, we all have our imperfections, which make us real and uniquely ours. This secret that belonged solely to him and his mother." How could it be? Gu Yin's heart was suddenly gripped by an invisible hand, the suffocating pain almost choking him. He shot his gaze up, bloodshot eyes locking onto Su Muqing. He sought a crack in her facade, but found nothing. Her eyes were clear and sincere, like a cold pool in late autumn, reflecting his turmoil without a hint of deceit. This secret, it turned out, was shared by a third person, Su Muqing. In their past lives, during the years of their closest bond, she had been like a little tail, a little steward, assisting his mother in managing those precious jewels. His mother had been completely unguarded with her, treating her as one of her own, sharing all her beloved possessions, including the secret of this jade pendant. Lin Wanner's complexion had shifted from pale to ashen. She could never have imagined. She had spent a fortune hiring the most skilled antique craftsmen, meticulously crafting what she believed to be a flawless imitation of a jade pendant. Yet, she had been fatally struck by a detail so minute that she herself had been unaware of it. I don't know what you're talking about." Lin Wanner's voice suddenly turned hysterical, completely tearing apart her fragile facade, leaving only raw indignation and rage. "This was clearly given to me by my aunt. Yingu, don't be deceived by her. She's the best at twisting words and distorting the truth." Her defense, in that moment, sounded so pale, so ridiculous. Su Muqing couldn't even be bothered to glance at her again. She withdrew her hand, gently placing the warm jade pendant back into Gu Yin's cold, stiff palm. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his curled knuckles. The brief contact was fleeting, yet that soft warmth sent a violent tremor through Gu Yin's fingertips. A faint warmth surged through his frozen veins, striking straight at his icebound heart. His aunt's protection was a hope for the well-being of those she loved, not a tool for manipulation and deceit by others. Su Muqing's voice regained its habitual chill, each word striking the pearwood floor with a resonant clarity. "Using the relics of the deceased to weave lies. Lin Wanner, you are unworthy to utter my aunt's name." "You." Lin Wanner trembled with rage. All pretenses shattered in that moment, leaving only resentment and desperation on her face. Guyan gradually tightened his grip on the jade pendant. The cold, hard sensation instantly cleared the chaos swirling in his mind. He looked at Lin Wanner, who was frantic and distorted, and then at Su Muqing, who remained calm and composed. Her words cutting to the core. Past life, present life. Two utterly different faces intertwined in his mind, tearing him apart. Ultimately, they fixed upon the depths of Su Muqing's transparent eyes. He had been wrong. He had been wrong again. He had almost been deceived, once more, by the same lie concerning his mother. But played by different actors with the same clumsy performance, he had been fooled twice. A sharp pang of regret and fear transformed into a venomous blade, piercing fiercely through his chest. He abruptly stood up. His tall, imposing figure cast a shadow that completely enveloped Lin Wanner, carrying an oppressive weight akin to a mountain. He no longer looked at Lin Wanner. The mingling of disgust and coldness in that final glance had been a definitive verdict. He turned to Su Muqing, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Let us go. With that, he strode forward, not looking back as he exited the private room. He left Lin Wanner with not a single word, not a single glance. A total disregard. Su Muqing followed closely behind him. As they brushed past Lin Wanner, she didn't even turn her head, merely whispering in a tone only they could hear, "The game is over." Lin Wanner stood frozen in place. She watched the two retreating figures. Hearing those seemingly light yet weighty words, a breath lodged painfully in her chest, her vision blurring. The grand scheme she had meticulously planned. She had thought to use the death of Guyan's South mother to drive the final nail into Su Muqing's coffin, ensuring she would never rise again. Yet, it had been so effortlessly dismantled by the other party. She was, in fact, nothing more than a mere clown. Her nails dug deep in her palm, blood seeping out. Warm and sticky. Su Muqing, this isn't over between us. Chapter 38, A United Counterattack. The chilling light from the crystal chandelier in the living room rendered all concealment futile. Between the two, a luxurious carpet spanning 3 meters separated not just space, but an invisible barrier of silence. Su Muqing poured herself a glass of warm water, her fingertips gliding across the tablet. The scrolling financial data was the sole focus of her attention at that moment. The farce that had unfolded in the afternoon seemed to leave no trace upon her heart. Guyan lingered in the shadows of the entrance for a considerable time, long enough to regain his composure before changing his shoes and stepping inside. He did not ascend the stairs, but instead took a seat on the sofa opposite Su Muqing, exposing himself to the harsh light. Lin Wanner, he finally spoke, his voice dry and laced with an inescapable self-loathing. She was an orphan supported by my mother during her lifetime. My mother cherished her, finding her well-behaved, even contemplating adopting her as a goddaughter. Su Muqing's fingers halted their dance across the screen as she raised her gaze, her black and white eyes quietly observing him, as though listening to a tale utterly unrelated to herself. After my mother's passing, she left for abroad with a sum of money from the Gu family trust, and has since vanished without a trace. I never anticipated her return. Guyan's eyes betrayed a profound confusion and an unmasked guilt. I investigated Tianji Technology. The capital behind it points to an organization called Ouroboros. I do not comprehend her motives, money, or perhaps revenge. Revenge against him, against Su Muqing, against this world. Perhaps it was never about what she wanted to do. Su Muqing set her tablet aside, her words slicing through Guyan's tangled speculations. It is not about her intentions, but rather what those behind her wish to achieve through her. She turned the tablet toward Guyan. On the screen was an urgent report freshly generated by the Risk Control Department of Qingtian Capital. Lu Xiao is responsible for the technological strangulation, with the target being Xingho. Su Muqing's fingertips traced several glaring red lines on the screen. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner is tasked with psychological manipulation, aiming at you and the entire Gu group. My team has analyzed all financial flows since her return. She has been steadily amassing circulating shares of the Gu group through offshore accounts, while also engaging with dissatisfied minority shareholders and executives. Her gaze bore the precision and coldness of surgeon. She is using your mother's death to shatter your rationality and create a rift between us. Simultaneously, she is ruthlessly suppressing Xingho in public opinion, disparaging the Gu group, inciting market panic, and driving down stock prices. Once the stock price falls to a certain level, the capital colluding with Ouroboros will initiate a hostile takeover. She paused momentarily, delivering her final conclusion. Her aim is not revenge. She seeks to devour your Gu group. Guyan's body tensed instantly. It was not merely a chill, but a horrifying sensation as though his very innards had been momentarily siphoned away. He had believed Lin Wanner to be nothing more than a pitiable creature twisted by jealousy, an emotional disruptor. He had never considered that beneath that seemingly fragile facade lay a colossal conspiracy capable of overturning his entire commercial empire. Once again, he had nearly pushed the Goo Group into the abyss, swayed by his own provoked emotions. A potent mixture of dread and guilt gripped his heart like iron hands. He turned to Su Muqing, the woman he had once loathed to the core, now repeatedly pulling him back from the precipice. Her expression held no victor's triumph, no derision, only an unwavering focus belonging to comrades in arms. What must I do? Gu Yan's voice dropped, stripped of all superfluous emotion, leaving only an absolute calmness akin to that of a warrior entering battle. Utilize your Gu intelligence network to investigate the years of Lin Wanner's disappearance. Su Muqing's thoughts were chillingly lucid. Who did she associate with abroad? What experiences did she undergo? Particularly, what is her relationship with the founder of Tianji Technology and the actual controllers of those European funds? I need to ascertain whose pawn she truly is. Understood. Gu Yan immediately seized his phone and dialed Assistant Lin's number. His instructions were precise, cold, and devoid of hesitation, akin to a meticulously recalibrated machine. As the call ended, a brief silence enveloped the study. This silence, however, was no longer a barrier but a tacit understanding of shared objectives, a bond of alliance. Gu Yan gazed at Su Muqing's focused profile beneath the light. Those eyes he had only associated with the pursuit of superficial vanity now sparkled with an illuminating brilliance he had never comprehended. That radiance eclipsed the neon glow of the entire city outside, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. I am sorry, he suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet resounding within the stillness of the air. Su Muqing paused her movements, lifting her head. I apologize for all my previous suspicions. Gu Yan's gaze bore an awkward sincerity that seemed uncharacteristic of his identity. He was not one to offer apologies by nature, yet in this moment it felt imperative. Su Muqing regarded him and suddenly smiled. The smile was subtle, but instantaneously transformed the frigid air within the room into something breathable. An apology is unnecessary. She averted her gaze, her fingers dancing across the keyboard once more, summoning another intricate data model. Her voice now carried a genuine, predatory interest. Let us compensate with tangible action. Lin Wanner has acquired so many trolls to disseminate false news, attempting to muddy the waters. In the spirit of reciprocity, we should also present her with a grand gift. On the screen, a plan for public opinion counterattacks and capital strikes was rapidly taking shape. Gu Yan observed her self-assured demeanor, and the remnants of guilt within him were quietly supplanted by fervent admiration and a thrilling anticipation. He knew that, in this battle, he was no longer alone. At that moment, Su Muqing's fingers came to an abrupt halt. She pointed at a recently highlighted company name on the screen, her beautifully arched brows furrowing in concentration. Found it. Her voice bore the weight of a hunter discovering the trail of its prey. The puppet master manipulating public opinion is a small company named Raying Media. She slowly pushed the investigative report page toward Gu Yan, and you would never guess who its largest shareholder is. Her ambitions exceed our imagination. Su Muqing's gaze turned icy, sharp as a blade. Exploiting the chaos within the Gu Group to profit in the capital market, Raying Media is merely the most inconspicuous cog in her vast scheme. Chapter 39. The Return of the Gu Crisis. The morning sun had yet to pierce the skyscrapers of the financial district, yet a silent strangulation had already commenced. The stock price of the Gu Group plummeted at market opening. The crimson numbers danced wildly across every screen, akin to gaping wounds, heralding the giant loss of blood. Gu Group's chemical factory discharges waste, poisoning the local land and water. Interns' blood and tears cry out. Gu Group is a blood-sucking sweatshop. Exclusive revelations. Environmental debts. The last straw crushing the Gu Group. A barrage of venomous news, paired with meticulously edited videos and images, ignited a tsunami of public opinion across social networks. Panic spread like an epidemic among retail investors. The sell-off wave had arrived. In the top-level conference room of the Gu Group, the air was stifling, almost solidifying into a tangible entity. Gu Yan sat at the head of the table, his expression devoid of emotion. His slender fingers gently tapped on the icy tabletop, each rhythmic tap echoing like the ticking of death's clock, resonating within the hearts of every executive present. Wang, the public relations director, an elder statesman of the conglomerate with graying hair, felt beads of sweat cascade down his forehead. The report in his hands grew damp with perspiration, his voice wavering. Mr. Gu, this public relations assault is too ferocious, too sudden. The materials they've disseminated, while exaggerated and distorted, are not entirely baseless. The environmental processes at the Southern Chemical Plant indeed possess flaws, and several labor contracts remain entangled in disputes. Top. Gu Yan's drumming ceased. He lifted his gaze, his eyes calm, yet terrifyingly so, compelling Wang to instinctively lower his head. Director Wang. Gu Yan's voice was soft. It pierced Wang's eardrum like an ice pick. 30 minutes before the market opens, 300 marketing accounts simultaneously published articles. Within 5 minutes, we were trending in the top 10. Tell me, is there no hand orchestrating this? His gaze swept across the room. I do not wish to hear an apology. What I seek to know is, where's your early warning system? The Public Relations Department's annual budget in the tens of millions exists precisely to inform me that there is a cause behind every crisis. Since his rebirth, he had been tirelessly mending the gaping wounds of the Gu Corporation. Yet the tangled internal issues and these rigid, old advisors remained his Achilles heel. Director Wang was loyal to his father, steadfast in his allegiance. Yet his strategies were mired in the bygone era of newspapers and television. Faced with this multifaceted public opinion battle, infused with capitalist strangulation, his reactions were as sluggish as an antiquated diesel engine needing to warm up. Wang's face turned crimson as he managed to formulate a plan. Mr. Gu, I suggest we immediately hold a press conference to clarify, and then sue those slanderous media. To combat a cruise missile with a broadsword, foolhardy and ineffectual. Disappointment brimmed in Gu Yan's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, the conference room door swung open. Su Muqing entered, clad in a sharp white suit, her long hair gathered at the back, exuding an aura akin to a sword unsheathed. She disregarded the room full of silent executives and strode directly to Gu Yan, placing a tablet before him. Her presence seemed to create a barrier, isolating the room's anxiety and panic. This is not a public relations attack. Her voice was cold and resolute, like a tranquilizer, settling in the hearts of all present. This is a precise financial strangulation. Public opinion is merely the opening salvo. On the tablet screen, an exceptionally clear logical diagram unfolded. The adversary's assault comprises 3 waves. Su Muqing's fingertips glided across the screen. The first wave is now, utilizing environmental and labor issues to instigate panic and plummet stock prices. Gu Yan's gaze fixed upon the diagram, continuing. The second wave will target the supply chain, spreading rumors of our strained capital chain to destabilize our partners. Su Muqing nodded, adding, the most devastating will be the third wave. They will fabricate an insider to unleash so-called core financial fraud evidence, thereby obliterating market confidence and clearing the path for a malicious takeover. Their exchange crackled with urgency, yet it meticulously outlined the enemy's sinister comprehensive scheme. The conference room fell into an eerie silence. Those elders who had previously dismissed Su Muqing now wore expressions of shock and contemplation. Gu Yan observed Su Muqing beside him. She exhibited no trace of panic, only calm wisdom and burning resolve. His inner fury and agitation miraculously subsided. He recognized her correctness. In his past life, he had been ensnared step by step, overwhelmed, and ultimately irretrievably lost. What is your plan? Gu Yan's voice unconsciously softened. 2 steps, Su Muqing raised 2 fingers. Crisp and decisive. First, we do not clarify or hold a press conference. That will be passive submission. The legal department will issue a letter, not to sue the media, but to file criminal charges against several whistleblowers at the source of the news, citing commercial defamation and theft of trade secrets. We must show the market that we wield a blade and are not afraid to strike. Her gaze shone brightly. Second, she continued, we turn passivity into initiative. Over the past 5 years, Gu Corporation has invested $300 million in desertification control in the Northwest and provided interest-free housing loans to thousands of employees. We're the first in the industry to pledge the comprehensive use of biodegradable materials. These accomplishments, your public relations department only records in annual reports, collecting dust. She directed her unwavering gaze at the stunned Director Wang, her tone brooking no dissent. Immediately contact the environmental foundations we collaborate with and all mainstream authoritative media to plan a series of in-depth reports titled Invisible Guardians. We will not argue that we have done no wrong. Instead, we will use facts to demonstrate that we have consistently done good deeds. We shall employ a greater truth to overshadow the lies. The tension in Gu Yan's jaw finally relaxed, a smile blooming at the corners of his lips like the first thaw of spring. This was her, reborn from the ashes, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, Su Muqing. Let us proceed, as Muqing suggests. He turned to Director Wang, his voice regaining its icy firmness. From this moment forth, all actions of the Public Relations Department will be directed by Miss Su Muqing. You and your team will cooperate unconditionally. Should there be any further slip-ups, he did not finish his sentence, but the warning in his eyes rendered Director Wang drenched in cold sweat. Yes, Mr. Gu, I assure you, we will accomplish this task. The meeting adjourned, and the executives filed out, their gazes towards Su Muqing now transformed from disdain to awe. The expansive conference room was left with only the two of them. Guyan approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling traffic below. The stock prices continued to drop, yet his heart felt an unprecedented tranquility. Lin Wanner is more anxious than I anticipated, he murmured. It is not her urgency. It is those behind her who cannot wait, Su Muqing replied, standing beside him, side by side. This public opinion battle was merely an appetizer. Their appetite was the entirety of the Gu Corporation. Guyan turned to gaze at her, sunlight casting a soft glow upon her. He suddenly found himself in a daze. The woman from his past life, who could only weep and stab from the shadows, was she truly the same radiant being before him? Just then, Su Muqing's phone vibrated. She glanced at the unfamiliar number, stepping aside to answer. On the other end, a processed, rasping voice, cold as metal, uttered a single sentence. Some chess games are beyond your capability. The call ended abruptly. Su Muqing held her phone, her expression unchanged, yet her clear eyes gradually filled with an unfathomable chill. Chapter 40. The Profound Implications of an Anonymous Warning. Su Muqing ended the call and turned. Her face betrayed no emotion as she handed the phone to Guyan, the unfamiliar number glaring under the lights. An anonymous warning, she stated flatly. Guyan's gaze fixated on the digits for a moment, his jaw tightening. He did not inquire about the contents of the call. Merely by observing Su Muqing's unervingly calm demeanor, he had already surmised the malice behind the voice on the line. This was not the extortion of street thugs. It was the silent fangs lurking in the deeper shadows. Understood. Guyan retrieved his own phone, aimed it at the number, and the shutter clicked almost inaudibly. The photo was promptly sent to Assistant Lin, the directive as cold and unyielding as iron. Deploy all resources to uncover the source. Highest priority. Once he had dealt with this matter, he looked back at Su Muqing, his voice deeper than before. We have struck at their Achilles heel. Su Muqing approached the conference table and poured herself a glass of water. The coolness of the glass served to settle her tumultuous thoughts. This call was intriguing. She spoke. Her voice crisp and clear. It was not a threat meant to intimidate me into retreat. Had it been, the caller would have revealed their cards directly, perhaps using my family as leverage. Instead, this call resembled a demonstration of power. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting the figure of Guyan with crystalline clarity, or rather, it was a condescending reminder. The caller intended to convey that Lin Wanner was merely a pawn pushed to the forefront. The true players had yet to enter the game. They were unafraid of our targeting Lin Wanner, even relishing the prospect of us exhausting our energies on her. The purpose of this call was to implant a nail in my heart, instilling hesitation in my actions. Guyan silently approached her side. He took the glass from her hand, turned to the water dispenser to mix in some hot water, checked the temperature, and returned it to her. The entire movement flowed seamlessly, exuding an undeniable aura of protective concern. Unfortunately for them, they had chosen the wrong target for intimidation. Su Muqing accepted the glass. The warmth that radiated from it was just right, dispelling the last trace of chill from her fingertips. She met Guyan's gaze, finding no fear in those deep-set eyes. Only a fierce battle spirit ignited, alongside a pure concern that existed solely for her. The more they acted this way, the more it validated that their path was indeed the right one. Su Muqing took a sip of water. The matter of Lin Wanner must be thoroughly investigated. Moreover, the aggressor's tactics were professional and meticulously organized. It was evident that Lin Wanner alone could not orchestrate this. The public relations crisis faced by the Gu Corporation was merely the beginning. I understand, Guyan nodded. Assistant Lin will make the necessary arrangements. From today onward, your security detail will be doubled. Exercise caution in your comings and goings. His concern was direct and forthright, devoid of superfluous words. A subtle sense of relief washed over Su Muqing, and she softly acknowledged him with a hum. The feeling of being steadfastly protected and unconditionally trusted was a luxury she had never experienced in her lifetime. In the following 2 days, the battle of public opinion surrounding the Gu Corporation reached a fever pitch. Under Su Muqing's command, the public relations department transformed from its usual sluggishness into a finely tuned war machine, sharp and efficient. They did not mire themselves in the quagmire of proving their innocence. Instead, they escalated the offensive. A deeply investigative documentary titled The Decade-Long Pact Between the Gu Corporation and the Gobi Desert, released by a National Environmental Foundation, went viral overnight. The footage showcased the vast investments made by the Gu Corporation in constructing anti-desertification forest belts, which stood as the most striking green wall across the Gobi. When local herders appeared on camera, their genuine smiles and heartfelt gratitude shattered all accusations into dust. Following this, Several authoritative financial media outlets explored the employee welfare system of the GU Corporation from various angles. An article titled "The Corporate Warmth Behind an Interest-Free Mortgage Contract" featured interviews with numerous young employees who had settled in major cities thanks to the company's interest-free loans. Their vibrant stories rendered the accusations of sweatshop conditions into a mere annual joke. Under Su Muqing's precise maneuvering, the tide of public opinion began to reverse at a visibly rapid pace. The public's gaze shifted from the indistinguishable rumors to a responsible and compassionate local industry leader. The stock price of the GU Corporation stabilized and began to rise modestly. However, the adversaries retaliated with increasing venom. They began to attack Su Muqing's personal identity, fabricating scandalous rumors of a wealthy abandoned wife seeking revenge against her ex-husband by jeopardizing his family business. Even anonymous tipsters surfaced, claiming that Su Muqing had exploited Qing Tian capital to illegally profit by hundreds of millions through short selling and low buying amid fluctuations in GU stock price. Though these attacks were malicious, they failed to incite any genuine uproar, simply due to Gu Yan's stance, which spoke volumes. Not only did he grant Su Muqing the highest authority to manage the crisis within the corporation, but during a small-scale media briefing, he quashed all speculation with a single statement. Miss Su Muqing is the most important and trusted partner of the GU Corporation. Any unfounded attacks against her will be pursued to the fullest extent by the legal department. This declaration silenced all sordid whispers. In the dead of night, the upper echelons of the GU Corporation remained brightly lit. Inside the president's office, which had been temporarily converted into a wartime command center, Su Muqing was analyzing the latest data streams across multiple screens. She had been working for over 30 hours, exhaustion evident on her face, yet her eyes remained astonishingly bright. The office door was gently pushed open. Gu Yan entered, carrying a tray, and the air was instantly filled with the aroma of food. The tray held a steaming bowl of mushroom chicken noodle soup, accompanied by a small dish of exquisite pickles. Even Iron Men need to refuel, he remarked, placing the tray on the empty spot beside her, his tone neither too light nor too heavy, yet impossible to refuse. Su Muqing rubbed her aching eyes and lifted her head. Gu Yan was still in his daytime suit, his tie loosened, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms. He too bore faint shadows under his eyes, clearly having endured a sleepless night. "You too," she noted. Gu Yan pulled up a chair and sat across from her, remaining silent as he gazed steadily at her. The only sounds in the office were the occasional clicks of a keyboard. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Su Muqing decided to pick up her chopsticks and take a bite of noodles. The rich flavor of the chicken soup mixed with the chewiness of the noodles instantly warmed her empty stomach, seemingly smoothing away the fatigue in her limbs. It was only then that she realized how ravenously hungry she had become. "Eat slowly," Gu Yan observed, a faint smile curving at the corners of his lips, though it vanished almost instantly as he watched her hurriedly devour her meal. "Any leads on the source of the anonymous call?" she ventured, breaking the overly quiet atmosphere. The smile faded from Gu Yan's lips, his expression returning to seriousness. It was made using an overseas virtual server with multiple layers of redirection, making it challenging to trace. However, Assistant Lin did uncover some traces. The counter-surveillance techniques used bore the hallmark of the Ouroboros. Su Muqing's chopsticks paused midair. The Ouroboros again. This relentless organization was like a decapitated snake, its severed body still writhing, poised to unleash its most venomous strike. It appeared that Lu Xiao and Lin Wanner were merely extensions of their reach into the domestic realm. Su Muqing set down her chopsticks, her complexion darkening significantly. "Do not worry." Gu Yan gazed at her, his eyes deep as night, yet harboring sparks of light. "I will not allow you to face this alone." His voice was soft, yet it felt like a stone cast accurately into the lake of Su Muqing's heart. This was not a hollow consolation. It was a promise, one that transcended all past grievances, belonging solely to this moment, a commitment from Gu Yan to Su Muqing. She lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes, and deep within her, something solid began to thaw. Just then, Gu Yan's personal phone emitted a soft ping. An encrypted email. He opened the email, his gaze freezing on the screen. In the next moment, an icy chill enveloped him. The email contained no text, only a compressed, slightly blurred photograph. The photograph captures the scene of an open-air cafe abroad, where Lin Wanner is turned slightly toward the camera, her smile radiant and bright, engaged in conversation with someone across from her. The man, whose presence is only hinted at by his silhouette, possesses a tall stature and an extraordinary demeanor. Meanwhile, in the lower left corner of the image, an automatically generated watermark pierces Gu Yan's gaze like a venomous needle. Location: Zurich, Switzerland. Chapter 41. The Emergence of Foreign Forces. Gu Yan hands his phone to Su Muqing. The warmth in his eyes has vanished, leaving only a chilling silence. Su Muqing takes the phone, and as her gaze meets the screen, her pupils constrict slightly. She refrains from asking further questions and swiftly uploads the photograph to the nearby computer. Her fingers dance across the keyboard, a blur, as lines of code cascade on the screen like a waterfall. The Xingho system is instantly activated. The blurry image disintegrates into countless data points on the screen, and under the powerful supersampling algorithm, it reconstructs and sharpens at a visible speed. The calf-face sign, the texture of a passerby's collar, and even a distant bird perched on a building becomes strikingly clear. The background aligns with the Centennial Café on Bahnhofstrasse, Zurich. Su Muqing's voice remains unervingly calm. The focus is on this man. She magnifies the image, locking onto the enigmatic silhouette. The system begins an extensive feature comparison across a global database. Posture, hairstyle, the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. Even the habitual motion of his pinky lifting as he raises his coffee cup. All details are meticulously dissected and analyzed. 3 seconds later, a character profile with a matching degree of 987 appears at the center of the screen. The photograph depicts a middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes, exuding a refined smile. Yet, the biography is drenched in blood. Alexander Shorosh. Su Muqing utters the name, each syllable seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. The vulture of Wall Street, the most infamous hedge fund manager. His record is the chronicle of the economic collapse of several small nations. He excels at creating regional financial turmoil to maliciously short sell, devouring everything in his path. Her fingers press down decisively on the screen, forcibly retrieving a chart of financial flows marked as top secret. 3 years prior, while investigating the Ouroboros organization's money laundering network, Interpol briefly captured the tale of a massive fund that, concealed through dozens of offshore companies, ultimately funneled into a fund under Alexander's control. However, the interests backing him were too vast, and the trail ended there. The final piece of the puzzle of truth falls into place. Guyan's hand hanging by his side tightens with each joint, producing faint cracking sounds. From Liu Xiao to Lin Wanner, and now to this Alexander Soros. Remnants of the Ouroboros are weaving a colossal web across borders, closing in on him. They are exploiting Lin Wanner's hatred for the Gu family. Using her mother's connection as a wedge, their objective has never been revenge, but rather consumption. A clever ploy of borrowing a corpse to resurrect the past. The cataclysm that once dragged him into hell now overlays with the conspiracy of this life at this moment. He finally sees clearly. The adversary he faced back then was not merely a business rival, but a vast criminal syndicate with capital as its fangs and the national economy as its prey. What now? Su Muqing looks at him. The enemy has surfaced, their terrifying power exceeding all expectations. An international financial titan like Alexander possesses an energy and means far beyond that of Liu Xiao. To strike at a snake, one must aim for its 7 inches. Turbulent waves churn in Guyan's eyes, yet his mind is clearer than ever. Alexander's foundation lies overseas. His weapon is capital. What we must do is to close the door and strike the dog, first eliminating Lin Wanner domestically. Simultaneously, we shall venture into his territory to sever his funding chain. Su Muqing immediately comprehends his intention. The domestic media battle is nearing its conclusion. If we expose evidence of Lin Wanner colluding with Alexander, it will seal the deal. As for overseas, she ponders momentarily, and a bold plan begins to take shape in her mind. The Xingho project is ready to make its voice heard to the world. She raises her head, her gaze astonishingly bright, locking eyes with Guyan. I am prepared to initiate the overseas roadshow for Xingho with a first stop set in Europe. Guyan's heart skips a beat. This is far from a mere commercial roadshow. It is a bait to infiltrate the enemy's camp. In a moment of crisis for the Gu family, if the Xingho project, a premier technological endeavor, can shine on the international stage, it will serve as the strongest endorsement of the Gu family's strength, instantly stabilizing market confidence. Furthermore, Su Muqing, in her dual role as the founder of Qing Tian Capital and the mother of Xingho, can legitimately engage with the local financial and tech circles in Europe, gathering intelligence on Alexander and even turning his allies. To use righteousness to suppress evil. To pierce through the darkness of capital plunder with the light of value creation. A daring gamble, yet a brilliant strategy. It is perilous. Guyan's voice is taut. He cannot bear to let her face the financial demon Alexander alone. One who devours without leaving bones. The true danger lies with the rats hiding in the sewers, not with us standing in the spotlight. Su Muqing's tone is resolute. The technology of Xingho is revolutionary. It represents the future. When it shines on the international stage, anyone considering dark deeds must weigh the consequences of opposing the future. Gu Yan gazes into her eyes, where a light of undeniable conviction resides. He realizes he cannot obstruct her. She is no longer the delicate vine requiring his protection, but an eagle capable of soaring alongside him through the skies. Very well. He swallows hard, finally uttering the word. Yet he stipulates his conditions. Assistant Lin will arrange for the world's top security team to accompany you 24/7. You will have the highest authority to mobilize all resources, connections, funds, and channels of the Gu family in Europe. He pauses, adding, I will have an old friend from Interpol keep a special watch on Alexander. Remember, you are not alone. A warmth quietly unfurls in Su Muqing's heart. She nods emphatically, I understand. With consensus reached, the two promptly split up to act. Gu Yan personally instructs Assistant Lin to send that photograph and Alexander's dossier via encrypted channels directly to a high-ranking contact he has in Interpol, attaching the Ouroboros case number. Meanwhile, Su Muqing leads her team, embarking on a tireless final sprint to prepare for the Xinghe Overseas Roadshow. Electronic invitations are dispatched to Europe's top medical institutions, tech giants, and investment banks. The date is set for a week later. Everything is in swift motion. The afternoon before departure, Su Muqing is in her office, finalizing the last speech draft. Suddenly, the front desk calls, the voice tinged with tension. Ms. Su, there's an anonymous delivery for you, with no sender information available. Her intuition tells her this package is not ordinary. After passing through 3 layers of professional security scans, confirming its safety, it is finally delivered to her. An ordinary cardboard box, surprisingly light. Su Muqing meticulously peeled away the tape, revealing within a solitary object cocooned in protective foam. As she lifted the foam, she uncovered a letter, a missive encased in a weathered envelope, its edges tattered and the paper yellowed with age. The moment her gaze fell upon the familiar, elegant script slightly slanted on the envelope, her breath caught abruptly in her throat. This handwriting, she had encountered it countless times within the pages of antiquated tomes in Gu Yan's study, and on the backs of photographs tucked away in the dusty albums of the Gu family estate. It belonged to Gu Yan's mother, Shun Manjun, a letter from the deceased. A message, shrouded in the mists of time, from an unknown origin. Why had it been sent to her? Who, at this critical juncture, had placed it before her? Su Muqing felt the thunderous beat of her heart reverberate in the stillness of the office, as if it were a drum echoing in the silence. She harbored a premonition, a conviction that within this letter lay a secret potent enough to upend everything. Chapter 42, The Letter of the Deceased. Su Muqing sensed a chill creeping into her fingertips. This was no mere sensation. It was a bone-deep cold, seeping through her very being, damp and frigid. There were no explosives, no poison within the delivery box, only a letter. Yet this letter, more than any hazardous substance, constricted her heart. Her eyes remained fixated on the familiar strokes of the handwriting, to the point where she forgot to breathe. Elegant, delicate, with the tips of the strokes bearing a slight inclination. She had seen it innumerable times on the title pages of Gu Yan's old books, and on the backs of photographs in the Gu family's aged albums. It was unmistakably Shun Manjun's penmanship. How could a person long departed send a letter? And who, at this perilous moment, had chosen to deliver it to her in such a manner? Su Muqing felt her heartbeat, heavy as the tolling of distant thunder. In the silence of the office, she refrained from calling Gu Yan. Instead, with her cold hands, she slowly, almost sacrilegiously, opened the envelope. Inside lay a sheet of equally yellowed paper, devoid of lengthy discourse, only a brief poem. The handwriting matched that on the envelope, undeniably Shun Manjun strokes. The lake of Zurich hides the tears of snow-capped mountains. The winds of distant journeys cannot carry away the returnee by the shore. If you see that light, please inquire for me. How fares the old dream? The poem possessed a profound beauty, yet was permeated by an indelible sorrow. Su Muqing's pupils dilated in sudden realization. Zurich, the returnee. This poem, alongside the photograph of Lin Warner and Alexander in a Zurich cafe, coalesced like 2 poison-laden puzzle pieces, fitting seamlessly together. One, a financial tycoon stirring up trouble overseas. The other, a letter from a deceased mother pointing towards foreign lands. They collectively hinted at a singular truth concealed in Europe. This was a trap woven from familial ties and nostalgic dreams, both the gentlest and the most lethal of snares. With the letter in hand, Su Muqing pivoted sharply. Gu Yan stood not far behind her, clearly having witnessed her unsealing of the letter. He did not inquire. He simply gazed at her, his eyes unfathomable. She uttered not a word, merely extending the thin sheet of paper, heavy with significance, towards him. This was his mother. He had the right to be the first to judge the authenticity of this letter. At the instant Gu Yan took the letter, Su Muqing distinctly observed a momentary loosening of the taut energy surrounding him. A flicker of unmasked sadness coursed through his gaze as he brushed his fingertips over the familiar characters, his touch gentle, as if caressing a rare treasure. However, as his eyes swept over the lines of poetry, she witnessed a transformation in him. His demeanor shifted, replaced by a chilling intensity that could freeze one's marrow. The air in the office stilled, as if time itself had halted. Fake. Gu Yan's voice emerged, devoid of inflection, unnervingly flat. Su Muqing's heart skipped. He pointed to the word return on the letter, the character for return. My mother never finished that last stroke without a hook. His voice was quiet, yet each word struck Su Muqing's heart with clarity. This was the first correction she made when teaching me to write. She said that returning home means finding peace, that the dust must settle without any extraneous thoughts or sharp edges. This detail, this secret known only to them during countless afternoons spent practicing calligraphy together, was a bond forged in intimacy that no imitator could ever replicate, no matter how skillfully they might mimic. Fragments of past lives surged forth like a sudden tsunami, engulfing Gu Yan. He recalled this was it. Years ago, he had been similarly ensnared by a series of overseas clues and evidence. A deluge of forged letters, a multitude of false accounts had directed his gaze, along with the majority of the Gu family's elite forces, towards foreign shores. He had expended untold energy and resources chasing after phantoms in Europe. By the time he returned home, weary and drained, the Gu Corporation had already been hollowed from within. The foundation crumbled, irretrievable. The same ruse, the same imitative handwriting, the same bait, utilizing his most cherished mother as a lure. Observing the pallor wash over his face and the sudden crimson flare in his eyes, Su Muqing instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. This was a diversion. Her voice quickened, imbued with a tremor of dread. They deliberately released Alexander's photograph as the first layer of bait, anticipating that we would investigate and trace it back to the Ouroboros. Then, they employed this forged letter as the second hook. This letter was not intended for us. It was meant for you. They aimed to exploit your mother's death, your obsession, to divert your attention, and all of ours, to Europe. Once Gu Yan departs a city for foreign lands, the Gu Corporation, navigating through this storm, would lose its captain. At that moment, the true enemies hidden within the country could act with impunity, collaborating to dismantle and devour the Gu family. What a malicious strategy it was. Gu Yan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only a tempest of fury and palpable intent remained in his gaze. He spoke not a word, merely tightened his grip on the forged letter, crumpling it slowly, deliberately. With a sound like tearing flesh, the letter, laden with conspiracy, transformed into an unsightly ball of paper in his palm. In the suffocating silence of the office, the sound resembled a blade slicing through bone. They want me to leave the field. Gu Yan's voice emerged from deep within his throat, each word saturated with bloodlust. This proves that the true enemy is not overseas. They are right here within our borders, in a city, even within the Gu family. As his words hung in the air, a low buzz began to reverberate. His personal phone, resting on the desk, vibrated unexpectedly, the ringtone resembling a death knell. Both individuals turned their gazes in unison. The screen displayed a mere 4 characters: Gu family ancestral home. Gu Yan's pupils constricted sharply as he answered the call, activating the speakerphone. On the other end, the voice of the Gu family's old butler emerged, respectful to the point of obsequiousness. Young master, the second master has expressed his longing for you. Having not seen you in a while, he wishes to invite you and the young mistress to return home tomorrow evening for a simple meal. Chapter 43, The Closest Enemy. The call ended, and the faint beep reverberated in the suffocating silence, magnified infinitely. In the office, the only sound was the deep hum of the Xingho system server, akin to a great beast lying in wait in the shadows. Gu Yan stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his back turned to Su Muqing. His silhouette was rigid, every muscle taut, exuding an aura of imminent danger. Outside, the vibrant lights of City A flowed like a river. Yet not a single ray penetrated the shadowed realm he inhabited. Gu Jinghong, his blood uncle, his father's only biological brother, the second in command of the Gu group. The man who always patted his shoulder with a warm smile, praising him for surpassing his predecessors, ever the picture of a benevolent elder. Gu Yan's knuckles turned stark white as they protruded from his clenched fists, the crumpled letter in his palm searing against his flesh. Su Muqing refrained from interrupting, aware that he was a cornered beast on the brink of losing control, where any attempt at consolation would be futile. She quietly turned back to her seat, her clear eyes reflecting the screen's dim blue glow. Her fingers danced rapidly across the virtual keyboard, moving so swiftly that they left traces in the air. No tears, no comfort. A storm was brewing, and emotions were the most useless of things. Only absolute rationality could serve as the blade to cut through the chaos. Instructions were inputted at a breakneck pace, awakening the vast database of the Xingho system. Luciayo, Lin Vaner, Tianyi technology. Every instance of public scrutiny faced by the Gu family, every fluctuation in stock prices, every suspicious flow of funds, the anonymous warning from Switzerland, and that recently forged letter. All seemingly isolated events were interconnected on the screen, linked by countless glowing threads, reconstructing a network of relationships so intricate it sent shivers down the spine. In the office, the only sound was the crisp clatter of her keystrokes. Calm, resolute. It was as if she were tolling the death knell for an impending judgment, drawing the tiger from its lair, feigning an attack. Finally, Su Muqing spoke, her voice soft yet incisive enough to slice through the stillness. Every step they take is upon your soft underbelly. They know too well your obsession with your aunt's death. Hence they bait you with a forged letter to lure you to Europe. Gu Yan's shoulders trembled imperceptibly. Su Muqing's eyes remained fixated on the screen, her words flowing rapidly, dissecting the logic chain with a clarity bordering on cruelty. To mimic his aunt's handwriting so precisely, even knowing her idiosyncrasies in writing the character for return, could only be achieved by someone who had long and intimate access to her manuscripts. Lin Wanner could not accomplish this. To stir up turmoil within the Gu family, to precisely identify points of public opinion, and to place their own people in positions of power could only be executed by someone holding a high-ranking position within the group, endowed with absolute authority. The ability to detect my counterattack and promptly issue warnings via overseas calls, attempting to disrupt our rhythm, indicated that information was not gleaned from external sources. They were right beside us. They were monitoring our every move. At this juncture, Su Muqing paused, finally raising her gaze to meet the back of the man, still turned away from her. Gu Yan, this person understands your vulnerabilities, perhaps even better than you do. He knows you are sentimental. Thus he sets a trap using familial ties. He knows your pride. Hence he incites your wrath through betrayal. He understands your nostalgia. Thus he wounds you with memories. He is a most cunning hunter. And you, from the outset, have been his coveted prey. As her words settled, the Xingho system emitted a soft buzz. Analysis complete. In the center of the screen, the vast and complex web of relationships converged upon a singular core. A clear suspect profile was automatically generated. Permission level, extremely high, capable of directly mobilizing internal resources of the group. Information channels, familiar with all relationships within the Gu family, able to access the Ouroboros organization. Behavioral traits, skilled in disguise, possessing exceptional psychological resilience. With a profound psychological profile of the target, Gu Yan. A list of characteristics materialized, cold and objective. Beneath the profile, a line of crimson text seared into Gu Yan's retina. Name, Gu Jinghong. The man, in his 50s, well-preserved and perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. Now born expression that was unsettlingly sinister and eerie. Gu Yan finally turned slowly, painfully aware of the weight of the moment. The instant Su Muqing beheld his face, her breath caught in her throat. The once handsome visage was devoid of color, replaced by an ashen pallor. Deep within his profound eyes, threads of wrath and shock unfurled like the frayed edges of a blood-stained glass, surging with a cataclysmic anguish akin to having one's heart pierced by a beloved's betrayal. It was he. Fragments of memories from a past life detonated at this moment, obliterating the barriers built upon 2 lifetimes of enmity. A metallic, sweet tang surged from the depths of his throat. Gu Yan clenched his jaw, summoning every ounce of strength to suppress his immediate emotional breakdown. The overwhelming hatred and sense of absurdity threatened to incinerate his sanity. He gazed at the familiar smile on the screen, each word emerging from his lips ragged and strained. I need evidence. He could not condemn his own uncle solely based on memories from a past life and the system's deductions. That was his father's biological brother, the uncle who had watched him grow up. He required irrefutable, indisputable evidence capable of completely unraveling that benevolent facade. Su Muqing gazed into the depths of his eyes, where crimson despair resided, tightening her heart as if gripped by a powerful hand. She understood that this truth was infinitely more brutal than Lu Xiao's betrayal or Lin Wanner's scheming. It represented a fundamental upheaval of his bloodline, familial ties, and the very trust he held in the world. She turned off the glaring image on the screen and approached him step by step. She spoke not a word, merely extending her hand to gently grasp his icy, trembling fingers that had been strained from excessive force. Her touch was warm, imbued with a stabilizing strength. Gu Yan's body stiffened momentarily, yet he did not withdraw. As Su Muqing lifted her gaze, her eyes, typically clear and composed, now reflected the brilliance of the myriad lights outside the window, shining with astonishing clarity. He had already presented us with an opportunity. Her voice was soft yet resolute, carrying an unmistakable determination. The family banquet tomorrow evening would serve as the perfect test. Test? Guyan finally spoke, his voice laced with icy shards, rough and alarming. He shook off Su Muqing's hand and turned abruptly. His scarlet eyes locked onto her, swirling with the ferocity of a trapped beast. He was neither Lu Xiao nor Lin Wanner. He was a venomous serpent that had coiled within the Gu family for decades, cunning and terrifyingly meticulous. Each word from Gu Yin seemed to ooze from a gaping wound in his chest, imbued with the exhaustion and loathing inflicted by his closest kin. Any deliberate probing would be instantly perceived by him, leading to a retaliatory strike that would leave you with no place to hide. He was correct. Gu Jinghong, that old fox, would likely find any scheme presented before him laughable, akin to the foolishness of a child. Su Muqing's heart sank further. Yet, as she beheld the crumbling crimson world in Gu Yin's eyes, she knew retreat was not an option. Should she take a step back, he would plummet into an abyss. Thus, we shall not test. Suddenly, Su Muqing spoke, her voice calm and devoid of any ripples, like the surface of a frozen lake. Gu Yin was taken aback. He saw a flicker of cunning light in her usually frosty eyes, akin to the glimmer of a fox's gaze as it silently traverses the snowy night. We shall perform what he wished to see. We would present to him without alteration. Gu Yan's brow furrowed in confusion, his crimson eyes filled with incredulity. In the next instant, Su Muqing's entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The calm decisiveness that allowed her to stand against him seemed to dissipate in an instant. Her shoulders slumped slightly, her gaze turned timid, exuding a cautious appeal and unreserved dependence. She edged closer, almost pressing against him, tilting her fair face upward to meet his eyes. That gaze, Gu Yan's breath hitched suddenly. He was all too familiar with it. It reminded him of the past life, of the Su Muqing who regarded him as her world, treating his every word as gospel. The one who was foolish, timid, and whose life revolved solely around him. Then, she blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings. Trembling with anxiety, her voice transformed into something soft and syrupy, sweet as if coated in melted honey, evoking a sense of heart-stopping disquiet. Brother Yin. Boom! Gu Yan's mind felt as if it had been struck by a thunderous explosion, plunging him into a void. His body went rigid. A shiver raced from his spine to the nape of his neck, igniting goosebumps all over. That form of address. Su Muqing observed his instant petrification and the sudden constriction of his pupils, knowing she had wagered correctly. She continued in that saccharine tone, intensifying her approach, gently tugging at his sleeve with 2 fingers, her voice laced with a sense of grievance and playful coaxing. Tomorrow's family banquet. I'm a bit afraid you want to accompany me, right? What do you think? Gu Yin, his temples throbbed violently, a sensation so absurd it bordered on nauseating, coursing through his entire being. He instinctively stepped back, as if confronted by a creature emerging from the depths of hell. Witnessing his aversion, the glint of cunning in Su Muqing's eyes intensified. She swiftly retracted her nauseating demeanor, standing tall once more, regaining her original cool and rational appearance in a flash. As if it were all an illusion. Did you see that? She inquired lightly, her voice returning to normal, contrasting sharply with her earlier tone. Gu Yin remained frozen for several seconds, gradually emerging from the unsettling sensation that had enveloped him. He regarded her, his gaze a tumultuous blend of emotions. You. The external rumors suggested that we were already at odds, on the brink of divorce. Su Muqing spoke rapidly, her logic as sharp as a scalpel poised to dissect its target, while the version Gu Jinghong had heard was likely that of a woman who merely cried behind him, wounded by a single word, and who understood nothing beyond love. He deemed me foolish. Yet now, this seemingly foolish woman had transformed into a shrewd and capable individual, not only retaining her position, but also becoming the founder of a spark, able to stand alongside him and even help expose this puppet master behind the scenes. Su Muqing's gaze sharpened, piercing through Gu Yin's eyes. What do you think he will think? Gu Yin's breath gradually grew heavier as realization dawned upon him. He understood. He would only be wary. Su Muqing articulated what he had been contemplating. He would view me as a significant variable, an unpredictable pawn. He would scrutinize me with the utmost vigilance, examining the true nature of our relationship. In such circumstances, every action we took will be magnified under his microscope, rendering any probing futile. He comprehended Su Muqing's plan entirely. How audacious, yet how precise. Thus, Su Muqing's voice dropped lower, imbued with a chilling and reckless determination. I will revert to that foolish woman. A woman who, upon her husband's sudden change of heart, is overjoyed, tearfully grateful, and reverts to a love-struck state. A mere appendage who would not dare stray from your directives. A presence by your side that would only hinder you, distract you, and could easily be weaponized against you. She paused, articulating the final two words. Soft underbelly. A being devoid of threat, possessing only utilitarian value. A fool so easily manipulated. She could even serve as a tool to sow discord in their marital bond. Such a person would not invoke Gu Jinghong's caution. He would only belittle disdain and mock Gu Yan's compassion within the depths of his heart. And when the hunter fully lowered his guard, focusing solely on the folly of his prey, it would be the opportune moment for the prey to reveal its fangs. The entire plan was clear, coherent, and calculated to the utmost extremes of human disdain and arrogance. The office was enveloped in an eerie silence. Gu Yan stared at the woman before him, witnessing the glimmer of insight in her eyes. As if her rebirth had sharpened her intellect. He remained silent for a long while, long enough for Su Muqing to believe he would reject this absurd scheme. All right. He finally spoke, his voice hoarse. He nodded, a tacit acknowledgement. Yet his gaze upon her bore an unprecedented gravity, accompanied by an inkling of warning that he himself had yet to recognize. However, you must ensure that you do not become too engrossed in the role. The chill of his tone, commanding and devoid of warmth, lingered in the air. Nevertheless, Su Muqing perceptibly detected an unfamiliar, disconcerted fluster etched upon his typically stoic visage. Was it embarrassment? Or perhaps something else entirely? Her heart inexplicably raced. She suddenly found the prospect of teasing this lion, on the brink of fury, yet forcibly restrained, to be rather amusing. A smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a cat that had just pilfered a delectable morsel. Without warning, she leaned closer to him, her cool, fragrant aura enveloping his senses. Gu Yan's body stiffened once more. He could feel her breath brushing against the contours of his ear, a tantalizing warmth that sent shivers through him. Rest assured, Brother Yan, her voice had transformed, lowered to a sultry whisper imbued with allure. Gu Yan's throat involuntarily constricted. After all, I am quite the professional when it comes to acting. Her gaze, laden with meaning, languidly traced the sharp lines of his tightly pressed lips. Perhaps, she mused, there are additional benefits to be had. Chapter 45. The turbulence of the Gu family banquet. The night enveloped the Gu family estate in a heavy cloak of darkness, akin to sumptuous black velvet. This traditional Chinese residence, standing proudly in the city's prime location, with its upturned eaves and towering ancient wood, exuded an air of tranquil detachment from the surrounding skyscrapers. The scent of aged sandalwood mingled with damp earth hung thickly in the air, suffocatingly oppressive. A sleek black Bentley glided silently into the courtyard, halting before the main entrance. The door swung open, and Gu Yan was the first to emerge. Clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, he appeared even more imposing and austere. His handsome features radiated an icy demeanor, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. He rounded the vehicle, opening the door for her. A slender hand emerged, and Su Muqing stepped into the light. She wore a cream-colored Chanel tweed suit, her long hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, her makeup refined yet understated, embodying a gentle, non-threatening beauty. She glanced up at Gu Yan, her eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. Then, with an effortless grace, she entwined her arm tightly around his. For a fleeting moment, Gu Yan's body stiffened, his arm muscles instinctively tensing. He could distinctly feel her warmth and softness, the heat penetrating through the layers of fabric, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. Let us proceed, he intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. Su Muqing nodded obediently, nearly leaning against him as they ascended the heavy stone steps together. Upon pushing open the ornate wooden door, a wave of warmth, infused with the aromas of delectable dishes and lively chatter, surged forth. The living room was ablaze with light, the grand mahogany round table already surrounded by relatives of the Gu family. As Gu Yan and Su Muqing appeared at the entrance, their close-knit posture instantly silenced the previously boisterous gathering. Dozens of eyes, drawn by an invisible magnet, converged upon their tightly clasped arms, filled with surprise, scrutiny, and confusion. More than anything, there was a palpable sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Seated at the head of the table was Gu Jinghong, a man in his 50s, well-preserved, perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, dressed in a dark tang suit that radiated an air of cultured amiability. Spotting the pair, his smile widened, though his eyes, akin to finely tuned instruments, discreetly scrutinized Su Muqing from head to toe, assessing her worth. Ian, Muqing, we have been awaiting your arrival. Please come take a seat. He beckoned warmly. Gu Yan merely nodded, his expression unchanging, as he guided Su Muqing toward the dining table. He could sense the keen scrutiny of nearly everyone as they appraised Su Muqing, the very niece-in-law rumored to be at odds with him, even on the brink of divorce. Muqing, it has been a while. You appear to be in splendid health, Gu Jinghong remarked, his tone as cordial as that of any typical elder. All ears perked up. Su Muqing seemed taken aback by the attention. Instinctively retreating slightly behind Gu Yan, her half-hidden face nestled within the crook of his arm. Her voice emerged as a soft whisper, laced with an almost ingratiating tone. Thank you, uncle. It is primarily due to Brother Yan's kindness. Upon realizing her words were perhaps too forthright, she blushed, tightening her hold on his arm. With her fingers, she playfully grazed his palm beneath the thick fabric of his suit, like a kitten's gentle paw. Gu Yan felt a precise, tingling sensation in his palm, akin to a feather, accompanied by a faint electric thrill that coursed up his arm. He nearly faltered in maintaining his icy demeanor. This woman was immersing herself in her role with alarming swiftness. The relatives at the table exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions rife with questions. Was this truly the same Su Muqing, once rumored to have undergone a drastic change in temperament, who had ventured to assert her independence and dared to challenge Gu Yan? This timid demeanor, her eyes solely devoted to Gu Yan, mirrored the very essence of the woman who had first entered the Gu family. Gu Jinghong's scrutinizing gaze subtly softened, replaced by a fleeting understanding and a hidden disdain. Please, take your seats, he urged with a genial wave of his hand, signaling for them to sit. Gu Yan pulled out a chair beside him, and Su Muqing immediately settled down, nestled closely against him, as if unwilling to part even for an instant. The family banquet commenced in earnest. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the exchange of pleasantries, the conversation inevitably veered toward the recent upheavals within the Gu Corporation. A meticulously made-up aunt stirred her bowl of bird's nest soup with a silver spoon, her tone laden with implication. Ian, we have heard about the company's matters. The media sensationalism is truly exasperating. You are bearing this burden alone. It must be exceedingly taxing. Another uncle chimed in. Indeed, with such volatility in stock prices. Hasn't the board placed undue pressure on you? Where is your second uncle? Why doesn't he shoulder some of the responsibility? Their words dripped with veiled skepticism regarding Gu Yan's capabilities and subtle commendation of Gu Jinghong. Gu Yan's expression darkened, ready to respond, when a light sound interrupted him. A morsel of enticing sweet and sour ribs was delicately placed into his bowl. Su Muqing, holding her chopsticks, looked at him with concern in her eyes, softly chiding. Brother Yan, do not let their worries trouble you. Your health is far more important than work. Look at you, you've lost weight recently. Do eat something. She entirely disregarded the undercurrents of tension at the table, as if discussions of the company and stock prices were mere background noise. In her world, only Gu Yan's well-being mattered. Her unadulterated concern, devoid of any ulterior motives, rendered the relatives, who had anticipated a spectacle, perhaps even a chance to stir the pot, utterly speechless. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. What can one converse about with a woman whose mind is solely occupied with matters of love? Perhaps even oblivious to the fluctuations of the company's stock price? It feels akin to striking a blow against cotton. Gu Yan gazed at the glistening piece of pork rib in his bowl, then cast a sidelong glance at Su Muqing, who was urging him to eat with an eager expression. A tumult of emotions swirled within him. He had to concede that this tactic of undermining the foundation was indeed masterful. Gu Jinghong observed the entire scene, the flicker of disdain in his eyes settling into a profound stillness. He lifted his wine glass, extending it across the table to Gu Yan in a distant toast. Yan, seeing you and Muqing so affectionate brings me great comfort, he remarked, his smile warm, imbued with the satisfaction of an elder. Young people shouldn't devote all their energies to work. Sometimes, it is essential to spend more time with family. A harmonious home is the foundation for all prosperity. This statement seemed to affirm their affection, while subtly advising Gu Yan not to lose sight of what truly matters. Gu Yan raised his glass and downed the contents in one go. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, unable to quell the chill that churned within him. Su Muqing, with her head bowed, appeared shy from the elder's praise, her long eyelashes casting diminutive shadows under the lights. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone beneath that shadow, her lips curled into a slight, frigid arc out of the corner of her eye. She distinctly caught the unabashed contempt in Gu Jinghong's gaze. Chapter 46. The Confrontation Beneath the Table. The family banquet was halfway through. The atmosphere, dominated by Su Muqing's love-struck demeanor, exuded an inexplicable, peculiar harmony. The relatives had wholly surrendered their attempts to probe Gu Yan on business matters, shifting instead to discussions about which child had excelled in exams or gossip about which daughter-in-law was ungrateful, creating a scene of conviviality. Throughout, Gu Yan maintained his icy facade, dutifully portraying the image of a domineering husband ensnared by his pampered wife. Occasionally, when Su Muqing offered him peeled shrimp, he would awkwardly part his lips, his unwillingness evident yet somehow compelled. To the onlookers, this appeared to illustrate the exquisite tension of marital dynamics. Gu Jinghong, ever wearing a gentle smile, spoke little, yet his gaze remained fixed on Su Muqing like a searchlight, never truly diverting. Eventually, during a brief interlude between toasts, he set down his chopsticks, leisurely wiping his mouth with a napkin, his gaze floating down to Su Muqing, his tone casual, as if discussing the weather. By the way, Muqing, I recently heard someone mention that you've started an investment company called Qing Tian Capital. Is that so? Instantly, the raucous chatter of the room seemed muted, as if someone had pressed a mute button. All movement ceased, and once again, eyes were riveted upon Su Muqing. This inquiry was far more intricate than all prior discussions regarding stock prices, presenting a veritable trap cloaked in sweetness. To respond too professionally would render her previous innocence a mere jest, while an overly simplistic answer would cement her image as a pretty yet vacuous figure, further inviting Gu Jinghong's scorn. Gu Yan's heart raced, his fingers beneath the tablecloth whitening from tension. Su Muqing, sipping her soup, looked up, her clear eyes clouded with genuine confusion, devoid of any pretense. Huh? That company? She blinked, seemingly rummaging through the recesses of her memory. Oh, I think there was something like that. It was some pocket money my dad gave me a few years ago. I found the bank's interest too meager, so I had someone dabble with it for fun. With that, she leaned into Gu Yan's shoulder, a blissful smile gracing her face, her voice soft and sweet, imbued with an uncontainable pride. Brother Yin doesn't want me to worry about such matters. He says he will take care of me for life. Right, Brother Yin? The last note of her endearment dripped with sweetness. Gu Yan's body tensed once more, the sensation of her hair brushing against his shoulder sending waves of discomfort through him. He could only manage a low, muffled sound from the depths of his throat. At that moment, he distinctly felt Su Muqing's hand, resting on his thigh through the thin fabric of his shirt, gently tapping 3 times. 1, 2, 3. This was the secret signal they had agreed upon the previous day in the office. 1 tap signified a change in circumstances, a call for vigilance. 2 taps indicated that the other was probing and to cooperate. And 3 taps meant the target was ensnared, and it was time to reel them in. Gu Yan's pupils constricted sharply. Yet, his expression revealed nothing. Instead, he instinctively wrapped an arm around Su Muqing's shoulders, drawing her closer, adopting a protective posture that exuded possessiveness. So it was. Gu Jinghong relaxed completely, bursting into a hearty laugh. I knew it. Our Muqing clearly has good fortune. She has no need to toil. It's still a Yin who cherishes his wife. We old fellows cannot compare. His laughter carried the tolerance of an elder toward a spoiled, naive young girl, coupled with a certain disdain for Gu Yan, who struggled against the allure of beauty. The most critical psychological barrier had crumbled entirely. The atmosphere at the table warmed once more, and the conversation grew ever more uninhibited. Speaking of which, with Yin and Muqing's affection flourishing, shouldn't you consider having a child? While we were still able to manage, one aunt teased with a grin. Su Muqing's face suddenly flushed bright red, as if blood could drip from it, and she burrowed deeper into Gu Yan's embrace, too embarrassed to raise her head. At that moment, a distant cousin seated at the end of the table, perhaps a bit tipsy from a couple of drinks, suddenly slurred, "Oh, speaking of this, I recently saw that Lin Wan in a financial magazine. She's really beautiful. And I heard she." A resounding bang echoed as Gu Yan slammed his wine glass down onto the table with such force that the dark red liquid splattered across the pristine white tablecloth, blooming into a grotesque stain. The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned into silence by this sudden eruption of fury. They watched in horror as the previously bashful Su Muqing turned pale at the mere mention of Lin Wan's name, her once vibrant complexion drained of color, her beautiful eyes glazing over with tears, her lids reddening, as she bit her lip, looking at Gu Yan with a mix of hurt and despair, unable to utter a single word. This expression conveyed more anguish than any frantic accusations could. A woman, once enveloped in happiness, suddenly hearing the name of her husband's ex-girlfriend, her authentic reaction was unmistakably palpable. Gu Yan's gaze turned icy, slicing through the now panicked cousin before finally fixing on Gu Jinghong's face. We do not speak while eating, nor do we converse about matters of the heart at the table. His voice was low, yet resonated with a chilling authority, each word striking fear into the hearts of those present. This was the rule of the Gu family. The atmosphere had not merely dropped to freezing. It had been utterly encased in ice. Gu Jinghong's smile faded as he glanced at the trembling Su Muqing in Gu Yan's embrace, then at Gu Yan, whose anger was palpable, attempting to mediate. All right, the younger generation often speaks thoughtlessly. Yin, do not be upset. Come, everyone, let us continue dining. The tempest had been forcibly quelled, yet everyone understood the underlying tension that had surfaced. Lin Wanner is the sole and most significant taboo between this couple. Su Muqing, on the other hand, remains that woman who, in a fit of jealousy over Gu Yan, can shatter into pieces at the mere mention of a name. Utterly engulfed by love's fervor, Gu Yan perceives a slight tremor in Su Muqing's body as she nestles against him. He assumes she is merely lost in her role and intends to offer a quiet reminder. However, her fingers, now moving upon his thigh, alter their rhythm. This time, it is not a mere tap. Instead, her nails graze lightly and slowly, a teasing caress that ignites a spark of provocation, instantly awakening his repressed senses. Gu Yan's breath catches sharply. He lowers his gaze, only to find her shoulders gently quivering against him and a delicate, pale neck exposed to the light. This woman. The banquet draws to a close, enveloped in an atmosphere both awkward and subtle. Gu Jinghong stands, cheerfully proposing, "The moonlight is splendid tonight, and it seems we have all dined sufficiently. Shall we take a stroll in the back garden to aid our digestion?" The guests readily agree. Su Muqing slowly raises her head from Gu Yan's embrace. The tears that once filled her eyes have now cleared, revealing a flicker of excitement hidden within their depths. Chapter 47. She is undoubtedly intentional. The back garden of the Gu family's old residence is the work of a master from a bygone era, adorned with pavilions and winding paths. The moonlight, pure and luminous, filters through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the stone pathways, cloaking the scene in a tranquil silver sheen. This serenity is abruptly shattered by the cacophony of a group of women. Several flamboyantly dressed cousins surround Gu Yan, the air thick with the scent of overpowering perfume and affected coquetry. "Brother Yin, your suit is the latest from Tom Ford. Isn't it? It looks splendid. Much more appealing than on the magazine models. Brother Yin, my birthday is next month. Could you perhaps put in a good word with the brand director at LV for me? I've been longing for a Capucine's bag." The incessant calls of Brother Yin, dripping with sweetness, cause the veins at Gu Yan's temples to throb. His expression tightens, the atmosphere around him growing palpably tense. Each chiseled line of his handsome face conveys a clear message: keep your distance. Yet, this frigid demeanor fails to deter the swarm of eager admirers. Su Muqing stands apart, isolated beneath a fragrant osmanthus tree, the evening breeze carrying with it a sweet scent. She gazes at her husband, surrounded by a throng, noting his unwavering posture despite his evident impatience, the sadness and grievance in her eyes perfectly manifesting her inner turmoil. Nearby, in the shadows of a pavilion, Gu Jinghong engages in light-hearted banter with several male cousins. Holding a freshly brewed cup of Longjing tea, his gaze, although seemingly fixed on a newly acquired painting, never strays far from Gu Yan and Su Muqing. His eyes, cold and scrutinizing, meticulously gauge the distance between the couple, capturing every subtle expression. He waits, poised for a flaw, for evidence to substantiate the discord between them. The sweet aroma of osmanthus lingers in Su Muqing's nostrils. Yet an inexplicable fire ignites within her heart, a fervor that courses through her veins. She observes the man encircled by eager admirers, his rigid yet striking profile, and the avaricious glances of the women vying for his attention. A wild thought burgeons in her mind, growing with an uncontrollable momentum. Acting? If she must perform, it shall be to the utmost degree. She will embody a wife consumed by jealousy, reckless and foolish. Some actions, if not taken now, may never present themselves again. With this determination, the shadows of grievance and melancholy in her eyes evaporate, replaced by an astonishing, resolute light. Then she moves, lifting her skirt. The sharp click of her heels against the stone resonates crisply. She pushes past two obstructive cousins, her movements laced with irritation. She strides directly into the heart of the gathering, towards Gu Yan. All chatter halts abruptly. The garden's eyes, wide with astonishment, focus intently on the sudden intrusion of this rightful lady. The smiles that once adorned their faces freeze, transforming into expressions of disbelief and hostility. Gu Yan furrows his brow, confusion evident in his deep-set eyes as he watches Su Muqing return. What is she planning? This was not part of the scheme. In the next moment, amidst the collective gasp of the audience, Su Muqing performs an act that sends shockwaves through the entire Gu family. She rises onto her toes, her body forming a graceful arc beneath the moonlight. Her slender hands, usually entwined with his arm, suddenly encircle his neck with an irresistible force. pulling him down with fervent insistence. She tilts her head back, eyes closed, and with a reckless abandon akin to a conflagration, she kisses him fiercely. Boom! Guyan's mind goes blank. He stands frozen, his pupils dilating in shock, as every thought shatters under the impact of this unexpected sensation. Her lips are so soft. He can distinctly feel the warmth and tenderness of her mouth, infused with the sweet scent of osmanthus and her unique fragrance, relentlessly invading his senses with an undeniable fervor. This is not the timid, fleeting pecks of their past. This is a kiss imbued with declaration, a fervent blaze of passion, an aggressive, possessive kiss. More dangerously, he senses a subtle tremor beneath her soft lips, unmistakably conveying not tension or fear, but rather triumphant shivers of delight. She revels in this kiss. She is flaunting it. The entire back garden falls silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. The once chattering cousins now stand agape, jaws nearly grazing the ground. The color drains from their faces, twisted with envy and embarrassment. Not far away, Gu Jinghong is utterly stunned, his teacup suspended in midair, oblivious to the warm liquid spilling onto his hand. Time stretches infinitely, each second resembling a century. Finally, Su Muqing releases him. As the kiss concludes, she gasps for breath, her porcelain skin flushed with a rosy hue. Whether from shyness or lack of oxygen, uncertain. Yet her gaze shines brilliantly, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fervor. She does not look at Guyan. Instead, she resembles a victorious beast reclaiming her territory, her gaze filled with defiance and confidence, sweeping over the petrified women around her, savoring their shocked and discomfited expressions. Finally, her eyes lock onto Gu Jinghong as from a distance. From several meters away, their probing gazes clash fiercely. She raises her voice, adopting an almost childish yet unwavering tone, and boldly declares, "Brother Yin is mine." The sound rings clear and resonant, echoing through the still garden. That demeanor, that expression, was a perfect embodiment of a pampered young lady, fiercely protective of her beloved possessions when provoked, foolish and impulsive. Yet her love burned with an ardor that was both fervent and unblemished. Gu Jinghong was utterly taken aback. Moments later, as if finally coming to his senses, he chuckled softly and shook his head. The last vestige of scrutiny in his gaze dissipated entirely after that kiss. What depth could a woman, capable of such audacious public displays, out of jealousy, possibly possess? Merely a fool, intoxicated by love. And Guyan, astonishingly, could tolerate her antics. It seemed he was thoroughly ensnared by her. The age-old adage rings true. Heroes often falter before the allure of beauty. It was nothing to fear. Gu Jinghong set down his teacup, his smile once more softening into a warm and rich expression. He turned away, no longer casting a glance in this direction, and resumed his engaging conversation with others. The alarm had been thoroughly lifted. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Guyan remained frozen in place. The air around him began to flow again, and those younger cousins, as if awakening from a dream, dispersed awkwardly and reluctantly, no longer daring to approach even slightly. He instinctively lifted a hand, his fingertips brushing gently against his lips, where her warmth and softness still lingered, along with a hint of the sweet osmanthus fragrance. He gazed at the woman before him, who was bowing her head, seemingly inviting compliments, observing the mischievous and triumphant glint in her eyes beneath her long lashes. A thought crystallized in his mind with striking clarity. She was undoubtedly intentional in her actions. Chapter 48. Undercurrents on the return journey. The car glided smoothly away from the Gu family's ancestral residence. The tranquil courtyard, along with the concealed dangers it harbored, was left behind. Inside the vehicle, a soft orange reading light illuminated the space. The gentle glow, however, could not dispel the almost palpable silence that hung in the air. The driver, perceptive to the atmosphere, discreetly raised the black soundproof partition between the front and rear seats as the vehicle seamlessly slipped onto the main road. In this completely isolated private space, the air felt suffocatingly thin, dominated by two distinctly contrasting heartbeats. Guyan leaned against the wide seat back, his gaze fixed outside the window. The city's neon lights flickered in his pupils, yet they sank into him like pebbles dropped into a deep sea, causing not even a ripple. His profile was taut, and his Adam's apple moved slowly as he swallowed. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice strained. He trailed off, uncertain whether he was questioning the kiss or that earth-shattering declaration. He himself could not discern the difference. Su Muqing continued to gaze out the window, feigning admiration for the nightscape. Upon hearing his voice, she did not immediately turn around, but her fingertips unconsciously traced circles on the cold window pane. A flush crept up her neck, spreading warmth across her skin. Acting was an art that required authenticity. Her voice returned to its customary coolness, devoid of excessive emotion. Without taking that step, Gu Jinghong would never be entirely convinced. As it turned out, the effect was remarkable. She spoke the truth. After that kiss, Gu Jinghong's gaze towards her resembled that of someone observing a beautiful yet lifeless porcelain artifact. No further inquiry remained, only utter disdain. Guyan did not respond. The cabin was once again enveloped in silence. This silence felt like an invisible hand gripping Su Muqing's heart, inciting a vague irritation within her. Resolutely, she turned to face him. Under the dim yellow light, his handsome face was half lit and half shadowed, his eyes swirling with emotions she could not decipher. Anger, helplessness, and a hint of pure confusion. The ember of frustration within Su Muqing flared once more. She leaned slightly forward, closing the distance between them. The air within the car became even more stifling. What is the matter? She met his gaze, her tone laced with a defiant challenge. Have you been wronged? We are legally married. Even if I were to sleep with you tonight, it would be legally permissible, let alone a mere kiss. She noticed Gu Yan's pupils dilate sharply. His breath momentarily suspended. Excellent. She resolved to press further, inching closer until she could almost catch the crisp scent of cedar emanating from him. She deliberately lowered her voice, adopting the tone she had used during their performance at the banquet, soft and sticky as she uttered 3 words. Or should I say, Brother Yan, are you shy? Su Muqing. Gu Yan almost bit out her name, each syllable laced with suppressed fury, yet each was imbued with sweetness that precisely pierced his taut nerves. He recoiled sharply, creating distance as if she were a source of searing heat. Rendered speechless, he averted his gaze, staring out the window on the opposite side. His handsome visage, unseen by anyone else, flushed with a suspicious hue. He had to admit that her assessment was entirely accurate. That kiss, that foolish declaration, had struck the final blow against Gu Jinghong's psychological defenses. What threat could a woman, lost in love and capable of public displays of jealousy, pose? And what sort of man could be so thoroughly ensnared by such a woman, indulging her whims? This was precisely the outcome they desired Gu Jinghong to witness. Yet the process had left him feeling entirely unsettled. He instinctively raised a hand, his fingertips lightly grazing his lips, where a sensation that did not belong to him lingered, soft, warm, carrying a hint of that elusive osmanthus sweetness. Even more troubling, he distinctly remembered the subtle, unmistakable tremor beneath her soft lips. It was neither nervousness nor fear, but rather a triumphant shiver. She reveled in that kiss, flaunting her victory before everyone and before him. This realization caused Gu Yan's heart to lurch, a strange, uncontrollable sensation coursing through his veins. In a past life, Su Muqing had always kissed him with an air of supplication and humility. But tonight, Su Muqing resembled a conquering queen. Observing his flustered yet speechless demeanor, the pent-up frustration within Su Muqing evaporated, replaced by a secret, satisfying glee. So, this was the taste of the lips she had long coveted, crisp, assertive, with a hint of rich wine. It was even better than she had imagined. Content. She settled back in her seat, choosing not to provoke him further. The atmosphere softened. It was time to discuss serious matters. All right, no more teasing, she said, suppressing all playful expressions, her demeanor transforming back into one of calm focus. The purpose of the banquet had been achieved. He would shift his attention away from them, eager to advance his plans. This was their best opportunity. Gu Yan took a deep breath, forcibly clearing his mind of disordered images. He turned back, his expression returning to one of steely resolve. Indeed, he believed her to be a fool, blinded by beauty, emboldening him to act more recklessly, making it all the easier for him to reveal his flaws. They would return tonight and immediately commence their plans. The shimmer in Su Muqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Since he intended to lead them to Europe, it was evident that the domestic arrangements had reached a critical juncture. We must seize the initiative and identify his vulnerabilities before he strikes. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, meticulously reviewing the details of the banquet, analyzing potential variables, and formulating a preliminary counterattack strategy. The awkward, ambiguous atmosphere within the carriage was utterly supplanted by a palpable aura of lethal determination. This was not merely a ride home. It was a command center on the brink of a tempest. An unprecedented tacit understanding had formed between them. Gu Yan observed the versatile woman beside him. In one moment, she was a tender-hearted confidant. In the next, she transformed into a conquering queen, and then again, she became a strategist of war. Which of these personas was her true self? Perhaps each one was. Just then, Su Muqing's phone, nestled in her handbag, vibrated softly. She retrieved it and unlocked the screen. A cryptic message from the core team of Qing Tian Capital appeared. Upon reading it, her pupils constricted slightly. The target, Gu Jinghong, is associated with a shell company named Buyuan Venture Capital, which has conducted 3 substantial transactions with Ruiying Media within a week, totaling 90 million. The purpose of these funds is noted as special expenses for guiding public opinion. Su Muqing handed the phone to Gu Yan. He took it, his gaze fixating on the screen, the warmth in his eyes plummeting to an icy chill. They had found it. Gu Jinghong's first black glove. Chapter 49, Severing His Wings. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the top office of Qing Tian Capital, casting bright patches of light across the floor. The air was infused with the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee, yet it could not dispel the almost tangible silence that enveloped the room. The atmosphere was charged with tension. A massive electronic screen displayed a complex corporate structure diagram, with countless lines representing the flow of funds and equity relationships, all converging on 2 core nodes, Ruiying Media and Buyuan Venture Capital. Ruiying Media was the knife he wielded, solely responsible for the act of aggression. Su Muqing stood before the screen, her laser pointer precisely marking the box for Buyuan Venture Capital. Her voice was calm and clear, resonating through the excessively quiet office. The true poison that sharpened this knife, providing its ammunition, was this shell company known as Buyuan Venture Capital. Gu Yan sat on the sofa, his long legs crossed, his gaze steadily fixed on the screen. Despite having not slept all night, with faint shadows under his eyes, his demeanor remained unyieldingly sharp. Gu Jinghong had always been this way. He took over the conversation, his tone deep. He never handled any dirty work himself. All the unsavory tasks were outsourced through companies like Buyuan, employing a complex equity structure to mitigate risks. Even if Ruiying collapsed, he would emerge unscathed, ready to support the next shadowy enterprise, Meiying. This was precisely the quagmire into which the Gu family had fallen in a previous life. They had been worn down, drained by an endless barrage of media and troll companies, yet they could never reach the true hand behind the scenes. Thus, we shall not strike at Ruiying. Su Muqing turned around, the light in her beautiful eyes glimmering with the intensity of a predator fixated on its prey's vital spot. To strike the serpent, one must aim for its heart. We will directly siphon the lifeblood from Buyuan. Her words invigorated the core executives of Qing Tian Capital present. How do we do that? The risk control vice president immediately inquired, noting that Buyuan itself was merely an investment vehicle with its assets tied to project equities, making it difficult to shake in a short time. Let us render all its investments worthless. Su Muqing's tone was as flat as a statement of fact, yet her content was so domineering it made hearts clench. She returned to her desk and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. The corporate structure diagram on the screen swiftly transformed into a detailed investment portfolio list. Buyuan had invested in a total of 17 projects across various sectors, including new energy, biomedicine, and TMT. While the quality of these projects varied, they shared a common thread. All were in Series B or C funding rounds, extremely reliant on cash flow, and highly sensitive to market confidence. Her fingers glided across the screen, issuing clear directives. Marketing department, mobilize all our channel resources immediately. For these 12 companies, anonymously release negative reports highlighting their technological bottlenecks, internal team instability, and questionable business models. Remember, let data speak and ensure nothing leaks. Trading department, establish short positions on the relevant concept stocks of these 12 companies. The investment need not be substantial. The goal is to create panic signals. Legal department, collaborate with the public relations department. Su Muqing's gaze shifted to another side. Do you remember the small enterprises that were maliciously defamed by Ruiying Media, resulting in their failed funding? Contact them. Qing Tian Capital is willing to provide full legal support and litigation costs to initiate a collective lawsuit against Ruiying Media. The legal director paused for a moment. Is the cause still defamation? No. Su Muqing shook her head, a cold smile curving her lips. Accusation of unfair business competition. We will expose Ruiying's practice of attacking competitors' business models for profit, ensuring they are thoroughly nailed in court. Defamation is merely a flesh wound. Unfair competition could lead to license revocation. Finally, her gaze swept across everyone. Risk Control Department, compile all external financing materials from Buyuan Venture Capital, focusing on compliance issues during their fundraising processes. I do not believe they can operate flawlessly. Identify any loopholes and anonymously report them to the Securities Regulatory Commission. A series of directives were disseminated like an intricate and lethal net, cast within mere minutes. A silent financial strangulation against Buyuan Venture Capital had commenced. The ensuing 3 days became a dark 72-hour period for the financial and media sectors. Day 1. Several in-depth negative reports quietly fermented across major financial platforms, pinpointing the potential risks of 12-star startups. The market buzzed with trepidation, and the relevant concept stocks plummeted. Day 2. The Victims Alliance, supported from behind by Qing Tian Capital, officially submitted a lawsuit to the court against Ruiying Media for unfair business competition and held a grand press conference. The public outcry was deafening, and Ruiying's stock price plummeted to its limit upon opening. The most devastating blow came when several internal employees of Ruiying, tempted by substantial bonuses, chose to become whistleblowers, presenting irrefutable evidence of bribery. Day 3. The Securities Regulatory Commission announced that, following the receipt of reports, it would launch an investigation into Weiyuan Venture Capital for suspected illegal fundraising and regulatory violations. All its external investment projects were immediately frozen. Once the news broke, a domino effect ensued. The already precarious startups invested in by Weiyuan suddenly lost their last financial support, their commercial reputation shattered, and their funding channels completely severed. Overnight, star projects became toxic liabilities. Weiyuan Venture Capital's assets rapidly dwindled to zero within 72 hours. The funding chain snapped. Su Muqing had severed Gu Jinghong's most critical black glove with an almost audacious and artistically capitalistic precision, cleanly, decisively, and thoroughly. In the evening, atop the Gu group, within Guyan's office, he perused a report just presented by Assistant Lin, which meticulously documented the complete collapse of Weiyuan and Ruiying over the past 3 days. Even he could not help but feel a sense of alarm at the precision and ruthlessness of Su Muqing's series of maneuvers. She had not employed any resources from the Gu family. Utilizing only the strength of Qing Tian Capital, she had executed a textbook financial strike. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the city, now aglow with lights. In her mind's eye, the image of Su Muqing standing before the screen, calmly issuing commands with those remarkably bright eyes, surfaced. In this lifetime, she radiated an unparalleled brilliance that captivated all who gazed upon her. Meanwhile, in a study of a traditional Chinese villa on the outskirts of the city, Gu Jinghong hung up the phone, his face devoid of anger, instead bearing the stillness that precedes a tempest. On the other end of the line was his informant within the Securities Regulatory Commission, delivering the grim news. Weiyuan had met its demise, entangled too deeply for even a deity to rescue. He did not shatter anything in his surroundings. Rather, he picked up an exquisite purple clay teapot, his fingers gently caressing its smooth texture with deliberate slowness. Su Muqing, murmured, enunciating each syllable as if to crush the name between his teeth. The contempt that once flickered in his eyes had evaporated, leaving only a chilling, honed intent to kill. He had once thought of her as merely a pampered canary, occasionally flashing her talents. Little did he realize that beneath those claws lay a lethal sharpness capable of delivering a fatal blow. He had underestimated her, and Guyan as well. To transform a woman so profoundly in a short span of time was no simple matter of indulgence. Gu Jinghong paced the study, the gentle elegance of his demeanor replaced by a brooding darkness. Directly confronting Su Muqing carried too much risk and uncertain outcomes. His gaze finally landed on a family relationship chart on the desk, and his finger slowly traced the names of Su Muqing's parents. Su Corporation. He sees an encrypted phone, dialing a number. His voice betrayed no emotion. It was more chilling than any roar. She is more troublesome than I anticipated. Plan B, initiated. A calm voice responded from the other end. Was the target the Su family? A cruel satisfaction flickered in Gu Jinghong's eyes. I will make her understand that no matter how sharp her claws, they cannot shield the fragile weaknesses that lie behind her. Chapter 50. The Strategy of Undermining from Below. On Friday afternoon, Su Muqing was listening to her team's progress report on the lawsuit against Ruiying Media when her phone vibrated violently and unexpectedly. The word mother flashing on the screen made her heart skip a beat. That old fox Gu Jinghong, having suffered such a significant loss, would never let it go so easily. She pressed the answer button, and her mother's frantic voice nearly pierced the receiver. Muqing, something terrible has happened. The largest supplier of our raw materials, Dashin Industrial, has just unilaterally torn up our 5-year supply contract. Su Muqing's expression turned icy. But that's not all. Her mother's voice now trembled with tears. Dashin has also allied with 4 other suppliers and sent us a letter from their attorney, demanding we settle all previous payments of 1.8 billion within 24 hours. Otherwise, they will apply to seize our company. Once again, the familiar formula was at play. Undermining from below, cutting off your supplies, and then suffocating you with debt. In her past life, Lu Xiao had employed this very tactic, though this time, the hand behind the attack belonged to the more formidable Gu Jinghong. Despite the vast size of the Su Corporation, nearly all of its liquid assets were tied up in production and expansion projects. To come up with nearly 2 billion in cash within a day was akin to a fantasy. If the assets were frozen and the factory halted, the banks would inevitably come knocking, leading to the immediate downfall of the entire group. Mom, don't panic. Su Muqing forced her voice to remain steady. This calmness itself was a form of strength. What reason did Dasheen give for the breach? They claim our company has credit issues and fear we won't be able to pay. This is utter nonsense. After so many years of cooperation, have we ever defaulted on even a penny? Her mother quaked with indignation. Credit issues? Just a flimsy excuse. Su Muqing's mind raced. She remembered the name Dasheen. Swiftly, she searched the internal database, and within seconds, a piece of information surfaced. Behind Dasheen Industrial loomed the shadow of Boyuan Ventures. Just as she prepared to reassure her mother, the office door silently swung open. Guyan entered, carrying a blue folder. He approached her with measured steps and slid the document onto her desk. Su Muqing glanced at him, curiosity etched on her face. He said nothing, merely gestured with his eyes for her to open it. As she listened to her mother's muffled cries on the phone, she flipped open the folder. The first page displayed the equity structure of Dasheen Industrial. One shareholder, holding 28%, was none other than an investment company named Jinsheng Capital. The second page revealed a share transfer agreement. The content stated that Jinsheng Capital had transferred all its shares in Dasheen Industrial to the Gu Corporation just 3 days prior. Su Muqing's breath caught in her throat. She shot her gaze up, locking eyes with Gu Yan, her expression one of pure shock. 3 days ago, that was the very day she had begun her assault on Boyuan Ventures. He had anticipated every one of Gu Jinghong's retaliatory maneuvers and had constructed a firewall for her before she even took action. Gu Yan seemed to see through her thoughts. Leaning in slightly, whispering in a tone only audible to the two of them, there was a chilling, almost gleeful mockery in his voice. Now, he is using my money to choke your family. Those words struck Su Muqing like a thunderbolt, sending a shiver through her heart. A mixed sensation of trepidation and absolute reassurance washed over her. It turned out that while she was fighting alone on the front lines, he had already secured the most crucial rearguard for her. The feeling of being silently protected, with every storm intercepted before reaching her, brought her immense comfort. She suddenly understood Gu Yan's entire plan. Mom, listen to me. Her voice regained absolute calm and confidence, even carrying a hint of icy sharpness. You don't need to do anything, nor should you raise funds. Just let it be known externally that the company is experiencing a cash flow crisis and is seeking assistance. If Dasheen calls again, you should feign poverty, soften your stance. But don't pay a single cent. The more desperate they become, the better. Huh? Muqing, why? Her mother struggled to follow her daughter's reasoning. Just do as I say. Trust me. Have Dad cooperate with the act. In no more than 3 days, all problems will be resolved. After hanging up, Su Muqing turned to Gu Yan, her eyes ignited with fervent determination. You want them to escalate the situation? Yes. A cold smile curved Gu Yan's lips. The pawn Gu Jinghong has placed in Dasheen must believe he holds all the cards. We need him to make this spectacle even louder. Ideally applying for pre-litigation asset preservation to make it widely known. And then, during the hearing, we will deliver him a surprise. In the following 2 days, the news of the Su Corporation's impending doom, propelled by Gu Jinghong's machinations, spread like wildfire throughout the business community. The media inundated the public with reports of the Su Corporation's financial chain breaking, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Su Muqing's parents played their roles to perfection as fraught entrepreneurs desperately seeking help, even being photographed by reporters late at night, leaving a bank, looking worn and defeated. The head of Dasheen Industrial, a man named Mr. Wong, was particularly pleased with himself. He boldly accepted an interview, proclaiming that the pursuit of debts was a legitimate business endeavor, while openly insinuating that the internal management of the Su Group was chaotic and had long become a mere shell of its former self. On Monday morning, after disdainfully rejecting the Su family's humble request for an installment plan, Dasheen Industries, in conjunction with other suppliers, formally submitted a property preservation application to the court. The hearing was convened in the Intermediate People's Court of the city. Mr. Wong, accompanied by his legal team, sat beaming in the applicant's seat. While he gazed across at the pallid, haggard-faced Mr. Su, his eyes betraying undisguised contempt and satisfaction. He could already foresee that once the hearing concluded, the assets of the Su Group would be frozen, and this once glorious family enterprise would collapse entirely at his hands. This was the task assigned by Mr. Gu Jinghong. Upon its completion, a radiant future awaited him. The judge struck the gavel, declaring the hearing open. Dasheen's attorney rose, delivering an impassioned speech, enumerating the various precarious evidences of the Su Group's downfall and requesting the court to take immediate preservation measures. Everything unfolded precisely as scripted. When it was time for the respondent to respond, Mr. Su's attorney merely stood up and calmly stated, "We have no comments." However, before the court could render a verdict. A significant shareholder representative of Dashin Industries had something to say. Mr. Wong was momentarily taken aback. A shareholder representative? When did Dashin have such a role? The judge, equally surprised, nonetheless nodded in agreement. The side door of the courtroom swung open. Assistant Lin led the chief attorney of the Gu Group's legal department, flanked by a cadre of elite assistants, into the room. The chief attorney presented a document to the judge, his voice resonant and authoritative, echoing throughout the solemn courtroom. Your Honor, as the legal representative of the Gu Group, the second largest shareholder of Dashin Industries, we formally submit a motion to the court. We vehemently oppose the malicious litigation application against our long-term strategic partner, the Su Group, proposed by the management of Dashin Industries. Boom! The courtroom plunged into absolute silence. The smile on Mr. Wong's face froze completely, awkwardly suspended at the corners of his mouth, rendering him utterly ludicrous. His mouth slightly agape, his pupils constricted in sheer horror, and the color drained from his face at a visible pace. The Gu Group? The second largest shareholder? How could this be possible? He stiffly turned his head like a marionette to glance at the audience. There he spotted the composed Gu Yan, alongside Su Muqing, who was offering him a cold smile. In that moment, Mr. Wong felt as though he had been thrust into a vacuum, forgetting even to breathe. He finally comprehended everything. This was a trap, meticulously prepared for him, or rather, for Gu Jinghong, who stood behind him from the very beginning. And he was the foolish puppet, strutting into the snare with unearned pride. Chapter 51, Fractures Within the Family. The farce in the courtroom ultimately concluded with Mr. Wong being escorted out by the court police for a temporary recess. His face was ashen, his legs weakened, nearly dragged out. The expression of utter desolation spread rapidly across the internet through the lenses of some eager media in the audience. Gu Jinghong's meticulously orchestrated scheme turned into a farcical embarrassment. The control of Dashin Industries had quietly shifted hands under Gu Yan's subtle maneuvering. He had intended to use the Su family's suppliers to undermine the Su family, only to find that the knife he wielded had already become Gu Yan's weapon. When the news reached the villa on the outskirts of the city, Gu Jinghong did not erupt in anger, nor did he shatter the purple clay teapot he had been incessantly rubbing. He simply sat quietly in his study for the entire afternoon. The crimson rays of the setting sun sliced into the room, casting a profound shadow across his face, revealing a crack in his previously smooth and refined facade for the first time. He had lost inexplicably, lost utterly. From the financial strangulation of Buyuan Venture Capital to the retaliatory strike of Dashin Industries, his once proud business tactics crumbled before his adversary, weak and vulnerable. He had not even fully grasped the shadow of his opponent before being blindsided by 2 consecutive slaps. For the first time, Gu Jinghong began to seriously regard the nephew he had never deemed worthy of his attention, along with the transformed woman at his side. This was no longer a trivial family squabble. This was war, a war he must win at any cost. Meanwhile, Gu Yan and Su Muqing were celebrating their interim victory, not in a lavish restaurant, but in the kitchen of Gu Yan's apartment. Su Muqing, donned in an apron, adeptly handled a lobster, her skills revealing none of her usual cold demeanor as a strategist. Gu Yan leaned against the doorframe, a glass of red wine in hand, his gaze fixed upon her. Under the warm lighting, a few errant strands of hair fell from her neatly tied bun, swaying gently with her movements, adding an air of domestic languor and softness. Unexpectedly, the CEO Su possessed such culinary prowess. Gu Yan swirled the liquid in his glass, his voice laced with amusement. Su Muqing, without lifting her eyes, expertly sliced the lobster's back. It was a skill she had learned solely to please someone's palate in her past life. Alas, even culinary art honed to Michelin standards could not warm a heart of stone. Her tone was as flat as if recounting someone else's story. It tightened Gu Yan's heart. He tightened his grip on the wine glass, his throat constricting, ultimately saying nothing. The air thickened momentarily. Su Muqing, however, appeared unperturbed as she tossed the prepared lobster into the preheated pan. With a sizzle, the rich aroma of butter and garlic instantly engulfed the kitchen. Gu Jinghong had suffered a significant setback and would surely lie low for a while. As she sautéed, she seamlessly switched back to work mode, recognizing that he would not relent easily, but would only become more cautious and ruthless. He would. Gu Yan's gaze deepened once more, thus before he made his next move. They needed to first remove more of his talents. Su Muqing paused, turned off the heat, and looked at him. Do you have someone in mind? Gu Yan's lips curved into a sharp smile. The Gu family, appearing lush and flourishing, had long been hollowed from within. Some branches, seemingly dependent upon the trunk, had secretly sought their own paths. He was referring to the offshoots of the Gu family, those who, while aligned with the Gu group, had consistently been excluded from the core power circle. Among these individuals were many who trailed behind Gu Jinghong, serving as his backdrop and cheerleaders, such as Gu Ziong, Gu Yan's cousin, a young man of mediocre ability but considerable ambition. At family banquets, he would sit in the most inconspicuous corner, watching Gu Jinghong perform, his eyes reflecting envy and jealousy, yet lacking genuine conviction. Such individuals were the easiest to sway, for what they sought was not wealth, but recognition. A week later, at a charity gala hosted by a business association in Shanghai, Gu Yin chanced upon Gu Ziong. At that moment, Gu Ziong was cornered by the president of a partner company, his face flushed and utterly embarrassed. The portly Mr. Zhang, leveraging a project of moderate significance, was imperiously coercing Gu Ziong into drinking, his words dripping with disdain. Ziong, I must say, your proposal lacks sincerity. Your esteemed Gu family is quite affluent. Couldn't you extend a bit more benefit? Come, let's finish this drink, and we shall discuss further. Gu Ziong held his wine glass, his hand trembling. The project he was responsible for was a mess left behind by Gu Jinghong, with a profit margin that was already razor thin. And now the other party wanted to take an additional bite. He felt utterly powerless. Yet, to offend them would mean the project would collapse, leaving him with no way to explain to Gu Jinghong. Just as he found himself in this predicament, a calm voice resonated from behind him. Zhang, you appear to be in good spirits. Gu Yin had approached unannounced, holding a glass of champagne, his expression unperturbed as he regarded Zhang. Zhang was momentarily taken aback, the flesh on his face quivering, but upon recognizing Gu Yin, his demeanor shifted completely, plastering a sycophantic smile across his face. Gu, what a surprise. Oh, I was merely jesting with Ziong. Gu Zong was equally astonished, staring at the suddenly appeared Gu Yin, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. In his memory, this lofty cousin had hardly ever deigned to acknowledge him. Gu Yin disregarded Zhang, fixing his gaze on Gu Ziong, and placed a hand naturally on his shoulder. This gesture rendered Gu Ziong rigid. Gu Yin turned to face Zhang, his tone remaining even, yet laden with undeniable authority. Gu Ziong is my brother. His affairs are my affairs. With that single statement, cold sweat beaded on Zhang's forehead. How could he dare to mention benefits now? He hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, misunderstanding. Gu, it's all a misunderstanding. Ziong's proposal is excellent. We are thoroughly satisfied. Tomorrow, we will sign the contract. With that, he concocted an excuse and scuttled away, bowing and scraping. The atmosphere around them finally returned to normal. Gu Zong looked at Gu Yin, momentarily taken aback, stammering his gratitude. Cousin, thank you. We are family. No need for pleasantries. Gu Yin withdrew his hand, patting Gu Ziong's shoulder in a manner that was both intimate yet respectful. He casually remarked, unlike some, who professed to work for the family's benefit while secretly treating the Gu family's assets as their own personal cash cow. When trouble arises, they expect family to fill the void. Gu Ziong's expression shifted instantly. Though not the most capable, he was certainly no fool. The significant losses Gu Jinghong had incurred at Buyin Venture Capital were no longer a secret among the Gu family's upper echelons. He had vaguely caught wind of the fact that Gu Jinghong was desperately attempting to siphon funds from other family enterprises managed by the side branches to fill that enormous chasm. The project he oversaw was one of those endeavors. Previously, he had merely thought Gu Jinghong was being domineering. Now, with Gu Yin's revelation, he felt a chill run down his spine. Gu Jinghong was sacrificing the interests of those in the side branches to preserve his own skin. Cousin Gu Ziong hesitated, his eyes filled with struggle and uncertainty. Gu Yin merely smiled, choosing not to delve deeper. He understood that the seed had already been sown. Further words would be futile. Focus on your work, he advised, casting one last encouraging glance at Gu Ziong. If you're truly talented, your brilliance will shine through. The Gu family needs diligent individuals, not mere dreamers. With that, he raised his glass and melded back into the crowd, leaving Gu Ziong alone, heart racing. That night, Gu Ziong tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Gu Yan's words acted as a key, unlocking the long-buried resentment and doubts within him. He recalled the years spent shadowing Gu Jinghong, performing thankless tasks while all accolades went to Gu Jinghong, leaving him to shoulder the blame. Yet today, a single word and gesture from Gu Yin had bestowed upon him a respect he had never known. The following morning, as dawn broke, Gu Ziong made a decision that astonished even himself. He opened his encrypted computer and organized a file containing some materials he had secretly backed up. Within were records detailing Gu Jinghong's recent clandestine maneuvers to transfer company assets through various covert channels, attempting to fill the void at Buyin. After much hesitation, he ultimately created an anonymous email account and sent the document to Gu Yan's private email. As he pressed the send button, a wave of relief washed over him, coupled with a resolute step onto an irreversible path. Chapter 52. Fatal False Intelligence. Morning sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the Qingtian capital office, casting elongated shadows on the floor like a stark demarcation. Su Muqing sat behind her desk, her fingers gliding gently across the touchpad. On the screen was the anonymous email sent by Gu Ziong the previous night. The content was detailed. Every flow of funds, every associated account, was laid bare with alarming clarity. Gu Jinghong had reached a point of desperation, drinking poison to quench his thirst. Su Muqing closed the email and turned to the man on the sofa, engrossed in the morning financial news. Gu Yan laid down his tablet, his gaze calm and profound. When one leg is severed and the other sinks in the mire, of course one would be anxious. His voice was soft yet carried an air of detached insight. He was now akin to a gambler, blinded by desperation, in dire need of a monumental victory to turn the tide. A spark ignited in Su Muqing's eyes, reminiscent of a hunter locking onto its prey. Then let us deliver this opportunity for a grand victory right into his hands. She stood, making her way to the vast electronic wall on the other side of the office. With her actions, a system backend interface codename Spark was brought up. Countless lines of code and data streams flowed silently across the screen, quietly constructing a vast digital entity. The Spark project, a significant investment by the Gu family aimed at integrating the core AI systems of future smart cities, was a plan Gu Yan had staunchly advocated for after his rebirth, pouring resources into its advancement. It was also the lifeblood of the Gu family's future. Gu Jinghong had long coveted this project, fully aware that controlling or annihilating Spark would utterly devastate Gu Yan and allow him to reclaim all he had lost. The time had come. Su Muqing turned to Gu Yan, who nodded slightly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. In the next few hours, Su Muqing's office transformed into a high-speed war room. Her core technology team was urgently assembled, their faces a mix of excitement and gravity. Our goal is not to construct an insurmountable wall, Su Muqing stated, standing before the screen, her laser pointer highlighting a specific node on the complex system architecture. Rather, we aim to craft a backdoor tailored specifically for Mr. Gu Jinghong. Her voice was devoid of warmth. This backdoor was to be disguised as a critical flaw within the system, an accidental discovery, a lethal vulnerability. It needed to be sufficiently concealed to make him believe it was a treasure unearthed by his technical prodigies, yet powerful enough to give him the confidence that through this backdoor, the entire Spark system could be incapacitated in an instant. The breaths of the team members quickened as they immediately immersed themselves in their work. The rhythmic clatter of keyboards melded into a singular symphony. Lines of code, akin to venomous threads, were deftly woven at their fingertips, constructing a resplendent yet fragile snare. This trap was impeccably camouflaged, with even the relevant log records meticulously aged to appear as though they were carelessly left behind by an inattentive engineer during the system's early development. The trap was set, awaiting the unsuspecting prey to step into its grasp. Su Muqing dialed an encrypted phone number. On the other end was a pawn she had long embedded within the Gu family conglomerate. This pawn was, coincidentally, a mid-level manager whom Gu Jinghong had lavishly bribed to provide him with internal intelligence. Manager Liu, I seem to have misplaced an encrypted technical document regarding the SPAR project in the T07 temporary folder on the company's shared server. Su Muqing's tone was laced with just the right amount of feigned panic and regret. The password is the date of the project's launch, 8 digits. You should grasp my meaning. Heart racing. Manager Liu immediately understood, hastily assuring her that he knew nothing and had seen nothing before hanging up. Within 10 minutes, the misplaced document appeared on Gu Jinghong's desk. The document contained an intricate and detailed description of the existence of a fatal backdoor and the complete specifics on how to exploit it for an attack. To ensure the performance was flawless, Su Muqing even mobilized the resources of Qingtian capital. In the ensuing 2 days, the cybersecurity department of the Gu family conglomerate experienced the most intense 48 hours since its inception. Waves of small-scale, high-intensity, simulated cyber attacks surged towards the Spark system from various IP addresses around the globe. Each assault was met with the system's arduous resistance. Yet from the perspective of Gu Jinghong spies, although the system successfully repelled the attacks, it appeared perpetually on the brink of collapse, as if it had reached the zenith of its defensive capabilities. This perfectly corroborated the leak in the document, which described how the Spark system, while seemingly impregnable, indeed possessed a pressure threshold. Should it encounter a specific pattern of saturation attacks, it would trigger underlying vulnerabilities. Everything was like a series of precisely interlocking gears, propelling Gu Jinghong step by step towards the abyss that had been meticulously excavated for him. On the evening of the third day, news from Gu Ziong arrived once more. This time, not via email, but in the form of a succinct, encrypted message. he has obtained the intelligence, appearing almost frenzied, gathering all the technical personnel acquired from Tianji Technology, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Spark at next week's Gu Family annual product launch. Seizing the highest permissions of the system, Tianji Technology, the very company that Gu Jinghong had once hollowed out in his previous life to attack the Gu family. Now, those remnants had become his last gamble. Su Muqing regarded the message with a face devoid of expression. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city, cloaked in night. The myriad lights below unfurled like a tapestry, each light a pawn poised to fall. Gu Yan stood beside her, shoulder to shoulder. The net had been cast. On the day of a launch, it will be time to reel it in, Su Muqing spoke calmly. Gu Yan's voice bore a hint of icy mirth, and it shall also be time to send him on his way. Chapter 53. The trap is set. A week later, at the Shanghai International Exhibition Center, the Gu family conglomerate's annual strategic launch was held with great pomp. The venue was packed to capacity. Media reporters from around the globe, industry titans, and representatives from investment institutions crowded the space, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. A sea of flashing lights converged into a silver ocean, all focus directed towards the stage where the future-changing Spark project awaited. Gu Yan, clad in a well-tailored dark suit, stood at the center of the stage. He eschewed grandiose oratory, opting instead for plain yet lucid language to unveil the blueprint of Spark to the world, a future that empowered smart cities and transformed lives. His calmness and confidence possessed an unparalleled persuasive power. In the front row of the distinguished guests, Gu Jinghong was equally impeccably dressed, with a gentle smile gracing his face. He nodded courteously to those beside him, perfectly embodying the affectionate elder concern for the family business's progress. Yet beneath those gold-rimmed glasses, the excitement and ruthlessness in his eyes betrayed him. His fingers, resting on his knee, tapped out a steady rhythm, waiting for a signal, one that would plunge Gu Yan into the depths of despair. Su Muqing sat on the opposite side of the guest area, her gaze not on Gu Yan on stage, nor on the ostensibly calm Gu Jinghong, but fixated on the smartwatch on her wrist. On its face, a serene data stream fluctuated steadily, akin to the breath of a slumbering dragon. At precisely 3 o'clock, as Gu Yan's speech reached its zenith, heralding the revolutionary applications of the Spark system in urban security, an anomaly arose. The enormous main screen at the rear of the stage suddenly distorted, tearing apart. A blinding crimson engulfed everything. An alarm shrieked throughout the venue, piercing every eardrum with its urgency. Warning: the system is experiencing a high-intensity invasion from an unknown source. Core database permissions are under attack. A torrent of data, suffocating in its power, surged through the preordained backdoor, flooding into the core of the Spark system. The scene erupted in chaos. Journalists, sensing the blood in the water, frantically trained their cameras on this cataclysmic event. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated that? At such a globally scrutinized launch, the Gu family's pride, Spark, would suffer such a lethal assault? The curve of Gu Jinghong's lips could no longer be contained, rising in triumphant glee. It worked. He could almost envision the next moment when the screen would display the words "system crash." Gu Yan would be reduced to a laughingstock of the industry, and the Gu family stock prices would plummet. He would emerge as the savior, ready to clean up the mess. However, the scene he had envisioned did not materialize. Gu Yan on stage bore no trace of concern. Not a single furrow marred his brow. He merely gazed intently at the red alert on the screen before picking up the microphone, a chilling smile playing upon his lips. It seems a friend is quite interested in our Spark and wishes to engage in some preliminary interaction. His voice resonated through the speakers, clear and composed, instantly quelling the turmoil in the room. Then let us showcase Spark's true defensive stance. At the moment his words fell, the main screen transformed dramatically. The glaring red alert vanished, replaced by a magnificent three-dimensional data star map. The fierce torrent of invading data was ensnared by countless brilliant golden lines, tightly encapsulated, utterly immobile. As if trapped insects in amber, all struggles rendered futile. At the center of the data graphic, a honeycomb-shaped golden icon spun slowly, exuding an aura of absolute control. This was Spark's subsystem, the Honeycomb Intelligent Defense Matrix. Gu Yan's voice resonated once more, cold and crystal clear. It was passively triggered, specifically designed to capture and analyze malicious attacks. Any illicit data attempting to infiltrate would merely serve as its sustenance. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone was rendered speechless by the scene before them, a spectacle steeped in the violent aesthetics of technology. Was this truly a system under siege? It was unmistakably a premeditated public execution. What sent chills down Gu Jinghong's spine was yet to come. On the screen, the hive began to operate. The captured data streams were meticulously dissected, akin to a butcher expertly carving meat. The attacker's IP address, each routing node traversed the complete attack pathway. The source of the instructions, all information was parsed and presented with unparalleled clarity before the audience. Ultimately, every tracing arrow pointed to a server address highlighted in a crimson glow. Beneath the address, a striking line of text struck Gu Jinghong like an invisible slap. Server location, underground server room, former site of Buyuan Venture Capital, XX District, Shanghai. Boom! The venue erupted into chaos. Buyuan Venture Capital. Wasn't that the company recently investigated by the Securities Regulatory Commission for illegal fundraising and regulatory violations, ultimately leading to its bankruptcy? And the mastermind behind that company was none other than Gu Jinghong himself. Swish! Thousands of piercing gazes converged like swords upon Gu Jinghong in the VIP section. The smug smile on his face had long since frozen, shattered. The color drained from his visage at a visible rate, leaving him as pale as a corpse. His mouth slightly agape, his pupils constricted into pinpoints from sheer terror. A trap. From the very beginning, this had been a meticulously orchestrated net ensnaring him. And he, the fool, had blundered in, smug and oblivious. But this was not the end. In the lower right corner of the main screen, a real-time surveillance feed suddenly popped up. The footage revealed a squad of uniformed police bursting through the door, swiftly storming into an underground server room brimming with equipment. The technicians, who had just been feverishly tapping away at keyboards, were rendered petrified by this sudden intervention, instinctively cowering with their heads cradled in their arms. The lead technical director was a trusted lieutenant whom Gu Jinghong had poached from Tianji Technology. Caught red-handed, the evidence was irrefutable. The long-range camera captured Gu Jinghong's bloodless face, etched with fear and despair. In that moment, he forgot to breathe. He and Gu Yan exchanged a distant gaze, and he also noticed the woman beside Gu Yan, Su Muqing, who was smiling coldly at him. He comprehended the truth entirely. From the very start, he had merely been a puppet dancing on strings. Chapter 54, Uncle. The game is over. The study in the Gu family's old residence was so silent that one could hear the sound of dust settling. Gu Jinghong sat in the Zeton wood armchair he had coveted for a lifetime, his entire being sapped of vigor, slumped within its embrace. The pallor of his face from the press conference had yet to regain a hint of color. The door swung open. Gu Yan entered, his steps steady, his polished shoes gliding silently over the expensive hand-woven carpet. He walked straight to the desk and tossed a thick dossier before Gu Jinghong. The documents scattered, pages fluttering down like snowflakes to cover the surface. This was the secret ledger of Buyuan Venture Capital since its inception. Gu Yan's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Within this, you will find how you embezzled funds from the Gu Corporation's Project Reserve to serve as initial startup capital. In this, the equity holding agreement for Ruiying Media, with the true controller being a distant relative you procured. Gu Jinghong's eyelids twitched, yet he did not glance at the documents. His gaze hollowly fixed on a point in the void. Gu Yan picked up one of the papers and held it before him. This is the handwriting analysis report of the forged authorization letter from my father. The expert claims it bears a striking resemblance, but regrettably, the paper's age is incorrect. And these are the transfer records of commissions paid to an organization called the Tailed Serpent through offshore shell companies across 7 nations. Each transaction is meticulously marked with its purpose, some aimed at shorting the Su Corporation, others to bribe CEO Wang of Dexin, yet others to hire hackers to attack Xingho. Gu Yan cast aside the paper, allowing it to drift down atop a pile of incriminating evidence. He pulled out the chair opposite and sat down, leaning slightly forward. Second uncle, I merely wish to know why. Gu Jinghong's body jolted sharply. His rigid neck slowly turned, finally fixing his gaze upon Gu Yan's face. A strange rasping sound emanated from his throat, reminiscent of a creaky bellows. Suddenly he laughed. It began as a low chuckle, escalating into a frenzied, hysterical roar. Ha, why? You asked me why? He laughed, yet tears streamed from his bloodshot eyes. All because of your esteemed father, Gu Mingsheng. Gu Jinghong slammed his hand on the table, propelling himself to his feet, his hands trembling violently from exertion. He was born to be the heir. Whatever he did was right. Everyone revolved around him. And what about me? He pointed to himself, his expression contorted. The projects I secured for the Gu family outnumbered his by a factor of 2. I've endured gastric bleeding from drinking to shield him. The diamond mine in South Africa was negotiated by me amidst gunfire. On the merit list, his name always appeared first. That piece of land in the western suburbs was reclaimed by me after 3 sleepless nights of tussling with the titans of politics and business. What about him? He merely raises a glass at the celebration, uttering a single well done. Why? His roar reverberated, his chest heaving violently. Everything I sacrificed for the Gu family has culminated in me merely being a backdrop for Gu Mingsheng. I will forever remain his subordinate, his shadow. His fury turned toward Gu Yan. You're just like your father, wearing a facade of false benevolence, inherently indecisive. You both are utterly unworthy of occupying this position. Everything I did was not to destroy the Gu family. It was to make the Gu family stronger. I aim to reclaim what rightfully belonged to me. Gu Yan listened quietly until only the sound of Gu Jinghong's heavy breathing filled the study. Only then did he slowly speak. Are you finished? Gu Jinghong was taken aback. Gu Yan stood up and walked step by step toward him. The distance between them shrank to the point where they could see their reflections in each other's pupils. Your ambition sounds quite compelling. Gu Yan's voice was low, akin to a devil's whisper, audible only to the two of them. Unfortunately, it's all nonsense. Gu Jinghong's eyes widened in an instant. Let me tell you something, second uncle. Gu Yan's lips almost brushed against his ear. In my previous life, I perished. The Gu Corporation fell completely into your hands. Gu Jinghong's body froze as if struck by lightning, his blood seemingly congealing in that moment. You got your wish, becoming the master of the Gu family. And then what? Gu Yan's voice held a peculiar, mocking mirth. In less than 3 years, the entire Gu family, along with all your efforts, was devoured to the last bone by a young man named Alexander Soros. In the end, you leaped from the pinnacle of the global financial center. The madness, fury, and unwillingness on Gu Jinghong's face all faded in that instant, leaving behind an extreme, incomprehensible horror. He gazed at Gu Yan as if he were a monster, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. If you cannot even defend Chengdu, how can you speak of expanding your territory? Gu Yan straightened, taking a step back, restoring his voice to its normal volume. Your method of attacking Xingho bears a striking resemblance to the tactics he employed when he initially absorbed the Gu family. Both are arrogant, saturation-style assaults, both believing they have pinpointed the opponent's Achilles heel. The result is the same. They have both stumbled into the trap prepared for them. Gu Yan adjusted his cuffs with a calm demeanor. Your ambition is utterly incompatible with your capabilities. Your intent was never to strengthen the Gu family. You merely sought to prove your superiority over my father. This juvenile jealousy has destroyed you across 2 lifetimes. With a thud, Gu Jinghong's legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. His gaze vacant as he mindlessly repeated, "You are a devil." Gu Yan did not cast another glance at him, but turned and walked towards a door. The police awaited outside. Once inside, you will have ample time to contemplate. He opened the study door. Outside stood 2 uniformed police officers and the solemn-faced assistant Lin. The officers stepped in, one on each side, lifting the dazed Gu Jinghong and dragging him away. Gu Jinghong did not resist. Like a puppet from which all spirit had been drained, Gu Yan stood in the center of the study, his gaze resting on the chair once favored by his father. At last, everything had settled. Chapter 55, A Delayed Truth. After Gu Jinghong was taken away, the ancestral home of the Gu family fell into a heavy silence. The oppressive atmosphere that had lingered for years seemed to dissipate, yet the sunlight did not stream in as a result. The air was left with a sense of emptiness and desolation after the reckoning. A week later, atop a private cafe in Shanghai, the river breeze howled. This was the place Gu Yan's mother cherished most during her lifetime. He chose this venue, both as a consolation and a farewell. He believed this to be a parting meal with Su Muqing. Their common enemy had fallen. The fragile thread binding their alliance was destined to snap. Gu Yan stirred his cup of black coffee, devoid of sugar or milk. The bitter taste permeated the air. Opposite him, Su Muqing wore a cream-colored cashmere sweater today, having shed her usual professional attire, rendering her slightly softer, yet the cold detachment etched in her being remained unchanged. Assistant Lin had already begun to liquidate Gu Jinghong's hidden assets. Everything would be accounted for within 3 months. Gu Yan's tone was flat, akin to delivering the most mundane of work reports. The collateral branches of the Gu family had settled down as well. He paused, his gaze landing on her face. The penalty and compensation for the Sheen had been received on the Su family's end. Subsequent collaborations would be followed up by Jinshan Capital, ensuring no issues would arise. He had arranged everything with meticulous clarity, leaving no room for error, as if delineating a stark boundary. Su Muqing did not respond, nor did she touch the coffee in front of her. She merely gazed at him quietly, her eyes, perpetually as cold as autumn waters, swirling with inexpressible emotions. After a long while, she retrieved a brown paper bag from her purse and placed it directly before Gu Yan. Her movements were decisive, devoid of superfluous words. Gu Yan's gaze fell upon the envelope, unmoving. What is this? A belated explanation. Su Muqing spoke, her voice colder than the river wind. I know you do not wish to hear this now, but you ought to look. Gu Yan remained silent. Ultimately, He extended his hand and opened the flap of the envelope. Inside was not a contract, but a meticulously printed investigation report. The bold letters on the cover momentarily halted his breath. Analysis report on Lu Xiao and his associated individual, Chun Ruoxue, background and fund flow. Lu Xiao. This name was like an invisible thorn, deeply embedded in the memories of both his lives. In his previous life, it was this man who drove a wedge between Su Muqing and him, causing turmoil when he needed support the most. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the paper, his fingertips turning white. He remained silent, flipping through the pages one by one. The report was exceedingly detailed. It chronicled how Lu Xiao became acquainted with Su Muqing, how he deliberately approached her, and how he deceived her trust with a fictitious technological blueprint. More critically, the subsequent flow of funds. Su Muqing had invested nearly $500 million in her personal capacity. The bank statements and third-party payment records clearly outlined a greedy path, with over 70% of the funds funneled through hundreds of shell companies and fraudulent contracts, ultimately ending up with a woman named Chun Ruoxue, Lu Xiao's so-called distant cousin in need of assistance, but in reality, his first love. He used Su Muqing's money to purchase an entire street of galleries for his moonlight in Paris. The latter half of the report detailed another matter. In her previous life, upon discovering the deception, Su Muqing immediately established a special task force, mortgaging Su family equity and hiring the fiercest lawyers from Wall Street to relentlessly pursue Lu Xiao. It was a brutal war. However, she had lost Gu Yan, her strongest ally, while Lu Xiao had the backing of Gu Jinghong. She suffered a complete defeat. Gu Yan turned to the last page. It contained a summary from a private investigator, documenting all public and private interactions between Su Muqing and Lu Xiao. The conclusion was but a single line: no intimate contact exceeding normal social distance. Attached to the end of the report was a note. Su Muqing's handwriting was neat yet sharp. I admit I was foolish. Gu Yan finished reading. He reorganized the report and returned it to the brown paper bag. Throughout the process, his expression remained devoid of emotion, as if he had merely perused an inconsequential industry morning brief. The wind on the terrace intensified, tousling Su Muqing's bangs. She looked at him, her heart tightening with every inch. She was unafraid of his anger or mockery, but feared this indifferent demeanor. Does speaking of this still hold any significance? Gu Yan finally spoke, his voice akin to a stubborn stone weathered by the river for a millennium. Devoid of any discernible emotion. The vendetta has been avenged. Gu Jinghong has fallen. He raised a cup of now-cold black coffee and drank it in one gulp. The extreme bitterness exploded on his tongue, rushing down his throat and spreading through his innards. We are even. He stood, looking down at her, his deep-set eyes now a cold barrier, pushing her away by miles. Su Muqing, let us part amicably. These 5 words struck like daggers. Su Muqing rimandun moving. Merely gazing up at him, at his handsome yet weary and resolute visage. She understood that the scar from their previous life was too deep. So deep that even with the truth laid bare, it would still fester in his heart. Suddenly, she smiled, not a cold smile of strategic calculation, nor a faint smile of victory. However, it bore a hint of helplessness, intertwined with a touch of defiance, a smile she had never revealed before in his presence. CEO Gu, do not speak so decisively. She leaned slightly forward, resting her elbows on the table, propping her chin in her hands, gazing up at him with a languid posture, yet her eyes exuded a fierce intensity. Gu Jinghong had indeed faltered, yet the Gu Corporation was now but a hollowed-out wreck. You, the new chairman, may appear glorious, yet your pockets must be emptier than your facade. Am I correct? Her voice was soft, yet each word pierced the heart. I have calculated. The Xingho project must continue, and the funding gap start from 100 billion. You cannot expect those shareholders you have just chastised to willingly part with their money, can you? So, Gu Yan's brow furrowed into a deep frown. Thus, Su Muqing's smile grew ever more radiant, her gaze dancing with a hint of cunning allure. I possess wealth. Qingtian Capital has just completed a new round of fundraising, and our cash flow is quite robust. She winked at him. Chairman Gu, why not indulge in a little of my generosity first? Gu Yan froze, his mind racing with a myriad of potential outcomes for this conversation. Tragic, indifferent, resentful, but he had never envisioned this absurdity bordering on flirtation. He observed the flame in her eyes, not extinguished but burning brighter, igniting an unnamed fury within him. No need. He forced out those 3 words through clenched teeth and turned to leave, his back exuding a resolute finality, tinged with a hint of disarray. Su Muqing did not pursue him. Instead, she lifted her untouched cup of coffee, watching his retreating figure with a glimmer of light in her eyes, now even more luminous. A good parting? Gu Yan, how naive you are. In the past life, it was my folly, my blindness, as I pushed you away. In this life, the opportunity one have fought for with my very existence is not for the sake of settling our scores. The walls you built, I shall dismantle brick by brick. With my own hands. She took a sip of her coffee. Chapter 56. I will dismantle your walls. The night was as dark as ink. As the heavy metal door of the penthouse closed behind him, Guyen felt he had finally carved out a realm of absolute silence from the clamor of the world. This was his private fortress in the heart of the city, a sanctuary whose coordinates he had never disclosed to anyone. Aside from the weekly housekeeper, no one dared to tread here. He did not return to the Gu family estate, which was rife with traces of Su Muqing's presence. Memories were poison. He now required an antidote of utter tranquility. Complete, uninterrupted quietude. He needed this silence to digest the catastrophic collapse of Gu Jinghong's business empire, to process the glaring investigative report handed to him by Su Muqing, and that ludicrous notion of relying on another's generosity. His fingers grasped the silk knot of his tie and yanked it down sharply, the suffocating sensation that had bound him all day slightly dissipating. He did not turn on the lights, allowing his weary body to collapse onto the Italian leather sofa in the living room. His body sank, yet his mind remained adrift. Thoughts swirled like a tangled mass of yarn. Each letter of the report transformed into a sharp chisel, relentlessly etching fine cracks into the fortress of his heart. He was loath to admit it. When his gaze landed on the phrase, "I have maintained my bottom line," his heart seized with a familiar, suffocating grip. That feeling was all too recognizable. But what of it? The damage was done. Trust is a mirror, once shattered. Even the most skilled artisans cannot mend it without leaving behind a web of cracks that endure forever. Each ray of light that passes serves as a reminder of the past's brokenness. He did not wish to, nor would he allow himself to endure another bout of despair from being forsaken by the world. Severance was the only, and indeed the best, choice. Guyen rose from the sofa and strode into the bathroom. He turned on the shower. Scalding hot water cascaded down from above, the torrent washing over his muscles, attempting to cleanse away fatigue and the tumultuous emotions that should not have existed. The steam clouded the mirror, rendering it a blur. Minutes later, he emerged wrapped in a towel. His muscles had relaxed from the heat, yet his nerves remained taut. As he stepped into the living room, his keen nose caught a whiff of an unfamiliar aroma. A warm, homely scent, the fragrance of food. The rich essence of mushroom soup mingled with a subtle, yet enticing hint of scallion oil. Guyen halted abruptly, his entire body tensed, his gaze sharpening to the point of piercing the darkness, scanning the direction of the dining area. There, a familiar figure donned an amusing cartoon bear apron, effortlessly placing the final dish of stir-fried asparagus on the table. Her movements were both skillful and natural, as if she had rehearsed this countless times. 4 dishes and a soup, sweet and sour ribs, braised sea cucumber, stir-fried asparagus, and mapo tofu, all his favorite flavors. Su Muqing. She had even taken the liberty to trim a bouquet of freshly bought white lilies and place them in the long-neglected glass vase at the center of the table. This was his fortress, yet this woman had transformed it into her kitchen. Guyen's expression darkened inch by inch, his mood as heavy as lead. He approached, barefoot on the cold marble floor, each step laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens, the atmospheric pressure around him plummeting dangerously. The very air seemed to freeze in response to the chill emanating from him. "How did you get in here?" His voice sliced through the air, each word tinged with frost, painfully sharp to the ears. Yet Su Muqing appeared entirely unperturbed. She elegantly scooped a spoonful of soup from the pot, blowing gently on it before tasting its warmth and seasoning. After nodding in satisfaction, she finally raised her gaze to meet the dangerous aura of the man before her. Waving her phone in front of him, on the screen was a property management app's notification interface. A bold welcome message stood out prominently at the top. "Dear Mrs. Gu, welcome home. We are not divorced yet," Su Muqing stated with unwavering conviction, each word crystal clear. "This afternoon, I took our marriage certificate to the property center for family member certification. Their staff was exceptionally cordial after verifying the authenticity of the documents. They provided me with a top-tier access card and even helped me register my fingerprint." She set her phone down, delivering her final summation. Reasonable, justified, and lawful. The vein at Guyen's temple throbbed violently. He had invested heavily in a top-tier security system to create this impenetrable fortress, a realm that was absolutely sacred. Yet she had effortlessly breached it with nothing more than a small red certificate. Su Muqing. He nearly ground his teeth, her name forced out between clenched jaws. "I made it abundantly clear over the phone this afternoon. We are done. Have you signed the divorce agreement?" Su Muqing kamnidi tortif. Guyen's breath caught. "Have you collected the divorce certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau?" She relentlessly pressed him for answers. Guyen's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. "Nothing at all. Su Muqing gently shrugged, retrieving a pristine white porcelain bowl and ladling a fragrant mushroom soup into it, placing it steadily on the dining table opposite him. Legally speaking, you are my husband, and I am your wife. A wife comes to her husband's home to prepare a warm meal for him upon his late return. She paused, raising her gaze to meet his with clarity. Is there a problem? She picked up the serving chopsticks, deftly grasped a glistening piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, and placed it precisely atop the bowl of white rice before him. Her tone was as unremarkable as discussing the weather. Let us eat first. No matter how monumental the issue, one must fill their belly before addressing it. Only after eating can you muster the energy to argue with me or remain angry. Gu Yin fixed his gaze upon the steaming bowl of rice, entranced by the tantalizing aroma of the spare ribs wafting into his nostrils. His stomach involuntarily contracted at an opportune moment. He had not consumed anything all day. At that moment, his body's primal instincts threatened to overtake the most stubborn of his rational defenses. This woman, she was infiltrating him with an approach he found utterly impossible to resist. She neither raised her voice nor created a fuss, nor did she deign to recite the trite platitudes of morality. Instead, she employed the most ordinary, earthly warmth to gradually erode and dissolve the formidable walls he had painstakingly constructed from reason and ice. Ultimately, Gu Yin still did not pick up the chopsticks. That would signify a concession. Abruptly, he turned away, his jawline taut as a straight edge, silently striding towards the study. With a forceful slam, he shut the heavy wooden door. Click! The door was locked from the inside. Through the door, he anticipated questions, knocks, or even cries. Yet, outside, there was only silence. A few seconds later, Su Muqing's calm voice broke the stillness, neither too high nor too low, yet possessing an uncanny penetrating quality that effortlessly slipped through the crack of the door and reached his ears. I've kept your food warm under the cover, and the soup is in the pot. It's all at a pleasant temperature. Whenever you feel hungry, come out to eat. There was a brief pause in her words, but when she spoke again, a hint of a gentle smile crept into her tone. Gu Yin, I know what you're hiding from. It's all right. I will dismantle the walls you have built, brick by brick. In the study, silence reigned supreme. Gu Yin leaned against the cold door, his body devoid of all strength, as he slowly sank onto the soft carpet. He buried his head deep between his knees, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning a ghastly white from the pressure. The woman outside was 100 times more tenacious than he had imagined. She had accurately discerned his most vulnerable spot, and, without hesitation, launched the gentlest yet deadliest of assaults at that precise location. That night, Gu Yin remained in the study until the first light of dawn. He tackled a mountain of urgent business, conducted 2 transcontinental video conferences, submerging himself in frenetic work to numb his unwilling heart. At 2 a.m, he finally emerged from the study. In the living room, only a warm-toned floor lamp remained lit, casting a dim light that rendered the vast space somewhat desolate. Su Muqing was no longer present, likely having retreated to the guest room. On the dining table, the food was indeed covered by a large glass dome. Not a trace of disorder to be seen. Beneath the pot, a small circular heating base still glowed faintly, tirelessly working for hours. On the table, next to a bouquet of lilies, lay a pale blue sticky note. Gu Yin felt an invisible thread guiding him as he walked over, almost as if in a trance. He reached out and picked up the note. It bore her elegant handwriting, imbued with a subtle sharpness. The stomach medicine is in the second drawer of the TV cabinet. That black bottle. Don't force yourself. I know you haven't eaten on time again today. Gu Yin clutched the thin piece of paper, a tremor coursing through his fingertips, almost uncontrollable. That heart, which had been repeatedly wounded in past lives, now frozen into a stubborn stone, was unexpectedly seared by these few short words, leaving behind a faint yet searing mark that could not be ignored. It did not hurt. It was a deep ache, a strange and disconcerting sorrow that began at his fingertips, slowly and resolutely spreading through the meridians of his arms, ultimately reaching his chest. Chapter 57, Brother Yin. Look at me. At the headquarters of the Gu Corporation, in the top-floor conference room, the atmosphere was tense. The dozen or so attendees represented the latest core power structure following the restructuring of the Gu family. Each one a formidable talent personally recruited by Gu Yin from both old factions and external sources. This was the first genuine high-level strategic meeting since Gu Jinghong's downfall. The agenda was singular: the direction of the group for the next 5 years and the initiation of a series B financing for the Spark project. Gu Yin occupied the main seat, clad in a bespoke dark gray suit, his hair meticulously arranged without a strand out of place. The usually languid demeanor of his handsome face had vanished, replaced by the sharpness and authority befitting a captain at the helm. He need not speak, merely sitting there. The temperature in the conference room plummeted to freezing. The series A Financing for Spark had nearly exhausted its funds, and the financial black hole left by Gu Jinghong required filling. Guyan tapped his fingers on the tablet, and detailed financing proposals appeared on the main screen. For the Series B financing, it is imperative. My plan is to sell 10% of our shares for $3 billion. I have initial intentions for the lead investor. Before he could finish, the heavy double doors of the conference room swung open. All eyes turned as one towards the entrance. Su Muqing entered, clad in a sharply tailored white suit, her long hair neatly styled into a bun. The 7-centimeter heels she wore clicked assertively against the floor, resonating with clarity and confidence. Behind her trailed an elite team clad in black suits. Yet her singular presence overshadowed them all. Guyan's brow furrowed abruptly. How could she be here? I apologize for the interruption. Su Muqing's smile was formulaic yet flawless, her gaze sweeping across the room and landing squarely on Guyan. I heard that President Gu is discussing the Series B financing for Spark, and our Qingtian capital is very interested in this project. So, I hope my uninvited presence has not disturbed anyone. A few suppressed gasps echoed within the conference room. Qingtian Capital, a formidable rising star in the capital circle over the past 2 years. Its founder, Su Muqing, was a living legend within the industry. Many executives present had heard rumors about this Su president and their new chairman, and with her now in attendance, the curiosity among them was palpable, though their expressions remained professionally serious. President Su, you are too kind. Guyan forcibly suppressed the surging agitation within him, gesturing towards an empty seat nearby. Please, have a seat. He merely wished to conduct business and quickly see this formidable presence off. However, Su Muqing did not move, ignoring the seat prepared for her. She strode directly towards Guyan at the main position. Amidst the frozen gazes of the executives, she leaned down, her crimson lips brushing against his ear. A warm breath, infused with the cool scent of perfume, slipped into Guyan's ear. I've come to bring you money. How do you feel about that? Her voice was low and sultry, akin to the gentle caress of feathers, laced with a barely perceptible hint of amusement, intimate as a lover's whisper. Guyan's body instantly stiffened. He could feel the gaze of everyone in the conference room transforming into spotlights, intensely focused on the exchange between him and Su Muqing. Those looks were a mixture of shock, curiosity, and a peculiar desire to laugh, yet restrained by decorum. His expression darkened, inch by inch, becoming ominously foreboding. President Su, he said, his voice taut, each syllable ground out, as if through clenched teeth. This is a meeting. I am aware, Su Muqing replied, straightening up with an innocent blink, before leisurely returning to her seat and nodding at her team leader. Let us begin. The atmosphere of the ensuing meeting became extraordinarily bizarre. The team from Qingtian Capital exhibited a terrifying level of professionalism, their understanding of the Xingho project rivaling that of Gu's own company. The questions posed were incisive, targeting the core issues with surgical precision. Guyan forced himself to block out that woman's teasing gaze, plunging into a combative exchange with the opposing team. As they reached the pivotal negotiation over post-investment management and board seats, both sides found themselves at an impasse. Guyan's stance was unyielding. The absolute control of Xingho was his Achilles heel. The pressure in the conference room was suffocating. Just as the lawyers from both sides began to sweat profusely, Su Muqing, who had been silent until then, suddenly smiled. She rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head to observe the tense man at the head of the table, her eyes glinting with a mix of playful reproach and tender affection. Then, in front of everyone, she spoke in a sweet, slightly teasing tone. Brother Yin, why are you so fierce? In that instant, the air in the conference room was sucked away. All whispers, the rustling of papers, and even the sound of breathing came to an abrupt halt. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Su Muqing continued with her dulcet voice, dropping the real bombshell. If there are terms you cannot accept, we can go home. She paused, her tone playfully elongated, imbued with a deep ambiguity as she added. We can discuss it slowly in bed. Boom! An atomic bomb detonated at the heart of the conference room. Silence enveloped the room. The seasoned assistant Lin, over 50 and accustomed to turmoil, dropped his pen with a loud thud onto the table. All the executives looked as if their eyes might pop out, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a light bulb inside. Brother Yin, discussing in bed at home? Is this the ruthless, cold-hearted Gu who leads the company? Can such dialogues truly be heard at a negotiation table for a $300 billion financing deal? Guyan's face turned an ominous shade of black. A wave of blood surged to his head, and his vision blurred as reason teetered on the brink of collapse. If looks could kill, Su Muqing would have been eviscerated on the spot. President Su, he ground out, each word a struggle from his clenched jaw. Please mind the occasion. Su Muqing, however, appeared utterly unfazed by his murderous expression. She straightened with an air of professionalism, seamlessly transitioning back to her persona as a formidable businesswoman. All right, let us proceed with President Gu. No, Brother Yan's terms. We at Qing Tian Capital shall make a comprehensive concession, with 300 billion at stake. She declared a fact to everyone present, including Gu Yan himself. In public, I am your financial backer. In private, you will heed my words. Refuse? If you do, I shall ensure your social demise before the entire company. The meeting concluded amidst a palpable tension and eerie silence. Gu Yan was the first to bolt from the conference room, cornering Su Muqing in the hallway and dragging her into the fire escape. Bang! The heavy fire door shut behind them, isolating them from the outside world. Su Muqing, are you out of your mind? Gu Yan's fury surged as he struggled to contain it, his chest heaving violently. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never lost composure like this. Su Muqing winced slightly as he gripped her wrist tightly, yet her face betrayed no fear. Instead, she rose onto her toes, leaning closer, her other hand reaching out deliberately to adjust his tie, which had become slightly askew from his anger. Her fingertips brushed over his heated throat, igniting a fire within him. Gu Yan's breath hitched momentarily. Su Muqing gazed into his smoldering eyes, a smile playing on her lips as if she had just indulged in something forbidden. Brother Yin, she called out playfully, reveling in the flames of anger flickering in his gaze. We are still married. How can you be so fierce with your lawful wife? Moreover, she lowered her voice, her breath warm against his ear. Don't you think you look particularly adorable blushing in the conference room just now? Chapter 58. You are adorable. And so is your entire family. Bang! The heavy fire door slammed shut behind them, severing the last remnants of light and sound from the conference room. The world plunged into darkness. Only the emergency light in the corner cast a cold green glow, chillingly illuminating Gu Yan's deeply shadowed face. In the narrow and suffocating fire escape, the air was thick with dust and the frigid scent of concrete, mingling with the palpable rage radiating from him. A pure and unadulterated fury that had been pushed to its limits. What do you intend to achieve, Su Muqing? His voice emerged from the depths of his throat, each syllable laced with icy shards, reverberating ominously in the confined space. His grip on her wrist was terrifyingly strong, the bones in his fingers jutting out, veins bulging, as if he might crush her wrist at any moment. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never been so unhinged in front of others, let alone in his own empire. Stripped of all dignity and authority by a woman in the most frivolous and humiliating manner possible. A sharp pain shot through his grip on her wrist, causing Su Muqing's delicate brows to furrow ever so slightly. Yet, there was no sign of fear on her face. She didn't struggle. Instead, she leaned into his hold, her body pressing forward softly. With her free hand, she gently covered his iron grip, her fingertips cool and imbued with an uncanny, soothing magic, slowly gliding over the taut veins that throbbed with anger. Her movements were deliberate, laden with lethal provocation. Brother Yin, you're hurting me, she said, her tone softening, the final note dipping slightly, sounding both innocent and pitiable, as if he were the brute in the scenario. That endearing Brother Yin was both a feather and a steel needle, striking precisely at the frayed strings of his already taut reason. Gu Yan's body stiffened abruptly. He could distinctly feel his rage, like a sponge soaked in fuel, not extinguished but rather directed toward a more perilous and uncontrollable path. He almost recoiled, violently flinging her hand away. The force sent him stumbling backward, his back colliding hard against the cold wall, producing a sound that was painfully resonant. Do not challenge my limits again, he gasped violently, attempting to suppress the tumultuous heat surging within him with the pain and cold, striving to regain control of the conversation. Yet, as he opened his mouth, he found his voice taut, the final note scraping against his throat, leaving a coarse and hoarse trace. Our transaction has concluded. I am grateful for the 3 billion investment. Once the Gu Corporation stabilizes, I shall repurchase all the shares in your possession at a premium. Then, we shall promptly proceed with the divorce formalities. He enunciated each word with chilling precision, endeavoring to redraw a stark boundary between them. This declaration served as his ultimate weapon as a businessman, severing interests and terminating contracts. However, Su Muqing merely regarded him in silence. In her beautifully cold eyes, a smile gradually unfurled, one that conveyed an understanding of his true nature. Unhurriedly, she extracted an object from her exquisite platinum handbag, a small, glaringly red certificate, a marriage certificate. She held the crimson booklet delicately between her fingers, waving it before him, her movements graceful yet imbued with a sense of flaunting a trophy. Mr. Gu, before we discuss business, we must clarify a fundamental fact. Her voice regained its usual coldness, yet it resonated with an unprecedented intensity. According to Article 1049 of the Civil Code, we are legally wed. In the system of the Civil Affairs Bureau, until neither of us has signed a divorce agreement nor obtained a divorce certificate, we remain husband and wife. She paused, retracting the marriage certificate and stepping forward. Gu Yan instinctively wished to retreat. Yet, he discovered that his back was already pressed against the unforgiving cold wall, with no escape. She advanced again. The sharp tip of her stiletto heel nearly pressed against his expensive custom leather shoe. The distance between them was compressed to an extreme. He could distinctly scent the crisp botanical fragrance emanating from her hair, could see his own face, etched with astonishment and fury, reflected in her starkly contrasted pupils. She tilted her head upward, her gaze no longer playful, but honed into a piercing sharpness that penetrated deep into his eyes. I, Su Muqing, am your sole legal spouse. Thus, she gazed up at him, her eyes gleaming with a cunning aggression, questioning, is there a problem with a wife concerning her husband's business? This inquiry struck its mark like a bullet. Gu Yan was rendered speechless. She inched closer, her breath almost grazing his chin. Is there a problem if a wife believes her husband is struggling too much at the negotiation table and wishes to lighten his burden? The second bullet. His once proud logic and eloquence faltered in the face of her almost rogue, yet entirely legitimate reasoning for the first time, appearing utterly feeble. He realized that the commercial rules and spirit of contracts he upheld were utterly unassailable when confronted with the most ancient and relentless social relationship of marriage. A wife visiting her husband's company, delivering him funds while asserting her claim. She smiled faintly, delivering the final blow. Is there a problem? You. Gu Yan's throat constricted violently, his chest heaving, and after a moment, he managed to squeeze out that single word through clenched teeth. His fury reached its peak. His handsome face taut, his mind buzzing from the lack of oxygen. Su Muqing observed his expression, the amusement in her eyes deepening. The heat surged from his neck, uncontrollably spreading to his ears, reducing all semblance of calm to ashes. Moreover, she lowered her voice, her breath brushing against his ear, each word tinged with an intimate warmth. You were blushing in the conference room just now. She paused deliberately, relishing the sight of his eyes widening in shock, filled with embarrassment and a hint of elusive panic. You're really quite adorable. Adorable. Those two words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The shame they induced was 1,000 times more intense than being publicly berated as worthless 100 times over. He, Gu Yan, was being described as adorable for the very first time. Just as the long-simmering volcano within him was on the verge of breaching the dam of reason and erupting. Su Muqing suddenly rose to her tiptoes. A soft, warm sensation, imbued with her unique fragrance, swiftly pressed against his taut cheek, igniting an instant imprint. Then, she quickly retreated, establishing a perilous distance between them. In that moment, the entire world seemed to have been muted. The buzzing mind, the boiling blood, and all the sharp words on the verge of spilling forth were all choked in his throat, washed away in an instant. Gu Yan stood utterly frozen. He resembled a statue petrified in an instant, maintaining his position against the wall, motionless. Su Muqing had already turned, pushing open the heavy fire door. The light from outside surged in, outlining her figure with a bright, blinding silhouette. She glanced back, revealing a triumphant, cunning smile akin to that of a fox that had successfully pilfered. I have a multinational video conference to attend, so I must take my leave. Brother Yin, let us have dinner at home tonight. With a resounding thud, the fire door closed once more. The world reverted to darkness and silence. Gu Yan remained alone in the empty fire escape, frozen for an eternity. Chapter 59. The scene of Mr. Gu's social death. The term Brother Yan became the newest viral sensation within the Gu Corporation overnight. Its fermentation rate exceeded Gu Yan's wildest imagination. The following day, as Gu Yan stepped through the company doors, he immediately sensed an unprecedentedly bizarre atmosphere. From the reception to the administration, every individual he encountered bore the same expression. It was a twisted amalgamation of extreme reverence and frenzied curiosity, their eyes shimmering with a peculiar glimmer indicative of having been captivated. The greetings remained respectful. However, as they bowed their heads, their shoulders trembled desperately, unable to suppress their laughter, betraying the tumultuous waves of emotion within. Gu Yan's jawline tightened into a cold, unyielding line. He walked directly to the exclusive elevator, his aura radiating at least 10 degrees lower than usual. In a split second before the elevator doors closed, he distinctly felt the sudden eruption of suppressed whispers from the lobby behind him. Throughout the morning, this odd atmosphere lingered like a persistent parasite. The top-floor executive office, usually a hub of power where even breathing felt intrusive, was eerily quiet today. Everyone was engrossed in their work. Even the sound of their keyboard strokes was imbued with a furtive, guilty caution. Assistant Lin knocked and entered to report on work matters. This Gold Star assistant, who had accompanied him through the storms of life, kept his head down throughout the entire report, his gaze glued to the documents in his hands as if they might bloom into flowers. Mr. Gu, regarding the details of the Series B financing for Xingho, the legal revisions from Qingtian Capital have been sent over. As he reached a critical point in his report, Assistant Lin's voice suddenly shifted, as though he had been caught off guard. He coughed abruptly, his shoulders jerking awkwardly. Gu Yan's eyelids twitched, a cold glare sweeping over. Just then, Lin's phone on the table vibrated with a low hum. A notification suddenly popped up. Gu Yan's gaze inadvertently swept across it, only to be abruptly fixated. It was a post from an internal anonymous forum, one he had never bothered to follow. The title was boldly emblazoned in red, akin to a piercing cry. Shocking. The cold-faced king of hell is actually a spoiled puppy? A must-tell story about me and Brother Yin. Original poster. I was truly there. Below, the replies had already surged past 999 in a fervor. What the heck? Is this for real? Did CEO Su actually call Brother Yin in front of dozens of executives? The imagery is too vivid. More details, please. What was Gu's expression at that moment? Did he blush? Hurry up and tell us. I declare, the Qingtian by Yin CP is the most epic. 300 billion as a betrothal gift. What a divine love. To the one above, I just created a CP super topic. Sisters come quickly. Investing here is a sure win. Assistant Lin sensed the lethal gaze of his boss, shivering in fear as he clumsily attempted to shut off his phone. In his fluster, he inadvertently clicked into the post's detail page. A blurry, pixelated photograph, evidently taken surreptitiously, appeared starkly on the screen. In the image, Su Muqing was leaning in to whisper in Gu Yan's ear, and although his profile was indistinct, the flushed hue of his ears was unmistakable, silently narrating an unspoken tale. Gu Yan's expression visibly darkened. The handsome visage drained of color, leaving only a brooding storm as the temperature in the office seemed to plummet. Lin, assistant. He almost spat the words through clenched teeth, each syllable laced with frost, striking Assistant Lin's nerves like ice shards. Now, Assistant Lin stood at attention, utterly terrified. Immediately notify the administrative department to issue a company-wide notice. Gu Yan's voice bore no hint of human warmth, commanding an absolute prohibition on discussing or disseminating any gossip unrelated to work during office hours. Violators will receive a warning on the first offense, a deduction of the month's bonus on the second, and termination on the third. Understood. Assistant Lin complied, bolting from the oppressive atmosphere of the office. The notice was swiftly dispatched with ruthless efficiency. However, the high-pressure policy did not silence the chatter. Rather, it incited a more clandestine and frenzied underground revelry. Within 10 minutes, a new post shot to the forefront of the anonymous forum. Emergency notice. The tyrant is furious. Ladies, transition to underground organizations. Code remains unchanged. Gu Yan glanced at the screenshot discreetly handed to him by Assistant Lin, feeling a nerve in his temple twitch violently. For the first time, he realized that power indeed has its boundaries. He could command a business empire valued in the hundreds of billions. Yet he could not silence the eager tongues of a few hundred gossip enthusiasts. At 3 in the afternoon, just as Gu Yan attempted to numb himself with an avalanche of documents, the internal phone rang inconveniently. It was a front desk. Mr. Gu, CEO Su from Qingtian Capital has sent someone with an item, specifically requesting your personal signature upon receipt. The front desk's voice trembled, as if conveying a hot potato. Gu Yan furrowed his brow sharply. Have them deliver it to the CEO's office, hand it over to Assistant Lin. But the other party insisted that it is highly personal and must be delivered directly to you, or they will wait in the lobby downstairs. As soon as this was said, dozens of eyes in the CEO's office turned in unison, filled with anticipation, excitement, and a gleeful desire for spectacle, piercing through the frosted glass door and focusing on him. Gu Yan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was as tranquil as a frozen sea. He understood that Su Muqing was orchestrating a public play. If he did not descend, the next AS forum title would read, "The overbearing CEO is heartless, while his delicate wife waits for hours for what?" If he did go down, it would only serve to validate all the rumors. Ultimately, he rose from his seat, adjusting his suit. He stepped out amidst the suffocating silence and burning stares, his expression devoid of emotion. In the gaze of dozens within the office, he took the elevator down to the lobby. There, a young man in a delivery uniform awaited him respectfully. Upon seeing him, the delivery boy's eyes brightened as he promptly extended the item in his hands. It was a lunchbox, a 3-tiered insulated container entirely in pastel pink, adorned with an endearing bunny motif, strikingly cartoonish in design. On the top, A similarly huge sticky note bore a handwritten message in Su Muqing's sharp yet deliberately cute script. Brother Yin, no matter how busy work gets, don't forget to eat on time. At the end, she had drawn a large heart. In the bustling lobby, amidst countless gazes filled with excitement, Gu Yin, the newly appointed, cold-hearted leader of the Gu group, expressionless, accepted the pastel pink lunchbox from the delivery boy. He even heard someone nearby shriek in a breathless whisper. Ah, he accepted it. He really did. Holding the lunchbox, which contrasted starkly with his tailored suit and frosty demeanor. Gu Yin turned and returned to the elevator under the scrutiny of the crowd. The moment he shut the office door, it felt as if he had expended every ounce of strength. He slammed the pastel devil down onto his mahogany desk with a resounding thud. His gaze was riveted upon the crooked heart drawn with a black pen. The thundering pulse of blood coursing through his veins felt as though it might shatter his eardrums. Social death. So this is what it feels like.